Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Has Adam's Knuckles and Became Protector of One for All Part 1. Before we start, please go support Nicuchio for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Clarifications of the reaction. They will be present. Class A, Shinzo, Ibara Shiozaki, Nito Monoma, Mei Hatsum, Itsuka Kendo. The big three of the UA. Inko Midoriya, Rei Todoroki, Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo. UA professors, Aizawa, Present Mike, Midnight, Almight, Nizu, Ectoplasm, Snipe, Cementos. The Hussycats. Koda, Mahoro and Katsuma. Endeavor, Mirko, Ryukyu, Fat Gum, Hawks, Gran Torino, Nana Shimura, Stain and Lady Nagant. It will be after Aries' rescue. They're all intelligent, and they won't act recklessly, knowingly, like 100% of the fics. This will also help people understand that AFO must die no matter what and not wait for the same old fate. Izuku is and always will be a hero, but what AFO truly believes is that no one should turn their backs on him or be afraid of him. For obvious reasons for those of us who read the FIC, I'm not going to include Eri, since it would be traumatic for her. Eri has her share of traumas, and it would be awful if she had another one, so you get the point. I'd also like to clarify that this story will be updated slowly, as I won't be doing everything at once, but rather focusing on the other ones. I'll try to give you a chapter of this story every 2 weeks. Clarifications of the history of the reaction. 1. Izuku will not know his quirks since in the hospital they told him that, if he had one, but they did not know which one it could be, only that it would be an ocular gift, which meant that his gift or gifts, since it was very likely that there were two, were vision. But it is not known exactly which one. 2. Bakugo will be self-centered, but in the S-Gainer style, and he will not be the heir of One for All. That will be Ochako Uraraka. 3. With this story I do not intend to offend anyone, I am just looking to entertain. 4. Her sister's quirk will be Jax since she can see emotions, but don't worry, she won't turn into a murderer. 5. Bakugo will consider everyone extras, but he will see Izuku as a brother in arms. But he will still call him a copy from time to time just to annoy him and not hurt him. 6. Finally, I wanted to say that Izuku will only be able to use Adam's knuckles as a weapon and the shield for defense. But apart from that, there will be no more weapons on Izuku's part. Chapter 1. Mizurufu, Japan. A new day dawned in the city where the prestigious UA Hero Academy resides. It had been about 3 days since the Yakuza raid, where a little white-haired girl with a small horn on her head was rescued. Classes were on hold to allow those participating to recover and catch up with the others, but something began to happen. Strangely enough, many UA heroes, parents, students, and children alike saw the world stop moving. The air, water, wind, people, vehicles, everything had stopped. Almight, the students, Aizawa, class, Momo, sensei, what's going on? Bakugo, whoever is doing this shiny, Shoto, eh? He would say, seeing that he was fading. Guys. Kaminari, no, he would say, fading away. Mineta, I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave without touching a breast. He would say, desperately trying to touch Opei's. I'm not leaving without. He would say, fainting while trying to touch a breast. Present Mike, Shota, would say, going through the same thing. In the city, Inko was washing dishes while receiving a visit from her friend Mitsuki Bakugo, when they both noticed a fading change. The same thing was happening to a white-haired girl in a psychiatric hospital. Likewise, the city's heroes were trying to do something, since they were bewildered. Endeavor, damn it! He would say, fading away. Hawks, Endeavor-san! He would say, crashing into a building and fading away. Mirko, Big Bird. Ryukyu, Mirko. Edge Shot, Demons. Kamui, Mount Lady. The aforementioned simply waved and left, leaving Kamui to be the last hero to disappear. Nabu Island. 2 children were hugging each other, crying as they were disappearing. Hussycats Forest. Kota hugged Mandalay while asking her not to leave her current mother, while the others disappeared along with the duo. Island. David's shield was trying to figure out what was happening when, Melissa, Dad? She would say, watching his hand fade away. David, no, 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 daughter, not you. Melissa faded away as David watched her body disappear. David, what the hell is going on? Unknown locations / gap between dimensions. All those who fainted appeared on the scene completely bewildered, as they tried to see their loved ones and companions, trying to calm down. Uraraka, Ida-kun! Breathed happily. Ida, Uraraka-san corresponded. Nizu, Are you okay, students? Students, yes. Mirio, what a relief. Tamaki, yes, it's good to be well. Nijire, but where? Those words made more than one person look around. The most skeptical ones looked at this in a daze, as if they knew where they were. Nizu, this is. Mineta, why are there so many lands? Monoma, what the buck? Ibara, my god. Kendo, calm down. But why are there 3 of us from Class B? Monoma, I don't know. Uraraka, did anyone see Deku-kun and Eri-chan? Before anyone could say anything, a voice began to be heard in the room. Voice. Time, he would say, revealing a platform with many chairs space. He would say while in the place a large screen was revealed reality. He would say revealing a good sound equipment is more than a linear path. He would say revealing several versions of everyone present. A villainous version of All Might to the surprise and shock of everyone, including the hero killer Stain. It is a prism. The unlimited possibility, he would say, watching the group, while numerous lands in the place moved as if they were accelerating where a single choice can be divided. He would say revealing a route, which was divided into multiple lines from a single origin into infinite realities and create alternate worlds to the ones you already know. He would say revealing a world where everyone dies because Izuku is not there. I am the vigilante, a figure composed of space and stars, would say, but above all radiated power, bringing more than one to their knees. I am your guide in this new and for this reality. He would say while Stain saw a reflection of himself next to a green-haired man at his side, like a master and his disciple. Follow me and consider the question, what would happen if? Kaminari, what the buck? He would say surprised. All Might, who are you? He would say in his skeletal mode, trying to inflate himself. The Watcher. I am the Watcher, the being assigned to observe Earth and its solar system. You may call me Watu. Nizu, Watu, that's good to know, but where are we? David, what happened in the world? The Watcher. The world stopped due to an anomaly. But because of that I took the need to stop time in your world. All Might, what phenomenon? Endeavor, and with what authority? The Watcher. Look for yourselves, he would say, showing everything on the screen. What you see is the phenomenon known as the glitch. Kirishima, what's up, man? Ibara, that forest. Momo, how horrible. The Watcher. Because of that fault, I had to stop time. Luckily for you, it is only a forest that is affected and not a city. Midnight, but in the forest there may be a fool. The Watchman, fortunately there was no one, but there was a town nearby, so. Nizu, I understand, thank you very much. How do we stop him? The Watcher, no way, I'll do it. If you touch it, you'll be corrupted until you disappear from existence itself. That's why I brought you here. David, but being here, what will we do? The Watcher, I have prepared a visualization for you while I repair your world. Mirko, but what will we see? He would say impatiently. The Watcher, I think 2 of you have already deduced it, and one already confirms that a theory was not, but that everything was real. David, the dimensional gap, fascinating. Melissa, that means that. Nizu, that's right, Miss Shield, the multiverse is real. He would say smiling. Ryukyu, so while you work. Stain, will we see an alternate universe? What guarantees you I'll listen? The Watcher, all power in that place is inoperative, and any weapon held around someone in a hostile manner will become intangible upon attack, so they have no choice. Several people wouldn't accept this, but they had no choice, so the Watcher would leave a room with gender-segregated bathrooms, a living room, and a buffet full of small androids. David, fascinating technology. The Watcher, they're built with 43rd century technology, so they're resistant to your suggestions and requests. That said, I'm leaving, he would say, disappearing from the scene. After the guard left, the fights could have started, but as he said, Stain's weapons passed through whoever he attacked like ghosts. The fists of those who were in melee didn't work, while the Quirks didn't work. Given that, there was no choice but to sit in the available areas, while the screen turned on, revealing a place like an office or laboratory. On screen. And how is the project going, Doctor? It was not necessary to say more than just those words to show something that the same supposed doctor turned his chair again, pressing multiple keys and showing too many screens that showed different graphs that showed the growth process of the Fire Beast project. It was experiencing optimal and efficient growth, surpassing the calculations previously pre-established by the gentleman who was speaking to you. Good. With this, I'm not admitting my possible defeat. What I'm doing is guaranteeing my future victory. In a week, we'll take it for a spin. He has a name for the project other than the Fire Beast. He earned the right to name it. It didn't take much thought. In fact, it even excited him. An adaptable beast, with a constantly evolving quirk superior to any other seen before, he was tempted to just give it a number in the first nights of its creation. But seeing what it was capable of, he then decided to give it another name. After all, they were its parents in one way or another, right? Thank you very much, sir. I'll call you Hisashi. Hisashi Shigaraki, and with his name given, they proceeded to shut down all the equipment in the high-tech lab. Unaware that right now, a certain dark-haired woman was hot on their heels, on the heels of their entire organization of villains and criminals. Off-screen, everyone was initially confused, except for Mitsuki and Inko, who felt that something would be a revelation to them. David, it looks like a laboratory. Bakugo, old lady, that's not. Mitsuki, yes. Kyudai, the doctor who determines peculiarities. Nizu, I see, he would say seriously. Almight, why does that guy sound familiar? Monoma, something is worrying me. Momo, you're not the only one. Ibara, oh my god. Mitsuki and Inko, Hisashi, they would say upon recognizing that name. Aizawa, wait, you know the guy who was there. Inko, yes, she would say nervously. She never thought that her husband came from something like that, although she didn't care either. Mitsuki, he's Izuku's father, she would say seriously. She wouldn't beat around the bush if that was revealed. Almight, I see, he would say seriously, his years of experience taking precedence over any thought towards his successor. Shoto, shit, he would say dejectedly. His stubbornness led him to waste hours looking for proof that All Might was Midoriya's father. Tsuyu, and as we see, Izuku-chan's father is Kendo, an experiment, I think. Ibara, and villains. Naomasa, you knew that? Inko, no, I would say serious. Naomasa, he's not lying. David, well, the multiverse always gives different variants, I would say very normal. On screen, understand me please, and in the face of her please her son just ignored her. He didn't need to talk to her about anything else, if it weren't for the fact that his uncle, an adult of almost 40 years old, arrived and hit him so hard in the jaw that he was knocked out. He would have done something crazy. Thank goodness he was there. Because the girl who was talking, who was his younger sister, was falling apart mentally, physically, and emotionally. Before his eyes, he could do nothing but approach her, and when he had her face to face, hug her. Hug her as tightly as he could. After all, today was the day to decide whether they could finally end the cycle of eternal war between the two sides. There's no other way. She knew he was right, she knew it. By a demon, she knew it, but that didn't make it any easier that she had just trampled on her son. She never saw him, never said hello to him. By a demon, she had barely received the position of being the seventh. She had to give up everything she held dear, because she had to accept this curse in the first place. Sniff hep, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Kotaro, and with that she began to fly. With her gloved hands she wiped the sea of tears that were on her, at the same time that her older brother followed her as close as possible, still wondering in her head if she did the right thing with the young man she met that day. Concentrate, Nana, only one gets out of here alive. Him, or me. There was no room for more lamentation. They had him, they finally had him. So many years, so much persecution finally gave the fruits he needed. But to his misfortune he barely set foot within the territory of the white-haired man he had been marrying all these years. It was simply a possibility that All for One was already prepared for, especially considering who he would have to fight against: the rebel leaders, Nana Shimura, the current wielder of One for All, the power that should rightfully belong to her, and Sorahiko Shimura, her older brother. He came prepared for the occasion, wearing an elegant white dress, plus elegant black shoes, polished and in perfect condition for the occasion. It's not every day you get to fight a final battle against rebel leaders on a world-class television station. Her perfectly smooth hair, plus a little scent quirk, filled the entire fight venue with her fragrance. Off-screen, All Might, it's that day, he thought, surprised. Inko, that guy is? All Might, yes, it's All for One. Before he would say, trying not to laugh while saying the name Potato Head. Bakugo. Ha 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 ha, that nickname suits him. Stain. But why do they show your days as a candidate? I would say, recognizing All Might. And who is Kotaro? Gran Torino. He is the son of Nana Shimura, the heroine who trained All Might. I would say seriously. Momo, she is? Mirko, oh, I adored her as a child. Ryukyu, it's true, it's a shame I couldn't work with her. Nizu, Now we'll see what you do, Toshi, I would say seriously. Gran Torino. We'll see that day, he would say very seriously. Almight, yes. Neomesa. And also things we didn't see. Endeavor. What are they talking about? Hawks. Maybe there's something behind it, he would say thoughtfully. On screen. AFO. True, I forgot something. Awake can't be complete without the right music and atmosphere, and with a single movement, giant speakers appeared from the basement at the same time as the other before the heroine rushed out to attack him without thinking twice. I cause a brief reign in his honor. Nana. Damn rat, she couldn't touch him. She had been stopped by several villains who were attacking her simultaneously. They had quickly cornered her. If it weren't for her older brother, she would already be dead. Well, they left her no other option, and she began to use more percentage of One for All. An energy accumulation type quirk that could be passed down from generation to generation. In the first generation, he didn't think twice and used 70% of One for All. But that 70% was even greater than what the previous wielder of this power, bequeathed as a sacred torch to his successors, had used before, the antithesis of All for One, the one that stole all powers for itself. One for All, a power created to empower others. Smash! Finally, a whirlpool appeared, disorienting all the people in the place who placed their last hopes of freedom in the young brunette, no older than 20 years old, who looked with pure hatred at the wretch who was floating in the middle of the place. That scoundrel did not stop sending henchmen to do his dirty work. AFO, bravo, bravo, what a great display of power you have made, Nana, or should I say little sister, ha ha ha, I never thought you would get to this point, but if that's all, I'm sorry to tell you that those little embers will be of no use against me. The Demon King. He began his combination of quirks, compressed air shot, manipulation of air currents, accumulation of energy. Reinforcing his muscle fibers with steel armor so as not to lose his arm, he had it ready. It took no more than 3 seconds. That's why when he shot at Nana, if it weren't for the fact that the aforementioned activated her 100% of One for All, he would have died. But even so, despite seeing it dodged, the attack did manage to graze her. Graze her? Hey, didn't they teach you not to be an exhibitionist, little sister? If you wanted to make jokes, you should have told me. I would have made you a first-rate comedian. It was so funny. The heroine's clothes had suffered considerable damage. It wasn't direct, but just seeing his face, this was the best part of every fight he had with his younger brother, reminding him that he was her property. And that's why seeing the shocked face of the heroine Nana Shimura, who couldn't believe what had happened. After all, despite everything, she was a young woman with a high degree of modesty, feeling humiliated, and simply for being left almost topless. It was the perfect punishment for a sister as rebellious as her. Off-screen, Gran Torino, if it's that day, Almight, but with a big change, I would say seriously. Mirko. That day, she would say, remembering when she was a little bunny who admired heroes and heroines. Ryukyu, farewell to her. Stain, not bad, she looks like she was a great heroine. Seeing the fight in more detail, and noticing that AFO managed to leave her half naked, many teenagers felt the need to avoid looking, so they blushed and looked away. Hawks, oh wow, he would say with a pink tint. Endeavor, you're married and faithful, you ruined your family, but at least you're faithful, he thought with a blush. Mineta, but what Ted, he would say before being hit by a slap. Kendo, pervert. Tsuyu, thank you Kendo-chan. Monoma, phew, that hurt. Tsuyu, you're by my side, Karo. Monoma, oh, why me? He thought he would never escape the blows. On screen, Nana. Wow, scoundrel, she said, gritting her teeth in rage, wiping away the slight blood that had come out of her mouth and holding back a tear of anger. This wretch was just playing with her in a way no villain had ever seen before. The look of arrogance and innate pride he had on his face. It made her so angry. Not only was it uncomfortable for her to have to deal with that bastard All for One, but now, despite swallowing the anger she felt, having to fight with these people bouncing around all the time, she cursed not being a man right now. Detroit smash. He kicked, but nothing, and the smile on the face of the wretch didn't disappear. It was more like a simple maraca. He grabbed it by the thigh and started smashing it against the ground, again and again, and again, to the point that even for his amusement he ended up throwing it at his older brother, who was unconscious upon impact, and finally the heroine. She would end up losing her upper garments, exposing her bare chest completely to the air. Barely able to open one eye, filled with frustration, rage, and resentment. She wept, but not out of sadness. Her anger reached a point where she could contain it no longer. AFO, so you finally decided to play little sister, although you know if I were you I would take better care of those cuties. What the heck? Punch to the head, kick to the trachea. While the percentage of the OFA in the seventh's body began to grow in size, so he had used rage as a catalyst to obtain an increase in power at a critical moment like this. Well, nothing to worry about. He attacked, but this time his smile disappeared. He had a completely serious expression. He used precognition. He would attack with his leg. He reinforced his torso with a blood-hardening quirk and let himself be hit, and then gave him a powerful right hook to the face, embedding it in the ground. But Nana still didn't give up. She wasn't thinking about anything anymore. She just wanted to finish off this bastard so she could return to her 4-year-old son, whom she just left in an orphanage. She didn't want to abandon him, no. She couldn't abandon him like that. Nana, Texas Smash. Ready to go to the barrel. Her limiting, another impact on the face charged at 110% of her current power. Her muscles tensed, and she was forced to numb it. She couldn't withstand more than 2 more hits at that level. She attacked, hit, but now with her left arm, causing her hair to begin to levitate from the same pressure on it, a knee that knocked the wind out of him and made him flinch. They could humiliate her, they could do whatever they wanted to her, but the mere idea of leaving her son alone. For God's sake, it was an idea that in itself sounded worse than all the humiliation she just received from All for One. She'd left him in an orphanage. Yes, I'll come back to you, son. But he did it because he didn't know if he'd get out of here alive. But he no longer had that option. He wasn't trying to defeat All for One. It was no longer about whether he could stop him or not. He had to do it, if he wanted a future where his son could smile, if he wanted a future where Yagi could be the symbol of peace. I must leave everything on this punch. Yagi watches the United States of Smash. But to his misfortune, the last punch that had been landed squarely in All for One's body didn't have the result he expected. It was obvious he was damaged. But the seriousness he had received a few minutes ago was even more serious. What he had achieved after the worst humiliation of his life vanished, and instead, after spitting blood and allowing a few seconds for his regeneration quirks to do the work for him, his cheeky, proud, ambitious, and evil smile returned to his face. AFO. Hey little sister, if you wanted to let me see your breasts bounce for so long you should have told me. He grabbed her in that place, making her scream in pain, and then he started using her as a rag all over the place, making sure that she received enough damage to leave her very hurt but not dead. I crashed her into a building and then tied her to a poster, making her feel the worst a mother could feel, a torture so great that it would break any mother's heart. It was for her son. You know, yelling that he had a son in the middle of a fight wasn't your best decision, little sister. He took him from the hands of the orphanage manager. He didn't care about Nana's pleading screams. In fact, he just laughed at her desperation. Either the great Nana Shimura was the one destined to defeat him, or well, one of the chosen ones. Now he was her toy, one that turned out to be very funny, and even more so because of what he said to his person. Nana, leave him. Do what you want to me, abuse me, humiliate me, kill me. But release my son. She continued crying while trying to free herself from the metal column that kept her hands trapped. But still nothing happened. They didn't give an inch, and to her horror this had only just begun. Aiawawa. A kick in her breasts was what made her scream and cry. But this was nothing, because when she screamed her child woke up. Nothing more than a simple finger was enough to make him kneel in front of her, and the expression of her child was everything: fear, anguish, crying that came out uncontrollably from his little face. Hige, he threatened her neck. It was clear he couldn't speak anymore. What more did he want from her? He already had her. He'd humiliated her, destroyed her, and done everything he wanted to her. Why wouldn't she just end this once and for all? That's what kept her mind sinking into this torture. But she knew if she didn't do something soon, she'd find out. AFO, you know, Nana, I thought you'd put up more of a fight, but no. I'm not done with you yet. There's a certain topic that's got me worried, and it's the rumor of a certain Toshinori Yagi, the eighth wielder, that you very kindly just confirmed to me. Seeing how Nana opened her eyes in panic was all I needed. I finally understood. It wasn't even her real toy. It was just an object to attract her true contender, Toshinori Yagi. She tried to shout. Nothing a gag wouldn't fix, but instead of a natural gag, what silenced Nana despite not having any object in her mouth was her hostage. Go ahead, shout. Even if your son isn't aware of anything that's happening right now, the memory-altering quirk is acting on him. He'll no longer remember you as a loving, gentle mother who just left him in an orphanage or not. You know, what if instead of 4, he was 18, or maybe 20, and as if it were a cruel prediction of fate, that's what happened. Now he won't remember anything about you, just that you abandoned him to save strangers. But hey, scream, tell him it's not true. Just do it, and just like that, this adult will explode. He had lost. He gave up. He just cried while AFO sat on a throne he had created himself. The 7 had gained so much power that he had to take it seriously. Ultimately, I had to do something with the 8, but just in case something bad happened. Off screen, no one said anything. They were immersed in the battle, since Nana, despite everything, continued fighting. Almight felt the fury increase in him when he remembered the events, although they happened differently, because he and Gran Torino knew that Kotaro Shimura was never in their fight. David curse. Mirio, was that guy really like that? Mina, using the son of a heroine. Stain, that's a sample of reality, he would say seriously. He knew that the bicolor and the green-haired who faced him were good heroes. After all, Izuku was recognized by him as a true one, but they were still green. Aizawa, it's true. Midnight, why do you say that? She would say, somewhat annoyed. Stain, that's the reality of heroes, I would say the last one with difficulty. Not everything is a fairy tale where they save the day, and everyone smiles walking through the rainbow. That made many reconsider the idea of being at UA, but they decided not to think about it. Mandalay, calm, he would say, hugging Kota. Pixie Bob, calm kitty. Kirishima, doing those tricks isn't manly. Stain simply looked at the aspirants. Certainly not that he saw them as false heroes, but in his opinion they lacked maturity. On screen, Doctor, please ignore the endings and release the Hisashi project. He asked his very kind servant who, from what he saw, did not hesitate to follow his very cordial and not at all direct order, so he prepared everything for the release of the Hisashi project, disconnecting it as quickly as possible, but without being harmed by the abrupt change in environment, and after several minutes of preparation, all the liquid in its gestation capsule was finally released from its body. All that remained was to wait for it to awaken, like a caterpillar in its chrysalis, so it could use its wings and fly. You finally arrived, Yagi. Nana was about to scream, but when she saw how a crack formed in her son's body, she decided to remain silent. It was a shame there was someone who still hadn't given up, someone who, despite everything, was willing to save Toshinori Yagi from this situation. A hero that even All For One himself had already considered dead from his initial attack. You're no longer of use to me, he said before sending Nana Shimura's son off through an external portal. If he arrived, in the unlikely event of losing this encounter, he would need not only a new vessel, which he already had, but also a hostage with which to extort the 7th should he make it out of this hell alive. And if Mariah expected the genetic connection he likely had with the Ofa, even if it was indirectly his son or a descendant of his to serve his long-term plans in case of defeat, he would be able to use it to his advantage. He didn't call himself the Demon King for nothing. A good king should be prepared for any possible contingency, or rather, he should be prepared for any possible contingency. A good king must always be prepared for war. His suit was arranged, everything was in place, and it was time for the main event, Toshinori Yagi vs. All For One. But the moment the blonde boy, no more than 15 years old, appeared on the battlefield, he was taken into the arms of Sorahiko, who wept without hiding it from anyone. He couldn't allow Yagi to die like this. He couldn't allow his hope to be shattered by this demon. Even annoying All For One himself, the heroes always fought until the last second. That's what made them so annoying. But for a brief moment, he could see how the heroine Nana Shimura began to smile, and stopped crying when she saw the scene. So he believed that at least he could have saved his student. I'm sorry, 7th, but don't dream that I'll let you die without regrets like a true heroine. And with a snap of her fingers a black barrier appeared, one that managed to put at its mercy everyone who was inside this place. Then it began to reduce. The range was 50 kilometers around, impossible for even Sorahiko to escape. Sorahiko, cursed, jumped back while keeping the older teen safe, kicked a villain in the ribs, sending him flying, using the surfaces of the place as additional support. But unfortunately for her, the young man in her hands was not making the task of protecting him easy for her. Yagi, let me go already. Ofa at 40% capacity, a pure Ofa that was not the embers that the jet currently had, hit with enough force to generate a brief tremor. He didn't care if he died. He couldn't afford to lose his teacher. What kind of symbol of peace would allow such an act? His muscles began to grow. His muscles tensed, and finally what no one believed happened again. Toshinori attacked one of his teachers to the point that he hit him so hard that he even made him spit blood from his mouth. I won't let my teacher face this alone. He launched himself fully against AFO. With this he already had the same power as Nana at 70%, but that wasn't his full capacity, it was only the limit of his body. It was surely the only thing he could handle without breaking a single bone in his body. He was an idiot. He wasn't there when he needed him. He wasn't with her from the start. The humiliation he inflicted on Nana Shimura was so great he couldn't even imagine it. Kick, punch, his emotions acted as a catalyst for his powers, which was good because he would need every last drop if he wanted to kill this bastard. This is in your name, teacher. Texas smash. Hit him full on, Ofa at 70%. This was comparable to Nana Shimura's 100%, and seeing All for One's face, it was everything. He got upset, which is why it was time to smile. To laugh in the face of danger. He couldn't doubt it, not when millions of people were watching him right now. Everything is fine now, and you know why. Why I am here. He wiped the blood from his mouth and got ready again. He attacked, but in a way that not even he expected. The idiot was crazier than even he himself, because as soon as he grabbed his hands, preventing him from moving, he started headbutting him like a damn lunatic. AFO, but you're an idiot. He stabbed him. He didn't care what the hell this guy was. What kind of suicidal lunatic attacked in such an absurdly imbecile way? What's more, when he stabbed him, making his hands claw-like, he ended up being grabbed by the blonde, who began to scream as if he were mentally ill. Yagi, I finally got you, idiot, smash. It wasn't 1, not 2, not 3, not 4 or 5, it was not hundreds of hits now at 100%, one for all. Finally, it caused someone like AFO to feel something he hadn't felt in hundreds of years, a pressure on his body that warned him of the danger this guy posed. Off-screen, Almight, oh no, Gran Torino, that happened. Stain looked in surprise at Almight's youth before becoming what he is today. He was surprised, to say the least. As he looked, he noticed how reckless he was, and he was even noticing that Almight did let himself be consumed by revenge, or at least in those times. Stain, who would have thought you'd let yourself be consumed? Nizu, that battle was a bit regrettable. Kirishima, dude, seeing All Might like this. Shoto, yes. Katsuki, I didn't remember him being like that. Monoma, I'm with him. Tokoimi, he usually seems like a cheerful, good-natured guy. Shoji, but hey, he's still human. Ibara, for God's sake. Kendo, without a doubt. Endeavor, All Might, would think surprised. Gang Orca, I've never seen him act so reckless. Ryukyu, well, somehow he grew up. In our youth we were like that. Stain, I second that. On screen, for the first time in his life, he permanently lost his arrogant, cynical, and unhinged smile, giving way to one of despair. For the first time, an idea crossed his twisted mind. One he had never even considered. AFO. And I can lose. But refusing to do that, he used a lava quirk and charred to the ground, causing an irreparable wound on Yagi Toshinori's body, burning him, incinerating him. It even seemed like he had destroyed part of a lung. Finally, he had finished off this wretch, but at the moment he tried to steal his quirk. Nana, a real hero doesn't just save lives, he saves hearts. AFO, she murmured, finally being able to cry with happiness. She felt proud. That brute made her laugh. How was it possible that the blonde did something so damn stupid? He let himself be caught so that just at the moment when he tried to forcefully take out the one for all. Yagi, don't think I'm going to die here. Several personalities of the original Quirks came off All for One's body. They weren't too many, but enough to reinforce Yagi's body and regenerate enough thanks to 100% of One for All. which finally began to manifest physically in Yagi Toshinori's body. Through yellow rays coming out of her right hand, it ends this way. And even though the idiot Yagi kept spitting blood non-stop from his mouth, he couldn't erase the smile on his face. It was supposed to be the other way around. She was the teacher who saved her students so that he could continue fighting against this demon. No one does that to someone like my mother. Finally, Yagi Toshinori did something that not even his own brother had managed to save his heart. He cried. Of course he did. But out of pride, happiness, joy. He didn't know him beyond the 4 years he was training him from scratch. But seeing him like that, remembering when he couldn't even move a tire. Nana, Sniff, you're also like a son to me. Yagi, no, All Might, now is your turn, said while Yagi Toshinori, after so much, he achieved the unthinkable, landing a fatal and critical blow to the head of All for One, a blow that destroyed his brain. It didn't matter who it was, but if his brain was destroyed it should be unable to regenerate. That's why he acted the way he acted, like a trap, a damn trap that could only be executed by someone as crazy as he was. Yagi, my yes. LWW, and Tosh fell to the ground. The few quirks that he had managed to rescue from All for One were only active because the OFA was at its maximum capacity, and had not received eternal power like the OFA itself, which had grown 40% compared to the power that Nana Shimura currently possessed. But at least he achieved it. It seems the cycle ends here, he said to himself as the ground collapsed, leaving Nana Shimura more than worried. She wanted to go, she wanted to help, she wanted to do something, but she no longer had any power. She was nothing more than a civilian tied up, or rather with her hands immobilized on the metal poster that, thanks to the conditions she had set All for One, she suffered no damage, leaving her in exactly the same position she was in without the slightest change. Nana, Yagi, answer me, Yagi. Half an hour, nothing, not a single answer. Her heart was shattering again for the answer, but as if it were a light of hope itself, her brother appeared. She couldn't be happier. And when he put the cape he was wearing to cover her, even if it was just a little, in such a human way, he had to restrain himself to show his strength, the same strength he showed to the outside world, and rarely like that with his older brother. I'm fine, save Yagi. Quick! He did what he was told. Later, he was going to have a talk with her about respecting his elders. But the truth is, right now he wasn't in the mood to blame her for anything. If he didn't focus on one problem at a time, he wouldn't end up doing any of the things he had to do. Right now, though, he found Yagi. Sorahiko, look, you are the most imbecile person I have ever met. He was alive, correction. He was on the verge of death. It must have been supposed to have a beam piercing your entire stomach. It must not have been pleasant at all. If she wanted to save him, his sister would have to wait a little longer. But taking him in her arms, in the most careful and delicate way possible due to his current condition, he ended up jumping between the rooftops trying to get to the nearest hospital as quickly as possible. It wasn't time for celebration yet, especially if they took into account the most important thing. They had to find All for One's body to confirm their deaths. AFO, cough, cough, cough. That disgrace, pwaff. Calm down. I must retreat and treat this thing. If not for the fact that I managed to create a secondary brain in part of my spine, a little anacog. He couldn't even speak, he couldn't even use teleportation. His telekinesis was greatly weakened and his multiple regeneration quirks were at maximum capacity. He staggered and fell to the ground on his knees, taking off his white suit that characterized him so much in this fight. In the end, he had arranged this whole wake, and he did it for nothing. He was about to switch bodies with the one from the Hisashi experiment, but he received a mental call from the doctor. Sir, we have a problem. It turns out the damage to your brain was more critical than we thought. Not only have you just lost some vitally important quirks for your life support, but you've also awakened several personalities that are in your head. If you do the transplant now, chances are one of those personalities will escape this way, he reported to his master and lord in a mental way, causing the latter to tighten his body to the point that visible veins appeared on every part of it. But he had to calm down because after a short time they exploded. AFO, prepare Hisashi as best you can. I'll go to the nearest base. I must recover immediately. I speak from experience, and it didn't take long for a portal to appear next to him along with two villains who were acting as bodyguards for the doctor who had come to rescue his master. all for one. I'm glad you're still so loyal, Dr. Cute-Eye. Aka, he almost fainted. Ultimately, he was never going to forget this humiliation for the rest of his immortal life, not because he couldn't defeat him afterwards, but because of what this defeat meant for the world scene. He was a guy that not even nuclear bombs could stop. Off-screen, everyone in the room was speechless. Stain was about to see his doctrine fall, but he remained silent. It was not the time to do anything. It was time to see, analyze and reason. It would be stupid to think that All Might did not grow as a hero, that he did not have ups and downs. The students, on the other hand, had no words to say to their teacher, because it was too much. Although the smart ones were thinking at 1,000 miles an hour. Inko, so that's your Hisashi variant, she thought, since she had a very good feeling. Aizawa, on our way back we must investigate Shigaraki. The heroes would nod as this was revealing several things. Gran Torino, sadly he would say upon hearing the last words. On screen, he had every government that tried to stop him on its knees, letting the heroes have fun with his lackeys for their own entertainment. But that damn wound he now had on his head, which not even he could fully regenerate. Hisashi, AUH. Those brief murmurs made the doctor turn his attention to his experiment that spat out a ball of fire just a few minutes after being born. Shit, another miscalculation. He had the ideal body, but a mind without its own conscience. It shouldn't take him more than a few days to learn what is necessary to fend for himself. But still, AFO, doctor, bring Hisashi to me, I'll fix that problem. I'm not going to let them get away with it like this, he said, finally letting his body rest while the doctor put in all the necessary machines for his body's main support. He let out a sigh of tiredness, while Hisashi seemed to see the whole place with completely sincere innocence. TSK, I told you to come. I'll have to do a few things so you can take your place as the temporary demon prince. The screams echoed throughout the vast hall, a never-ending stream of pain and rage. The white-haired man's skin, once so pale, took on a darker hue, almost as if the darkness itself had seeped into his being. His physiognomy began to distort, his soft features hardened, becoming almost sculpted by the very hand of the one who had created him. The murmurs that flowed from his lips intertwined with unintelligible words, then turned into a cascade of insults directed directly at his creator, not his father. Her formerly white hair turned pure black, while a garment began to materialize on her body. A change of black and red clothing, while freckles also began to adorn her face. Just as her physiognomy began to distort, her soft features hardened, becoming almost sculpted by the same hand. Are you going to make me keep waiting, son? Threatened the same guy who had taken everything from him without giving a single step to any possible resistance. And that's why when he saw his father all for one, his almost exact reflection, he felt a click inside him, as if a door had opened inside him, revealing the only truth he had avoided until that moment. He knew, without a shadow of a doubt, what he had to do. He raised a hand with unexpected calm and, with a fluid gesture, materialized his quirk. Hisashi, I am here to serve you, father, and in that same way he knelt in his presence, making it clear who of the two was still the leader of the order he was to manage, making the white-haired man smile with pride. It was undoubtedly one of the best works the doctor had done for him. Undoubtedly worthy of the work of its greatest researcher and biological manipulator. All it needed was a little push for its creation, which he very kindly gave it. What are your orders? He thought for a minute. He was still very green. Anything could make the brief push he gave Hisashi send him tumbling down a path that a future vessel like him shouldn't take. But he needed someone to take charge of his evil empire. Without the symbol of terror, everything would crumble to pieces. I had no other options. AFO. You will be in charge of managing all the bases we have left, and you must defend them with your life. I will not tolerate failure. Even if you are my son, you will be privileged. You are just a simple thug with great power, Hisashi. Earn the right to the title of Demon Prince. In 2 hours you will receive the information of who you have to permanently eliminate. With that said, the black-haired man stood up and walked straight ahead without a single glance back, his expression complete with eternal seriousness. He didn't know that even though he had been created by the Demon King all for one himself, there was always a way, a path that could make even someone like him. Off-screen, Nizu, So EFO had a retirement plan, so to speak, he would say calmly, although he didn't even believe it himself. Naomasa, that's what it looks like. Bakugo, Uncle Hisashi, Uraraka. So that Deku-kun murmur is in the family, she would say smiling. Ida, yes. Ojiro, it's normal that I'm scared. Inko was blushing while Mitsuki nudged her since it was funny to see her like that. Stain, so Demon Prince. Siro, I don't know why but I smell something. Kaminari, yes. It smells like Meliodas syndrome, he would say mockingly. Kyoka, not everything is like in the mangas. Idiot, she would say, sticking her jacks in him. Mineta, let's bet. If that happens, I'll leave my hentai manga for you to burn. Momo, well, what do we offer? Uraraka, I don't participate. Those from Class B and CU, us either. Kaminari, you'll have to do our chores and maid outfits for a month. Momo, done. Shoto, like the old man, he doesn't see him as a son, but as a tool, he would say, feeling hatred for AFO. Endeavor, sorry son, he thought. Kamui, don't you have a feeling that someone is going to die? Mount Lady, yes, but what does it matter? Hisashi is Hexy. On screen. Ah, how tired, she said, putting down the plates she had on top of her. Being a maid was harder than it seemed, but it was still the only thing someone like her could really do, or well, the only thing she could do without getting into jobs that weren't very morally sound. She had nothing against those ladies, but even so, he didn't like those jobs at all. A simple accident, and he could end up with a blessing which he didn't want to have now. The university work won't be done by itself. Come on, Inko. At 1, at 2, and at 3, she encouraged herself, the young green-haired girl showing the best smile she could to the clients, being as kind as possible, enduring all the compliments to her person, making her feel less, earning a tip or two for having shown them. In a supposedly accidental way, a bit of her proportions, she was one of the best maids in the place. Her mild telekinesis quirk helped her maintain balance with the things on top of her, and by the way, she had also done a bit of yoga to keep in shape, so she was quite flexible. Hey, I appreciate you asking to be served, but please be sure to respect me and the other girls too, she said as sweetly as possible, striking a sensual pose with the person in front of her. And the day passed without much fanfare for the customers, but for her, it was just another hard day of work. She couldn't wait to get home, and being able to take off her maid uniform. Why did it have to be so tight across her chest? Then it fit snugly around her waist, making it a little hard to breathe. Today had been another difficult day. Her white apron was dirty from waiting on so many tables, but still, she liked one thing about this maid cafe, which was the main reason I was working there. If the customers liked you, they'd pay you to spend a maximum of 2 hours talking to them. That included the food. Obviously, I had to give 30% of everything I earned to the cafe. But at least it wasn't half. I could still make a decent profit with that. There are advantages to being the favorite, she thought to herself as she sat at a table listening to the 1,001 things the guy in front of her was saying. He was actually quite average. He wasn't handsome, nor ugly, a decent guy, and the truth is he had a future if he continued in his career. But he just didn't appeal to her beyond a casual outing, and it was noticeable when you saw his look. But of course, this guy was always concentrating on talking about himself. He couldn't notice the discomfort and eagerness that his look reflected for her to quickly end this conversation, since his 2 hours were about to expire, and he was analyzing which table to go to now to serve her. Off-screen, Bakugo, and Inko? He would say, surprised. Mitsuki, oh, it's you. Before you met Hisashi, I would say excitedly. Many men were blushing since Inko was such a hottie. Not even the hero killer was safe from it. Kaminari, old. Mineta, was Midoriya's mom that good? But what the hell happened to her? He thought, crying blood. Almight, she's so beautiful, he whispered. Mount Lady, but what happened to that woman? She would say, scandalized. With that she was gaining fear of aging. Inko, I had forgotten those years, she would say, annoyed. Kirishima, looking at your friend's mom is not manly, he thought, trying to hide. Shoto, will the soba be made of soba? He thought, given his innocence. On screen, I'm really sorry, I want to stay longer, but your time's up. Please forgive me, but they're calling me somewhere else. She stood up, and if it weren't for the security of the place, God knows what would have happened. She sighed, and finally, after several hours, the day was over. She could rest. She was exhausted. Her throat hurt, and it was night time. Thank goodness I live near here, I just hope that after the fall of All for One, the truth is I really need it, she said to herself while putting a taser and pepper spray plus a brick in her bag. They told her she was exaggerating, but with these villain things and she didn't know what else the world could have now. The truth is, she barely felt safe in her home. But one thing she loved about arriving was what any adult would. She no longer had her uniform on. Food would be ready soon, as she was heating it up in the oven. She finally lay down on her bed. It was soft. She shouldn't sleep on the floor, but at least she could be thankful for that. It's not much, but at least it's mine, she said, lying down and closing her eyes, finally letting herself fall into Morphos's arms. Her university work could wait for tomorrow. She was very tired and tomorrow was the weekend, her 2 days off. She hadn't even taken off her pajamas. She had exactly the same clothes she had worn before putting on her uniform. A red jacket, a short beige skirt that reached a few inches above her knee, was a bit loose. She had no problem with going back like that, but even when her eyes were closed, even when she was supposed to be at peace, her face reflected only anguish. She wasn't a hero. She wasn't a villain. She was a civilian who at any moment, even right now, a villain could come in and let her know what. She couldn't hide it or not when she was alone. Living in a world like that was terrifying. Screen turns off. Orca gang, beautiful. Kamui. It's a pity she's so emaciated now, he thought. Aizawa. The more wrinkled the raisin, the sweeter the fruit, he thought, blushing to slap himself. She's your offspring's mother, don't get along with her. Shinzo. Wow, he would say, startling some. Inko. I remember those days. Too much danger on the streets where I lived. Mitsuki. Yes. Rei. I remember. The entire room fell silent after seeing this. Since they were now trying to think how they would take the green-haired man, they knew it was an alternate reality. But how would they talk to him from now on? Or rather, what would he be like in this dimension? Beginning of the Camino. The room was filled with absolute silence, as they were beginning to learn a different reality from the green-haired boy, one they were sure even he didn't know about. And all of this before he was even born into that world, since according to Inko and Natsuki, who confirmed the name of the green-haired boy's father, one thing was clear: Izuku was All for One's grandson. Almight, young Midoriya, grandson of the symbol of chaos. Nizu. The worrying thing is what will happen if he finds out. Shoto. He is not AFO, he would say, remembering the words of the sports festival that Izuku told him. Izuku is different from him. And even though they are related, AFO is a wretch who, as we see, does not even care for his son. Stain. It's true, he would agree. I've seen what that green-haired man is capable of. He's a true hero, incapable of faking the things he's done. Gran Torino. I agree with Stain. I would say, to the surprise of the heroes also, it is not right to make the son or grandson pay for the sins of the father/grandfather. We are heroes, not executioners or judges. Nizu. I agree with you. Kirishima. Same here. Leaving a friend isn't manly. Mandalay. He saved Kota from Muscular. I can't let that debt go unnoticed. Uraraka. She took a risk for Eri-chan. Tsuyu. He was one of those who suggested going for Bakugo-chan Karo. We can't leave him. Ida. He saved me from Stain. I can't turn my back on him, he would whisper, being heard by Stain, drawing a slight smile. It was seen that over time he was changing. Almight. You're right. We can't distrust him, he would say, regaining his composure. Several of the green-haired man's close circle simply thought it was hypocritical, given that even knowing his relationship with AFO, he had doubts. Bakugo. The nerd can be whatever you want, but he will always be a hero. The best of us, he would say, to whisper the last thing. Monoma. I must agree with them, but no matter how much we support them, what will society say? Kendo. It's true. Ibra. They will cast the first stone even though they have sinned. Aizawa. We'll have to defend the brat, he would say seriously. Inko. Please, she would say, being hugged by Ryukyu since she couldn't get close because she was falling into tears. Ryukyu. We must do it. We owe it to her, he would say, remembering the Izuku vs. Chisaki fight. Nagant. Forget what the commission will order. I'll just tell them that whatever they decide, prepare for a civil war between heroes, he would say firmly. Endeavor. That's true. It will happen, he would say seriously. No one wanted to or even knew what to say, until someone remembered something. Mandalay? And the children? The Watcher. In a playground themed after his savior, he would say, seeing a pocket dimension with an amusement park where Katsuma and Kota were playing while Mahoro was on a Bakugo-themed ride. Aizawa, good. Before anyone could say anything else, the screen lit up. On screen, the best thing would be to destroy everything completely. He prepared his attack while muttering to himself, watching the entire city covered in a blanket of night, immersed in vibrant celebration. Fireworks lit up the sky, and the bustle of the festivities filled the streets. To him, the whole spectacle seemed absurd and ridiculous. They are just masses, remember Hasashi, you are his son, the demon prince. He continued, pointing his sphere of orange flames at the city, forcing himself to believe that lie. A single movement, even in that attack, he could save a lot of suffering to the others, but even so, TSK, they're just wasting time. He gave up. His hands were already covered in blood. 2 days of massacring the insurgents who thought they could usurp his father's place had taken its toll on him. They all fell by his hand, and he showed no regard or mercy when he pulled the trigger, charring them to ashes. I don't understand why it's more complicated with you guys. He retreated, but not before making one last attempt and failing again, watching as the heroes began to arrive at his location. Reminding him of his exact position, he decided to withdraw immediately. He must have been just a few days old, right? Shit, I have to do something about this, muttering. I don't want to imagine if it ends up coming out in some meeting with some important villain. I could end up getting into a lot of trouble with my father. I sigh, finally disappearing from the place, having several years of accumulated experience. Thanks to his father, he was able to go unnoticed at this very moment. Off-screen, Hagakure, you know, now I think about it, and it seems like a love story. Mina, yes, one where the Prince of Evil falls in love and changes sides. Midnight and Mount Lady would simply sigh like schoolgirls. After all, along with the gossips of Class A, they were fans of romance, especially forbidden loves. Mirko, yes, as if those things happened, he would say with amusement. After all, his world is not a fantasy where the villain usually redeems himself and returns to society as a new man. Stain, someone should make them mature, I'd say seriously. Nagant, leave them, they'll fall on their own. Nizu, for a short time born he is very efficient. Gran Torino, there's no doubt he'll be the heir to AFO if he continues like this, although he'd say, looking at the green-haired girl, even the cruelest demon usually falls for love, he'd say, smiling, getting an idea from his experience where it was all going. Ray, even the greatest and cruelest demon can fall prey to love. Masaru, reminds me of Mitsuki, he thought, being impossible to deny that similarity. He just wouldn't admit it out loud. Mitsuki. And now Inko-chan will change the cruel demon for a good husband, she would say, making fun of her friend. Inko. MIT Mitsuki-chan, she would say, blushing and stuttering. Class 1A. I see why Izuku is nervous. Uraraka. Like mother, like son. On screen, with Inko. She blinked and rubbed her eyes, confused by the burst of light that had invaded her room. She looked at her alarm clock, which still showed the same time as always. Too early for the sun to even be over the horizon. What the hell is going on? She muttered, trying to ignore the light that seemed to have a life of its own. She took off her bra, as if that might somehow help her understand the source of the brightness, and settled under the covers as if they were protective armor against the chaos outside of the city where she lived. The bed was her sanctuary, and at that moment it was more so than ever. But as often happens, minutes turned into hours, and the sound of her alarm clock, seemingly muffled by the random chants of her quirk, made her jump out of bed in a complete panic. I'm late! She yelled, the echo of her internal alarm ringing throughout the house as she stumbled across the bedroom. The mess was so extensive it seemed to have a life of its own, with clothes, magazines, and empty coffee cups forming makeshift mountains. Things flew through the air as she tried to dress quickly, as if she were in a competition to see who could dress the fastest without looking. She tripped several times over the mountains of clothes, cursing the chaos she'd fallen into. When she finally managed to put on an outfit that looked decent enough, she bolted out of her house, running down the street as if a horde of zombies were chasing her. Note to self: next time, maybe I should consider getting up before the apocalypse. And just as she finished that thought, she was saved at the last minute by a person who ended up pushing her back onto the sidewalk where pedestrians and the truck driver were walking. He started shouting 1,000 insults an hour at the green-haired young woman who didn't know exactly what to think at that moment. Hey, if it weren't for what happened, you would have ended up in a pool of blood, Strawberry, and with those words the green-haired woman was about to complain to the person in front of her. If it weren't for this same guy. He made her tremble with fear at the same time that his hands roughly grabbed onto her clothes. Unable to stop trembling as she tried to find a corner where she could take refuge from the intimidating presence this man emanated like a killer instinct that made her swallow her words before she could even say anything to him. She was completely paralyzed. And when her eyes came into contact with each other's, I have something on my face, if so, I should clean it somehow. But I doubt it was because of the meeting this morning. I know I used my quirk well to not leave crumbs or ashes. At the same time, as strange as it sounds, I also made sure that my clothes were impeccable. Now your gaze crystallizes. That doesn't make sense maybe, and quite a lot. With the elegance of someone who clearly hadn't stained a hair in weeks, she brought her hand up to her face, as if trying to check if, for some mystical reason, some piece of food had decided to take up residence in her black hair. Hey, I know we just met, and he mumbled a lot, but it's not like your gaze is like let's see. Like he just stepped out of a soap opera episode where the villain just revealed he's his own father, mother, and uncle at the same time. Strawberry, and somehow he mumbled like a superhero convention-loving nerd. All the murderous intent that had flooded the place, paralyzing her, was suddenly overshadowed by that same murmur. And just when things couldn't get any more absurd, Hasashi, in his new, post-murderous zen state, "Could you tell your friend back there to stop looking at me like a perverted sexual harasser? Honestly, I may be a lunatic, but I'm not a bastard." The green-haired girl finally managed to blink, as if she had just rebooted her brain, and yet she still had no idea what was happening. Because yes, I definitely had the worst luck in the universe. I had just seen a guy go from serial killer mode to having an existential doubt, because I couldn't have a normal day. Hey, third-rate drug addict, leave her alone, or the next thing you'll see is this beauty all over your neck with that. The green-haired girl now panicked, waving her hands in the air in a haphazard manner, trying to prevent her friend Mitsuki from knocking out another person who dared to bother her. "Mitsuki! Stop electrocuting half the people who come near me. This would be the 5th of the week." She couldn't help but get annoyed as the latter passed her suitcase to Inko and put a hand on her hip, starting to talk to her without the slightest respect to the unknown dark-haired man who was bothering her lifelong best friend. "I haven't told you anything about that. Stop being so trusting. In one of these you'll get into serious trouble." Inko, and a drop of sweat fell when he saw how Inko herself was looking for the same guy, moving her head from side to side trying to locate him without any success. Great, now I have to deal with a stalker who can either turn invisible or has a teleportation quirk. But without wasting any more time, he took her by the hand and forced her to run at full speed. If they hurried, they would arrive in time to the place where he had to get to urgently, leaving Hasashi alone. Off-screen, every grown man in the room would blush at the sight of Inko Midoriya's youthful figure. Truly, when she took off her bra, she looked like a masterpiece of some deity. Mineta. But what the buck, he would say, to be hit by an explosion. Bakugo. Respect my aunt, he would say angrily. He was along with several from Class 1A who were not affected by the image. Mitsuki. Masaru? Masaru. I'm fine, he would say smiling. He had eyes for no one but his wife. Almight, AFO's son kept that, would think with envy. Endeavor. I married Ray and caused him so many problems, but didn't I see that? He thought, blushing. Kamui. Shit, he would think, blushing. Every male hero, and even the hero killer Stain, was fighting back a blush. Gran Torino. The youth of today, he would say, shaking his head. Aizawa. I see, that's why the green-haired boy isn't late. Inko. I raised him very well, she would say sadly. Seeing that Inko was in a hurry to leave her apartment, and was almost run over, being saved by none other than Hasashi, Mina and Toru sighed like lovers. They seemed to be watching a soap opera, while Mitsuki looked amused at her friend. Mount Lady. How envious, I would say, seeing the green-haired girl. Midnight Lucky. Mitsuki. Ha 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 ha, my look. Kirishima. It resembles Baku Bros when someone insults him or calls him weak. Mineta. But what? He would say incredulously. Kaminari. Bakugo's mom was very beautiful. Masaru. What was it like? He would say, annoyed. She is and always will be the most beautiful woman I've ever known. Emitsuki. Owo. Bakugo. Old in public, no. He complained, blushing from embarrassment. Monoma. Oh, malevolent cockroach got sentimental on us, he would say, taking advantage of the bug to make fun of him. Mizu. Fascinating. Despite everything, She is not affected by him, but he seems to be affected by her. David, it seems like what women are calling love at first sight. Melissa, scientifically it doesn't exist, but from an emotional point of view I would say smiling. Almight, why are we ugly ones left alone? He mentally complained at such injustice. He, the son of his nemesis, a villain for his actions in what you are seeing, is left with such beauty as Inko was, on screen, who had hidden himself in the midst of all the multitude of people who were in the place. Hisashi, you've had enough fun. Go straight to that gangster Eren, eliminate him or bring him to our side by force if necessary. But enough of these teenage games. We created you for a purpose, don't forget it. With just those words, the good mood that Hisashi Shigaraki had been in a few minutes ago, he was completely sidelined, returning to his traditional facet. The same bloodthirsty lunatic who terrorized anyone who got in his way had returned to his facet as a demonic prince, the son of all for one. Well, it's here, son, you know what to do. If they didn't remind him, he breathed calmly. He had spent this weekend finishing off several mobsters, insurgents, coup plotters. He had restored order to the power system of villainy, if they wanted to survive the future siege of the heroes that they were sure to do. To be able to recover all the territory they had lost in these years thanks to the figure of their father, all for one. What do you want, beast? Multiple snipers. There would be no problem. Raised his hand and threatened him directly at the same time that Eren raised his hand, showing that it was already cut, and some yellow rays came out of his hand, colliding with each other, generating several electric sparks that dispersed in the air. If you value your life, let me go, abandon your leader and surrender. I'm not going to repeat it. It didn't take more than 2 seconds for everyone to raise fire against him. But for someone like Hisashi, who had a body specifically made for successful adaptability, with raw exponential growth, it's nothing but a nuisance. He dodged each and every one of the shots fired with absolute, perfect mastery and agility. Without making the slightest effort, it didn't matter to him that his face was seen by different people. A villain shouldn't fear having his face seen, moreover. He had to make sure that those who saw his face were safe. They will remember perfectly who their new lord and master was. That's all. Well, my turn. He launched his orange fire towards a wall, generating a small explosion which sent too many of the guards who were guarding his lord flying. He could no longer leave loose ends. The latter took that option away from themselves by scorning his generosity in allowing them to escape from here alive. Eren, I have specific orders to either kill you or make you join us. One last attack and I will be forced to not hold back for the rest of the fight. He spat out a fireball that caused a wall of orange flames. He used them as camouflage, villain territory, as he loved it, a place where villains like him reigned. They could have fights, they could do whatever they wanted. Here the only thing that ruled was, beast, you forgot that's where it's at. It's either you kill or you're killed. I aimed at his extremely resilient person, crystallization quirk. Nothing to worry about. He would close the distance and deliver a blow to his opponent's jaw, causing him to spit out 3 teeth from his mouth, before moving away and attacking from a distance. If that had hit me, I would be in trouble. He breathed and calmed down. If that was the case, it was time to finally get serious, just like his father had done before. It was time to show why he was the demon prince. His eyes turned pure black, leaving behind his red scara, launching himself directly with pure force on his opponent. Finally, he said nothing, he just concentrated on his enemy. After the blow, it was necessary to finish with a double kick to his stomach, and then finish the job with a flaming red sphere. They attacked him from behind, but without any kind of mercy or consideration. He ended up tearing off the mercenary's arm, and before he could scream, he used this same arm to decapitate him in the act without losing his neutral expression throughout the fight. This is what you want to be, a groveling puppet of your father. Can't you choose something for yourself, beast? Stop being his puppet already. Because if there's one thing I hate more than anything in this world and the next, it's people who willingly give up their freedom. There was no going back. It was now or never. So the 20-year-old with long hair tied in a ponytail, wearing overly simple sportswear, dark pants, black shoes, a white t-shirt, and a grayish jacket, didn't hesitate a moment longer. No was the last thing the young raven-haired man said, as he followed his father's instructions, who specifically warned him about the consequences of his future defeat if it were to happen. For Hisashi, there were no other options. It was always win or win. But for that very reason, he had to let his opponent reach his full potential. I must allow his power to grow to its highest point, and then crush it with my own hands. For a brief moment Hisashi's eyes glowed white, and the iris in his eyes had come alive again, showing what was his own personality. Not his father's, not the one that Dr. Kyudai had installed and was now dominant in his body. I'm just a nobody. Eren finally rose to his maximum power, showing the maximum quirk that Hisashi's father had given him along with the others, which echoed in his head: gigantification, electricity, low-level mind manipulation, regeneration and crystallization, all together in that titan that rose above the Yakuza base that he himself had come to destroy. Off-screen, Nizu, I see, he would say, looking interestedly at the screen. Almight, director? Aizawa. He wants to be free. Present Mike. He's not a tool, I would say, annoyed. With what they saw beyond him being bad, they were seeing more that AFO used him as something disposable. Almight. Just when I didn't think that guy could be any more despicable. This tops it, I'd say, annoyed. Shoto looked at his hand and then at Hisashi. Both were created by a selfish wish of their parents. And even though Endeavor is trying to change, AFO was a different type. Kendo. I must admit that he doesn't fight badly at all. Mirko. Who would have thought if I had met him first, he would say, smiling. He was strong. I could respect that, to be able to have a partner and have offspring. But well, the green-haired girl won him over. Ojiro. He's also a master at dodging bullets. Ida. I would say he is faster than my brother and me. Kyoka. It's making him hesitate in the fight. Stain. Which for him can be lethal, but it is not a bad move, he would say, giving his opinion. Enagant. But she so doubts. Now it's up to Mrs. Midoriya to do her thing. Gran Torino. Do you really think someone like AFO is going to let him get away with it, girl? She would say, leaving the Commission's assassin in doubt. Hawks. As I see, that guy is capable of anything. Kaminari. The fight is great. Bakugo. I didn't know Uncle Hisashi knew how to fight like that, he would say, vaguely remembering the man as someone calm, similar to Izuku, only less sentimental. Mirio. Beyond everything, it's a good fight, he would say, adding his 2 cents. On screen. I always make my way by killing my enemy's son of all for one without further ado. Hisashi, at the same time as his father would have done, lunged at his enemy, to which Eren responded by crystallizing his body, giving him a strong blow to the entire body that sent him flying several meters all over the place. Eren, have fine. I can handle this. My fire is still too weak to break through that crystallization. My brute strength, however, should be enough to break through the bones of that gigantification gift. Not to mention you can't use that state for more than half an hour, and if I destroy your titan you'll only have 2 extra attempts to defeat me, he muttered lightly. Well, I have 2 options. Either I give in to a fight of endurance, or I go for a direct fight. The answer is obvious: punch to the jaw. He was going for the first time against an opponent at full power, causing his body to be covered in red flames that pierced the giant's entire body, as if it were a human bullet. First to the chest, then to the arms, and finally, with your shoulder damaged, you only have your legs left to use for mobility. So, to secure your coffin, there's nothing more effective than this. He already had it in his hands, there was no doubt, but something that was obvious to all high-caliber villains, even All For One himself. Whenever a villain or hero found themselves in the worst possible situation, they would push their limits to the limit, but this was something all villains in particular should admire about heroes. Regardless, it was somehow because of those idiots that the latter always had something up their sleeves. Warhammer, and with that name hundreds of spikes came out of the ground, forcing Hisashi to briefly stop his offensive while Eren got out of the Titan and bit the hand to summon another Titan that rushed towards Hisashi without caring about the number of people he was trampling in the process under his feet. If this were to happen to her, he became annoyed. Hisashi, for the first time in the entire fight, burned with rage as he imagined that single scenario in his head, the green-haired girl in his arms, him screaming helplessly as they got closer and closer to heroic territory due to their fight. He couldn't allow that thing to get any closer to that place. Idiot, don't bring idiots into this. Oh. That brief oversight cost him dearly, as he ended up being caught by Eren's crystallized hand that began to crush him without any kind of consideration or modesty, slowly hearing, thanks to the resistance of Hisashi's body, how his bones are. They broke in a beautiful symphony of creaks that fascinated the genocidal maniac. Let me tell you something, Hisashi. Villains don't care at all about people they can easily replace. To a true villain, these people are just like pets. But with that grave mistake, Hisashi had already suffocated in rage. It ended with him throwing away what little reason he had left. No, she's not a pet. A blow to the face of an angry jet black man with slightly bluish flames knocking him to the ground immediately, after passing his face leaving a hole in his skull making Aaron's Titan stagger. Then he went for his shoulder again, piercing him with his own beam created by him. Roa! He couldn't help but hide his deafening scream that filled the entire place, being silenced again by Hisashi, who ended up piercing Aaron's Titan's head for the second time, leaving him on the mat, hitting his lower back, sending him flying and full of holes from which smoke came out, unable to fully regenerate. Listen to me carefully because I'm only going to say it once. Take back what you said a while ago. They're not pets. They're people with lives, insignificant lives that must serve our purposes. It's true. But, and it's a big but, we don't have the right to treat them like animals. You heard me right. I shout to the four winds. If one day I find out that someone like you, or any wretch has done something as low as using his mere strength to commit barbarity or senseless carnage, you will have to deal with me. Let it be clear to all the villains. I am the son of All for One, and I will not let you do whatever you want. He continued talking. They could not stop him. If you want to kill each other, kill each other. If you want to play the victim, go ahead. But stop believing yourselves to be so important as to usurp my father's place. Go ahead, marry me, destroy me. I'm waiting for you, you bunch of inept imbeciles. I finally ended up observing how Aaron's body. So you're still alive, you've finished your tantrum, or you're going to end up joining the League of Villains, a project created by my father himself? He extended his hand in a serious, sharp and threatening manner, leaving this ruffian in shock. No matter how much of a murderer he was, no matter how much of a person he tried to appear to be, and a murderous aura that he gave off, and all his senses warned him of imminent danger, when he looked into the eyes of this black man, Roa, was the only thing he could say as he exited his Titan. He had given up. There would be no point in continuing to fight if he couldn't win today. He would win tomorrow. He had his own plans, his own goals, aspirations to fulfill in the future. A world where all quirks could be used freely, regardless of their user, leaving as the only sign of his surrender the bowed head of his Titan, smoking from the same burns and attempts at regeneration that had plagued his battle. After all, yes, I wanted a world where there were no heroes or villains. This jet black man seemed to combine the best of both worlds, an evil so great that he won't stop until he gets what he wants under his command, and a kindness so great that he even spared the life of someone who tried to kill him. TSK, don't expect me to apologize or swear loyalty to you. The only reason I'm accepting this is because I don't want to die. Beast, it was better this way. That way, no one would know his real name in case something bad happened to him. He didn't even know why he followed his father All for One. He didn't even know what that damn purpose was that the doctor and his father, they always told him that he had to comply. Aaron, I'll give you the funds you need when you join us, but I need you to do me a favor, and that my father doesn't find out about this. He stopped watching the moment he saw that I began to pass through your body like a human bullet, and what he asked of him was something that completely alerted the young adult, but to Hisashi, he simply reaffirmed his serious expression and posture. Off-screen, Kirishima, amazing. Kaminari, yes, it's better than Shinzo. Almight vs. AFO's fight on Kamino. Various, Kayaya. Don't do that. Aizawa, leaving that aside, it's a battle without quarter. Inko. Hisashi, she would say worriedly. Mitsuki, if you lose, I'll revive you and kill you. Hisashi. Stain. He's not just hesitating. Nizu, yes. Gran Torino. Forging his ideal. Almight. What do they mean? Nizu. He is forging his ideas. Something to live for without being tied to anyone or anything, other than the person who saw him as such, he would say, looking at Inko. Seeing the brutal fight that took place, the students were surprised, partly thankful that Izuku is a tender cinnamon roll and not a savage, although in fights, Izuku showed that like his father he had leadership skills. Present Mike, he even blackmailed his future subordinate. Midnight, love tamed the demon prince, she would say, sighing like a schoolgirl. Mount Lady, why didn't it happen to me? She complained. Bakugo, it seems that was not a story. Tokoemi, that woman freed him from his darkness. Shoji, yes. Ojiro, well, love is powerful, they say. On screen, the next morning, you've fulfilled your role very well, son. However, I need to confirm your loyalty. Whenever you're ordered to bring in a person, alive or dead, you always choose the path that would pull the trigger. A villain shouldn't hesitate. Now I need you to go after this person. It's a direct order from me and the doctor. He must come as a corpse. Am I clear? And with that said, yes, sir, I didn't complain, or even complain. There was no reaction. Apparently, his experiment was still within the established parameters. He just needed a little discipline and strength from time to time to be able to resume his path as a perfect vessel. It was only natural that these small setbacks would occur. Even the best plan always has its small flaws, he told himself as he watched Hisashi walk away from the place radiating a murderous aura that initially matched what he was a few decades ago. He was growing in an extraordinary way, and that was why he should not be trusted. I need someone to keep an eye on him. It seems I'm going to need to move some pawns to get the bishop out to play. To protect the queen on the chessboard, he made that comparison while looking at different papers on his desk, clearly stopping after 3 minutes on a certain young woman who caught his attention. Well, this is supposed to be the UA. The doubt now, how do I infiltrate and kidnap, bring Shirakumo's corpse to our base? I stare at the place that was being patrolled by Nana Shimura's older brother Sorahiko Torino Shimura, making this job only go from bad to worse. Off screen, Almight, he's not your replaceable tool, he muttered, gritting his teeth. It sickened him to see his nemesis treat others like that. Nizu perfect vessel? He asked aloud to the bewilderment of several. David, but it's impossible. To use a new body you have to transfer a soul, which is impossible even in religions. I would say, surprised. As a scientist, things like the soul are something that don't enter into your beliefs. But if you study religions in your training as a scientist, even the greatest absurdity has its scientific basis. The soul is something that can't be manipulated and transferred to a new body. Or so everyone believed, even in Buddhism. Aizawa and Priest and Mike, Shirakumo? He would say with doubts and fear. Midnight, so he sent it for him. Naomesa. That would imply that he could be Kurojairi, he would say with his doubts, but making his theory clear. Gran Torino. They don't even stop watching me. On screen. Hey Strawberry? Now it was her turn to be surprised, watching as the green-haired girl hurriedly rubbed her head, immediately getting worried and alert to anything that might happen around her. She had given the specific order that no villain could be in this place at that time. Who could be so stupid as to dig their own grave? He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he only watched as Eren briefly passed by Inko Midoriya's side, touching her hand while a faint ray ran through his right hand and along his entire arm until it reached his shoulder, and finally ended in the green-haired girl's eyes. Falling almost unconscious from this. Oh, sorry, my head hurt from hey, you're the guy from the other day. Hisashi isn't like that. You told me you worked abroad and your quirk was breathing fire. No, I couldn't be happier right now. I had played with the green-haired girl's mind. But I wasn't lying to her at all, I'm just making sure you don't get involved in this world, Inko. He gave her a sincere smile, while nodding slightly. Now every time Inko had a curiosity about him, it would be answered automatically thanks to the mental manipulation quirk that Eren himself had used on her without the green-haired girl knowing. Although you probably hate me now, Inko, she didn't understand why he said that. She had just met him, and he seemed like a good person. In fact, when she saw those red eyes, it made her so curious that she simply couldn't help but be happy when she remembered how Hisashi himself had saved her from a truck recently. Not to mention that for the short time they were together, at least she liked him. I don't know why you say that, Hisashi, it's true, I forgot you were an orphan, sorry. He excused himself, to which Hisashi smiled honestly and sincerely. I wish it could be like this all the time, without worries, without external pressures. Just one person with another person, wanting to hang out during their hectic work days. Son, leave your pet and get to work. That was enough to bring him back to reality, slightly nodding his head with his hardened expression at Eren Yeager, who didn't need any more signals. He took the green-haired girl's hand again, leaving her completely unconscious while Hisashi lit a small cigarette he was holding. Ugh, someday my time to reign will come, he walked calmly, without haste or pause, His face must have been seen by several cameras in the place, and if he made any movement he would end up falling under the suspicion of anyone who was curious enough to notice that something was seriously wrong. Off-screen, the women saving Merkel watched the relationship between the two, as it was more than clear that the future couple was generating their loving connection, while the more childish ones and the students sighed in love. Inko, and even if you lie to me to make sure of me, I will still love you, she would say, taking her breast. But all the romantic atmosphere went to hell when AFO spoke. If looks could kill, AFO would have been killed by all the women over 1001 times, leaving the 1000 Ways to Die show as a mere child's play. On screen, well, it's time he finally stood still and static as the temperature of the environment around him gradually increased. It wouldn't take much to generate a precise explosion throughout the place near the UA, a prestigious school of heroes that encompassed the hope of the citizens. Let's put it past. Let's see, I think that beach building is a good place. I've already done my good deed for the day by leaving Inko Midoriya out of this equation. Good thing I asked Eren to lend me one of his agents, had they're all willing to die for their ideal. You idiots. He ended up walking away when the person was positioned roughly more than a snap of his fingers to generate the camouflage he needed to accomplish this mission. A human bomb. It always works, although if it were up to me I would have preferred a more discreet approach. Sometimes I don't know why you want to do things in a big way. Father, he finished speaking to himself while he put out the flames that remained impregnated in the suit that his own father had created specifically for him, with his own hands. Target in sight. Apparently he is accompanied by a certain Shota Aizawa. His gift cancels the gifts that other people may have, but for that he must stay looking at his target. Should I also bring him to the base or set him free? I await orders. He aimed with deadly precision. This would be the easiest mission he had undertaken to date. He just had to compress his fire into a perfect bullet, and noted student Shota Aizawa is irrelevant. Fire! He muttered, with absolute calm and coldness, as he stared at his target, unable to kill him directly with a shot to his heart. He couldn't do it, not if he didn't want to give up those brief moments in which at least the green-haired girl allowed him to be just another member of the crowd. I don't even judge my murmur. He finished speaking to himself, observing how the student had been put into immediate rescue operations. He pounced before Shota Aizawa could barely react, punching him near his right eye, leaving it blurry, but not before. He kicked him, knocking him out instantly and knocking him to the ground. He was about to finish Shurikumo off, but froze when he saw what the UA student was doing. Apparently you were a hero until the end, weren't you? Kurogyri project. He took him by the arm and put it on his back. His skull was completely shattered. His skeleton, at least part of it, had been reduced to dust by the stone that had fallen on his head. As a sign of respect, he called Eren Yeager again to take care of this situation. If you're going to start calling me to take care of your messes, believe me, She placed her hand on his shoulder, directly threatening him and forcing him to shut up. She had no say in these matters that shouldn't have been hers. She was only using him because it had a strategic purpose. Oh well, that's what I wanted to believe, but really, just shut up. He died saving some children. His last words were, "Make your future students develop their talents and potential, emo friend." They had that conversation just days before this incident. That's what he should remember. He died a hero. And not that he was killed by a villainous hand, is that clear? He nodded at her question. Finally, Hisashi was able to sigh peacefully, but not before whispering something in Shota's ear. If you value your friend's will, you will become a teacher and prevent more students from reaching the slaughterhouse. Make that your main line of thought. That would be all. Let's get out of here. The flames are already dying out, and I don't want my face to come to light so quickly. They left as quickly as they came, while Eren let go of the UA student's hand. Off screen, everyone watched in awe as Hisashi operated, in part following his own agenda. While Aizawa and Mike saw this helplessly, they were at least grateful that Hisashi didn't kill him, but waited for him to die, saving a group of children before taking the body. Aizawa. So Kurogyri is Oboro, he would say with a broken voice. Present Mike. Yes. Inko. I'm sorry for what Hisashi did. Aizawa. You don't have to. Your husband preferred to wait and comply immediately, and I respect that. Present Mike. Although the kick, Nizu, it was more to pretend he was doing the job, he would say seriously. He didn't like what Hisashi was doing, but he knew he had to keep up appearances. The UE students understood why Aizawa became a teacher and why he used to be harsh with them, and even more so those who participated in the assault on the Shy Hasaikai, gaining a strong respect for their teacher. Stain, he would have been a great hero, I would say, respecting Oboro. Aizawa. So despite everything, you whispered in my ear you wanted to honor Oboro Hisashi, he would say, having some respect for his child's father. On screen. Eminem, how did I get here? Wait, this isn't my apartment, she said, standing up, gasping and falling to the floor, feeling her legs go completely numb. It took her a few brief minutes before she could fully compose herself. Checking that she was complete, she had all her fingers. Problem number, let's see, 2 arms, 2 legs, 10 fingers. Everything was in place, his clothes were still intact. He didn't feel any pain, a good sign. Right now he's just stretching his arms, full arm mobility. He stood up slowly and stomped a little on the ground. Apparently his legs were still functional. Okay, calm down. Don't panic. At least you're not missing anything. Well, nothing important. Phew. Apparently nothing serious happened, that was enough. However, she couldn't leave it like that. What kind of guest would let the person who had let her sleep in her house end up without some kind of reward for the service provided? Look, the important thing is that I'm alive, whole, and with all my things in their place. The rest I'll figure out later. So, with her best smile, she went straight to the kitchen, sorting through anything she could use, regardless of whether it was genuinely her things or not. This would be her good deed for the day, helping those who helped her. Okay, let's see what's going on in this place. Most of the things are empty, however. I think taking these things, she started to make a meal, downplaying the fact that she was in an unknown place to her. Passing the hours of the whole day until the afternoon came and the door of the place opened almost suddenly, revealing a person who could already be considered a type of kidnapper. Hee. Please tell me you really don't have an obsession with me, please, she said nervously, to which Hisashi ended up falling to the ground in complete emotional and mental shock, unable to avoid muttering at the top of his voice about possible theories of what the hell was happening in front of his eyes. This wasn't in the contract. He tried to process what was in front of him. Inko Midoriya, the same girl who had explicitly asked Eren to take her somewhere safe, and to not bring her into this world at all. She was in his house. How was he supposed to react to this? Hisashi. You know, I thought I was going to faint again with all this. But then I saw your pantry and, well, I couldn't let you starve. Although, dude, seriously, where are the vegetables? This isn't life. There's barely any Katsudon material. Okay, that did something the raven-haired boy never expected. After all, it's not every day your emo friend has a pink tint to their cheeks in a state of total panic. And I am now. He was starting to tremble. It was very tender to see him like that. He put his hand on the dark-haired boy's shoulder, making the blush only increase. Even so, he tried to calm him down in the way he could, and his hands allowed him. He didn't judge him. He shouldn't criticize him for something like that. Hisashi, calm down. I'm not understanding anything. I know I fainted after the explosion that happened a while ago. Thank you very much for letting me stay at your house, although at first I didn't recognize it. Sorry I haven't come to this place much. Hee. Okay. I should give at least 2 million yen to Eren. You just saved my life. Damn Eren, you damn deranged genius piece of shit. He stood up, ignoring the trembling that was on top of him, making Inko feel a drop of sweat on her head, taking in as much air as her lungs could before slowly exhaling, feeling 1,000 times better. She couldn't ruin this. It was his first time talking to a girl, after all, and he was only a week old at most. Oh, okay, Inko. The truth is, sorry, it's not much. I recently moved to the city. I know that most people don't want to come around here, but with the prices being so low, it's great for me. I don't want to stand out too much. You know, she could understand that perfectly. So she started helping him prepare the katsudon tonight. She was going to spend it with Hisashi. Hey, I need to talk to Mitsuki so she doesn't worry. There's a phone over here. I handed her a phone, with which Inko could talk. She could talk to that annoying blonde, ash-haired tomboy who, as soon as she told her what was going on, would surely end in an absurd shouting match between the two women. Because of the same fright, Inko ended up falling off the chair she had sat on to get a little more comfort. I swear if that used tire face lays a finger on you, I'll end up sending him with my own hands to Lucifer's arms. Now the green-haired girl didn't know exactly what to do while she thought about how to get out of this, and among her options were hanging up the phone or faking a massive earthquake. I really swear, that if one day that woman has a child, I'm going to bribe her with anything she asks me to tell her to call her an old hag for life. And just as she predicted, the green-haired woman had to turn her face away from the landline because of the angry screams of an ash-haired blonde who seemed to be invoking Satan himself. I'm sorry, Mitsuki. I promise I'm fine. I'm with Hisashi. Yes, I love you too, Mitsuki. See you tomorrow. Bye. She had finally hung up despite her friend's annoyances. She was finally able to sigh quietly while screaming at the top of her lungs, not caring that Hisashi was looking at her almost like a freak. Go ahead and say it. We're very strange. A confident girl accompanied by a girl who can't stand having anyone on top of her. I know we're just weirdos. He placed a hand on hers, and it was now the green-haired girl's turn to blush slightly, looking away to hide the blush on her cheeks. For me, you are not for me. You are more beautiful than the northern lights. Inko Midoriya. His gaze always seemed to change when he saw her, to which the green-haired girl slowly approached her lips, captivated, feeling her heart beat at 100 kilometers per hour. Her breathing was breaking and mixing with Hisashi's. She was already so close to him that. But we barely know each other, so don't do something you might regret, Inko-chan. He put a finger on her lips, leaving her in shock to the point that she ended up falling unconscious again on the living room floor, causing, for the first time in her short life, the feared demon prince son of all for one. Ha ha ha! She couldn't help but burst out laughing, holding her stomach, while wiping away her tears and trying not to fall to the floor due to lack of breath. She didn't think this would happen. She carefully picked her up again and put her on the bed, covering her with great affection and care, staring at the beautiful green-haired girl. Sleep peacefully like a sleeping beauty. The screen turns off. Once again the room was filled with feminine interest as they gave way to their intuition. Inko. That's it, she would say, red with embarrassment. Uraraka, Mrs. Midoriya, are you with your future husband? She would say animatedly. Mina, he's falling in love. The women were somewhat interested, given that it seemed the demon prince had fallen in love and would change for the love of his partner. It was a romantic story they seemed to want to see. Mizu, love is an inevitable, painful, and fortuitous disease. David, Marcel Proust, interesting. Melissa, at least they are falling in love and he wants to change a little for her, I would say, analyzing things. Mitsuki, so Tomba, huh? She would say with a very sweet smile. Hisashi, you'll see the beating I'll give you when I die. Kirishima, if she's Baku Bro's mother, he would say with a drop of sweat, knowing whose character his friend had when he saw the tone used by Mitsuki on the phone. Rei, a great romance. Inko, I would say, moved. Fuyumi, yes. Mandalay, I wish it was me, she would say nervously and jealously. Almight, well, I must admit that she makes him change, he thought. But why him and not me? He thought jealously. Bakugo, uncle, I'll tell you like that, he would say, laughing, listening to Hisashi's wishes. Before the screen went black, the women sighed in love like schoolgirls watching a soap opera of their interest, while the men had a drop of sweat on their necks at that. Hisashi Midoriya. The women were sighing like lovers while Mitsuki was bothering Inko, who was very nervous, blushing and stuttering when she spoke. Uraraka, I see that Deku-kun is just like his mother, she would say amusedly. Mina, it's true, but what do you think will happen? Hagakure, what do you mean? Momo, it's true, I don't think Izuku will take well knowing that AFO is. Mina, her grandfather. Kyoka, will enter a stage of denial. Shoji, are you forgetting that, as we're seeing, the guy literally planned everything, his downfall and potentially a comeback? How do we know Midoriya won't be left vulnerable? Tokoemi, it's more likely that AFO is trying to use their connection, and from what we see, his father is revealing himself to the bastard, since he only saw him as a replacement body. Ojiro, you won't be. Tokoemi, Midoriya now more than ever must be protected and kept away from all for one. Kendo, but that won't be possible, even though he is in Class B. I've seen what Midoriya is capable of doing. We can't leave him behind. Shoto, and we won't do it, he stated firmly. Various, what? Bakugo, I know the nerd, they won't push him away even if they betray him, he's too stubborn. Ida, I don't agree either. What should we do? Turn our backs on him for his own good? I'm sorry, but that's not my language, he would say, adjusting his glasses. The vigilante, I wish all your variants were like this. Ida, well, whatever, it's time to bring them, he would say to make Dabi, Spyro and Toga appear in the room with a snap, alerting the villains. Dobby, Endeavor! I'd say ready. Spyro, false heroes. Toga, Achiko-chan, Tsuyu-chan. She would say, jumping towards them like a little girl, being the calmest of the three. Before there was a fight, a knife grazed Dobby and Spyro's cheek, both falling still. Stain. Silence, he would say with his terrifying aura. Spyro, Stain. Dobby, get lost, old man, he would say, trying to move. Stain, now shut up and listen to my words, he would say, looking serious. Spyro and Toga? Toga, here, he would say, returning with them. Stain, being the one who could speak without it seeming like all chaos and lies, proceeded to speak clearly to the three newcomers. So before Dobby could answer, he was tied to his chair by Stain. Toga left with Uraraka and Achiko, since she was one of the most reasonable of the villains, of course taking into account the fact of her mental problem. The calm returned to the room, while Spyro, without needing to be tied up, would sit near Stain, and Dobby looked with hatred at the hero killer, seeing him as a fake for interfering with his revenge. Without further ado, the screen lit up, attracting everyone's attention. On screen, you know, people like you are my favorites, he murmured, completely delighted by the morning work, which he was doing at this moment, giving a smile worthy of who was his creator, all for one himself, only being able to hear how the triple metal bar that he himself had managed to obtain by besieging the enemy base that he was sent to dismantle was now a cold and mechanical echo, as if a killing machine were playing its only role in this world of misery, and incompetent insects that only served their own ends, lacking a will and decisions of their own, having made a pact directly with their father and creator. Oh, Dagon, 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 Dagon. You're a humanoid octopus with tentacles and multiple eyes, accused of cannibalism, human trafficking, and foreign powers. Believe me, hearing that you were after my father made me very happy. So I can finally give you the comeuppance that no one has been able to give you until now, you bastard. Smack, after blow was nailed into Dagon's head, who tried to defend himself from the jet, being a total failure. There was no pause, and his speed was only increasing as the seconds passed. He was not killing him in one go, no matter how much he pleaded that he was trying to get out of his deformed mouth. The octopus wants to cry. How many more didn't ask you for mercy? How many more didn't ask you for mercy, you cheap old man? Now you're in front of your executioner. The purple blood flowed non-stop from the humanoid's body. One less plague that Inko would have to worry about in the future. And despite having already managed to immobilize Dagon, the mere thought of this scoundrel escaping from his grasp, despite his skull and brain already shattered, was so overwhelming that he couldn't let go yet. Not while there was still a chance he could return to life. Villainous rule always finishes off the enemy, and finally, the wet, slimy crunch of his tentacles being crushed by the triple metal bar he held in his hands. He was already dead. He wouldn't have a funeral, he wouldn't have a grave. Someone like him, so alien to the ideals he could possibly respect. He was undeserving of such honor as Oboro Shirikumo, an aspiring hero whose name he would never forget until his dying day. And finally, his blue flames consumed Dagon's entire body, leaving nothing but ashes on the ground, which first turned to glass due to the temperature used. I think this time I let myself get carried away by anger, he corrected himself, observing the broken glass on the ground of the beach, letting the breeze disperse the smoke that Dagon had become. He was now calmer and more peaceful. With this, Dad should probably give me a vacation. He was the last on the list he'd asked me to either eliminate or lure over to our side. But now what should I do? And with those simple words, alarm bells went off in All for One's mind, as he continued to keep an eye on his experiment. Off-screen, Mirko, why do I feel like we started with a beating? Ryukyu, and with lever hawks, as if he were Red Hood, he would say, referring to the comic book antihero. Inko, oh Hisashi, you should have more self-control, she would say, shaking her head. Mitsuki, do I have to remind you that Masaru had to drag him out of a bar before the fight started because of his temper? Bakugo, what right does she have to say that? He whispered, being heard by Kirishima. Kirishima, and what right does he have to say that? He thought with a drop of sweat. Stain, he's taking out several villains, his father's rivals. Dobby, wait, he's the son of Shigaraki's boss? He would say, surprised. Toga, oh, I want him to adopt me. He knows how to draw a lot of blood. Spyro, but why does he do it? Inko, I think he did it to clear the neighborhood of idiots who could affect our future relationship. Seeing a guy get killed made several people feel some fear for the father of their friend and companion, while All Might cursed in his mind that he hadn't met Inko and that his nemesis's son had kept her. It's not that the guy was a wretch like his father, but All Might was infatuated with the young woman's figure. Seeing Hisashi relax and say that AFO sent him to attract or eliminate the competition, Inko knew it was a 2-by-1 for them, but for the others, the mention of something being activated in the subject made them open their eyes. Endeavor. I know I'm not the best father, I'd say seriously, but AFO is worse than me. Dobby, yeah, right, he thought, trying to free himself even though he was listening and seeing everything on the screen. Aizawa. So you'll never forget it, how he would say sadly. Dobby, wait, why does it have blue flames? He would say, suspecting something. On screen, making her brow furrow in utter annoyance. He had planned to send a bribed heroine from the so-called Hero Commission, but in the end he decided on a slightly more discreet approach. Why would I hire a mere mercenary when I can keep an eye on you personally, my dear son? It's a shame that if I have to eliminate you in the future, you'll be of no use to me if you continue to develop your own personality. His anger wasn't evident, but the seriousness with which he conveyed those words was remarkable, so much so that even Hisashi himself began to tremble, searching everywhere for the presence that emanated such a murderous aura, as if a lion were circling its prey before being able to attack and consume it like the simple prey it was at that moment. Focus, Hisashi. I'm like 8 hours away from Japan. Telling Inko I had to leave for work was a good idea just now, but now what should I do? Today marked 3 months since she was born. 3 months since she woke up, and all she received was order, after order, after order from her father towards her, making him boil with suppressed rage so that what happened a few moments ago wouldn't happen again. And all he had to deal with these past few months was warnings of his failures, shackles that always hung over his hands, preventing him from acting whenever he wanted to do something of his own free will. Humiliations to my ideals. You've given me nothing. Not a word, not a single congratulation other than earn your position as a demon prince. What more do you want from my father? Isn't this enough for you? Isn't it enough that I'm the strongest villain on earth, right after you? Nothing. Only silence was the response from his father, making Hisashi swallow his anger again, making his father finally speak to him again with the same tone as always, cynical, carefree, devoid of life or empathy towards him. Can't you have fun with your pet, Hisashi? Stop bothering me. If I need you, I'll inform you immediately. Otherwise, do what you want, have fun. Remember, in our world we do what we want as long as we have enough power to do it. Exactly the reaction I wanted. Hatred, rage, resentment, all of it, and for the body of some insignificant little boar whom Hisashi himself could replace in an hour if he wanted. He was the demon prince. Villainous suitors were never lacking in his daily routine. And yet he'd thrown them all away for that boar. Understood. He mentally responded to his father with his hair turning almost completely white, imagining the 1,001 ways to bury that wretch in the deepest, most inhospitable corner of the planet. He was the main candidate to be the successor to All for One, something that had previously been considered impossible. Hisashi had managed to make it possible, and with good reason, shaped by the cruelty and brutality of a world that devoured the weak. From birth, he knew nothing but violence from the moment he set foot outside his gestation capsule. That's it, son. Hate me, hate the world, hate society, hate everyone. Hate them so I can take control of your body, hate your pet. The coldness in every action taken by his own person, with each defeated enemy his ego and pride increased. He had already transcended the initial stage of any villain, since his name, in what took him 3 years in Hisashi, was only 3 months in which his name was considered a myth for the entire society, a whisper, a legend, which only he could refute with a simple act of public presence. To all the masses that would come to look for him, he was now close to finally touching his new body. When, no this N isn't, it's not real. He resisted, leaving him in absolute shock, just as the brainwashing quirk touched Inko's memory, trying to make all the memories he forged with love and devotion of the green-haired girl be reduced to mere dust. The new personality, the new consciousness that had been forging for him in the past was able to expel him from his mental space. He fell to the ground completely exhausted, sweating, Unable to avoid being seized by panic, Inko just saved him from his father all for one. How the hell was that even possible? How is it that those simple memories of the green-haired girl laughing at his jokes gave him the ability to be able to resist the hatred and will of all for one at this point? He was still trembling, he was pale. But when he crawled to the edge of the beach where he was to be able to see his reflection, to be able to visualize that he was still the same through the color of his hair. Thank you, Inko. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He ended up falling to the ground almost unconscious, but able to rest in peace. He would think of an excuse to tell Inko that he had arrived late to work. He was calm, relaxed, if now he would be considered a traitor for opposing his father's will. But he couldn't care less about that now, not only because he lacked strength, but also because he knew right now that no matter what happened, he could never hate his little strawberry and all that. It made him so happy that he finally closed his eyes to rest, and tomorrow he would make a plan for himself, trying to escape from the place where his father was sure to imprison him. And he was right, because shortly after finally falling asleep in that place, a portal opened behind him, ready to take him to the place where they would teach him a lesson he would never forget. Off-screen, Hawks bribed heroine, Stain, Nagant, he would say, surprised. Nagant, me? She would say, starting to frown. She knew that the commission had made a pact with the devil, but she never expected that she would be used as a bargaining chip. Mina, wait, is that guy controlling everything for Hisashi? Inko, yes, I remember those moments. Hisashi was overprotective of me. Mitsuki, even Masaru had to try to call a psychologist to calm him down. Dabi, he's being worse than the old man, he whispered. Almight, he's limiting his own son. Gran Torino, he wants it as a replacement for his body, more than anything else. Aizawa, although that wretch wants to suppress me from having my own life. Nizu, yes, Hisashi is more like a bird looking to get out of its cage. Inko, how I hate my father-in-law. Momo, with anyone like that. Uraraka, that guy is a bastard. Ida, he doesn't deserve to be a father. Shoto, Hisashi is stronger than you, bastard, he would say, annoyed. AFO reminded him enormously of how much of a bastard Endeavor was. Present Mike, with a father like that, it's more than obvious that he would want him as buried in the ground as possible. Dabi, I want him dead, but why do I feel like even I? Toga, so Inko tamed the beast? She would say amusedly. Mina, it seems we have someone cultured. Hagakure, yes. Inko, he she laughed nervously. On screen, with Inko. You definitely have a life of luxury, Hisashi. He dropped onto the sofa, adjusting himself with the towel that struggled to hold the green-haired girl's breasts, trying to better accommodate the only garment that could cover her naked body from any undue gaze from the outside. Looking around the luxurious apartment in which, according to her just emo friend, Hisashi currently resided. Although I can't really understand you, Hisashi. Why would anyone need so much space? What is this, a training camp? A dance hall? 7 people could easily live here perfectly. I'm even a little jealous of my apartment now. But the moment I take a breath to sigh, she felt like the same towel she was currently wearing as her only piece of clothing. It fit uncomfortably against her chest, something that many women might envy in their teens, even as adults. However, for her, who didn't like to draw too much attention to herself, it was a total torment. Looking down, she had to quickly release all the air she had accumulated in her lungs to look down with total discomfort at her own body, crossing her legs in a mere act of reflex, as if wearing short skirts was natural to her thanks to her work as a maid. Why do they keep growing? Isn't there a stop button? Because honestly, I'm getting tired of this. Having to deal with back pain, searching for bras that fit perfectly, and for what? And then I can't even sleep on my stomach. Because of the pressure these things put on my body, Kaya. Thank goodness I was alone and in plain sight, because otherwise she'd die of embarrassment. This wasn't something you could say in public in front of everyone, at least not her. Just like Hisashi, she was a walking nervous wreck. It was hard for her to even talk about these things with her friend Mitsuki. She couldn't possibly just blurt them out to any stranger who happened to walk by. Also, can someone please explain to me what all the fuss is about girls wanting big breasts? If only they knew mine are like having 2 weights hanging off your chest all the time. Pain, discomfort, and zero fun. Honestly, I'd rather not have to carry these problems literally. I snort. and she crossed her arms over her own chest with a pink tinge on her cheeks, before shaking her head, seeming to be in a solitary internal discussion about why she was thinking right now about Hasashi touching them on purpose and giving him a cheap excuse that it was accidental. Kaya! Calm down already, Inko Midoriya. Finally, after almost bursting his throat and hiding his face under a pillow, hugging her with all his strength, he was able to calm down enough, trying to lower the carmine color that ended up on his cheeks because of that thought. If one day Mitsuki found out that she had had that thought, he would not stop calling her a pervert for any problem, even if it encompassed a global scope. If Hasashi finds out about this, that was what really terrified him. He knew exactly what that crazy man would say for having installed mini surveillance cameras in his apartment without his authorization, as well as in Inko Midoriya's own. Furthermore, Hasashi had specifically said that his pet had the right to its supposed privacy. But that wasn't something the other could take away from them. Any villain could break down the door and kidnap her in the act. That was why they had kept an eye on her at all times. I'll see how to deal with him later. If he finds out about this, of course. She quickly got rid of the guilt, a means to an end. Even Hasashi had to understand that. They watched her from the moment she woke up until she fell asleep. Every movement was supervised by his staff. By this point, there was nothing they didn't know perfectly about the green-haired girl. 3 months didn't pass in vain when it came to gathering information. Hello, gentlemen and beautiful ladies, I am amazed at how hard you have worked to please my insolent son's whims. Good job, was the comment that echoed in the minds of all the people who were there, making them turn pale at that very moment. Off-screen, Inko's face turned bright red in embarrassment, while several men in the room couldn't look away. Toshinori, it's, he would say without looking away. Endeavor, shit, he thought, looking away. Mirio, ha ha ha, Midoriya-san's mother was like him, he would say, laughing, trying not to fall into temptation. Shoto, Kirishima, Bakugo, Tokoemi, Ojiro, Shoji Ida were staring at the ground, trying to wait for the scene to pass. They had respect for a friend's mother. Toga, oh Mrs. Midoriya, what happened to you? You were very beautiful. Mina, age? I would say, starting to feel terror. Midnight, I don't want to be like this. Mitsuki, I had forgotten that, she would say amusedly. Ray, what do they want? Kaminari and Mineta were passed out on the floor with nosebleeds, unresponsive. Recovery girl, doesn't that guy give his own son privacy? She would say, annoyed. Gran Torino, Toshinori reacts. He would say, hitting Almight. Stain, what a miserable guy, he would say, blushing since he admitted to himself that Inko was a beautiful woman in her youth. Dabi, I can't imagine the old man doing that, he thought, giving his father a point, although he tried to deny it. On screen, while he was in charge of paralyzing the people around him, a basic technique for someone like him, he didn't need quirks to paralyze the people around him. His mere presence was enough and more than enough, and as a light souvenir, he snapped his fingers. This would be a good message for his insolent son. What a shame, can't they move? Now if they don't move in less than 9 minutes their heart will stop. This was fun. He turned his head slightly despite no longer having eyes. Through various sensory quirks he could be aware of anything that happened around him. What a disappointment, my son. He let himself be fooled by that boar. Oh, Hasashi, you could have been one of the greatest villains in history. Well, I guess you can't do everything. It's a shame my punishments are like a slow, sharp knife that eats away at the skin and tears the heart of anyone who dares to oppose you. Eren was drawn to him, and before he could take any action, before he could even give himself a chance to get him into trouble like he did with Hasashi in the past, he crushed his head with nothing more than his right hand, splattering blood on his elegant, night-black suit. After all, he couldn't continue using something so striking in honor of his son. Wasn't it Hasashi himself who didn't like to draw attention, so it was time to show him how a true villain should act. It's a shame you chose the prince's side over King Eren's. He kicked the corpse like it was trash, because in reality, from his point of view, it was. It was of no use to him anymore. Now that he was talking about it, the memories could be very dangerous, even more so for the Kurogiri project. Hey doctor, erase the specimen's memories of his stay at the UA. If in the middle of a raid on the same place he ends up remembering your Ashtkaj. He spat blood while his hair turned black again, falling to his knees on the ground. This damn son of his perhaps didn't stop trying to stop him. And don't you dare do. A blow to the stomach, he kept fighting, Damn it, how much Hisashi's heart was able to endure the torment he was putting it through. His gaze didn't lose the life that the latter seemed to have gained in the course of these 3 months of life. In fact, he was truly the only lunatic who, without help from the legendary One for All, dared to challenge him face to face. Don't even dream that I'll let you erase his friend's memories. It was a mistake, a damn mistake to have followed you here, but that ends now, father. He finally found himself in position, while black lines adorned his body, and 2 eyes popped out on the face of the raven, a sign that AFO was still trying to take control of his body, and it became much more. It was obvious who the challenger was when All for One released blue flames from his hands and Hisashi could only release red flames from his hands, due to All for One's influence on his body. In this fight the challenger was. And don't send me garbage like that pathetic brat who wanted to believe himself a hero, Shirakumo. People as insignificant as him only serve to be our puppets just like you are now. Failed experiment, Hisashi. Hisashi himself was the one who, despite his body being the challenger in this fight. After all, this was the fight. Who decided here and now which of the two was the strongest of the two? Hisashi, a villain created specifically to be the culmination of human strength and cruelty, diverted from his path by an emotional whim created by the emotional anomaly coming from the green-haired Inko Midoriya being the only one. A thought that allowed Hisashi to stand up to this absurd titan who was now standing in front of him, seeking to end his existence. Believe me, as soon as I take command, the first thing I'll do is bring peace to the villains, whether by good or bad means. But don't think I'll let your reign of terror continue, supposed Demon King. That was his goal, the goal of the strongest villain today. It was a fantasy worthy of a child of a few years old. Right, what he was. A person who was only about 3 months old. And to achieve that, his first step was to kill his father, All for One, the relentless hunter of the 8 wielders of One for All, the quirk that represented hope in a world plunged into chaos. A being so feared that, even at the height of his power, he had been able to foresee a future in which he could be defeated, creating a backup force. The force itself was baring its fangs like a predator at its prey before devouring it, with this action alone, with the audacity to go against his orders. Let's see if you really turned traitor. The first 30 seconds of their confrontation felt like an eternity. They both knew this was no ordinary fight. In those brief moments, the air around them was charged with a tension so thick it couldn't be cut with anything until one of them finally decided to act. Off-screen, everyone was very furious about how miserable AFO was with Hisashi, and even more so Aizawa when he saw what he wanted to do with Shirakumo, given that Hisashi was preventing his memories from being erased. Dabi, I correct myself, yes, he is worse than the old man, he thought. Almight, hang in there, kid, hang in there, encouraged Hisashi since he revealed himself to AFO. Inko, Hisashi. She would say surprised, given that she knew that Hisashi was in love with her, and that he betrayed his creator for her, warmed her heart. Toga, come on, reveal yourself to him. Shoto, fight. Even if you don't win, you have to keep going. Aizawa, fight. Kaminari, fight. He would say, waking up. Katsuki, fight. Uncle Hisashi. Stain, fight boy, fight and escape from that world. The entire room cheered loudly for the boy, because even to Nizu and David's surprise, the subject revealed himself to the Demon King of his world. Dabi, flames blue. Inko, Hisashi, Mitsuki, come on you bastard, fight for my friend. Kirishima, Mito bro's father is very manly. Gran Torino, even without that power. Almight, yes, I would say with some respect for Hisashi. Nizu, we just have to wait for the change he gives the boy, he would say seriously. David, yes. Naomasa, it's true. All 3 of them were smart, and knew that Hisashi would be doomed by AFO even if he had a small victory. On screen, and the person who finally broke the silence between the two was none other than All for One himself. This gave way to the fight between the strongest villain in history and the strongest villain of modern times. A right hook perfectly repelled by the dark-haired man, who immediately tried to counterattack, being dodged with great ease by the white-haired man who caught him with a telekinetic quirk, creating a wall through various earth control quirks with which, Hisashi ended up colliding directly, spitting blood and recovering immediately, but that immediacy for All for One was almost a delayed reaction, since he miraculously managed to avoid the footsteps that left cracks in the ground from the power charged in his fists and legs. What the heck? Now the ground of the place ended up falling away, causing Hisashi to have to stamp his fists on the fragment of earth to avoid flying away, although that was a serious mistake because the same all-for-one created another stone structure in the mental space of the jet. I was looking to crush him between these two rocks to finish this with the least possible effort, and also the greatest speed possible. Swallow this, you crazy person! Otherwise miraculous, which was one of his main peculiarities, the evolutionary adaptability managed to make its appearance, even if it was only a single mental space that gave the possibility of overcoming this brutal beating to his person, because in the first exchange of blows given, of the strongest villains in the world, Hisashi ended up being the undisputed loser. Ugh, I know I'm no saint to say this, but forgive me for taking your life, Shirakumo. I promise that when I reign I will give you a decent life, and if possible, I will return everything I take. Fire! With that thought in his head echoing throughout the place, it was that Hisashi used the same technique with which he seriously injured Oboro, greatly surprising the white-haired man, who, due to that minimal carelessness, had not calculated the exponential growth due to his own ego and pride, which was always his same weakness. Let's see who can last longer. He ended up challenging him directly, as if the recent beating he had received had been nothing more than a simple stone in his shoe pushing him towards the structure that he himself had recently thrown while being covered by radio waves. Force field quirk, a means of creating a barrier around himself that, unless you had the brute force to create earthquakes with your bare fists, or a similar power, he couldn't be touched. It seems that we are equal in brute force. Walking, that is what he did next to his son, who did not take his eyes off him. He could not help but feel disappointed. He had no moral restrictions to the point of killing, but to do it so quickly. It's very wrong. You still have mercy for your victims. What pity I experience. Are you incapable of hating me? In that case, I don't want to know what you'll do with this. And with a snap, the formerly white clothing that surrounded Hisashi changed to a yellowish blue-black one, with glasses that covered his eyes. Well, if you want to act like a minor hero so much, then I must show you what you haven't experienced firsthand. And just as he did in the past, a city was created inside Hisashi's mind, being devoured again by the consciousness of its creator, who, he would opt for a different strategic move than the one he used a few moments ago. This was just a game of chess for his son's body, and even then he had a lot of cards to play. And if in the unlikely event Hisashi were to win, he still had an option B that he had already planned for. Hisashi, listen to me. I know it may sound cruel, but think about it. Do you have any idea how long you and I will live? And with just those words, Hisashi stopped his actions while all for one manipulated his memory, not false memories. Or well, not yet, but in front of him was a beautiful day, sunny landscape, fresh summer breeze while he was wearing a black suit, and his father by his side was wearing a purple suit, while he hit a tombstone with the name of the person who took over his heart. Oh yes, I personally took charge on the day of your birth, not only of giving you knowledge, my dear son, but also of giving you the quirk that will allow you to be immortal, a quirk created by me after the union of various life support quirks such as cellular activation, regeneration, rejuvenation, and energy accumulation. He could only shake his head while tears ran down his eyes. That was a very good sign. He was already back under control. If everything went according to plan, he would have to thank Mrs. Midoriya for helping him raise Hisashi so well. In fact, he would reward her generous contribution to his household by going after her future child. He didn't see why the family couldn't grow even further. He always needed more manpower, after all. And that's why seeing Hisashi like this, a long-term plan didn't sound bad at all, and having his grandson infiltrate the UA would be perfect. But just in case, he should bring in another student to accompany his grandson. He'd deal with that problem later. Now he had to focus on his experiment, his son, Hisashi. I see you understand. Everyone you want, everyone you love, will be dead while you will continue to have the same appearance you have now. That's why I want your body. You were contaminated. You don't know what you really want. Look at you. You're just a child who will know about life. He used his flames to propel himself backwards while showing more and more tombstones. Off-screen, the encouragement towards Midoriya did not stop, and even though the boy fell, the encouragement did not stop, especially from Gran Torino and Almight, although when AFO began to give his dialogue, Mizu it is, David, she's blackmailing him. Almight, Don't believe him, Hisashi. I would say, I could see it badly for being the guy who has the green-haired girl's love, but if it's for AFO, he would even support the son of his nemesis. Don't let yourself be manipulated. Inko, what is he? She would say, scandalized. Uraraka, that means what? Nizu, yes, unknowingly young Midoriya since he was born. Mirio, was put on the board. Tamaki, I saw it like that. Shoto, unfortunate, my friend, my best friend is not a pawn, he would say, starting to shed tears for his friend. Almight, and I, he would say, looking at his hands, I keep dragging him closer, I bring him closer to his plan. Gran Torino, Toshinori. He would shout, calling the hero, now more than ever we must support the boy, all of us. The wretch is thinking of using him as a new body. Not only do we have to join the fight, but we have to help him not fall into his clutches at all costs. Ahoyama, what? He thought, surprised. He didn't know that information for his mission. Mirko, shut up, you wretch. He would say with his eyes filled with hate, he will never be like you. Mandalay, he will be someone good, and the boy, Midoriya, will be a great hero. Stain, he will be a true hero, even if I have to train him myself, he sentenced. Spina Stain, Mitsuki, those tombstones. On screen, it wasn't once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, but hundreds of times that he saw Inko die in different ways, crushed by a wrecking ball, shot, drowned, burned by her own quirk, strangled by her own strength, used as a lab rat by a villain who was after her head. Each one more cruel and worse than the last, but what really almost broke him, no, was the thought that terrified him the most. He had taken away his quirk. He had not been able to protect her. 166. This was the 166th time that Hisashi saw his beloved die in front of his eyes, being abused both physically, mentally, and psychologically. And all because of her, for being the son of All For One, she had been brainwashed. She cried because she couldn't curse the one who had her under control, while several people, while they were abusing her, used their own quirks to shoot her arms and legs, leaving her only as a log. Andante before ripping out his heart in front of his face without being able to avoid it. No more, please, I beg you. That was a good way to use a pet for the training of a villain. Hisashi's mind had already been shattered, his will broken. His lesson had been learned, so now he could set him free. Not before finishing off humiliating his creation with a comment that simply made all the hatred that the green-haired girl prevented him from developing blossom like feelings from a flower that opens in spring. Good, now you've earned a pat on the head, Sonny. That's what you were looking for, not for me to tell you you're a good boy. He treated him like a damn lapdog while taking his hand as if he were training a puppy to give him a paw. Well, Hisashi, I'm glad we're on good terms. I just have one thing left to tell you. Villains don't have emotional attachments for this simple and very easy reason, because we're afraid of losing them, and that fear leads us to act irrationally. He released his head, kneeling down to be at his level. That is a product of our anger, which is dangerous for both heroes and villains if it is not controlled. Right now you are in that anger phase, but anger leads to hatred, the final phase of a villain, and to be someone like me who surpassed all of that, you must overcome the same suffering. I kick him, a blow so strong that it expelled him from the mental space. He had to admit it. His son had opened his mind to new possibilities, to future plans. He had heard through his contacts that a certain endeavor was rapidly rising in position. He was a recent graduate of the UA. Off-screen, everyone was horrified by AFO's way of raising his son, while Inko was crying, wanting her husband to stop suffering. Mina, how unfortunate. Hagakure, yes. Toga, this is too much. Uraraka, please stop. Kyoka, it's too much. Kendo, no. Ibara, for God's sake. Almight, even after breaking it. Nizu, he keeps calling him a pet. Madnale, wait. Endeavor, my graduation? Dobby, what does he intend now? He would say, beginning to see clearly, that the one who could have ruined his life was not his father. Spiner is. Stain, will go for Endeavor. Almight, but why? On screen. Well, if my calculations don't fail me, because of his flame quirk he wouldn't be able to rise to the top one. If I give a little social pressure camouflaged by reporters, with questions and what it feels like to be number 2, added to the fact of his own personality, plus a certain ice quirk family that owes me a favor, Right now a smile was what adorned his face. As he loved his son, he gave him so many ideas. Even when he tried to rebel, he showed him that he could extend his long-term plans, which were about 30 to 40. 60 years for someone who was immortal to him. I'll call it the Trio of Terror. I hope you can serve me well by also giving me your son Ray. After all, even if you don't know it, your precious ice quirk came because your ancestor begged for a quirk from my arsenal. When will you learn that I never give something for free? It's time to collect that favor. Oh yeah, and you son of a bitch, you better take care of the second member of my team. He finally returned to his original body. Let's see if you will be able to kill your precious families just to stop me. A villain in love sacrifices the world for the one he loves. But you will have to sacrifice them if you want to save the world, or rather, he began to experiment with the quirks he brought with him, creating the perfect quirk for Shimura's grandson, Deterioration, only delaying my plans by about 40 years. He laughed one last time. Everything was in its place. He no longer had loose ends, and the will of his new vessel was broken. Who could stop him now? He was sure that he had ended up with the only person who could stop him, the damn Almight. At this point, from his last attack, he should have a critical wound on his stomach. Even if he were able to treat it with a single blow, a single well-placed blow would be completely fatal, so he could be confident, because right now he knew where to attack. Off-screen, the Todorokis. What? Almight and Gran Torino. What? Nizu, this is bad. Dabi, no, this must be a dream. Endeavor, that's what it means. Ray, what about Tuya? She would say, starting to sob. Forgive me, Mom. Natsuo and Todoroki moved, hugging their mother, since she was seeing how everything they supposedly believed, that Enji devised everything, was the work of the number one villain. Dabi, he would say, looking at his hands. Stain, you understand, don't you? He would say seriously, now that you've seen the truth, have you seen that your actions could cause you regret in the future? Killing for revenge is something that sickens me, because it blinds you. After this, Dabi threw himself, freeing himself from the black coloring of his hair, surprising everyone and joining in to hug Ray, to everyone's surprise, revealing who he was, causing a surprise and Enji to feel guilt and remorse. Nizu, this Almight, that bastard, Gran Torino. He controls the press and many things in society, even without us knowing it until now. Nizu, we always play their game without knowing it. Spiner, that means that he caused Shigaraki Tamura's misfortunes, but how come he is Nana Shimura's grandson? Gran Torino, he is the son of Wadaro Shimura. His real name is Tenko Shimura. His father went crazy. When to protect them, Nana had to abandon his family to fight with AFO. Stain, that must have driven the son crazy. Nizu, what led him to mistreat the boy if he dreamed of being a hero? Midnight, not to mention that the boy must have a lot of trauma because of it. Toga, that means the League of Villains. Spiner, sadly I would say now falling into reality. Nagant, he saw the face of society, controlling both sides. Naomesa, this is now going to be all against one. On screen. It was just a dream. No, it was a damn nightmare. He tried to deceive himself while his body could only tremble in panic, just imagining the possibility that what he had seen was the harsh and damned reality in which he lived daily, making that. Finally, the Demon Prince, so feared by all existing villains, began to cry as if he were a newborn child seeking help. If she gets hurt, by what right can I call myself her friend? And without realizing it, his night black hair sprouted white strands as anger began to consume him, without him being able to try to stop it, even though he knew very well that this was the place where his father wanted to keep him all for one. Why? Because haven't I been a good son? Why are you doing this to me? Her. She's the only person I don't want involved in this world. Father, answer me now. Silence was the only thing that came to her mind. She wasn't seeing him anymore. She wasn't watching him. She had left him to his fate. She didn't need him anymore for the moment, so she had no obligation to answer him. And fearing the worst, using his quirk, he took flight towards the direction of the owner of his heart. Faster, Hisashi, faster. His blue flames broke the sound barrier, as he prepared for any enemy movement, without anyone being able to detect him with his new speed, not caring about the damage he received from the speed and air shock he was receiving in his eyes and entire body. Now not what? It's toy. But when he was halfway there, he found himself with a shot that came from nowhere. Quickly locating the sniper, the latter could only watch as a sphere of dark blue flame devoured him before he could even react, leaving in his hands a USB that had the initials of All for One. And when he turned it on, he stole a computer from a nearby store. Before his eyes was what was a carnage, causing terror to take over his mind. This seemed to be the ruins of an observation center. He continued watching the video, completely alert, waiting for any slightest movement in the place in order to locate it in case they had involved the green-haired woman in this matter, until his father's voice started to play over the video, and what made him literally explode with rage as his dark blue flames grew increasingly black. As the video continued, he had letters appearing at the bottom of the screen that said, "This is your homework, look at it carefully. Dear son, you better take care of your pet or this could happen to him, dear Demon Prince." And in front of his eyes was a civilian, a beautiful red-haired woman with short hair and blue eyes, wearing a type of ancient armor, while her heart was pierced in agony, destroying the heart of the raven even more. Not being able to understand why they did that to the woman if she was a civilian, had no great sins, was innocent. A help, she was beginning to lose consciousness. Apparently her father had kept her alive all this time through a life support quirk, which he had in his arsenal. How many quirks did he have? Why was he so desperately looking for her to see this scene taken directly from the heart of hell from which he was? "So I'm your future ruler, I am your empathy." There was no anger or resentment, only pain. During the first seconds he could only see how the hand of the person in front of him tried to reach him in some kind of muffled plea, trying to finally end his suffering, confirming something to Hisashi that he and his father could never be equals. He could never do something like that to an innocent person who didn't commit any crime, at least not a serious one for him. Damn you all for one. And with that scream finally came the turning point that changed everything for Hisashi. He didn't want to continue in this world. He didn't want to see again what he had built with his hands be taken away from him just because of the selfish desire of a person who would never be able to see it as anything more than a servant, a tool, a simple experiment that can be thrown away. "I'm not a nobody, I'm Hisashi Midoriya." And that was how he finally rejected it, rejected his last name, that life, the entire villain side. He wouldn't be a hero, he wouldn't be a villain, much less a vigilante. Today, through that scream that came out at the top of his lungs, releasing part of all that rage, frustration, and resentment. Off screen, "Inko, always worrying about things, Hisashi?" her lover would say tenderly. "Mitsuki, AFO is very unhappy," he would say, seeing the literal threat he gave his son, Gran Torino, and that segmented the change. "Almight betrayed. Stain, to the Demon King. Mineta balls that big," he would say, showing his hands. "Kaminari balls? Dude, that guy has more balls than everyone in this room. Tsuyu wants to be free and for Midoriya-chan not to be affected. Mizu, coming back. Stain, Mirko, Nagant, I'm counting on you to train him better and get the boy out of AFO's clutches." On screen, everything AFO wanted him to have, he threw away. He was his father. He was his father. That was the cycle, the role he wanted to have with him. Well, today, with that scream, and with that explosion of black flames that rose up in full view of every passerby who saw the place, generating unparalleled chaos, alerting everyone, to all the people of Japan who were able to survive the initial explosion, one thing, All for One was still alive, and as powerful as ever. "And so you want to reveal yourself, Hisashi? Please, you are just a child who is still in my chess game, he. Although why not play along with you? That would make a good father after all. Let's see how far you go. You cause me too much curiosity and intrigue. After all, my son is a traitor. It sounds like a great entertainment show. I will give 12 years to your little experiment, Hisashi, I hope, and you don't disappoint me." He continued mockingly, having recorded the entire explosion. Maybe it could be useful to him later. He was never too much material for extortion, and repeating it in his mind for his personal delight. In short, Hisashi was a specimen of the most interesting that he had created in all his years of existence. I swear that today I stop being your son." All for One, he ran. He ran like never before, his footsteps echoing like desperate strides in his mind. For the first time, he wasn't walking into combat, into violence, but rather he was running to escape a fate that was suffocating him, threatening to kill his entire being and personality. Tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes, burning his face with the same intensity as the flames that used to engulf his hands. He wasn't an invincible warrior in that moment. He wasn't the perfect assassin he'd been molded to be. In that instant, he was just a child barely a few months old, struggling against the shadow of a father who had created him only to be a weapon. "I know I should get away. I know I should get away from you, Inko. But please, please, he collapsed on his knees before reaching the door of the green-haired girl's apartment. He didn't want to tell her anything about his life, not about his real life which he was in charge of erasing by manipulating Eren, but he needed her. He needed to feel like he wasn't a damn tool to be thrown away, that he was nothing more than his master's dog on a leash. He didn't want to be his slave anymore, he just wanted to be one of them. He was never given a choice. He was never allowed to choose. He would either act or die for disobeying. But with Inko, he didn't need to believe she didn't see him that way. His body still trembled with every heart-wrenching sob that escaped his chest. I beg you, Inko Midoriya, don't leave me! He was breaking down once again as he clung to the only memory of the one who didn't see him as an object, the only one who knew him and didn't think of killing him, using him, manipulating him. It was the only thing that kept him standing, the only memory he protected tooth and nail, his only lifeline, so whatever the green-haired girl said for someone like him right now would be crucial. Damn bore, she whispered at the mere thought of Hisashi kissing another guy who wasn't him, passing her eyes to a totally lifeless black man, clenching her fist hard, hitting the ground of the place, generating an earthquake in the entire city. It was better to have no emotions than to feel this pain. Shit, I can't swallow that lie. His eyes returned to being the red eyes that characterized him so much. He closed them for a minute, looking to find again the scene of Inko Midoriya dead in his arms without being able to do anything to avoid it. But the only thing he found was the woman who, despite having no power over his life, had given him something he could never have dreamed of on his own: peace. But when I'm with you, everything is so peaceful. You're the strangest person I've ever met. And also, Inko, I am sorry I didn't ask to be born like this. I really tried to lead this life. She brought her hands to her chest, feeling her heart beat wildly. As if each beat was a battle between what she wanted and what she should do, while her voice only broke more and more. Every thought pushed him toward an emotional abyss he didn't know if he could escape alone. But who could help him? The idea of asking Almight for help by claiming to be the son of All for One. It did cross his mind. But that would involve them knowing the truth about who he was and dragging Inko along with him, to a life of press, harassment, protection, interrogation, tarnishing her reputation, her life just for being the partner of a villain, the strongest today. It was enough for him to give up and decide to carry this whole burden alone. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, seriously, Inko, how is it possible that you can call me emo? Her hair, which previously showed traces of white, began to darken again, showing that Hisashi was once again beginning to take control of her body. He didn't even know why he was laughing or what it was about the green-haired girl that made him so happy. He wiped away his tears, his mind prodigious, analyzing every possibility in record time, something professionals struggled with. For Hisashi, it was nothing more than an extra day at work. Off-screen, everyone was praying, the girls next to Toga, for Hisashi to declare his love to Inko, and the aforementioned emanating an aura of death for seeing her father-in-law call her a prostitute. Inko, I'll never leave you, Hisashi, she would say, moved by her husband's devotion to her. Mitsuki, I knew they were made for each other. Gran Torino, 12 years for its experiment? Mizu, something smells fishy to me. Mount Lady, how romantic. All Might, no doubt I would say jealous, although. Mizu, no need to lie. Naomesa, it's a given that this will happen. Nagant, not to mention that the Commission will see it as a threat and announce it to society as such. The girls in the room were sighing in love and sad to know what was going on in Hisashi's head, since it was like a forbidden love story. On screen, hey Hisashi, what are you doing here? It's not that it bothers me, but you just came to me out of nowhere without realizing it. He arrived at his beloved's apartment, and before the latter could make any other move, he saw how Hisashi knelt in front of the door of her apartment, causing the green-haired girl to go into shock, and from what she finished hearing, he finished burying her. Do you want to be my girlfriend, Inko Midoriya? I know it's sudden, I know I'm just an idiot boy, that I barely know you. I've made mistakes so far in my entire life. I know. I recognize it, but please, I want you to know this. I've lived in silence, crying at night for not having kissed you the day I had the chance. He was still kneeling now, holding her hand, which instead of making it better now made it worse. His formerly red head began to steam. I love you, really, believe me, I love you without a doubt. It's not just my heart and brain say the same thing, Both are making me understand something that I thought was hidden days ago. No, Inko-chan, please, be my girlfriend. You don't need to answer right now. I can always wait for a girl as beautiful as you, my beautiful Inko-chan. Ready? I'll stop there. She fell on her back with a bleeding nose and spiral eyes, muttering things about an unplanned wedding, a child with hair just like her jet black hair, and with the muttering that she likes so much about her husband, making Hisashi end up with a poker face without understanding what the hell had just happened at that moment. No matter how much he analyzed, he had already anticipated 3 rejections, but Inko was a complete mystery to him. No, seriously, what he had said wrong. Was it a rejection or a yes? It took him 3 minutes to come out of his thoughts with a conclusion. He was never going to try to understand a woman again. He wasn't going to understand them no matter how hard he tried. I just wasted the speech I practiced for 2 months, so you end up fainting every time I tell you something nice, Inko-chan. I hope that if we have a son he is not as nervous as you. If not, I will feel sorry for his girlfriend. I'm sure he won't even be able to talk to her on the first day. Ha ha ha. In fact, that sounds more like you. She laughed one last time at the green-haired girl's face, not knowing how it is that she was the only one that could genuinely make him laugh like that. Although if we ever had a daughter, I'd like her to not look like me. Maybe I'd have a chance to be someone better. And seeing how Inko was unconscious on the floor, totally at his mercy, the only thing the strongest villain of the current era did was kiss her on the forehead. He wouldn't stoop to anything as low as doing something against the green-haired girl's will in this situation, even though he could have his morals simply prevented him from stooping to anything so low. And after staring at the green-haired girl for a few minutes, he remembered how she had treated him a few months ago. Now it was his turn to return the favor. Well, time to see if I'm useful for more than just charring people. He put on an apron, not caring that it was a little tight since it wasn't made for him, and began tidying up the whole place. He took the clothes to the dry cleaners, not minding having to wait in line for it. When he finished, he started making the place dinner, in addition to mopping and sweeping Inko Midoriya's apartment. With a genuine smile on her face, let's see if I can at least make something edible. He took the kitchen utensils. He didn't know how to make much, but what did it matter? His favorite food was katsudon, so he could survive eating only that for lunch, breakfast and dinner. Okay, he seriously hoped it was a girl. He didn't want Inko to scold them later for only eating katsudon. They'd definitely have a big fight if their son or daughter inherited his taste. Hey, if you keep fainting like a schoolgirl, maybe I should think about whether I'm really your NMN. And now if he wasn't going to escape from this, he grabbed him by his shirt and ended up giving the dark-haired boy a deep kiss on his throat, knocking him to the ground and having to separate himself due to the lack of air he had. You owed me this, Hisashi, she said, completely agitated due to the lack of breath, surprised that Hisashi was not affected in the least. But when she saw his gaze, it was not the same as a few months ago. It was not empty, serious, lacking life and purpose, surrounded by an immense darkness. He looked like someone completely new when she looked into those beautiful red eyes. She could no longer see his silhouette, and the aura of destruction that paralyzed her in times that seemed like ages ago. And she really liked being able to see him like that. That was what she saw in a boy, if not a loving and gentle boy. That smells good. Wait, did you really make dinner? She nodded. Now she was going to have a lot of conversation with her friend. How could she tell her that she had a boyfriend before her? It would be so fun to see her reaction. It was definitely going to be the most fun she could have in weeks, bringing her hand to her mouth to try to hide her malicious smile a little. Off-screen, the room soon fell silent as the sight unfolded. A bag of earplugs appeared under every seat of every male in the room, even for Mirko, as the smiles of the women in the room continued to grow. Almight, well, he would say, putting it on. Mineta, my instincts as a man indicate that they must be placed. Stain, with these scenes. Spiner, yes. Dobby, I hope Toga doesn't scream. All the men plus Mirko put in their earplugs while Inko was blushing and had a goofy smile on her face, until the female population of the room began to scream excitedly. Mitsuki, I didn't know that was the way your statement was, she would say amusedly. Inko, Hisashi, she would say, lost in her fantasies. Mina, for a son of that monster. Hagakure, he is a handsome Prince Charming. Toga, a very bloodthirsty one, but full of love. Bakugo, wait, the old witch and Aunt Inko bet who would get a partner first. Mitsuki, yes, and I would say to give him a hint, respect me, brat. Gran Torino, Who would have thought that love would change the son of the devil? Almight, yes. Mina, it's the power of love, she would say laughing. Hagakure, yes. Shoto, I think it's Meliodas syndrome. Kirishima, yes, being bad and falling in love with an angel who makes you change sides. On screen. Meanwhile with Yagi Toshinori. Toshinori, don't do it please. If his teacher Nana Shimura, who had survived thanks to his intervention and suicidal lunatic attack that to this day Sorahiko Torino Shimura. He didn't know how the hell the blonde was even able to stand, to continue trying to fight against all the villains that were still lurking in the streets of Japan. The people need. Ugh. She collapsed on the floor, making her teacher worry even more about his student. She had already lost a son at the hands of that unfortunate white-haired man, and she didn't want to have to lose another one who, like Kotaro, she fed him, watched him grow, saw his small achievements and stumbles. She knew she could never replace the place All Might's real mother had placed in her heart, but still she couldn't help it. She couldn't help seeing the current Yagi, that same teenager almost her age. Although we were only about a decade apart, that seeing him like that hurt her extremely, and that's why she wanted to not make the same mistakes. Yagi Toshinori, I told you to stay in this hospital. I'm not asking for your permission, consent, or anything like that. I'm giving you a direct order as the former wielder of One for All, your master, also as the person you called mother, and lastly as a civilian you saved from All for One now. Yes. Toshinori fell silent and stopped everything he was doing, feeling his heart pierced by a strange, foreign sensation in his chest. One he couldn't control. My sister is right. We have already confirmed that the unfortunate man is still alive thanks to the explosion that took place a few moments ago, and the different attacks that are right under our noses. Right now I want to tell you this, Yagi Toshinori. And that is why he hit him so hard in the face that he ended up knocking out 2 teeth on his face. Then a kick that almost destroyed a tendon, and finally, while he was spinning in the air, an impact to the center of his chest just above his heart, causing the young teenager to end up falling paralyzed in the middle of the hospital corridor. If you can't beat us, you won't be able to touch a single hair on All for One's head. Gain experience, get ready and prepare yourself once and for all. Stop whining, stop acting like a strong child. If you really want to enter this world, think with a cool head. Do you really think All for One is going to fall into the same trap twice? 8th silence. That was the only thing he received. That's what I thought. I just called some contacts. Being in charge of Japan's primary forces had its advantages. I'll manage to keep the situation stable for a few years before I can be overwhelmed by the number or quantity of villains who are after my head. So your duty will be to go to the United States. I was going to protest, but again, a glance from the brunette silenced Yagi Toshinori before he could even think about responding in front of his superiors. You'll gain the experience necessary to oppose that bastard, and when you're finally in your golden years, or All for One, he finally comes out of his burrow, we can use our guaranteed trump card, and if you want to be a symbol of peace, let me act like the adult. And the person you've so deified, and this was precisely what finally made Yagi Toshinori react. Please, if I lose you, the world would lose its hope too. I hope I've been clear. Toshinori Yagi. Firmness was nothing else that could describe the posture and look that Yagi was currently receiving from Nana Shimura. Unable to understand where his teacher came from, she brought out that kind of strength. She could be isolated in her room, in her house, even like a lunatic trying to find her son's whereabouts by 1,000 different means, but not here. She was the main pillar and voice of reason, supervising and guiding the first steps of the newly formed foundations of the symbol of peace. Yes, teacher. With that said, she could finally see how her teacher sighed and relaxed and almost fell to the ground. It was too much. Months passed, and even though she did what she could to stay strong and always ate what she could, even forcing herself to eat more, the harsh reality was that this was simply a facade. Off-screen, the whole excitement turned into an awkward moment as Gran Torino gave the peace symbol a death stare. All Might, I had forgotten that. But my teacher wasn't alive, he thought until he felt the gaze on his neck. If I don't move he won't see me, he thought, knowing that with old people if you don't move he won't see you. Stain, is it me or was All Might impulsive? Gran Torino, was it? He would say, hitting him with the stick. Stain, shit, he would say, and then think, I see why he's afraid of this old man. Endeavor, so that's how you went to America. Almight, yes. Kirishima, wow. Katsuki, so. Shoto, going to America and coming back makes you the new symbol of peace? Stain, oh no, I signed to train the freckled boy with the rodent, so the boy stays in Japan. Almight, my heart breaks to see her like this, he whispered. On screen, a facade that Toshinori hoped he would never inherit from her. She was thinner, she no longer had Ofa. But she lost everything. Her boyfriend was killed by All for One. When she tried to prevent her son from going through the same hell she lived through, he was dragged by that wretch into a world where all memory of her was erased from her child's mind. Son, I just hope you're okay. She couldn't teach him anything. The last thing she saw of him was his little face full of tears, regret and pain before it was changed by hatred and total contempt for her. Without her being able to do anything to avoid it, she felt so dirty, repulsive, unworthy of even being called a real mother. Sister, this isn't the time for you to act tough. You don't have the Ofa anymore. You can barely hover above the ground. Right now you're slowly falling apart. We'll take care of everything. You've done enough for years, please. He pleaded with the former heroine again. To which she could only look away, hiding her pain and tears from her brother. Yagi, go to America. Oh, you'll be far enough away from that bastard that he won't hurt you. If that's true and you really consider me a mother, do it for me. I can't actively help you anymore, so please, I beg you, don't make me watch one of my sons being taken from my arms again, without me being able to do anything. She begged again, completely breaking down. What was the point of keeping up appearances with them? They knew her too well. She began to cry and would already be on the floor if it weren't for the two male figures who made sure that Nana Shimura could remain stable enough without judging her, criticizing her, or reproaching her for anything she had done in her past. It's fine, teacher, but promise me. Promise me that you'll survive until I become the symbol of peace finally. The words ran out. Finally, the civilian Nana Shimura could do nothing but nod, taking refuge in Yagi Toshinori's chest, letting go of any trace of sadness in her soul. Why didn't I let you help me? Because I wanted to do it all alone. I'm an idiot. The seconds passed until finally the civilian ended up collapsing due to exhaustion, but much calmer. It wasn't enough to relieve all the pain that tormented her, but even so with this, at least it's going to be okay. I know, my sister, now you have a promise to keep, and without buts or doubts, Yagi Toshinori got up as best he could, holding the wound he had on top of him, tensing his muscles to the maximum. That helped to disperse his pain, making his height grow much more than before. His stamina increased, and finally, after dispersing the pain throughout his body, he rose again like a phoenix, the legendary bird reborn from the ashes. He was now the same size as Nana Shimura's brother. In fact, he was 2 centimeters taller than him, making him laugh. Cough, cough, this will be a temporary solution, but it will keep me active for as long as necessary. I promise to return soon. I leave Japan in your hands. There was nothing more to say. With pain, trembling, and with an enormous weight on his shoulders, the story of the 7th carrier, the one who paved the way. Off-screen, the awkwardness in the room continued, though it turned into understanding given that it was something they had to say sometime. Dabi and Spyro wanted at least some action, but they didn't get it. Toga, I feel like crying, she would say, feeling Nana's sadness. Mina, me too. Hagakure, me too. The 3 of them hugged each other and began to cry while the rest of the women tried hard not to. On screen, with All for One's defeat, her end came. Now she would be just an ordinary civilian, seeking to continue helping everyone as best she could in her daily life. She did everything she could, even sacrificing her family for the greater good. That's what set her apart from the villains who tormented society. A villain is never able to understand our burden, because while they would sacrifice the world to be with those they love, we sacrifice our hearts for the benefit of others, even if we have to descend into hell itself for it. A nurse arrived looking for patient Yagi Toshinori, who had stood up from his stretcher. Without being fully recovered, being a huge idiot the size of a mountain, her days as a hero would most likely be over. Any wound, even the slightest, in that place where she was currently scarred would have been fatal. I know what you're thinking, nurse, but he's not going to back down. Believe me, he's about to see Nana Shimura's successor in action. I just hope he doesn't do something stupid like turn any random guy he passes by on the street into his successor. And just as the nurse was about to complain, she was immediately silenced. Oh Yagi Toshinori, I swear that if you do that stupid thing. I swear by the same kami, that I will make you train carrying an entire bullet train on your shoulders while you have to move a 3,000-ton rock and defend yourself from my kicks so you learn to use your big head. I was about to hit the brunette to check her out when he realized the nurse wasn't by his side. Maybe she had a last-minute emergency, and that's why she had to run to try to fix it. No, that's not it, Sorahiko. It's just your face is scary. Plus with your white hair you look old. Plus that look of wanting to kill everyone makes you look like a perverted villain. First a mental stone with the word scary fell on her, then one with the word old, then the last one with an enormous size. Having written a perverted villain, he didn't need anything else to know that his sister was in a position to bother him. So being the good older brother that he is, he let go of her, causing her to crash to the ground, hearing a female scream in the area. Hey, what's wrong? He rubbed his hip, which the major wasn't affected in the least, and left, leaving the civilian who was starting to complain 1,000 miles an hour against him, making the veins on his forehead stand out, getting extremely annoyed with the brunette, not allowing him to continue on his way in peace. Next time I swear I'll throw a rock at you. She needed this. A place where her heart could rest without worrying about tomorrow. She knew that bitter old man too well. She knew he would probably stay by her side tonight just to make sure she was completely okay tonight. This week and probably next week, and honestly, I couldn't be happier to have such a big jerk in my life, smiling genuinely on my face. Are you sure you're okay? It's not common that you acted as if you had fainted to fool Yagi. He didn't know what else to say as they left the hospital where All Might was formerly hospitalized, making the heroine sigh and gently hit the other's chest. Seeing the door where Yagi Toshinori was leaving, the truth is I couldn't think of any other way to say goodbye without ending in tears. He has the same burden I had in the past. I just hope everything goes well in his life. He's still young and has a lot of future ahead of him. I couldn't disagree more. If the kid continued down the path he was on, he'd probably end up catching a villain. I was going to end up releasing it accidentally, off-screen. Gran Torino. Then why did the brat look just like him when he arrived? He would say, rubbing his forehead. Aizawa, let's see? Gran Torino. I hope you're not disappointed with such a terrible training session. All Might, I love it too, sensei. Kaminari, it's not like I do the waxing and polishing, right? Mineta, or put it on, take it off, hang it up, an attitude. Nana and All Might's farewell was somewhat touching and difficult, given that All Might somewhat understood it, but the others had to admit that the woman was somewhat harsh on him. Inko, a little tenderness won't kill her. Ray, I say the same. Shoto, you burned my eye with hot water, Mom, he would say, looking with a drop of sweat on the back of his neck and feeling a little embarrassed. But the bicolor hugged her, noticing that he had already forgiven her. Dabi, what? Shoto, blamed the old man. Endeavor, Shoto, Natsuo, yes, he blames the old man, on screen. But if I'm honest, I don't want to go back home yet, not if it feels so empty. She held one arm up, slightly lowering her gaze before looking at him again. Although she knew what he wanted to do now, the truth was she couldn't hide her nervousness from her brother. No. That wasn't the truth. She didn't want to hide this from him, and that's why. Hearing the next words made her smile a little more. Sure, I don't see why not. He didn't need much more to know Nana's current state. She was scared, distressed, but her simple pride made it impossible for her to be 100% honest with him. With her student. And the truth is that's why she didn't know what to do with her life right now. Even though she loved him, all her ideas resulted in the same thing. Because just like with his little one, he wouldn't be strong enough. And now without One for All, that thought simply became more entrenched in his mind. He would help her as much as he could. After all, they weren't siblings for one to leave the other to his fate when he made a cry for help. So desperate for them, but for those who couldn't know her. It would be a simple common request between the two. Screen turns off. Stain, let me understand something. That power forces them to separate themselves from the world? All Might, yes. Stain, and find a way to kill AFO. I mean, I know it's not very heroic, but considering all the evil he's done, Ida, and the law, Tensei, it wouldn't matter. With the necessary evidence, I'm surprised the commission didn't order him to be killed immediately. Hawks, they don't do it because they need the devil. Nagant, Without the devil they don't need someone like God, I would say, using the analogy to annoy Ibra, but it was very well explained and understood. Ibra, without the symbol of chaos, there is no need for a symbol of peace. Kendo, is that true? Nizu, indeed. Vlad, sadly, those desk guys aren't willing to lose that. The room fell into a deep silence as everyone tried to think of what to say or do, because in the long run, they ended up working for the worse, trying to maintain a system. One last goodbye. The room was filled with thoughts about what they should believe, because, as they saw, AFO and the Commission have already set the stage from the beginning of the heroic society, and all of them, wherever they are mere pawns. Dobby, what a shit, he caused it all. Mirio, and everything society believes, was caused by the Commission. Mineta, I don't know what to believe anymore. Stain, I don't know, but I do know that All Might will be able to show something. I don't think anything happened between him and the green-haired boy. Those words made All Might tense, begging any known deity not to show that day, if Izuku was quirkless, although the symbol of peace had something else in mind. What if AFO took away his quirk? Nizu, what do you think, All Might? All Might, I'm thinking about something and I think Mrs. Midoriya may have the same doubt. Inko, me? She would say doubtfully. Nizu, looking at it from an objective point of view, the doctor who diagnosed his son is a henchman of All for One. Inko, yes. All Might, in that case, there's a chance he removed his birth quirk. Inko, I suspected it, she would say, taking her heart. Bakugo, on the other hand, heard that and started to sweat. He knew that AFO was the green-haired boy's grandfather, and that he didn't want him, except as a weapon. But what if his actions were to work in this reality? The ash-haired boy prayed that what he was thinking wouldn't come true, even if he had to pay the karma here. Kirishima wanted to approach him, but he didn't get there because he pushed him away and went far away because he wanted to see before saying anything, while Shota looked at him doubtfully and suspiciously. Maybe Izuku and he will have to give explanations to the class about their past. Aizawa was about to say something, but the screen lit up, drawing everyone to it. On screen. And I'm here now, he said to himself as he looked at his suitcases, ready in front of him, about to leave all of Japan. Determined to fulfill the last wish and desire left to him during his last meeting with his teacher and sensei. But even as he accepted that mission, the reason behind getting away from it all seemed incomplete. She thought about it and thought about it, but she didn't completely agree. She did it for her teacher, for the power she had entrusted to her. That was true. She knew the person she would be fighting again in the future was a man over 100 years old. Yet he remembered that blow, the only one he managed to land at just the right moment, at full power. If only he could do it again just once, one last time, at just the right moment. Why, you see? A stabbing pain ripped through his body, a metallic taste filling his mouth, forcing him to his knees. He spat blood onto the ground as the burning pain coursed through his body. He could no longer endure one for all at 100% capacity. Just trying made his organs feel like they were on fire, as if a million needles were piercing his skin, greatly increasing the worry that now gripped his entire being. No, I can't use more than 70% of one for all. If I throw that punch again, I might lose him forever. It couldn't be true, not after everything he'd already tanked from Torino. Please, he only had punctured lungs, damaged liver, shattered kidneys, pulverized bones. His flesh burned to the point where Recovery Girl called him a walking miracle who hadn't passed on directly to the afterlife. Cough, cough. Remember, Yagi, the smiles of civilians depend on heroes. The pain was unbearable. But even so, he couldn't afford to give up. Not yet. That teaching had sustained him whenever his strength faltered, and now, more than ever, he must cling to it no matter how fast his heart pounded. Filled with utter fear, he had learned from his teacher to hide his eternal fear beneath a smile. No matter how much pain he suffered, he had to be a symbol that gave her hope. He needed to be what she longed for society, to finally be the symbol of peace. Society needed him. It needed the symbol of peace, even if only 70% of his power remained. That percentage couldn't be enough for him. Just wait for me, Japan, the #1 hero will return soon to help you all. That promise was his only thought as he looked out the plane window at the landscape dispersing on the horizon, watching the country slowly fade away, sighing at the distance that began to separate them. Maintaining that muscular form, the symbol of peace, was becoming increasingly difficult. The wound in his side seemed to burn with every second. He knew he couldn't sustain it for long even if he had to give himself a maximum amount of time. It could only be if he managed to become a symbol of peace. 5 hours, I can't hold on any longer, and as time goes on it'll only get shorter. I have to get stronger, faster. I'm in a damn race against time, he muttered to himself. He was only able to keep One for All at its peak for 5 hours. He needed to find a successor, someone to inherit that burden and continue his legacy. He had better think about that now. After all, if the world were left without One for All while All for One still had a minimal chance of survival, the world would experience the darkest time it had ever seen, humanity. But even though that thought was currently crossing his mind, he only had to focus on the next chapter in his life. He couldn't control everything. After all, he wasn't the god he pretended to be. And watching as the plane began to descend to America. What was he supposed to do when he arrived there? This is harder than it looks, reported the scientist who was making various prototypes on his personal laptop, integrated with a fingerprint, a retinal scanner, and also a DNA sample from himself analyzed by a mini needle that was located in the handle of the laptop that was closed as if it were a personal briefcase, and showing a loading screen in the center of it before all the information was shot out of a USB device. Well, now we just need to find someone to test it on, the scientist said to himself, revealing his face. A tall man of average build, with noticeable wrinkles on his forehead, with sky blue eyes and short, unruly brown hair, wearing a white coat with grayish jeans. Off-screen, Gran Torino. Oh, what memories. Almight. Yes, he would say nervously and trembling with fear, what memories. Toga. Seriously, is that the symbol of peace? Almight, Toga, right? Don't talk as if you know what that retired hero is capable of in his training, he would say, trembling. Dobby, what would have happened if he trained Endeavor? Shoto. I bet I would have left him like a meat pulp. Dobby. Good thinking, Shorty, he would say, not ready to call him brother. Melissa. Is he a young father? May. David Shield is a young man. Almight. Oh, what good memories, huh, Dave? David, I believe it, Toshi. On screen, with Hisashi. I'm sorry. But, even with all your ability and talent, you don't meet the requirements we're looking for. We appreciate your time, but you can leave now. Another failed attempt. He had already received 6 rejections, and he was starting to lose count. He ran his hands through his hair, frustrated, and looked around helplessly. What else could he do to get a normal job? Deep down, he knew it. Earning an income wasn't the problem, of that he had no doubt. If he wanted, he could earn a small fortune as a mercenary. It was the easiest and most convenient option, and surely, with his strength and skills, it wouldn't take him more than a couple of weeks to make a name for himself. But he'd have to kill people again, and that was precisely what he didn't want. The thought of spilling blood made his stomach churn. Not even detective work was viable for him, since his data wasn't in the system. Sighing in complete defeat, option A wasn't viable, nor was option B. Option C was the only one that could be considered viable right now. And it wasn't that he was doing badly financially. Not at all. In fact, he had plenty of money, accumulated in accounts he couldn't even remember. However, he felt empty. Being there, in Inko's apartment, with no other function than taking care of the housework. Inko, maybe you'll never understand this, but I just feel empty in that place. I love you, I love our life, but I don't know, I feel like I was given this power, he muttered to himself. It wasn't that anything was wrong with her. He loved Inko with all his heart. But he needed to find a reason beyond simply being that house husband with his wife. He'd told her he'd been given a vacation, another lie. Or, well, a half lie. Being removed from being all for one's son did bring him absolute peace, and for him, that was an eternal vacation. So I just wandered around thinking about what to do, remembering all the moments I spent with him with love and devotion. And I still don't know why the old witch almost electrocuted me with a taser and almost broke the arm of a person who touched my girlfriend's, but although Masaru is a nice guy, maybe I'll invite him to the bachelor party I'm planning to have. All this, can I consider Masaru a friend? I really wouldn't know how to say. She was a good person with enough balls to contradict him when he pointed out the 1,001 deficiencies his partner had. He couldn't forget the day they almost came to blows because he had called his wife an old lunatic, unhinged, tomboy, unattractive, stupid, useless, retarded, and a modern-day troll. Having in my defense that the woman wanted to electrocute me fried my reasoning, he began to murmur about why he was right and Masaru was wrong. But he still genuinely liked him. He liked being next to Masaru. He was honest, helpful, with a terrible taste in women to the point of considering him a full-blown masochist. But nobody could be perfect. Well, Hisashi recaps, if option A didn't work. And option B doesn't work either. Option C is unfeasible since I don't want to spend a fortune on a lawyer who knows if he's corrupt, and I don't want to get my hands dirty with blood again. I'm very decided to go for option D. Be an honest thief. In his head, it didn't sound bad. It's the worst that could happen. A thief with a moral code sounded pretty good. Besides, one benefit of lying was not telling the truth, and it was a job his father couldn't track down even if he tried to find him through their mental connection. He told him he'd leave him alone. But he knew that was only direct and personal. Nothing was stopping him from reviewing his memories that right now he was locking up so his father couldn't see them. He really had things he didn't want to come to light, and it wasn't because he had the code for Japan's nuclear bombs, which didn't sound bad, to be honest. Hey, I could extort America into giving me political protection, then I can create an alter ego of my personality, wear a mask, dye my hair, then burn my fingerprints, and finally buck the whole world off with the Third World War while I go to a secluded place with Inko, Masaru, and the old witch. But, to his misfortune, and to the benefit of the world and the entire human race, the thought of Inko scolding him and then having a stroke caused by the same quirk as Eren, due to the slight 30% chance that his theatrics would be discovered. And also that the latter would stop seeing him as a human being, something more than a villain. It was enough to prevent Hisashi from causing a worldwide nuclear attack, because if he wanted to, he could do it with ease, without doubts, regrets, considerations, or any pretext. Because whether he wanted to admit it or not, he was a villain, a rehabilitated one, but extremely unstable. Because if anyone touched Inko, even the slightest thing, I will not be afraid to jump into the abyss from which I managed to get out thanks to her. He returned to the house he shared with his girlfriend, and the truth is that seeing her so happy and not having to deal with idiots trying to harass her was quite joyful for him. She was his girlfriend, his partner, his strawberry, his girl. He was the only one who could kiss her, take care of her in such a special way. Well, actually he and at least a little Masaru and that idiot Mitsuki, who swore that if this lunatic gave him another half-hour lesson alone, just texting him one after another, warning him that she would send him to the morgue if he didn't take care of his friend, he would end up abandoning her in the desert 2 days before bringing her back to the city. Inko, I love you like never before, but why the buck did you have to be friends with the cheap version of Harley Quinn? Obviously he didn't say it out loud for several reasons. 1. He hated fighting with Inko. 2. He didn't want to break up with her. 3. To his misfortune, the cheap version of Harley Quinn had also started a relationship with Masaru, so, unfortunately for him, that girl was untouchable both directly and indirectly. Off-screen, everyone saw that Hisashi wanted to change, planning to leave a good future for his family, although the options he considered for this were sadly not something they should ignore. Aizawa, well, at least he tries. Mitsuki, honest thief? Mitsuki, I had forgotten that he called me old, which he would say with a black aura. Inko, you almost electrocuted him with a gun just for defending me. Masaru, besides that he helped us a lot. Bakugo, Uncle Hisashi was great, he simply said until he lowered his head remembering how he treated Izuku. Did he regret it? Yes, would he admit it? No, his pride prevented him. Masaru, I had forgotten his bachelor party. Mitsuki, and all the insults you say to describe me? Kirishima, hey, I wouldn't be surprised if Baku bro didn't call his mother an old witch because of Mr. Hisashi. Kaminari, that would be funny. Mitsuki gritted her teeth, having never considered that possibility. Present Mike, although all the things he knew. Momo, I didn't know Japan had nuclear weapons. Mizu, being part of NATO had benefits in times before the pre-Quirk era he mentioned. Midnight, although he is quite a psychopath with what he was planning. Ryukyu, blow everything to shit and go with his family and friends, because that's good. Mirko, how come he didn't do it? Inko, just convincing, she would say smiling. Bakugo, angry, and Inko is scary. Ray, that's something I'd like to see. Endeavor, I'm not afraid of anything, he would say, wanting to convince himself. Natsuo, Did anyone else imagine an angry mother? The Todorokis, I do. Mandalay. Although the man is possessive of his partner. Mituski, Inko is too, so they're perfect for each other. Pixie Bob. I asked for the son, he would say laughing. Bakugo. Ha 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 ha. I would laugh seeing how Hisashi addressed his mother. Masaru. What memories. On screen. 12 years later. No, she's an old witch, remember. Katsuki isn't a mom. She's an old witch right now. She was taking care of her son Izuku Midoriya as well as Katsuki Bakugo, 2 newborn babies no more than a year old. And she really couldn't believe how much the world had changed in such a short time. First, there was the official retirement of Sorahiko, the person he had previously watched so closely. 2. Inko had already reached 30 years of age, and not having to travel around had made her more sedentary and thinner compared to when he had first met her. But he didn't really care. He loved her as much as she was now, as in her time that she considered golden. Yuba Izuku's babble was what made him pay a little attention. Apparently Almight was becoming a world icon. He had no shortage of fame. Merchandise was arriving from everywhere. In fact, it was certain that the blonde tights wearer, the name by which he referred to Almight, would have made millions in all those products with his name. Well, he can't live on air, I think. Although what are you doing with so much money? I never see you in a mansion, and you always disappear after having been active for about 4 hours on duty, then nothing is known about you until the next day. Also, that suit, I've seen how it resists high temperatures. It's shock resistant. Who was the one who made it, and for what? Yes, he continued muttering, stopping paying attention again to the infants who, thanks to his absent-mindedness and murmuring, also came up with theories about why All Might would need a customized suit, and that maybe that was where the millions were going, but not considering it feasible since his combat tool was fist and smiles. I know you use your fists to compress air, but it doesn't make much sense. You could use your fingers to launch air bullets. You could also use your energy-gathering power to launch more precise blasts of air, maybe a slash, too. Why do you use almost wrestling-like moves? He was still analyzing it like that. By the time he turned around and didn't see his son or Katsuki and heard some pots falling in the kitchen, all the panic he never felt, not even with his father, all for one, kicked in. They could have hurt each other, the knives, the boiling water for the bath, he was running for them both. If Hisashi didn't know fear, he just experienced it now. They scare me so much, He fell silent because the children started to cry. How was it possible that those two could have caused such damage? They ended up dragging the tablecloth off the table. That calmed him down. They didn't go for the boiling water, but he did end up with a broken knife when it collided with his back and also several broken plates on the floor. I'm sorry, don't cry anymore, shh. He was trying to calm them down as best he could, finally managing to do so after 2 hours in which the little ones went to sleep, leaving them in a crib with pillows so they wouldn't move too much. He was paranoid, believing that by moving they could fall face down and end up drowning because of this. Better safe than sorry. He put in a camera, but a small one like the ones they had used on him before wasn't big enough for Inko to see it, and there was only one baby monitor in the small infant's room. He also made sure to keep the entire room clean, not leaving a single ounce of dust behind. Then he saw the time. Inko would be arriving soon. That made him happy. Today, according to her, was a girl's day with her friend without boys or fiancés, like he and Inko were now, and this relationship also being that of Masaru and Natsuki. As long as they don't find out that at the bachelor party I organized, I mishandled the drugs and we ended up involved with a sect of satanic religious sisters from what we saw when we woke up without clothes, and also that we ended up on a people smuggling ship, apparently slaves, everything is fine. Yes. He knew Masaru very well, and by that night he didn't know what had happened. He had simply ordered a special substance on the black market to make them get along, and Masaru was letting loose since that man had barely touched a beer in his life, and seeing himself having a relationship with a woman who changed shape into an albino tiger. It wasn't the best of his memories. In fact, he wanted to damn well forget it. From that day on, he made a vow never to return to the black market. He asked for a drink to make someone have fun for a full and crazy night, although thanks to that experience, his adaptability did the job and now he was immune to alcohol. Shit, Masaru, you're seriously the best friend I have. First of all, not only did you keep that secret, but also, even drunk, You prevented me from going one-on-one with the entire Las Vegas police force. Being drunk as shit, I ended up in Las Vegas in the first place. Ultimately, what happened that night stayed that night. Although one advantage, their fiancés didn't see them for 3 days, but nothing a good couple of $100,000 in cash couldn't fix, along with a scolding from both women because the bachelor party was only a few days before the wedding even though they weren't engaged. Off-screen, Mitsuki, now I remember. Masaru, yes, I would say nervously. Seeing Izuku and Byakugo as babies, many women squealed with cuteness. Uraraka, it's Deku-kun, she would say smiling. Tsuyu, and to think that this ball of tenderness is now a rabid chihuahua Kero. Stain, Nagant? Nagant, don't deny me, they are cute. Shoto, so that's what Bakugo was like when he didn't have the devil inside him. Bakugo, will you shut up half-half? Midnight, although that theme of murmurs and thoughts. Almight, seems like it runs in the family, he would say nervously. Aizawa, I'm not surprised. Inko, so that was worth leaving. Mitsuki, just Izuku and Katsuki? Seeing the mess two babies made Inko and Mitsuki a little angry, but that turned into fury and then calm when they saw that Hisashi solved everything. Kaminari, he wasn't afraid of his father, but he was afraid of his wife. Mineta, friend, priorities are priorities. Siro, bachelor party? Masaru, oh shit. Hearing everything Hisashi did at his bachelor party made no one know how to react. Although Masaru was being stared at by his wife and his wife's friend with looks that promised pain. Bakugo, Uncle Hisashi was so cool. Ibara, satanic religious sisters? How the hell does that happen in Tetsu, a bachelor party? Monoma, I don't know, but that says it was good. Aizawa, I wonder how they ended up in Las Vegas. Present Mike, although the money calmed them, On screen, I'm here, Hisashi, said the green-haired woman, owner of her heart, before being greeted by a passionate kiss from the dark-haired man, silencing her immediately. He was always so impulsive, but the truth is that he loved that about Hisashi. He let himself be carried away slightly and then separated from his partner, making it from Hisashi's perspective. Everything around her will be filled with life, flowers, and a totally utopian landscape, only further highlighting her beauty with the beautiful yellow dress that the green-haired girl was currently wearing. Do you like it? It was on sale and I wanted to buy something new. She nodded. She loved that about him. He was always honest and helpful with her, although he was a bit annoying on more than one occasion and she had to bring him back down to earth. But he really wasn't a bad guy, impossible to forget, like the time they were walking down the street and someone got mugged. Hisashi ended up humiliating those two guys and then calling the police to take care of them. In short, she couldn't be happier with him by her side. But for Hisashi, on nights when no one was looking, I won't let you know where I live. I won't let you touch Inko. I won't let you touch my son. All for One always made sure to overcome him. True to his word, he left him alone. But only him, and in person, and for 10 years his emotions were slowly lost. Colder, more paranoid, more stoic, to the point where Masaru himself once almost forced him to see a psychologist at the request of his wife. And the explosive tomboy Mitsuki. What's up, son? You already forgot what I showed you. How about they are Dabi and Tamura? One was the son of a hero, the top two, and the other the grandson of the heroine Shimura. I bet they could take your place well. One has blue flames like you, although of course it's not like I had much choice. In reality I took charge, just like I did with you, of guiding him very well on his path as a villain, although of course he also helped me impressively. No reaction. It wasn't just a little one he could manipulate so easily. Unlike the two of them. He knew what he was trying to do, lure him back, win him back. Their willpower was almost equal. That was a good sign, too. If his son had grown stronger over the past 10 years, then, if he returned to him, there would be no turning back. That day, only one of them could prevail, he or his son. Off-screen, Mineta, oh my. Mitsuki, will you shut up, dwarf? He would say, giving him a sniff. Almight. Oh my god, she's beautiful, he would say surprised. Endeavor, shit, you're married and you're faithful, he thought, trying not to blush. Kamui, wow, he would say blushing. Gang Orca, demons. The students of classes 1A and 1B present looked away. Only Bakugo was imperturbable. The other males in the room, including Stain, had to cover their eyes from the blush the green-haired girl caused them. Inko. How embarrassing, she would say nervously and blushing. I miss that figure so much, she would say looking at the screen and herself. Mina, Miss Inko, your husband was someone romantic. Hagakure, yes. Midnight, facing two criminals in front of you and calling the police, as I would say, sighing like a schoolgirl. The women were going to continue talking until AFO's presence appeared again, bothering everyone. That guy was truly a complete disgrace. Masaru, how to forget that? Mitsuki, explosive tombo? She would say furiously. Dabi, is that me? He would say surprised. Toga, and Tamura-kun. Spiner, you know, we may be villains and all, but I feel like a bucking dog knowing that guy guided our whole life to have us on his side. Dabi, speak for yourself. Literally, someone from my mother's family played with him and the one who paid for it was me, I would say, annoyed, given that his father at least had decency. He on the other hand was an AFO project to be a new body, and the way it was going, AFO turned out to be like the endeavor that he himself created, seeing it as waste, another powerful pawn to discard. Nizu, try to destroy Hisashi at all costs, he would say while watching the conversation between AFO and his son. Aizawa, I'm glad the kids and my offspring aren't here. Present Mike, yes, knowing this would break him like we can't imagine. On screen, Hisashi Shigaraki. Hisashi, where are you going? She said sleepily, watching as her husband was getting ready to leave. It was 6 in the morning. Izuku and Katsuki were going to turn 1 year and 2 months old today. She didn't distrust him at all. She was sure it was something else related to work and she wanted to think that, but the kiss she read today seemed so icy, different. Inko, just remember this. No matter what happens, I will love you no matter what. He kissed his wife again on the lips, unable to stop the tears from falling, worrying the green-haired girl even more, who before realizing it was knocked out by a blow from the dark-haired man's palm right in the center of her chest. I'm going to miss that softness in my hands, he said in a somewhat perverted way. While getting ready, he couldn't abandon some infantry, not like this. Tuya Todoroki, a child who had sought his father's approval at all times, Endeavor Todoroki himself. Top 2 hero, once acclaimed and cheered by everyone around him. Ever since his father began interfering in his life, he suffered lawsuit after lawsuit, destroying much of his professional career. Even civilians, thanks to Aaron's quirk, since he was able to identify him immediately after seeing him. Working on the front line was clear. His father acquired that quirk. The Endeavor press requested his resignation. How even after having managed to stop a bullet train and save everyone by melting the train tracks with his flames to activate the emergency brake, and that there was not a single death, it only caused you to be publicly dismissed. The masses considered you expendable. Everyone was calling for your resignation and I could have tried to prevent it. But I'm not a hero. I'm not a villain. I don't want to be one. I just want to be a good person, nothing more, nothing less. He told himself as he continued flying through the night city, managing to find him, all for one's strength, not being able to help but feel compassion for NG. Everything went from bad to worse. His agency almost went bankrupt. The people he saved, even one stabbed him, saying that she wouldn't accept being saved by a number 2 and committing suicide in front of his face. He felt afraid. Afraid of not being enough for anyone. And that is the first step to becoming a villain. From fear comes anger. And you have also already passed that phase, NG. For the others, the fact that you had joined Rei's family was the best thing that could have happened. Well, most believe that the beast has been tamed and that you would no longer be a second-class citizen. He remembered the news he had seen and his father's teachings. How NG finally announced his engagement to Rei and she was renamed Rei Todoroki. But her gaze was so cold, dry and lifeless. His father had done everything he wanted with NG Todoroki. But the latter also had part of the blame. No one threatened him. No one directly forced him to marry Rei. And even with that arranged marriage, seeing how Rei always seemed to break down more mentally only made him clench his fists tightly, to the point of making them bleed if NG continued like that, if he didn't stop soon. You have already reached the stage of suffering, NG. You are suffering for Tuya. For a demon reacts. If you overcome the suffering and you deserve against everyone just for your goals, you will be a complete villain. You will only see your wife as a pet and breeding machine with which to give birth to the perfect warrior. Don't be like my father. I beg you, NG, don't be like him. Finally, he attacked. He couldn't afford elaborate plans. His flames had already turned purple. He was the only one with a body capable of withstanding the immeasurable heat generated by these flames in his hands. But the difference was that now, even though he was going to kill people despite having gone 10 years without doing so, it was to try to save Tenko Shimura and Tuya Todoroki from the clutches of his father all for one. And if he couldn't get them out of that life, out of that world, out of that cursed base currently located in the mountains, then there would be no doubt if he didn't reappear in his beloved's daily life, it's because this should be the day of his death. And his first target was Gigantomachy, a recent acquisition of his father's, all for one. Off-screen, Inko. Hisashi, she would say fearfully upon realizing why her husband left. Mitsuki. Inko, he would say, hugging her. Masaru. Hisashi, you. Aizawa. You have to be kidding me, he thought upon recognizing that recklessness bordering on suicide in the green-haired boy. He is his son after all. He couldn't finish thinking, sketching a smile. Almight. So the son is heroic and the grandson too, he thought, feeling admiration for that family. Enji, on the other hand, along with Rei and Tuya, saw there how reality hit them again. AFO had once again ruined their lives. Endeavor simply crouched in his seat, wanting to avoid the glances. While Shoto, being the closest to Tuya, hugged him. He may have tried to kill him a couple of times, but he is still his brother. Fuyumi and Natsuo hugged Rei, feeling something they never thought they would feel, the entire Todoroki family. Stain. He had so much potential as a true hero, and the guy was destroyed by AFO, I would say without believing it all. Endeavor. I failed. I became like AFO, he whispered, being heard by Hawks, who was the only one who comforted him. Tuya. He tried to save us. Spiner. And it failed, as we see, but that. Stain. Despite his origins, he would undoubtedly have been a great hero. Toga. Please, Izukito's father, give me blood, she would say, wanting to see the carnage. Mount Lady. That's the one. Gran Torino. Gigantomachia. I haven't heard from him in a while. Aizawa. He should have asked for help from some mafia, but that wasn't possible. No one would help him, and the heroes, knowing the truth, would try to imprison him. Present Mike. I'm feeling frustrated. Nizu. They are not the only ones. On screen. Where are they? The only question, to which he received no answer. But if a direct punch from Makio was held back by the dark-haired man, he was no longer the person he'd been before. There was no comparison. Whatever he'd lived through those 10 years, fighting day and night with his father all for one every night, without rest, to the point of losing himself in an abyss to which he had returned today, it gave him the ability to be the best version of himself. He was not white, he was not black, he was gray, the gray of society that was so overshadowed by others, and all thanks to the person who drove the change in his entire being. A civilian. Just like anyone to many, but for Hisashi the strongest and most powerful person in the world, someone who smiled despite everything, someone who unknowingly saved him, someone who with her mere presence calmed his heart and forged his story. Inko Midoriya was the name of that person. You won't be able to defeat me. The 2 extra arms the giant had were ripped from his person. Now he would only have 2, causing the giant to begin growing in height due to his gigantification quirk. He was about to attack again. But another villain, an unimportant one, but equally strong to the point of being a professional. He attacked him from behind, but he had no problem defending himself perfectly against her surprise attack. He even held back without much effort. He had already taken 2 of Makia's arms, leaving him with only 2. Even if he died today, he would be a help to the next generation in the future, and even more so to his son. I would have liked it to be a girl, Inko, but even if he is a boy, don't doubt it. I love him with all my heart, he said to himself in the middle of the battle, watching how the flames around him began to cover him. They had always been his allies, his friends, a resource to have at his disposal in his darkest moments of the night, finally falling behind them and absorbing them before he completely killed Gigantomachy. Ready. With those wounds, if All Might finally stopped playing games and returned to Japan soon, he would no longer have to deal with him. He was not only thinking about how to win, but also how his father did in a much broader and larger term. Where are they? She threatened the people around her again. None of them had an innocent look. None of them seemed to have any signs of changing their lives, making him angry, mad, deny, hate, suffer. All the work that the green-haired girl had done without knowing it was being replaced by the blood and ashes that fell around her. It wasn't until a black cloud finally rose before his eyes that he finally saw it. Several villains in front of him ready to kill him, But the most important was the young Kurojiri Oboro Shirakumo. He wondered if he still had his memories or if they could have been completely erased in that damned gestation capsule, flooding the place with a total murderous aura. Burying even further the Hisashi Midoriya that the green-haired girl had fallen in love with. Being replaced by Hisashi Shigaraki, the son of All for One, was coming out again. After all, even if he couldn't control it, he needed that strength, that power. If he wanted to get out alive and save those two, he needed that cursed power. Off-screen, Gran Torino. So much recklessness. Now I see where the brat got so much from. He would say seriously to see Almight Toshinori. We just saw an idiot bigger than you, he would say, scratching his head, while feeling admiration for the son of his greatest enemy. Almight. Yes, he would say without believing what he saw. Bakugo. That's it, uncle. Shine them all. Mount Lady. Cut off 2 of the guy's arms. Kirishima. So that's why he had injuries when we met him. Mina. Yes. Aizawa Oboro. Present Mike. Even so, you care about him. On screen. If they don't respond, then they're of no use to me. And the same way this started was that Hisashi received damage that could never be repaired. He destroyed multiple rocks that were in his way trying to get to Kurojiri after passing a guy with a wood quirk without caring the least about his life. He didn't have to worry about the masses. He didn't have to worry about stupid people. He didn't have to worry about insignificant, worthless people who weren't even fit to be his pets. Oboro, are you thinking of reacting, or should I beat you out? Kick in his ribs. He had armor. A bad sign. He should apply more pressure. Hit in the stomach, trachea. He was humiliating him. He pierced his arm, making him scream in pain, distorting his cloud that now covered his entire face. So, he was unstable. So more points for him. Please continue. Keep entertaining me, Oboro, or by God, how I was enjoying its stamina, power, adrenaline, the life of stupid, ignorant monkeys dancing in the palm of my hand. I couldn't wait to see those children's reaction when they saw the prodigal son had returned home. Who did they think was coming to take his place? He was the strongest villain of the current era, and seeing Kurojiri finally begin to cry from within his cloud gave him so much joy. That was what he was good for, being a tool, an object for his or his father's plan, and if he wasn't good for that, he had to die. Die at his own hands like the damned scum and tool that he was. But seeing how after having removed the armor from his face the dark cloud that kept Oboro imprisoned seemed to have broken, revealing half of his face in eternal and silent torture. What did I do to you? I managed to come back to myself. I couldn't believe it. I had done so much. Dead bodies. People suffering, people crying, this I had done. I took 2 steps back. I was afraid of his power, of his strength. If it weren't for an outsider again, the villain would have buried all the hope the green-haired girl had placed in him. Inko had fallen in love with the other Hisashi, not this one. She couldn't have been more disgusted or disappointed. And even more so when Kurojiri could only writhe in agony and cry. She knew that all of this was her fault. She couldn't blame her father. She couldn't kill herself. She had lost sight of her goal, the children. A help give the Hospi doctor, and again his heart fragmented. They hadn't managed to erase anything, but they had managed to control him, keep him isolated, locked up like a laboratory rat just like him. What should he do? He was in shock. So many things happened in a few minutes that he genuinely didn't know how to react. This was the last phase of a villain, a phase that Hisashi had not yet been able to reach. The phase of regret could not be felt as the worst garbage in the universe. And even more so when Oboro seemed to scream in pain even while trying to fight Kurojiri before being assimilated again in the process. Reaching the point of becoming unconscious from overexertion, he couldn't get out. He couldn't get out while he had that damn armor on his body. Much less he could get out if they didn't help him do it. Off-screen, everyone watched without being able to give an opinion. And even more so when Hisashi Hamada and Aizawa Shota saw how Kurojiri was massacred by blows, until he regained some consciousness and Hisashi lost himself and what Inko helped to bury. Inko, you can do it, she would say with hope, and what she asked for was achieved. Hisashi came back to his senses, surprising everyone. Nizu, the regret phase. Almight, yes. Stay, come on, don't fall anymore, you must help them now. Endeavor, save him, he pleaded desperately, surprising his family. Tokoimi. He won't get out of that abyss, he muttered to himself, since the green-haired man they knew never mentioned his father. Shoto, So he's your father, he's someone better than Almight, he would say, having eyes of admiration at his first friend's father. On screen, what a shame, Hisashi. Even with all your strength and that I gave you the last chance to come to my side, you made the decision to be a stupid hero. Shame. Now I give you two options. Protect Kurogiri with your body or dodge and let him die. A single touch from this technique almost killed Nana. I wonder what will happen to you, my dear son. And the truth is, it didn't take a genius to figure out what decision the former Hisashi Shigaraki had made that had left Kurogiri in a near-critical situation, and that it almost consumed him completely, if not Hisashi Midoriya. He stood in front of all for one's most powerful attack. It was a shame to waste the body of his beloved son, but then he was going to replace him. He already had his option B, Tenko Shimura, under his control. A 6-year-old boy, along with Taya Todoroki, a 7-year-old white-haired boy. His third option, a young man with good talent, having implanted in him the memory of his father hitting his sister Fuyumi Todoroki while she protected her younger sister, a bicolor, at just over a year old. Shirori Todoroki. If only he had survived by a miracle, because the impact, even for a body like his, had torn off his arm and broken several internal bones, leaving hemorrhages all over his body, all for not acting as he was supposed to, all for defending a person he was not supposed to defend, saving Oboro Shirakumo's life at the cost of his own, a blow, a critical and fatal one. His heart had exploded and he hadn't died thanks to his body being specifically created to withstand things like that. He was only seriously injured, but for AFO. You don't even know the word surrender, do you? A simple push was enough to knock him down, revealing his purple suit. He must be in mourning. This was his son's funeral, after all. Pressing his chest, he simply heard babbling. It was a perfect trap. A hero always defends the innocent, no matter what he does, or how much he wanted to deny it. The villain in Hisashi wouldn't come to light just thanks to that stupid boor Inko Midoriya, so he didn't need his failed experiment anymore, not when he already had two options at his disposal ready to act when ordered. After all, he gave them freedom, so they could live their lives until he needed them. Hey, you won't say anything. This is where the hero gives a morality speech, and stands up triumphantly. Or is it that you don't remember your son, your wife, or a certain sorry is your pet? He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. AFO had ripped out his throat, spitting blood from his mouth with a telekinetic quirk destroying his vocal cords. Sorry son, I think I went too far playing with you. But believe me, I'm being kind and merciful to you. I'm giving you the death you deserve. No one will come to see you, and even though you've done enough to make Inko Midoriya disappear from the map to the point that she doesn't even appear in the old job she had, he put more pressure on his chest. You know I really love you, son. Lie, more lies. He didn't tell him the truth even when he was going to kill him. Why would he do that to him? He wanted to act like he didn't know. But the truth is he knew him. He knew his father too well to know that he wanted to break him like he did 10 years ago. If he hadn't come alone. If only he had asked for help. If only he hadn't made the decision to carry this alone. Maybe he could get through this alive to return to his wife. But he couldn't be happy imagining that. He was afraid, but not of dying. That's what he came for. He was afraid of what might happen to Inko, and that same fear made him angry at not being able to ask for help, that anger and hatred to the point of coming alone to their base to try to rescue 2 infants from their clutches. And right now he was regretting not being able to give Inko her next birthday present, and not being present in his son Izuku's life. No matter what happens, you still have the face I gave you the same day you were born. Hayashi, believe me, I did my best to raise you. I was a good father, remember that. Your kind father is still teaching you on your deathbed, extending it as much as possible. What kind of father wants his son to die after all? I don't. Pierced his second heart with a stake, drowning him in his blood. Yes, if you destroyed the other 5 you will not be able to be resurrected, not even like the new initiative you opened. You gave me enough time to look for new alternatives to your defective body. You should feel honored. Thanks to you now villains with more than one type of quirk will be possible. We call them nomas. They are still in the planning phase. 3 destroyed heart. He tried to shake it off, but the truth is, the blood loss, the fact that his black flame quirk had just been taken away, and at the same time he was using shock absorption, made his escape impossible. only able to twist further and further while piercing Hisashi's fourth heart. Only 3 remained. Wow, you're still resisting, that's admirable. But Hisashi, let me tell you something, your son will come to me sooner or later. I just need a certain Inko Midoriya to make an appointment at a hospital, just once, and that name will appear on the medical records. Then I just have to remove your son's quirk and falsify his document saying Quirkless, 5 and 6 hearts destroyed. Then it's just a matter of letting society do its job. I bet that the best friend of that Mitsuki, the person you also made disappear, will distance herself from him. Right, there's only 1 heart left, Hisashi. In that case, let me tell you this. I'll make sure when I take your son's body, to kill your dear boar with his own hands. And finally, Hisashi's last heart stopped beating. He didn't need a burial, but just in case, he melted his brain from the inside out using the very quirk he just took from Hisashi combined with advanced telekinesis, his wife's quirk strengthened one he had taken from another hero a long time ago. There would be no problem now, and seeing how Hisashi turned out couldn't bring him more joy, that's for sure. He didn't want Inko to find out about that, not yet, he'd show her later. Besides, it was obvious this corpse wouldn't be able to decompose. He'd personally made sure Hisashi's body was the perfect vessel, biologically speaking. Now you're fit for your grave. I hope you enjoyed your life, Hisashi, because you'll never walk this path again. And he pulled claws from his hands, forcing Kurojiri to rise again as if Oboro Shirakumo weren't still inside this very same grave. And he opened a portal, but not before taking one last look at his son's corpse. You know, I'll let you see what your son will look like when I take over his body. Thank you for being such a good son and showing me so many possibilities, Hisashi. It's a shame I only saw so little of your mind. Now I know you were planning to get married in a few weeks. It's a shame your wife will be left at the altar, and now he could leave in peace. Already his punishment, the punishment of his rebellious son, had been successfully given, leaving the corpse to its fate. After all, he didn't care what they did now with a nobody, as Hisashi himself had said shortly after meeting that boar. Thus leaving the now blonde-haired man completely alone in that place. The screen turns off. Everyone looked in anticipation at what the symbol of evil would do, while Shoto for some strange reason felt strange. Fuyumi, Shoto, Natsuo, in that world. Dabi, it's he would say, feeling angry for the manipulation that guy did to him. Rei, woman. Endeavor was shocked, though seeing Dabi being brutally manipulated by that guy made his blood boil. However, everyone's surprise turned to fear and surprise, as Hisashi uselessly fought against AFO, an elegantly dressed AFO, to everyone's surprise. Aizawa, what are you planning? He would say upon seeing that Hisashi got between AFO and Kurojiri, leaving him badly injured. Gran Torino, Toshinori. Almight sensei? Gran Torino, no one denies that Hisashi is a person who sought redemption and partly found it. But I think that you and the guy you sent me are, he would say, finally exploding, the only ones idiots enough to, if they have an army on their foot, go fight the entire bucking world, and take on a demon king alone. Stain, he earned my respect, I would say, seeing that this would end badly. The following torture that followed made several unable to continue watching. Inko simply fainted, being taken by Mitsuki and Masaru, while Bakugo listened to everything, being in shock. Indirectly he was AFO's tool, so that Izuku went for him. Bakugo, oh God, what did I do? He would say desperately. Shoto, what did you do? He thought, determined to find the truth about Izuku and Bakugo's relationship upon returning. Everyone saw everything AFO said as he killed Hisashi, causing a great feeling of sadness for the father of his friend, student, and companion. All Might was crying, swearing to himself that the green-haired man wouldn't do that, even though he knew it was impossible. However, silence came to an end. When AFO finished, Inko regained consciousness a little, being in shock to see the fate of her husband, starting to cry, being comforted by Mitsuki and Rei, who ran to her side, along with Ryukyu and Midnight. After all, women know how to help each other. Stain, wretch, Spiner, damn. Toga, he didn't deserve to die, she would say, sobbing a little. Hawks, damn. Bakugo, dude, sorry, he would say, thoughts sobbing silently. Izuku. The room was filled with negative feelings, such as sadness, fury, anger, which made the atmosphere of the room really heavy. Bakugo was the most affected. He was watching how Hisashi, whom he once called uncle, fell in combat, and now that he remembered how he treated Izuku, remorse took hold of him, but he would never admit that. His pride would not allow it. All Might, despite your origin and your actions, you revealed yourself to him, he thought without knowing what to feel. Gran Torino. That proves the apple falls far from the tree, he would say seriously, since of all those in the room, the one who should have listened to his words was undoubtedly the idiot Sir Night-Eye, given that the guy was too square and only trusted his quirk when a future vision could really be changed in his opinion. Kirishima. Midobro's father was a real man, he would say, letting his snot run out from crying. Mina. He didn't deserve that. Mitsuki. Inko. We are here for you, she would say, hugging her friend. Midnight. Yeah, let it all out, I would say, helping. Ryukyu. Let it go. Holding it in longer will make it hurt more. Mirko. You have my respect, he would say without further ado. She was a tough woman, and she wasn't going to break, even though her ears were low. After several minutes things calmed down enough to continue, so the screen turned on by itself. Mandalay. We'll see what's next. Uraraka. I hope it's Deku-kun's story. Bakugo. Oh no, he thought, alarmed. All Might. I hope he has a quirk here, because if not, he thought, feeling that his actions could have consequences. Stain. All Might's reaction is not normal, he thought slightly nervously. Spiner. Stain is uneasy, he thought, surprised, since he had never seen him. On screen. Hisashi, she murmured, feeling the words break between her lips. 3 years had passed since that goodbye. 3 years since he had disappeared from her life, leaving a void that still throbbed with the same intensity as the last day she had managed to hear his voice. I want to believe he was a villain, that one day you just found yourself in the wrong place. She sobbed in a whisper as she closed her bedroom door so Izuku wouldn't hear her. The idea of her son seeing her like this, broken, so vulnerable. Why? Because it had to be our wedding day, Hisashi, you're a bucking asshole. She let out a strangled moan, her hands going to her face as tears fell freely down her face. She needed this moment to just be a woman without Mitsuki's presence. She was her best friend, but she still needed moments to cry without anyone seeing her. She couldn't always have moments like that. That's why she made the most of them. Plus, she couldn't always cry from the emotional setbacks that remembering those old memories brought on. Be well, Inko, already that's enough, you have work to do. No matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't forget it. So the only thing she could do was stand up, wipe the last tears that fell from her face, and get ready while practicing the smile she should have when her son saw her today. After all, today was one of the most important days for any boy Izuku's age. This was the day he was going to be told his quirk. And he had scheduled the appointment with a certain Shigaraki, so he had to be punctual, just like he had told him he should be. Mom! And there was the little face she loved to see. That was the voice that always pulled her from her thoughts, and before she could react, he was already hugging her, enveloping her in the warmth only he knew how to give. She couldn't understand what she had done to have such a blessing in her life. I hope you never take the path of heroism, my love. That was her greatest wish right now. But still, even though her head was telling her to stop him, to not let him continue down that path, her heart, her mother's heart, made her ignore that feeling. After all, that was his duty, this was what his heart dictated, that was his dream, to see his son and his cinnamon roll full of health, well-being and success in his life. He wanted to be able to be with him by his side in the future, when he got married, when he presented his girlfriend with things so trivial but that for her. Mom, what kind of quirk do you think he's going to have? It was the best thing in the world. The best part of being a mother was this very thing, watching them grow. She knew there would be fights when he was a teenager, and the truth is, that made her a little afraid of whether she would be a good mother in her son's future, if she would be worthy of being in her little one's life. And even though she had that terror, let's see. He put his hand to his chin, attracting his little one's attention before spinning him in the air, making him laugh. He couldn't be happier to see him like that before giving him one last hug and putting him on the floor, and before the little green-haired boy realized it. Being all dressed up and in the office with his All Might figure, he couldn't be patient, he couldn't wait. His mind kept going and going through everything, a quality inherited from his father, an ability that, if not guided correctly, could be the piece that changed the playing field between All Might and All for One. Izuku, how's your relationship with Katsuki going? And as the green-haired boy said that, his smile faltered and his little hands, which had previously been holding the crayon, had now broken it in two. Izuku had always been sweet, cheerful, playful, and restless. Now he was trembling as if his life depended on it. Izuku, is everything okay with Katsuki? There was no need to wait for an answer. Precise, after all, Izuku's tense body relaxed. It was almost as if he was talking to another type of person sometimes with Izuku. But he supposed it was normal. Children didn't know how to completely control their emotions, or even his actions, so I attributed to that, maybe a simple fight, or if not a simple argument over sweets, and the truth could not be further from the truth. Though I'm doing well, Mom, I played heroes and villains with him today, he had confessed, trying hard to regain his usual tone. But when the fabric of his shirt shifted slightly, Inko noticed a dark glint beneath the material. Something Izuku noticed all too quickly, something unusual for a child his age. He shouldn't have been able to read adults that way. He wasn't even fully developed, not even at 30% of his full capacity. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine, I swear. Katsuki is the one I talked to the most in kindergarten. She defended him, and the truth is, she didn't even know how she should tell her mother something about what that game of Katsuki was really about still hurt her. She felt the burning under her shirt, and from her point of view, it was logical and justifiable. Katsuki had used his explosion quirk to punch him in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him immediately. And then, as if it were torture for him, he remembered everything else, kicks, not just from him, but from his henchmen. They didn't tell him why. They had just called him Quirkless without asking him if he really wanted to. I wanted to be the hero, not the villain, he thought to himself as his body began to shake again, but he did his best to control himself. He could see his mother's worried look. He wasn't stupid like Katsuki told him, but that thought instilled by Bakugo. Mommy, no, don't take me out of the garden. Ka-chan is my only friend, I beg you, don't take me out. She defended him tooth and nail. While other children played, he was already worrying about things he shouldn't and didn't have to. Everyone told him the same thing, useless, useless. Or well, everyone except the teachers. But that fear, the fear of not having anyone to talk to, the fear of being alone, the fear that no one would come to help him, the fake smile he was forced to maintain so as not to worry his mother, caused him such pain, such great pain that Katsuki must certainly be a good friend for you to defend him like that. At least he could trust his son to Katsuki. He must be a good friend. Or at least one good enough for Izuku to almost burst into tears when the thought crossed his mind that he was going to take him out of that garden. Managing to calm the green-haired man's pain, being able to rest for a brief moment holding his mother's hand, he just needed to have a quirk, he had to have one, he didn't want to continue being treated like that. Off-screen, Mitsuki, Inko, she would say, surprised. Inko, I'm sorry, she would say, being hugged by Mitsuki. Katsuki watched this with pain, feeling more than ever that his mother and Inko's friendship could be lost. Kirishima, are you okay? The redhead would say, noticing his partner. Katsuki, I'm fine, fire hairs, he replied dryly. Kirishima, Oki. Stain, something is happening, he would think, listening and seeing the reactions of the ash-haired boy. Momo, you're going to see his quirk. Almight, please don't let him be quirkless this time, he begged in his mind to any deity who could hear him. All of the mothers could understand Inko's desire for Izuku not to be a hero, since she wouldn't want to lose her son like that, so they continued watching. In Izuku's case, everyone paid attention to what they were talking about, especially when the subject of Bakugo came up. Aizawa looked at this seriously, since he noticed firsthand traces of burns on the green-haired boy, looking sideways at Bakugo, and wondering what happened and if it was just that once, hoping he could be wrong. Niza was another who was attentive, noticing the reactions along with Melissa, only the latter was more understanding than analytical. Niza knew that quirkless people suffered, but he wanted to know how much, if the boy was, so he was attentive. His rational mind asked him to think that it was only verbal discrimination, but another part of him wanted to know if the physical part, as everything seemed to indicate, that the rational part was wrong. Midnight, what kind of teachers are there? She would say disgustedly. Ectoplasm. The use of quirks is supposed to be prohibited, so the same teachers should prevent that from happening, even if it is a simple game. Aizawa. I hope that's all that happened, because if not, I'll find a way to downgrade you to general courses and send you to a psychologist and psychiatrist, because the things I'm seeing, not only do I not like them, but because everything seems to indicate abuse and neglect. Almight, Aizawa, don't you think it's that much, he would say, trying to defend him. Aizawa, knowing that the boy is your successor, you defend his potential bully? He answered dryly, making Stain look at both of them. Even if I have to ask Stain to train him, and he makes him walk barefoot on rusty nails, my decision is made. All Might Pero. Nizu, I'll support Aizawa on this. I can't allow young Bakugo to not be a hero, but seeing things, it's better to be prepared. So, Mr. Stain? Stain, we'll see, he would say seriously. All Might's attitude was bothering him. Was his vision of a true hero falling? His mind screamed no, but something inside him told him he was right. Spiner, what a game, he would say, feeling empathy. But maybe some shapeshifter in his opinion could help him, he thought, feeling that something was wrong. On screen, I'm sorry kid, but you have to give up. You'll never have a quirk. With just that phrase, his heart was destroyed and the pain he once felt transformed into fear. A fear like no other. A fear that all villains experience when they begin their careers. Fear that his mother would abandon him. Fear that nothing in his life would change. Fear of always having to wear a fake smile. Fear of never fulfilling his dreams. Fear of simply being ignored by society, as he sank into an endless abyss. The first blow. The first round, in which the reward was the green-haired man. It was won by us, Midoriya. Although it makes me curious, are you seriously the woman who ruined my initial experiment? You seem like an ordinary woman to have temporarily thwarted our plans. That was the only thought on his mind right now. His role had already been played, and he couldn't help but feel a little joy. After all, this experiment was much more valuable than Hisashi's failure. He already wanted to be able to see how Tamura, like Dabi, like Adam Shigaraki, would be the three main leaders of the new villain generation. Of all his allies. And while that was happening, Izuku's mind managed to compose itself, clinging to what, if he could cling to, making the doctor start to explain why Izuku could never have a quirk, documents made to falsify Izuku's condition, if he could develop one. It's a shame that wasn't in his plans. The little one had already developed mild pyrokinesis, so it was time for Izuku's grandfather, All for One, to enter the equation. Besides, if that lady was kind enough to mistreat the green-haired boy, it would be a double blow in a row. Which, if he was honest, wouldn't hurt. Izuku, I'm going in. That was the comment Inko made to the green-haired boy before entering the room and seeing a scene that broke his heart. Izuku was in his room watching over and over again the video of All Might saving countless people, saying that he was here and there was nothing to fear anymore. He was broken, causing her mother's heart to begin to break as well. And that action, though painful, was one of the most important in Izuku's life. After all, instead of rejection, he criticized Endeavor for how he treated his children. For not being the perfect warrior Izuku was looking for, he only received, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, son. He could cry. He wasn't going to judge him. He was holding him. He hadn't abandoned him. In fact, he was by his side, carrying the burden that being a Quirkless carried by his side. What had he done? Because he deserved the blessing of having such a good mother that she didn't dare let him go. She didn't dare let him sink into an abyss of darkness. Though Inko didn't know it, it acted like chains of light in her hands, her pillar, but she couldn't understand it. She wanted to, but she couldn't. After all, even an anomaly like him had his limitations, and not being able to control his emotions, even though he felt as if someone wanted to take them away from him. It was one of those limitations. He wasn't a genius or a god. He was a child who needed his mother more than ever, and the latter, if she came to his rescue, unwittingly saved him. Mom, that's not what I wanted to hear. And even with everything his mother did, Izuku Midoriya's emotions on the surface didn't allow him to think clearly, which is why that was the only thought he could have before falling silent after having cried himself unconscious in his mother's lap. And his mother would take him to his room so he could rest while she began to eat whatever was put in front of him. The truth is, she couldn't start getting drunk or anything like that, not when her son needed her so much. She had to keep a cool head, but if she couldn't do that, the only thing she could think of was eating until she burst or getting fat. She didn't think about the future, she didn't think about anything. She just wanted to distract herself for a brief moment, to escape even for a moment from this reality that seemed to only hate her. Meanwhile, in Izuku Midoriya's room, off-screen, many women were enraged by the doctor's attitude, since they had forgotten that he was the doctor who worked with All for One. While many of the girls the green-haired man's age looked at him with pity, they had never seen the boy who helped so much, who gave so much joy with his innocent smile, be so knocked down. Almight, no why? He thought, knowing what was coming. Nizu, so the doctor who worked for AFO. Everyone remembered that fact and listened more attentively, and Bakugo hid as best he could behind his seat, since from what they saw, AFO had more to do with what was coming. Mandalay. Mild pyrokinesis, he would say, feeling that his anger was about to explode. Inko, damn wretch. It wasn't enough for you to kill my husband, your son, now you're messing with my son, your grandson. Damn you, damn you. You and your doctor. Damn you. That was the green-haired girl's outburst, being caught by many of the heroines present to calm her down as she began to cry, clinging to Mandalay, who was the closest to her. Stain, wretch, Spiner, I must leave the league. I will not serve someone like that. Dabi, used as Shigaraki no Tenko, and now he. Aizawa, why does Adam call him Midoriya? Seeing Izuku crying made the most sensitive one's heart sink. Ahoyama, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, he thought, starting to cry. Being the traitor of such a being, it didn't make sense the more he saw. Mineta, so that beautiful woman fell into depression, he thought, feeling sorry for his friend's mother, and for his friend. Stain, someone is at the window. Those words took away all the comfort I had. On screen. Ah, my dear grandson. All for One whispered, his smile grim as his fingers gently stroked the green-haired infant's head. He liked the fact that he had the hair color he himself had selected for one of his offspring even more. Everything had to go according to plan. Something not being where it should be bothered her, but she could ignore such trivialities. After all, these years were worth their weight in gold, and her little one continued to grow nicely. It was a shame the green-haired girl was such a nosy brat. It was so hard for her to be an ordinary person, a simple mass that he could manipulate at will. He had already tried and failed. A latent and formless power, that's what I see in you, Izuku. Besides, it seems that that woman has not weakened your bloodline, that adaptive capacity, that stubbornness. You are undoubtedly a complete Shigaraki. Even my brother Yoichi was equal to me in that sense. The only difference between him and me, he put his hand on Izuku's head. Without a doubt, that annoying pyrokinesis quirk would be a problem in the future. If the doctor hadn't informed him of this ability, the green-haired man could take the path of heroism, and as fun as that sounded. The truth is, this wasn't the time to be demanding, not too much. After all, this was his personal project. Incredible. I don't know if it's because you're deeply asleep, because your quirk hadn't yet awakened to a level strong enough to come out, or if it's simply the fact that being an infant, your body is more susceptible to experimentation. Believe me, I'm so tempted to take you home, and I was. Since Izuku's quirk was taken from his hands, being a hero, being a villain, he didn't have that choice, and he had also probed his memory to see what kind of grandfather he would be if he didn't worry about that idiot Inko taking him away from his heritage, from his true self. Oh Izuku, Izuku, now you'll see the worst side of society. I bet your good mother, sooner or later, will end up abandoning you. Believe me, I've lived more than 100 years and I know what I'm talking about. But at the moment when the latter dared to use Aaron's power on the green-haired boy, a man stood in the way again. Any self-respecting Shigaraki stood firm even in death. But it was up to the person how to use that power. Yoichi, the brother of All for One, the creator of One for All, the first wielder of that power whose peculiarity was after passing powers, he had used it to oppose his brother for years, generation after generation. And now, once again, his family rose up against him. Hisashi Shigaraki would make his final move, his final appearance. Father, this child is the true example of what you hate the most. My son will be the one in charge of sending you to hell and making you pay for everything you've done. If before there was a minimal chance of Izuku recovering his quirk, right now that possibility has fallen to an absolute zero. He knew what he was doing. He knew that even after this, the last vestiges of his personality would be erased from his father's consciousness. Damn you, Hisashi! In short, I curse you and our entire family for getting in my way. Die now! If the idiot Hisashi had had the damn will and stupidity necessary to launch himself against him, while he was still a simple vestige of will stored within his quirk, The impact was such that even various quirks that All For One himself used to launch attacks of the level he used in the past with him and Nana Shimura in their old days had been eliminated. Izuku, I know I don't have much time and there is so much I want to tell you, so much I have to say, so many things to teach you. I want to see when you bring your first girlfriend. Your mother's face will be incredible. I would also like to teach you how to shave your beard. Believe me, it is not as difficult as it seems for a few brief moments. For a few insignificant minutes, he managed to overcome All For One, who now had him by the neck, disintegrating him into black and red fragments. He couldn't do anything more for his son. He was going to be left alone against that monster. But he could finally leave in peace. Son, remember this. If one day you are as strong as us, please, I beg you, don't forget this. Don't forget your old man's last piece of advice. A great power with carries a great is on, Dad. Maybe his life was trampled on by AFO. Maybe being an honest thief wasn't his best choice. And the truth is he couldn't be more sorry for not spending more time with his little one. But at least he had this moment, a brief and fleeting one where he could have been the hero his son had dreamed of being. Maybe he'll never remember him, but he didn't care. All that mattered to him was that, for just this fleeting moment, he was able to save that little boy that he himself had helped bring to life, and at the same time loved so much that he was willing to give his life for him. Finally, yes, finally the idiot Hisashi had shut up. He couldn't be more frustrated with his son right now. He could have tried to take the body that he was currently using. But no, the idiot. The only thing he did was take his body to say goodbye to his replacement without a doubt. That woman ruined my little one's brain. I can't wait to teach him a lesson using your hands, my dear grandson. Also, don't worry. If you don't make it into the UA, I've already made sure we have an infiltrator in his rooms. So you're not my only insurance that everything goes according to plan. That was all. After all, I shouldn't force this process at all. This was a long-term investment, although I did have to be honest. After all, I shouldn't force this process at all. This was a long-term investment, even though I had to be honest. You know, Yoichi, I definitely have to thank you. You're the one who came up with the idea of planting a seed to germinate in the future and continue a legacy that our family has left. Although if that stupid Yagi ends up passing the quirk on to this kid, double the prize, I managed to obtain the OFA effortlessly, and with that, he paused for a moment, analyzing the possibility that crossed his mind. It was only 20%, but there was still the tiny possibility that if they gave the OFA to this child, by any means possible, the OFA itself would repel his consciousness and end up eliminating it from the green-haired boy's body. Also, because of the attempted snatching of the OFA in his fight with Yagi, most likely it's grown in power to the point where the carriers can act as a defense against the next carrier through consciousness transfer. TSK, I could just give them dreams, mentally torture them, but I won't be able to do anything if that turns out to be true, and if so, well, he's even angrier now. TSK, believe me, Yagi, you are a damn pain in the ass. Noise, apparently the lady was coming to see her grandson. How stupid. But she had nothing to gain by leaving anonymity right now, so she very kindly ordered Kurojiri unanimously that she would open a portal for him to leave there. I thought there was someone here, she said to herself before closing the door again, but not before covering her son with All Might's limited brand blanket. She had spent all the allowance he had given her on that blanket. Maybe what's more, if one day she met All Might, he could tell her that he could be a hero. He didn't have to be a famous hero or anything. For her, a hero also included firefighters, officers, soldiers, doctors, teachers, psychologists. Without them, she and her son couldn't have a peaceful life. She knew not all of them were sanctimonious. In fact, she had just come from the worst doctor's appointment of her life. But to generalize and say that everyone was like that was something I couldn't do. Off-screen, the feeling of fear and repulsion of AFO's attitudes towards what he did, particularly when he removed the green-haired boy's quirk. Nizu, add document forgery to Dr. Garaki's list of crimes. Hawks scored. All Might, the bastard. Inko, I would never mistreat my son, never. Shoto, holy theories, he would think, expanding his theories even further about what would happen if Inko mistreated the green-haired boy. The feeling of annoyance turned to surprise when Hisashi took control of AFO's body, saying goodbye to his son, but at a cost. The green-haired boy's quirk was destroyed in the process. Endeavor. In the end, we all worked to get this guy moving, I would say annoyingly. Dalby, calm down, old man. he would say seriously. He may not forgive his father's actions, but now he sees that AFO manipulated everyone from the beginning. Hearing the name Yoichi Shigaraki, those who knew about One for All were surprised, given that he was the first. Stain, El Quirk de Almight. Kirishima was created. Mina, by AFO himself? Kaminari, how is that even possible? Kyoka, that boils down to one thing. One. Momo, yes, a family dispute. Mirio, haha, laughed nervously, who would say that the biggest problem between heroes and villains has its origin in Tamaki, a family quarrel. Hawks, if the commission knew about this. Nagant, they would order the murder of everyone with Shigaraki blood to avoid further problems. And all those related, including All Might and those who know about One for All, so that this power is eliminated from existence. Ida, but, Spiner, kid, it's not a fantasy. The world is not as colorful as you see it. It's gray, a neutral gray, since everyone does good and evil at the same time. Toga, I feel cheated, she would say, pouting. Our whole life went down the drain because of this bastard. Uraraka, S.I. Tsuyu, it seems that Toga-chan could be a case of manipulation to Kero. Toga, Hug would say, taking Uraraka and Tsuyu. Uraraka, good. Tsuyu, Kero. Seeing Inko's thoughts after AFO left made many people uncomfortable, especially Stain, since he never thought of those people as heroes but rather as ordinary professionals. On screen, 10 years later. Well, if I cut this short, I'll be able to make it in time to see the fight. You could see the teenager already grown. He was 14 years old and running with all his might to the place where a random villain had been deployed. Gigantification type Quirk, also the one who had a shark face. He let it be seen that he had a sort of mutation thanks to his quirk, so that could be taken as a sort of secondary quirk, or a side effect of his body adapting to the proper use of his quirk. A sort of natural evolution. He knocked down that structure without the slightest effort, and there are already other heroes supporting his containment well. Now another hero had arrived. It didn't take long to appear. No doubt the coordination between them was good, or at least from his point of view it was. With this, other heroes could reach other places, in those that were really necessary, and thus help even more people. In fact, even the hero's fangirls were already encouraging him to end this quickly, and without realizing it he had murmured so much that another person next to him ended up, "Hey, I didn't know you were a fan, this couldn't be more embarrassing." So much so that he blushed a little while sweating slightly and playing with his hands shyly. He didn't know how to respond to that. He would certainly be too grateful to his mother if she hadn't gotten up early. I wouldn't have had enough time to go out of my way to see this meeting. You got it, Camille! And the green-haired man was right. He had analyzed the hero in multiple possible ways: weaknesses, strengths, special moves, reaction times. He had even managed to watch all the interviews he participated in. There wasn't a single fact that wasn't in his life as a hero that he didn't know about him, and he could also recognize the voice that resonated in the place. Slightly surprised, seeing how the rookie heroine MT Lady had come to help in a situation in which it wasn't necessary in the least. MT Lady, rookie heroine, who will do almost anything for a higher position in the hero rankings. Gigantification quirk, her ability can be limited by her own size. Even so, if she switches between small mode and giant mode she can have surprise attacks, although her size, that's a problem. Done. With that, I finished the notes. She closed her notebook and, after the altercation, proceeded to go directly to her institution, while she searched for any extra or additional information she could obtain on the new local heroine who was currently operating. Arriving at his school before the bell started ringing, maintaining his perfect attendance record. Off-screen, the 1A students smiled when they saw that this habit was something that continued, although Izuku was not as marked as they remembered him on his first day of school. Inko, oh, so that happened that day. Aizawa, perfect attendance, huh? Ida, that's the right thing to do. One must set an example, he would say until he was silenced by Siro and his tape. Siro, you're welcome. Tokoemi, Sindudas. Uraraka, does that unknown man think he can be a hero? She would say, surprised. Great. Mandalay, that's good. All Might, even a civilian tells him that, and he thought, clenching his fists. Kamui, so that villain. Mount Lady, and the best appears. Stain, a fake heroine, he would say, annoyed. He even recognized that Midnight was better. At least she had good control over her attitudes. Just an outfit that was too revealing for his taste. Katsuki, please don't let what will happen be shown. he thought, alarmed but always keeping his bitter face on screen. Well, as you all know, it's your last year, so I prepared some brochures for you to think about your future, but screw it, everyone wants to be a hero. And with that, everyone proceeded to show off their quirks while the green-haired boy sat at his desk, unable to join his classmates. Being the odd one out, and wishing from the bottom of his soul that he could join them, that was his greatest wish. To be able to simply be someone else and be able to laugh and play alongside them. After all, in these 14 years he had never been able to make a real friend at his high school, and that's why seeing his classmates able to show their quirks in a way that he couldn't, it generated a very strong feeling of loneliness in him. Although of course using it in class is prohibited, but I can always turn a blind eye to senior students, although well, there are always exceptions, aren't there, commented the professor in a casual tone, unable to avoid dropping a slight implicit mockery, which, although indirect, had a clear recipient. There was no need to say it out loud. After all, everyone in the class knew who he was really referring to, the only student born without a quirk passing through his sight. For a brief moment, it was Katsuki Bakugo, one of the most outstanding and undoubtedly most controversial students in the school. But seeing him face to face, "Hey, Professor, don't compare me to this bunch of losers. Also, you guys stop making a fuss. You're just stupid filler characters now." That's all I'd ever seen pissed off my classmates in the class I was in. That's true. It was fun to see people he'd never see again in his bucking life getting all worked up and angry over a simple verbal provocation like his. They were seriously stupid to get offended by something like that, and that made it even better, because it was so easy to make them scream over the slightest action he took. "Listen to me for once, stupid Deku." But when the teacher said what he least wanted to hear, he got angry. He got so angry that he grabbed the green-haired boy by the shirt and cornered him against the wall, while ash flew out of his clothes as a result of his explosion quirk. "How dare you even have the nerve to put yourself in the same bag as me? Don't you think about how the hell your mother will feel when she finds out you ended up throwing your life away? Use that stubborn head of yours." She pushed him against the wall, her face etched with anger, while small ashes rose from his clothes, the product of his own power contained to the limit. To catch Deku and make him understand once and for all that he was just a stupid stone in his shoe, but a damn stone that he didn't want to end up exploding in the middle of battle, and that the latter had to be the one in charge of being the one who would give his Aunt Inko the news that her son had died in his hands without him being able to prevent it. "I'm going to tell you so you finally understand, you idiot." I'd be lying if I said this hurt him more than Izuku. He knew being a hero was his dream, a stupid dream, a dangerous idiot, for hell's sake. His mother's old lady told him not to be an idiot with the green-haired boy. If hell, he had to be the villain of the story to ensure Izuku's life, even if he had to break his bones, something he almost achieved once, so that this idiot wouldn't stick his nose into issues that this brainiac shouldn't stick his nose into. The pro-hero race is for the ones who, you know, the ones who actually stand a chance. He was going to stomp him, pulverize him, rough him up as much as he had to. In fact, he knew that stupid bush head wasn't going to swallow half the words he said. Izuku was infinitely smarter than him. For hell, he was a better person and better at everything. He was always above him, and that frustrated him, and that is why he could hit him without the slightest fear of retaliation. Or well, not initial, because Izuku already knew the reason. And that's why even calling him a friend was about to reach the limit of how much suffering he could endure. And even more so because when classes ended, Bakugo's attack would give his last bullet to bury the green-haired man's spirit. "Deku, you piece of shit!" By the time he turned around, they were already upon him, while Izuku tried to ignore the thought echoing in his head since before it was barely a whisper. But with this phase, with the first phase completed in all its splendor, a person so afraid of disappointing his mother, so afraid that everyone else was right, that he was just a useless piece of trash who could never help anyone. "Oh Izuku, when will you understand that this is the reality that each and every one of the villains you see others face so much live? Your acclaimed heroes are just a gang of clowns who are not afraid to trample them miserably in order to keep their social status intact. Is this enough to prove it?" Why? With that, the green-haired man was in shock, because now he could hear that voice in his head so clearly and loudly. Was it his conscience? That couldn't be true. In fact, he was even afraid that it was real, because, if it were, Even his own mind was playing the worst joke in the world on him. Those thoughts were not his. Hit him, he deserves it, Bakugo quickly denied. He was his friend, he must have had reasons for doing this. Surely he was just worried and was saying that to make him reconsider and think about his mother, not to be selfish, if that was what it had to be. He couldn't refuse to think that his best friend would mistreat him like that without any logical reason behind it. But unfortunately for him, he would soon discover that this was not the case. And I don't intend to compete with you, pwaff, kick in the stomach. He tried to excuse himself, but that kick made him spit saliva. He didn't want to live this hell anymore. He didn't want to do it really. And the following words given by the only person he considered his friend. Well, he was the only one who hadn't stopped talking to her in her entire life. Hey, if you want to be a hero so badly, jump off the building and be born in the next life with a quirk. And with just those words, Izuku finally broke, his eyes lifeless. The first phase had already passed. The first phase of every villain had finally been overcome. Now all the green-haired man could feel was complete anger and rage. A rage that was about to explode. Right there, right now. And in that very place. Only intensifying when Katsuki threw away his last notebook of hero sketches he'd worked so hard to create. And you're either going to fight, or stay still like a coward. Those words were never going to be able to be removed from his head, if he ever had respect, admiration, or even a bit of consideration and friendship for the blonde-haired boy. Today he just died, making Bakugo focused on his thoughts. If you don't reconsider after this, you idiot, I won't know what to do with you, you idiot. He didn't even notice that for a few seconds, a few tiny seconds, Izuku's pure emerald eyes turned into dark reds worthy of any villain that threatened this society. Like Izuku's other voice, he spared no effort in telling him, tempting him, bribing him, attracting him to his side and corrupting him as only he could, like his true family was waiting for him with open arms, being held back. Again, for the same reason Hisashi rebelled in the first place. So that those reddish eyes were quickly replaced by the emerald ones that so characterized him. Off-screen, fury, that was the word that was being felt in the atmosphere of the place. It was not something that anyone would experience. Inko, Katsuki, tell me it's not true, please, tell me that what you did and everything you did is not true, she would say, wanting to refuse to believe what she saw. Mitsuki, brat, he would say, feeling something he never thought he would feel, disappointment. Aizawa, tell me if you did it. Bakugo, yes, he would say, knowing that he can't deny it. Stain, and so you want to be a hero, he would say with annoyance while sending murderous intent. You don't deserve to be one, you're not like Dabi. Finish that sentence before knowing if All Might isn't the same as him, I would say seriously. Stain, All Might is a true hero. If the boy asked him if he could be a hero, he would probably answer yes. All Might, I hope he did, he lamented in his thoughts. Bakugo had his head down, feeling all the remorse in his being. Even Kirishima was looking at him, moving away from him. The redhead finally understood that the greenhead was afraid of Bakugo. That's why he always moved away or obeyed what he said. Shoto was about to react when Dabi grabbed him. As far as he knew, Shoto considered Izuku his first and best friend, so he wanted to face Bakugo, even without his quirks. Nizu, with what I saw, Orudra will be closed down, its teachers fired, and we will open a case. Naomesa Si. All Might. But he would say, wanting them to make a softer decision, but he was being hypocritical. Gran Torino, I hope that if the brat ran into you, you didn't tell him what I think you told him. Because you're going to know me. Toshinori, he would say very seriously, making All Might afraid. Stain heard that threat and saw the reaction of the symbol of peace. It couldn't be what was being formulated in his mind. What happened, right? The symbol of peace told him yes, right? Nizu, Bakugo, you will be sent to general courses and psychological and psychiatric therapy. Only until we notice improvement will you return to heroism. And Lady Bakugo, Mitsuki, for my part, I accept it. My idiot son earned it, she would say without being able to look Inko in the eyes again. Where had she failed as a mother? Aizawa, Bakugo, what will you say? Because even with that suggestion of suicide, although you wanted to protect him as seen and heard your thoughts, it is a crime. You will not go to prison. Bakugo, I accept. I don't deserve to be among them. And if Stain makes me walk on rusty nails and glass, I accept it. Stain, I hope it can help. The Watcher, if you knew you were a hypocrite, Stain would say in thoughts from his mind. On screen, idiot, was all he could manage to mutter after letting Katsuki Bakugo leave, As he went to retrieve the notebook the idiot had thrown out of the classroom window right in front of him. He couldn't get that stupid phrase out of his head. Because of who was his best friend, he knew his intentions by a demon that had confirmed everything, but knowing it didn't mean that he wasn't hurt and devastated, and that the rage had calmed down even the slightest bit in his entire being. Think before you speak. You just incited me to commit suicide, Ka-chan. Believe me, if it weren't me, someone else could have done something stupid, he encouraged himself. While he resumed his way home, he was about to take the route he always took until. That's it, you've made good progress. It's fine to resist, but remember, your destiny is not to be a hero, Izuku Midoriya. Your destiny is to be a Shigaraki, my grandson, Adam Shigaraki. One of the greatest villains history has ever seen. You will be the one to kill All Might alongside your brother Tamura. Ready. Now he was terrified, killing All Might. How had that thought even entered his head in the first place? Why was this happening to him? It was some kind of quirk awakening. It wasn't impossible. They told him he didn't have a gift. He had no choice. Simply, close his eyes and run. While that voice kept urging him to do things he simply didn't want to do. Perhaps you think it's fair, little one, that they force you to stay still, unable to defend yourself from those who have hurt you so much. Forcing you to only show a smile that only weighed on your already afflicted face. Perhaps you really think it's fair that everyone forces you to ignore your pain. He covered his ears. He kept running aimlessly. He wanted him to shut up. That wasn't him. His mother hadn't raised a monster, not that person who, and he had to stop and throw up. Because why had he had that image of him holding All Might's head in front of the masses? Wait, masses? Since when did he think like that? Since when did I have memories of him being cheered and acclaimed because he was currently wearing a smart black suit? What was going on? Shut up, shut up, shut up. That was the only thing he kept repeating both mentally and physically, to the point that he didn't even notice when he ended up under a bridge with a sewer in between and a foul smell coming out of it. He didn't care either. He just wanted to cry. To let off steam without having to worry about his mother finding out how pathetic he was. Sniff sniff, yeah, look at me, I'm the stupid crybaby hero Deku Midoriya. Ha ha ha, stupid Ka-chan, I bet if I was a girl you'd treat me like one of your stupid fans. I bet you would never have hit me to begin with, for buck's sake. When I see my reflection, I hit the sewer water, to the point of making his knuckles draw blood, contaminating the wound in the process, which could be fatal. That was wastewater, contaminated by nothing in the world should come into contact with an open wound, regardless of whether it was serious or not. When I look at my reflection, all I see is a damned disappointment. What was my sin? Was it being born without a gift? I didn't ask to be born without a gift. I didn't even ask to be born, not even I. He finally fell silent, falling to his knees on the floor. He could only cry, let out his tears. No one cared, only his mother. Why couldn't he be like her? He was already so broken that he didn't care whether he had a quirk or not. He was starting to deny his own existence, and the thought that in another life, maybe he could have been Bakugo's girlfriend, had he been born a woman. Maybe he was still unhappy, but I could definitely take it. I could have my friend there, giving me hugs, comfort, support. Maybe, just maybe, I could say something cheesy like "I'll protect you." Sniff, because I should have been born a man, because I can't be a girl like my mother. Maybe I could have even been her quirk if I had been born like that. I had already hit rock bottom. I couldn't have fallen any lower. It was the perfect moment for his very kind and precious grandfather would appear and give him a little push toward the place where they'd been waiting for him for so long. It was time for another Shigaraki to join their ranks, and preferably one who wouldn't end up stabbing him in the back. Or if he was going to do it, it would be for something worthwhile, like betraying him and leaving him in a kind of reset where he'd lose most of his quirks after destroying Allah, that bucking society. Now that was a betrayal he could tolerate, not having him replaced by a bore like that stupid Hisashi. Too bad his plan hit a small snag, off-screen. Nizu, it's broken, or it's about to be broken, I would say, being realistic and trying to sound optimistic. Midnight. When we return we will talk to him, and we will see that he goes to a psychologist. Inko, no, my boy, you are not pathetic, she would say, sobbing. No one could say anything, not even Spyro, since he himself realized that if he did he would be a complete hypocrite. since even the green-haired boys' classmates who were shapeshifters made fun of him for not having a quirk. Melissa, I don't think being a girl would have been better, I would say, since she understood it. She was the only one who did. Almight, damn, I was quirkless and being a hero made me, he would say, thinking about how hypocritical he was. Ojiro, and there are problems. On screen, I finally found a brat I can use as a hostage. Yeah, this couldn't be more inopportune, not because a petty villain came to try to harm his grandson, but because of the person behind that man. He could feel it. One for All was approaching, that bastard Toshinori. The more times he planned to get in his way, the more he too must die. He was so strong, so brilliant that he equaled all the symbolism of his person. The symbol of terror would now once again go to war with his greatest rival, the symbol of peace. For none other than his grandson, not Izuku Midoriya, the son of that failure, but one of his strongest pawns, Adam Shigaraki. Everything is fine, boy, because I'm here. He compressed air with his brute force. He had already spent the time limit that he could use his inherited quirk, one for all. For today, every day it burned him more and more. Many would call him a stupid idiot. Moreover, in case his teacher kept telling him so, and in part he was right. Many would call him a stupid idiot. But his teacher kept telling him that, and he was partly right. He had to save every ounce of his strength to fight all for one when he finally emerged from the sewer. But in the meantime, no matter what happened, no matter how much was happening, if he saw a person in danger, a villain stealing and threatening to kill innocent people right in front of his eyes, Texas Smash wouldn't hesitate to answer that call. After all, what kind of symbol of peace would he be if he didn't live up to his name and title? Although he didn't think that becoming a world-renowned celebrity was something that came with the title of symbol of peace, he went to America to gain the necessary experience and be safe from all for one. While he was growing one for all to the maximum possible both for himself and his future successor, he already had two candidates, a certain Mirio Togata, a student recommended by his best friends Mirai Sasaki, also known as Sir Night Eye, not to mention his niece Melissa Shield, daughter of another person who marked a before and after in her entire life, both professionally and personally. Young man, wake up! He was gently hitting his face. The first round had undoubtedly been won by Almight. Because the voice in the green-haired boy's head had stopped, it could still be there. He felt it. He felt that it was deep inside his head, but right now he didn't care in the slightest. He couldn't hide his happiness, joy, and delight at having All Might in front of him. If anyone could tell him that if he could be a hero, even as an officer, it could be him. All his hopes, all his dreams, all his will now rested on the words spoken to him by the symbol of peace, words that could define the future of the society that All Might had. He had worked so hard to build a society where, generally speaking, peace reigned. But that's great, I'm glad you're okay. I'm sorry you got caught up in my fight against that villain. I don't usually make mistakes like that, but this time the villain took me by surprise while I was shopping for the lunch I was going to eat today. Ha ha ha. Okay, that was a really bad joke. But she didn't really know how to apologize to the young man either. She didn't think that a high school student would be under a bridge. That's not something you see every day. In fact, it was very unusual. But when she saw the notes in his notebook, she could tell that he was some kind of mega fanatic, so most likely he went to do some kind of mural or graffiti and had left school for a personal reason. Well, young people made their mistakes. However, thank you very much. I wouldn't have caught it so easily without your help. Now look, I already have it trapped in these very reliable plastic bottles, so please, next time be more careful where you do your urban art. Try to make it public view and with the permission of the person at the venue. Okay, yes, I was a huge fan. I couldn't get the goofy expression off my face no matter what I said. Oh, by the way, one more thing. Before I leave, young man, I took a look at the notes about heroes that you have in your backpack. I'm really sorry, but it fell out of your backpack with the pages open, and when I saw that it said notes about heroes, I couldn't contain my curiosity. Okay, this young man was definitely a good person. In fact, he reminded him of himself, especially when he was a child and he would watch pictures of heroes with his mother before she was killed by a villain in front of his eyes. After all, back then he didn't have a quirk, he didn't have one for all. I'm signing my notebook now. The truth is, this was the part he liked most about his job, being able to talk to people, without the press, without anyone on his heels, and just spending time with all the civilians who depended on him. It made him happy, seeing those smiles, those happy faces they gave when sometimes they were just having a bad day. Hee, young man, keep going like that. You have a great future for hee, it's a shame. But I must go now, I'm too busy keeping the peace. I hope to see you soon, young man. You have a great future for shit, his wound was already starting to take its toll. His time was up, in fact right now he was burning more time of the one for all to be able to talk calmly with the green-haired man, but he couldn't continue with him, even though he wanted to. Off-screen, everyone, oh please, they would say together, since no one could be so unlucky. Although that mood of compassion and sorrow vanished with the appearance of Almight and what happened next, making at least some of that fateful day worthwhile, without knowing that everything could get worse, because as the saying goes, one thing is better than another. On screen, he wanted to know more about him. More about that young fanatic who was bowing to him as if his life depended on how many he could give to him. He hoped he could fix that soon. The green-haired young man didn't do this for the recognition. In fact, he did it just for the reason that he genuinely loved seeing the smiles of all the people he could save. Wait, so soon? That brought him back to reality. He had wasted too much time showing his geeky side, but he needed to ask him the same question he had asked his mother before, the same question he had asked the teachers, Katsuki, everyone. He couldn't leave without asking him that question. Come on, Izuku, go ahead, do it. You know what he's going to tell you. He'll tell you the same thing as everyone else, the same thing that every single person has already told you. That damn voice rubbed his head again while All Might was turning his back on him. No, not again, not again. He couldn't leave like that. Not in that way. He had to run. He was clinging to that hope. He didn't want to let go of those last hopes he held in his heart with all his might. Which wasn't the best idea he'd ever had, because as he grabbed All Might's leg with his hands, he ended up soaring so high that he even upset the symbol of peace itself. This wasn't healthy fanaticism anymore. This was bucking harassment. If it weren't for him, if it were another heroine like Mirko, this kid would have definitely earned a very severe lawsuit from the bunny heroine. Don't let go of me. If you do, I'll die. That also brought the symbol of peace back to reality, who managed to use his body as a cushion for his fall while landing and making sure the young man hadn't suffered the slightest harm. He had to leave now if this child found out about the symbol of peace's true identity. It could be very bad. Society knew him, but only as a symbol of peace, not Yagi Toshinori, not that person who, thanks to being burned by One for All, was becoming more and more emaciated every day to the point that at this point a simple knife could kill him because the wound, as the years passed, only worsened. Talk to the people downstairs. They'll surely help you, they'll surely let you in. But I have to go now. But the young man asked a question that paralyzed him for moments, crucial moments. His time was running out. He had to think about it. He had to know what he was going to say to him. But just as he relaxed, smoke came out of his body. His wound began to create such pressure that he almost vomited blood in front of the green-haired man. Can I be a hero even without a quirk? Was the question that came from the green-haired man's heart, who closed his eyes while screaming from the bottom of his heart, without noticing how the smoke began to surround the symbol of peace more and more, who was already desperate from the overexertion of maintaining his muscular form, following, talking, opening up to him. After all, he wasn't going to ignore him or make him less than the others. He always talked to everyone, helped them, gave them a hand without a doubt. He would be the one who could help him in these moments. But what he received was one of the worst blows life had given him. Excuse me, kid, but I don't have time for questions from a fan obsessed with me. Vu become a piak. Pili police. But you can't be a hero if you don't have some kind of gift for Izuku. That was what ended up hurting him more than all the taunts he received daily from his ashen friend. He had nothing left. No dreams, no hope, no lifeline, no will to live. The voice in his head sounded louder than ever, and just as the peace symbol appeared, in less than an hour it gave the green-haired man peace, only to then trample it underfoot, leaving him to his fate without the slightest concern for him. It was close. If he had found out this way, maybe I was too harsh, but professionals risk their lives every day. If I had told him otherwise, he would have certainly taken him to the slaughterhouse. That was his thought. a thought echoed by the whole society, and which fell like a stone on the green-haired man, which, without All Might knowing, was already right where All for One wanted to have it. "Oh hello, Ka-chan, yes, I hope you read this voicemail. So you know, I'll listen to you, we sniff. Tell Mom I love her." He took a step forward, feeling the icy wind hit his face, and his feet teeter dangerously on the edge. His eyes were split. His left eye, tinged a deep red like blood, seemed to contain all the accumulated anger and pain. His right eye, still green as an emerald, shines with an innocence and purity incapable of wishing the worst harm even on All Might, who had just trampled him. Hell, all he wanted was for that wretch to do well in life. "For God's sake, Ka-chan, why can't I be brave and take the last step?" That was the only thing she could murmur, barely in a broken voice, while she couldn't stop the tears from running down her cheeks, while she clenched her fists to such an extent that her nails dug into the palms of her hands. Off-screen, the situation that followed in front of everyone with All Might left more than one in shock. Stain himself had to cut himself with the katana he had nearby to know that he was not dreaming and everything was real. "Stain, no, tell me it's not true, tell me it's not true," he shouted desperately, since that was going to make him look like the rest of the frauds he killed, looking out of the corner of his eye with his trembling hands at his sword. "All Might, yes," he would say, looking down, trying not to say more. "Spiner, Stain, no, you know your doctrine was it false too," he thought in shock. Gran Torino had a moment to activate his quirk and threw himself at All Might, hitting him so hard that the sound of the blow itself resonated in the place. "Gran Torino, how could you?" he would say, annoyed being the only voice to sound. "How could you tell Izuku that he couldn't be a hero without a quirk? Knowing what you yourself have been through, that you were also quirkless." All Might didn't respond. Nothing he said would save him. Gran Torino simply hit him once more and left. He left with Inko, since the last thing shocked her like everyone else. Stain simply remained silent. Everything he stood for turned out to be a lie. A sad lie. Heroes did not exist in themselves. Bakugo was motionless. He never thought the green-haired boy would do what he said. He wanted to scream. He wanted to jump to help him. Everyone looked at him and wanted to emphasize that it would be hypocritical to do so, but they simply remained silent. Aizawa tightened his bandages on All Might's neck, while Nizi just sighed. In the students present, something died that day, and it is that fanaticism they had for heroes. On screen, what am I really waiting for to take this last step? That was the question that still couldn't find an answer to, that kept waiting, because she still had hope that someone would tell her something so she wouldn't end up throwing herself off this cold balcony just one step. No, not even that, she just had to let go of the railing. What's more, even the voice in his head told him to do it, that if he did it he would meet his true family, that he would forget everything, his mother, Bakugo, All Might, the heroes. He could do all that, but the only thing he couldn't do, the only thing that kept him standing, waiting for any sign to stop and not do this madness, was the mere thought of leaving his mother alone. That rage at not being enough for her overshadowed the rage he felt towards society as a whole. "Wow, I didn't think you'd get to this point." That voice was what made him look to the side, finding himself face to face with a young adult who looked no more than 20 years old. Her expression was serene and peaceful, while when he looked at the young woman's eyes, they seemed so similar to his own. She stood there before him, her black boots shining in the sunset light, while the gray gloves covering her hands rested at her sides, covering her hands in a fine and elegant way, causing her to get lost in his gaze when, with a slight movement of her hand, she had arranged a lock of hair that had fallen on her forehead. Without taking her gaze off the green-haired young man, he fell silent, staring at the ground, unable to utter a word. There were so many questions running through his mind, so many doubts boiling like a storm, and yet he couldn't let any of them out. Questions as simple as, who was this young woman, and why was she there, by his side, at the worst moment of his life? There was something about her presence that completely disarmed him, a warmth that only his mother had been able to convey to him. When he was just a little boy, he cried because his father couldn't be with them. "Be careful, Izuku, that girl next to you might be a villain." He immediately looked up at her, trying to find any hint of threat in her eyes. However, instead of fear or suspicion, he only found the same look she had given him a few seconds ago. He didn't know why he did it. Perhaps it was the confidence the young woman conveyed that made him commit the reckless act of taking a step without realizing where he was currently standing. It frightened the brunette to the point that it didn't take her a second to react, and hold him by the arm almost without the slightest effort noticeable to the naked eye. Hey, if you want to jump, don't do it by accident. Here, let me help you up. He clutched her hand, surprised by how firmly she held him. Her touch was warm like the hug he needed so much at that moment, but had never asked for, but needed now more than ever, without realizing that far from that place. I have to investigate that brat, she just threw away a golden opportunity on me. He got annoyed. It wasn't unusual for villains or even minor heroes not to be on his radar and go unnoticed, because they didn't interest him in the least, but they always got in his sights if they got into his messed up life. Why did you do it? Was the only thing the green-haired boy wanted to know as he now saw the young woman helping him remove the dirt from his student clothes. It wasn't until he looked everywhere that he realized the door was still closed. If so, it meant his quirk was flight or transportation, so he could have gotten to this place where he was. Why, I don't think your mother would have liked it. Okay, now he was scared. He took 2 steps back as the young woman slowly and gently approached him, and he got nervous for 2 things. 1, he had never had a girl so close to him, and in fact, she scared him so much that he was starting to stutter, sweating and shaking, and 2, because this girl seemed to have done her research beforehand, and if so, he'd read enough manga for his mind to start developing the theory that she was a crazy, obsessive yandere who wanted him all to herself, and that was terrifying. Off-screen, everyone was begging the green-haired boy not to jump, but an unknown girl appeared. Who was that girl? Had they never seen her before? Was she a villain? Hell, at that point, they were thinking like All for One. Momo, she helped him, she would say, relaxing. Inko, she helped my baby, she would say, feeling like she was a bad mother, feeling guilty that Izuku didn't have a quirk, but a flashback of him telling her otherwise came to her mind, relaxing her a little. Mineta, she's beautiful. Kaminari, yes, for a loli she's cute. Both of them were beaten by Tsuyu and Jiro for expressing their opinion. Uraraka felt a little jealous, although she found it funny that Izuku was so nervous. Color yandere? Kendo, well, there are girls like that, he shrugged. On screen, haha, idiot. I'm not that I hit him with a book. Wait, where the hell did he get a book in the first place? To which the young woman simply, as if it were a magic trick, made the book disappear into multiple green fragments, bowing as if it were a show. And if he weren't so scared, he would have definitely liked to be able to enjoy it as he should. Let me introduce myself. My name is Renjaleif. He extended his hand, doubtful his mother had told him not to trust strangers. That's why he didn't shake his hand, he just rubbed his right arm while looking at the ground timidly, making Renjaleif sigh, who shook his head and leaned his arms on the railing of the place. It's understandable, you don't know me at all, but Izuku. I just have one question. If I could give you a power, a kind of quirk that was previously used by a very important person other than Almight, what would you say? What would you use it for? And tell me, would you accept it? Was what silenced Izuku, who didn't know whether or not to hit the young woman who was turning her back on him, but he waited patiently for her answer. And before you say anything about it being a dream, about it being impossible, let me tell you a few last things. Don't think about whether it's a fantasy or not, just be honest with yourself and what you want to be, and based on that, answer this. It's arguably the most important one. Do you want to be a hero or a villain? And the green-haired man remained deathly silent. For 2 minutes he said nothing, trying to process everything that was happening in his life. Within minutes he'd attempted suicide, his idol had trampled on his dreams, and his inner voice had fallen silent as if it had never been there. But being a hero meant being like All Might. If being a hero means having the ability to trample on a child's feelings, dreams, and a villain means being everything my mom didn't teach me to be me, I just want to be a good person and reach out to villains who want help. I don't want them to feel alone like I did. I couldn't be happier. That was the answer he was looking for, so he slightly hid his gaze in his hat. Off-screen, Nizu, interesting, he would say, seeing the girl. David, I've never seen a quirk like that. All Might, something doesn't add up about her. Nagant, it's strange. I don't remember anyone with that quirk being on the commission's records. Melissa, Regenlif? Like the name of a Valkyrie? This doesn't make sense. Momo, yes, I'm like you. All Might, Give power? He would say scandalized. Gran Torino, stop being embarrassed. He would say seriously, All Might. But it could be related to AFO. Gran Torino, pay attention you idiot. Everyone upon hearing the question would be surprised. What would they do if someone offered them power? That's why they thought a lot about the answers the green-haired man would give. Hearing the reformulation of the question, many became even more thoughtful, while listening to everything attentively. In truth, many did not know how to answer, and All Might was wanting to show some paranoia. But Midnight's whip silenced him before speaking. Stain, what will you answer, boy? Prove that at least with you I won't fail, he implored. Spiner, what? He would say surprised. He knew that the green-haired man was a hero recognized by Stain, but he wanted to see what he saw. Until now his life was worse than being peed on by a dog. Hearing the green-haired boy's words, Inko felt truly proud of her son. She couldn't deny it. She knew how to raise a good man. The aspiring heroes looked at the green-haired boy with new eyes, determined to follow him wherever he went. Uraraka in particular felt an enormous warmth in her chest, while Bakugo simply looked at his former best friend, since he couldn't call himself that, with a mixture of remorse and pride. Nope, he wasn't jealous, since although he denied it, Izuku was always better. The heroes present had divided opinions, since some felt offended, but they couldn't blame him, so they did what they could, and that was to look dirty at All Might. All Might was feeling remorse and pride for his successor, but what he said was already in that reality. Fatum, that's the hero who saved Eri, he would say smiling. Mandalay, and the hero who helped Kota, she would say sobbing with joy. Aizawa, my best student. Class 1A plus Shinzo. Something broke inside me, they would say depressed. Stain, at least I wasn't wrong about him. Spiner, despite everything. Dabi, he just. Shoto, smile and won't give up anymore. Nizu, sorry to ruin this, but we still don't know what AFO is up to, so young Midoriya can be used against those present. We know he won't, but he's a target of the #1 villain, so we can't relax too much. Midnight Director, a little calm wouldn't hurt us. Nizu, I know, but understand that we must not be complacent this time. Nobody said anything, the director was right, and that shouldn't allow them to relax. On screen. So just give me your hand, Izuku, and please try not to get scared with what I'm going to do. That smile had dazzled him, and the truth is that being honest with a stranger may not have been the best option rationally. But having done so made him judge her very quickly and superficially. That's why he gave her his hand. Besides, from his perspective, he didn't have much to lose. But what happened was something he never expected. Volant. And after that word the young woman began to disappear. No, that wasn't part of the deal. He didn't want to be a murderer. No, wait, it was his imagination. That couldn't be true either. He was already terrified. And it got worse when the young woman began to turn green and transform into different ribbons that ran from side to side of her body. First it was his right hand, then his torso, passing through his legs and his entire body including his eyes before ending in his right hand, and a green flash flooded the entire place, blinding him slightly, while the voice that previously sounded in his head was replaced by that of the young woman he just met. Now we are one. And after saying that he ended up falling to his knees on the floor. What the hell had all that been about? No correction, why the hell had he trusted a stranger now he had made her know that? What things? He didn't want to even think about it. If she had planted a bomb, this would be the worst thing in the world. Boom! Ha! A ridiculous explosion erupted from a few blocks ahead as his eyes took in everything. It was so much information for his brain it could drive him crazy, but he really saw it all. Every gust of wind, the color of the clouds, the glass, the debris, even the different shades of the explosion that rose above the nearby buildings. He wanted to go help no matter what or who it was, but thanks to his eyes, which were beginning to blend with his memories, he knew he immediately distinguished them that it was Bakugo. For a moment he paused. But again, the memory of what his mother would like him to do. What would I like to do? Well, I think I want to save him. He clenched his fist. He was about to commit the biggest stupidity of his life. Just like All Might, the supposed symbol of peace, would do. Just like he had done with his dreams, that was why he would go save Bakugo. But he would seize the moment. He had to save the villains, as many as he could. Well, a villain has the right to be angry. He closed his eyes and opened them, showing something that was never there before, making time itself stop around him. Everything seemed so clear. Now, not a single detail escaped this. and he could feel a hand placed on his shoulder, finding Renjeleif at his side. I promised to explain everything to you, but now, we must save the idiot. Don't you think so, Izuku Midoriya? One last time he closed his eyes, he could leave him to his fate. He could faintly hear the voice from before, that evil voice that whispered to him day and night. But if he really had the power that could overcome the supposed symbol of peace of Almight, he began to fully open his eyes, and an 8-pointed golden-orange star began to form in his pupils. Yes, and maybe I'll regret it later, but thank you, Renjeleif. Divine that he had been able to obtain, while Renjeleif also made the green-haired boy's body shine at the same level when he had made the Voland in the green-haired boy, joining body and soul to his new bearer. Showing something that Izuku had kept from the bottom of his heart. Well, guess what, you're right. I won't be a hero like All Might. I'll be better, something bigger than the anger he had towards Bakugo. Towards All Might, towards society, an absolute and unbreakable will. Because if a comparison had to be made, he was even more stubborn than his father. And he wanted to be able to shut up all the mouths that had told him the same thing over and over again. Screen turns off. Seeing the will of both, many were amazed. Ibera, shared destinies, she murmured, realizing that there must be something divine in that power. Nizu, interesting. Hearing the explosion, everyone realized something was wrong, while Bakugo simply connected the dots. The sludge villain. All Might. I'm an idiot, he would say, seeing the green-haired boy doubting about going to save Bakugo. Katsuki. He should let me die. I only hurt him. Stain. If what I saw in him is true, I would say being optimistic compared to the others, he is going to save you. Mirko. To be honest, I think like him. Shoto. Now that I think about it, why the hell did you waste his friendship? You were so close as children. Katsuki. I don't know, I never thought about it. Spiner. We'll go save him. Aizawa. And the improvements he's having with this Voland and that girl are interesting. Midnight Bueno. Present Mike. He could be a villain, but I doubt that. Uraraka. If AFO did something to Deku-kun, I know he wouldn't let himself be dominated. Ida. I agree, he will not let himself be dominated. In fact, I dare say he is too intelligent and suicidal to try something that does not harm anyone. David. I don't find a scientific principle, but what I saw in I Island from him confirms his words. Stain. Without a doubt, he would say, smiling, I was not wrong about him. Aizawa. Why do I feel like AFO will do something bad to him and the problem boy will do something extremely suicidal? He thought, feeling something strange in his being, a very bad feeling. Theology. The room was filled with bustle, where several defended the green-haired boy's will, given that they knew him. Others, however, left room for a slight disagreement, making it clear that no matter how much willpower AFO possesses, AFO was able to suppress Oboro Shirakumo's, therefore, they could have the green-haired boy as an enemy. In several cases, confidence and paranoia were two of the feelings that most loomed. All Might, despite the fact that he was now nothing more than a hypocrite, defended his successor, as did Bakugo, even though the latter was hurled insults in between, insults that Inko herself had to stop, even though she was angry with the ash-haired boy. Bakugo. I know I'm the one who has the least to talk about the nerd, but if I know him, it's because he will never, and keep this in your head, never lose a battle. He will die or do something stupid to have a chance. David, do you think the young man can split? If we understand the point, Adam Shigaraki may have been born from negative emotions and the manipulation of AFO, or well, he would say formulating a theory, until he remembered something. Of course, that must be it. Perhaps Mrs. Midoriya had indications of having twins, but young Midoriya absorbed the other. Which would mean that Adam Shigaraki is the soul of the body that the boy absorbed during his gestation in the womb. Scientifically, the existence of the soul is not proven, but there are many similar cases that support my words, although normally these people end up having psychiatric disorders. He theorized, analyzing everything. Unbeknownst to them, Nizu and Naomasa had come to the same conclusion, given that it was what their rational side made them think. Stain looked at his sword, for his part, fighting for so long because people had to see what kind of charlatans live in their society, that when they saw the screen, everything he believed in was a complete falsehood, ending up being him, one of the many charlatans he hated and purged so much. Spiner, for his part, was in shock since the doctrine he followed so much was wrong, but he didn't think much either, so he was more focused on Shigaraki, or rather, Tenko, From what they saw now, they all played on a chessboard, where AFO was king of both sides, playing according to the villain's convenience. Dabi, for his part, stood next to Shoto, trying to connect, given that until recently Dabi had wanted to kill him and Shoto simply looked at him with the same cold gaze with which he looked at his father. They both saw it as a means to, at least the two were similar in openly admitting it, but if Shoto was on his way to forgiving endeavor, the bicolor could forgive his older brother. Before anyone could say anything, the screen lit up, drawing everyone's attention. Ibra, why do I feel like everything I create can be changed? She thought, slightly worried. On screen. Ha ha ha, this is fabulous. There were no words to describe how she felt right now. In fact, the closest thing she could come to feeling right now was as if an invisible veil had been lifted from her eyes. The city beneath her feet was more than streets and buildings. Every corner had life, a unique color and vibration she'd never noticed before. He launched himself toward the edge of a building and leaped high above the streets, his eyes taking in details he'd previously missed. Among them was how a flock of birds flew overhead, and as they crossed the sky, every feather, each flap of its wings seemed to freeze in midair. Its colors were so intense that I could distinguish shades of white and gray in each wing, as if I had all the time in the world to appreciate every detail, no matter how tiny, of the world around me. What is this? Why do I feel like I'm in some kind of book? Everything is so clear, sharp. Oh my God! It's like I've had a blindfold on my eyes every day of my life. She murmured softly, a mixture of wonder and childlike innocence, and no wonder. His life had just taken a 180-degree turn. He knew he had to go, that he had to help his friend. But he wanted to be able to enjoy himself, to be happy, to be a normal kid, even as the wind cut across his face and his senses sharpened to levels he'd never experienced before. He hovered slightly above the city. Did that make him a bad person? He wondered what his mother would do, faintly imagining himself as a small version of herself. Ugh, if I'm honest, before having fun I would like to help others. There she had her answer. Surely her mother would say something like that. So following the example she let herself fall while her eyes burned and time slowly returned to its natural state, as did the female's silhouette. What the green-haired man had imagined for himself was merely his imagination. But even so, his mother was very important to him, so important. All his decisions were filtered, a filter self-imposed by his primal emotion, the same one that had just left behind fear a few minutes ago, fear of failing his mother. The fall was swift but controlled, and just as he was about to hit the ground, a strange voice echoed in his mind, bringing him back to reality. I'm glad you like it, Izuku. I'm really trying so hard to get your body to handle this. Otherwise, you'd end up on the ground from overexertion. Careful, you're about to hit the ground here. I recommend you pull yourself together as soon as possible. And in a split second, Izuku did a flip in the air, swerving just enough to land on the pavement below, making it a perfect landing. He gasped, and only now, standing still, did he take a deep breath, the echo of his own words ringing in his mind. He stared at the place he'd been trying to reach, feeling a wave of emotions flood his chest, emotions he couldn't quite understand. He felt like he was submerged in a whirlwind. The only thing clear to him was that without Regenleaf, he couldn't be the hero he wanted to be. The hero who would save all the villains. The hero of villains. Thank you, Regenleaf, he murmured, barely aware of the words leaving his mouth. He knew he could never forget that name, the name of the person who, in a way even he couldn't understand, had appeared to save him from committing the stupidity of committing suicide. When he still had so much to live for, or well, it wasn't much, there were only 3 people: Mitsuki, his uncle Masaru, and also the most important of the 3, his mother. But that person was the world and his entire being. Off-screen, Aizawa. He shouldn't be using his new power like that, he scolded a little. Midnight. It's not like you can blame him. His whole life was put on the ropes for not having a power. Mandalay. It's completely natural what he does, despite it being legal. It's like a child discovering his own quirk. Present Mike. Sometimes you should be more tactful, Shota. If you weren't someone else, you'd be called insensitive and sued for inciting someone to do something stupid. Almight. I wonder what kind of power he gave him. It's like, David, something's not right. What kind of power gives so many abilities? Inko. Thank you, Regenleaf, you helped my son when others couldn't, and you also prevented him from doing something crazy. Masaru, I hate to say this, but I'm glad she helped him. Mitsuki, yes, he would say, hitting Bakugo. Learn well. Useless. Bakugo didn't even respond. His spirits were down, since from what he could sense, all his dreams of heroism were coming to an end. Kirishima, she's the one who tries hard? Shoto, it's natural, we never saw Midoriya with such a weak body. Kyoka, yes, and it is natural that the body is not adapted to its power. Dabi, the hero of villains? Mirko, why that shitty thought? He complained. Momo, because they are still human beings, they don't lose their humanity just because they are villains. Spiner, having a mutation quirk doesn't make us lose the humanity we have either. Shinzo, or a quirk that doesn't fit what society needs. Nizu, Miss Mirko, if you're just complaining on impulse, I suggest you remain silent. On screen, Kaka-chan. While he was immersed in his own mixture of relief, joy and glee, he caught something that froze his heart. Katsuki's gaze was what paralyzed him and everything around him, forcing him to activate his new power, doing so right at this critical moment for the green-haired boy's life. An internal collision began to form in his mind, as a blurry image began to take shape before his eyes. It was himself, but inside, a version of himself in a black suit and with a broken head, holding a blonde-haired boy with dull, empty eyes, devoid of any spark of life or will. Both entities met their gazes for the first time in their entire lives, causing the green-haired man to be because I'm shaking. He felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the figure looming before him, as if he were looking into a future he'd never wanted. He wanted to move, to do something, to escape the sight. But he found himself trapped, his feet chained by black smoke, coiled around him, like the claw of a wild beast seeking to devour him right then and there. The air around him grew thick and oppressive, making every breath seem like a monumental effort. He wanted to move, to retreat, anything to escape that hellish sight that stood before him as a warning of what he himself could become. Why can't I move? The green-haired man surely had it right now. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't even tear his gaze away from his future self. And he couldn't help but smile when he saw the green-haired man's eyes begin to crystallize. So fragile, so easy to eliminate. It didn't take a genius to know that right now the green-haired man was probably thinking something like, "That guy has something horribly familiar about his figure, something I couldn't quite fathom, but that I recognized deep inside." It was time to make his move. You can't escape, Izuku. This here will always be your future self, don't you see it? Your desires, all your longings to obtain power, that is the bond that unites us, Izuku, and that is why it is what makes you perfect for me. The pressure intensified, as if the shadows were absorbing all the air around him, suffocating him in the process, preventing him from letting out a cry for help that no one would be able to hear. But with that wretched Toshinori sensing him so close to his personal project, it was better to be safe than sorry. His body was barely holding itself up, his breathing becoming irregular, and the world around him seemed to dissolve into darkness as the figure continued to advance, his steps slow, sure, each one intensifying the terror that was beginning to invade and overwhelm him. What, you don't want this power, my dear grandson? You can deny it all you want, but deep down you know you do. You know he, your dear friend, deserves the suffering he's so long avoided. Because, after all, a true villain cares nothing for those who are expendable to us. Why? Those words pierced the green-haired boy's mind, making him question even his own morality. He wanted to see him suffer, he wanted to hurt him, hit him, but he didn't want to see him die. He didn't want him to suffer like that, not like this. He was angry. Too angry to be considered mentally healthy. No, I don't want to see him suffer like that. I don't want to go that far with Ka-chan, not like that, no, it's not right. With a trembling voice, he finally managed to form a whisper with superhuman effort. He knew he wanted to change the dynamic between them, for Ka-chan to see him, to respect him. And he recognized him as someone he no longer had to protect, he no longer had to isolate him, he no longer had to hit him or threaten him again. He just wanted his best friend to see him as such and not as a hindrance to be protected. He wanted to be his equal, not his rival. He wanted, I just want to be by Ka-chan's side. This boy was either an idiot, or just had a really bad case of Stockholm Syndrome. What kind of person in his reasoning thought after living through everything he had lived through that ashen-haired boy had been some kind of best friend to him? His anger, his pain, they were real. But so was every single word that came out of the green-haired man's mouth. He was still too raw. He needed to let the seed germinate further, letting society do the work for him. Again he was forced to back away, a strained, forced smile on his face. He wasn't going to lose his personal project, not when the latter was so compatible with his conscience and quirk, even more so than Dabi himself and Tamura Shigaraki, although of course he wasn't surprised by the green-haired man inside him. After all, he was also a Shigaraki, and at the end of the day all his family members were stubborn as mules. Ka-chan! Please hold on! If all of the time returned to its natural rhythm, perplexing the green-haired boy who unconsciously reactivated his newly acquired power, colliding fixedly with Bakugo's eyes again. And that villain knew it, that he was about to kill the one who was his best friend. Off-screen, all might, all for one, he muttered angrily, seeing that even with the boy's power, he wanted to use it. Gran Torino, you must think clearly, not blinded by that anger. Toshinori, he scolded very seriously, since he would not forgive him for the mistake he made with the green-haired boy. Aizawa, even so, he shows up to manipulate him. Uraraka, he won't lose to you, he'll be your grandson, but he'll never be like you. Tsuyu, Midoriya-chan is better than you. Mineta, he is only the light that inspires us. Ida, even if he gets angry. Ojiro, we won't let him fight alone. Shoto, he helps us so much without asking for anything in return. Shoji, we will be there for him. Tokoemi, we will return your help one way or another. Clace 1A, Midoriya, Nagant, the boy who wants to be next to his bully has a terrible Stockholm Syndrome. Everyone would nod, and Niza would be willing to send the green-haired boy to therapy just in case. Although he didn't appear to have a trauma, his nervousness showed a small problem that needed to be corrected. Stain, is the kid green? What are you up to, bastard? Spiner, unfortunate. Dabi, damn miserable. Almight, stubborn as mules? Inko, I can attest to that, she would say nervously. Inside One for All, Yoichi couldn't deny his brother's words, since that's what drives them. Bakugo, the slime bastard is already grabbing me, hurry up nerd, he would mutter under his breath. On screen, it was his fault he got in All Might's way, and it was probably because All Might saved his life that he accidentally lost him. He had to save him, he just couldn't help it, not when his eyes locked with Bakugo's, his theology activated at 100%. All he could see was agony, grief, sorrow, suffering, torture, despair, nostalgia, loneliness, desolation, melancholy, emptiness, lamentation, guilt, shame, and humiliation. No, he couldn't let her die like that. Of Deku! What the hell was he doing? What a moron was jumping to his certain death. The look he was giving him now was of terror. But not for him, but for the green-haired man. He had to escape, run, hide, do some stupid geeky thing, but he shouldn't be here. He was supposed to be the one protecting that freckled boy, not the other way around. He was supposed to be the one standing firm. He was the one who was supposed to be the strong one of the two. For the love of All Might, he was supposed to be the hero of the two. And the damn thought of his Aunt Inko crying over the green-haired boy's grave was enough to. Damn you, Deku! Who said I needed your help? That the moment he saw the green-haired man's gaze, all his thoughts agreed in unison with the same thought he'd had since he was in kindergarten, with a suicidal madman who seemed willing to risk everything, even his life, without a second thought. But here Deku was again, trying to save him, trying to be the hero who saved that defenseless civilian from the clutches of a small-time villain in his first debut. And Bakugo couldn't stand it. He couldn't accept that this brat would risk his life like that. How do you even think that? What am I going to leave? That a scum like this swallows me. And he also threw all his reasoning down the drain. The only one who could hit that stupid, crazy Izuku solo was his damn self. Taking advantage of the smallest possible opening that the freckled man had managed to open for him. Nobody touches this idiot Deku but me! And with that shout the ashen-haired boy lashed out with all his brute strength, struggling as much as possible with the walking snot that was stuck to him like a damn tick, leaving the stupid Deku in shock. And consequently, the ashen-haired boy's fury only grew sepulchral. This idiot, this huge idiot, took him 3 seconds to react. First, he acted like a hero, and now he behaved like all the stupid women who came up simply to tell him how perfect and great he was. Or else he could go to hell. I was going to break his arms as soon as he got out of this situation. Ka-chan, his eye! Or so there he had to attack. Very well, now if this was going to end damn fast. And boy, it was, because the green-haired boy did a stupidity worthy of a headbutt to his head. Because without Bakugo noticing, the damn Deku was already on top of the mud villain's head, carrying a knuckle duster, causing Bakugo's struggles to stop. Just like the villains, everything happened in slow motion. He could see it. He knew he was going to die. No, he couldn't allow that. He felt scared. Terror. But all that quickly went down the drain, because the moment Deku threw that punch, I created a gust of air that scattered all the mud villain around the place of their encounter. Now he was the one in shock. What? That was the only thing he could say when the green-haired boy flew away as a result of his own attack. The guy was tall. No, wait, he was too tall. He was going to die from the fall. And the same giant fat-ass wasn't putting her hand out to save him because she wasn't in the lane. The fire only grew bigger, making it impossible for Kamui to help them, and the others were retreating from the intensity of the flames, while the hero firefighter Backdraft began to put out the flames. He wasn't going to get there in time, and with no options left, he wasn't willing to lose this idiot. Damn Deku! Always getting into this stupid stuff. He knelt down and jumped, intercepting the freckled boy and breaking a nearby window of the nearby buildings, the ash-haired boy being the only one aware of everything that was happening since the green-haired boy was completely unconscious. Always getting involved in your damn nonsense, Deku. This time it was a whisper, not knowing how to react himself. In front of him was the same freckled man who had always extended his hand to him. The same idiot who had always stepped on him again and again, and again, and again, to the point of breaking him. Off-screen, reliving the mud villain sequence made Kamui, Death Arms, and Mount Lady nervous. Nizu, may I know why they didn't do anything? Aizawa, the only one who did anything was Backdraft, who put out the flames, and you? What excuse will you come up with? Ryukyu, that's too bad, and on top of that, Midnight, you pointing at Death Arms have the nerve to scold a child for your bucking incompetence. She would say, already losing patience. Death Arms. But he intervened in what he shouldn't have. Without permission, he apologized. Ectoplasm, that's no excuse. Present Mike, because of people like you, Stain appears. Fat Gum, it's a shame. Stain, interesting, I would say surprised. Mount Lady, but our quirks. Cementos, that's no excuse. Miss Takayama? She could have made herself small or grabbed the green-haired boy when he flew away, but she didn't do anything. Nizu, we are aware that this did not happen as we see on the screen, but I know enough to start an investigation in the Three Hawks, but I would say trying to prevent that from happening publicly. Nizu, what will you do, Hawks? Silence me like the commission would ask? The rodent provoked. I don't have time for your nonsense. If you kill me, everything will be leaked. I have everything planned, so it's a death sentence for society. Nizu knew it. He was the bucking smartest being in Japan and one of the best minds in the world next to David Shield. He wasn't an idiot. Hawks simply remained silent, given that he had now been exposed to everyone, not as a hero, but as a dog loyal to interests other than those of heroes. Kirishima, Baku bro, that's not the way, he would say, disappointed. Bakugo didn't say anything because what he was going to do would increase the already bad looks on him. Bakugo, I'm willing to be expelled, he would say in a neutral tone, since with what they saw, there was no point in exploding. Nizu, we'll see what happens, student Bakugo. After all, if there is improvement, it's because one learns. Stain, we'll see about that if he stays at UA after this. He needs the full psychologist and psychiatrist pack. On screen. Then he didn't understand why, because after everything he'd done, he clenched his fists and teeth. He wasn't going to apologize in a million years. He was right, and the green-haired boy shouldn't be mixed up in this. Thank goodness he was alone. If they were watching, this would be harder. Wake up, damn Deku, and don't make me carry you! She punched him in the face using her explosions, waking him up immediately, allowing him to rest for a brief moment. This was perfect. The freckled boy hadn't died because of her, but he also came back so quickly that no one with the naked eye would have been able to notice. But still, for someone like the green-haired man, who had vision that could be considered divine, it was impossible to ignore. Leaving him speechless, he had just seen Bakugo smile for him. Listen carefully because I don't want you to get any ideas. First, we get out of this bomb. As you can see, this structure will fall at any moment. Second, I'm asking you by fair means or foul so you can explain to me what the hell just happened. And he moved his hands super fast, acting like all the damn girls who tried to ask him out, making a vein pop out on his head out of anger. Deku, if you start acting like a sissy, I'm going to smash your face in. And now he was crying. This guy was an exaggerator of biblical proportions. Well, the time for being kind was over. He had no patience for anything. Less so when people like the green-haired man treated him like an idiot. So, in the most casual, simple, and affectionate way possible, I grabbed Deku by the shirt and end up throwing myself with him from a second story. If I had the strength to throw that air impact, I would have the strength to cushion my fall. Ka-chan, stupid idiot! The scream that came from the depths of his throat echoed in the air, finally exploding like a time bomb in front of the ashen-haired man standing before him, and without hesitating for a single second, he activated his new power and recovered, to finally stop himself from holding back and slap Bakugo across the face, leaving a deep red handprint on his cheek. This wasn't the Deku Bakugo knew. The old Deku, the one he'd left behind in elementary school, would never have dared to hit him back. What? And most importantly, he would never have made him bleed. He was in a state of absolute shock as he brought his hand to his cheek and noticed a small trace of blood. He couldn't believe that Deku, the damn Deku, would have the nerve to do this to him. Don't talk to me again. Don't write to me again asking for help with your homework. Don't even think about inviting me to your house for Katsudan. You damn useless attempt at being a best friend. Each one of those words came from the green-haired boy's heart, each one loaded with the rage and pain of accumulated years. Towards this ashen-haired boy, all those memories of humiliation and mockery, to such an extent that after the slap he closed his fists while clenching them tightly and began to approach Bakugo, while insulting him non-stop until he finally finished venting completely on this stupid ashen-haired boy. To the point that his breath ran out, causing the ashen-haired boy to simply stare at his face, then at his bleeding cheek, and so on without stopping. Making the Deku stone only increase to the point that his face turned red from the same rage, and he turned, ready to walk away and leave Bakugo behind once and for all, when suddenly a crowd of reporters surrounded them. Camera flashes and microphones interposed between them, and to top it all off, the press forced them even closer. Why do I have to keep dealing with this jerk? She'd had enough of rescuing him, of taking his insults without a hint of gratitude. She remembered, with bitter pain, those words that had shattered her back then, when Bakugo had told her without batting an eye to kill herself, making him, just like his mother, hold his hand over his heart, feeling it shatter into a million pieces inside him. But of course, Katsuki didn't understand this at all. In fact, that's why he grabbed his arm so he wouldn't get lost in the crowd, giving Deku a comment, which only made him angrier. Stop acting like a Deku girl, he growled, and without thinking, he raised his hand and slapped him again, harder than before. Deku barely staggered, but his veins were burning, and with a determined look, he activated his eye power one last time, his eyes burning with a fierce glow, showing the limits of his patience. Having to restrain himself and avoid breaking his face further in front of all the cameras that were recording them in that place, making him swear a mile a minute, muttering non-stop until finally, after hours, they managed to get out of that press conference. Listen to me carefully, Bakugo Katsuki. You and I are nothing. I only came to help you because that's what my mother taught me, but let it be clear. You and I. We are nothing. He took advantage of the fact that he had just stopped time after that to step away for a moment, and make sure he knew what he was going to do. Whether it was something he wouldn't regret in the future, he thought about it and calmed down. He simply felt his vision blurring and he was about to collapse, waiting for the threat from the ashen-haired man to act professionally, as if he were now a self-defense expert. At the same time, her hair turned intensely blonde and her gaze turned cold and dull. She effortlessly grabbed his arm, twisted it behind his back, and threw him to the ground. Bakugo, please stop it. It was barely a whisper that came out of the green-haired man's voice that had sent him to literally eat dirt on the ground. While his eyes seemed to darken and the brightness they had in them slightly dimmed at the same time that the freckled man's voice began to crack. If you really want to remain my friend, then let me be myself. Don't protect me anymore, and then don't keep looking at me like you own me, like only you can decide what I am and what I can do. And finally, even though I knew what was going to happen, although he knew what could happen because he had already experienced it with all might, he released Katsuki from his grasp and took a step forward, while Katsuki was already ready to fight him. But the green-haired boy. All he did was wrap his own arms around the ashen-haired boy. I beg you, let me be whatever I want to be. Katsuki. Already, she hadn't called him by his nickname anymore. She didn't know whether to be happy or insult him. She stood there while the green-haired man used her chest as a refuge, hiding her face and the tears that rolled freely down her cheeks without stopping. To which the ashen-haired boy said nothing. What could he say? Apologize or shit? He had done the right thing by treating Deku as he was supposed to treat him. After all, that was the best for both of them. But having him in his arms like this, shitty Deku, so vulnerable, and asking for something as simple as if it were his own pet, begging for a walk, so he could let him feel even a little bit of freedom, or at least right now he would stop considering him his property. I didn't know whether to respond to that hug or push it away. I genuinely didn't know what to do with it anymore. Sniff. So that's your answer? No, wait, what kind of answer if he didn't do anything? What the hell was happening to that retarded Deku to make him think that staying quiet was an answer to his problems? Why the hell did he have to be so damn irrational? However, Izuku's point of view was totally different. He had been a fool. He was never going to be able to change his mind, not with words. But that's why, seeing that murderous look with his new vision, again directed towards him, made him regret it. You'll never see me as anything more than the stupid, whiny kid you have to protect, right, you fool? Fool. Fool. You're a fool, Katsuki. And finally she pushed him away. As she walked away from Katsuki, she couldn't see him anymore. She needed to think, to put her thoughts in order, and activating his ocular power for the last time today, to freeze time, but not before taking one last look at the man who was once his friend. His best friend and the only one he'd ever had before leaving him behind. He wanted to escape again from this damned reality that only forced him to suffer. Ah, Ka-chan, I don't regret saving you, was the only thing he could manage to murmur with his voice trembling, barely giving him time to catch Bakugo's expression before, without another word, he turned around and ran off in the direction of his home. He had to escape from that mixture of emotions that were building up in his chest. Confusion, exhaustion, and anger so intense I could barely control it. Off screen, everyone fell silent, and Bakugo was the most affected. He never expected that from the green-haired boy, but he assumed he'd reached his limit there. The ash-haired boy was thankful that hadn't happened in his world, because in part he felt hurt. For him, Izuku was someone he appreciated in his own way, not a friend, but a rival. Nizu, one way or another he was going to reach his limit. Inko. I never saw him react like that. Midnight. He endured as much as he could. In this world, as far as I can see, it didn't happen. Naomasa. We can't blame him. But anyway, leaving that aside, I announced that I will conduct a thorough investigation of Uraraka, so I hope I don't find anything more serious than what we saw. Aizawa, is Bakugo's situation in danger? Naomasa. At this point, no. If it were the other way around, if I were still a student there, I wouldn't be able to enter any hero school. Ida, I'm surprised he isn't somewhat traumatized. Shoto, I thought he would react worse. Siro, there are two of us. Mina, although it seemed like a couple's fight. Hagakure Si. Kyoka, girls, this is not the time. Ibara, if Midoriya-san forgives you, God can do it. Bakugo-san. Mitsuki, I know you wanted to protect him. Katsuki. Masaru, but you exaggerated there, you went too far. On screen, I'm not a villain. I'm not a villain. He muttered to himself as he ran, but the words stuck in his throat. He was lost in that whirlwind of thoughts he couldn't sort out, and when he got home, the familiar scent of cooking brought him a sense of peace, and his mother greeted him with a warm hug, as if he instinctively knew what his son needed in this moment of need. And throughout dinner, he tried to focus on every bite, but his mind kept returning to Bakugo's words. Not just those from that morning, but those more recent ones, when he looked at him with that mixture of defiance, pain, and possessiveness, making Izuku unable to hold it in any longer, and asking the question that had been on his mind for a long time. Mom, do you think he acted like a girl? Okay, first he coughed, then he swallowed with effort, intensely, almost choking in the process. He didn't understand where his son was bringing up that topic so out of nowhere. In reality, she was very worried, and it wasn't surprising how they wanted her to react when she discovered that her son had awakened a quirk after so many years, thanks to the news covering it in this way. And by the way she'd exchanged punches with the villain who had captured Katsuki, the only thing that could have cheered her up slightly. It was that Katsuki was a good friend and was there to protect his baby, and that's where her brain clicked. Or so she thought. Wait. You like Katsuki? That didn't get the reaction I was expecting, especially because Izuku's soul seemed to have been ripped from his body. It wasn't unknown to Izuku that he had an overactive imagination, but seriously, he had gone pale, trembling, nauseous, and worse. The fact that he had such a bucking anxious mind made things worse because the green-haired man, after seeing his mother who had neglected her figure due to all the stress she had accumulated for so many years, to the point of gaining a few extra kilos for most people, for Izuku simply, it was seeing his mother in the same way in both of her figures. She was his mother, after all, he couldn't love her more. She was the only person who genuinely didn't abandon him, or do something stupid like Katsuki did to him. Mom! She stifled her laughter behind her hand, though her eyes reflected a mixture of joy and relief as she looked at her son. She didn't know why she found the situation so funny, but seeing Izuku blushing like that reminded her of moments from her youth. Mom, I'd like to ask you another question, but why are you so happy and worried at the same time? He said, already knowing the answer. He should have thought better of having accepted this thing in his eyes. He knew this power was amazing, but in the little time he had been using it, he could only. I'm happy because I see you. I see you now, even though you're confused and have doubts, and that reminds me how amazing you are. But I also worry, like any mother. You see, you're my son, but you also have the biggest heart I know. Already he wasn't having fun anymore. Just a few minutes before this conversation, he entered a world completely alien to him. Every action, every step, recorded and amplified in his retinas, unable to erase it from his memory, while time seemed to stand still, only increasing the torture of having that power. He felt a chill as he remembered his own words. Torture? Was this really what his own power felt like? Something he had desired for years, something he had come to see as the answer to his dreams and aspirations. Now it had become a burden he could barely bear. Off-screen, the moment of seriousness turned into one of spasms of laughter, since Inko interpreted everything wrong. Although she said she was sorry, Izuku didn't tell her the whole truth either, so things were tied. Masaru, Inko, for the friendship we have, I'll tell you, you're too exaggerated. Inko, sorry, she would say, somewhat offended. Mitsuki, Inko-chan, Izuku got cuts when he was little and you said he needed stitches, for something small. Inko, well, I would say nervously, maybe a little exaggerated. Aizawa, his power is taking its toll. David, I stand by my question, what kind of power is it? On screen, I've struggled my entire life to obtain a gift, and so why is it now that I find it so hard to bear? He looked down at the ground, his face sympathetic as Regenleaf watched him. His calm expression softened as he saw the anguish in his wielder, extending his hand while above it a mirror materialized, reflecting Izuku's face barely recognizable right now. Izuku, it's because this power isn't something ordinary. It's a divine power. He blinked twice, unable to fully believe it. He knew that in the early days, quirks had been considered divine gifts, a theory that had lost ground over time. But hearing those words right now from the same person who had just granted him his new power left him in a state of limbo where he didn't know what to truly believe. Power divine? He looked at himself in the mirror again, searching for some sign that this was true, that there was something special beyond the power itself. He couldn't believe it. That thing couldn't be true. He was just a stupid idiot who threw himself into danger without a second thought. Times, in fact, if Katsuki were here, he'd surely tell you that the only divine thing about him was his infinite stupidity. And without realizing it, It can't be. I don't even have a particularly striking or legendary quirk. It's just something that allows me to see better and... She had already started to mutter, while Reginleaf shook her head slightly amused by the entire action of her wielder. Staring into his divine eyes with his own, the green-haired man's words were softly interrupted, finding only a conciliatory smile on the person in front of him. Hee, I'm not talking to you about a divinity in the sense of greatness or silly titles. I'm talking about the essence. This power connects you with something deeper, with a flow of energy that few understand. That's why you feel that pressure. That's why every second I take a breath. What I was about to say. Every image and every detail seems inescapable to you, impossible to ignore. Izuku, you have the divine reflection, the eyes of the God who created the original sinner. You have the sight of Adam, the father of all humanity. And he took a step closer, and in a delicate movement, he held up a mirror in front of him, allowing his reflection to meet his own gaze. The young man stared into his eyes, noticing something different, something that had never been there before. Embedded in his pupils, he was staring as if his eyes weren't in their typical, normal pattern. Now they were adorned by the same star that had previously appeared in his gaze. But due to the euphoria of the moment, he had not had time to actually see it. What happened to Adam that made me the one with his power now? That was the only question he could formulate while processing everything that was falling on him like a bucket of cold water in his entire life. To which Reginleaf sighed. Off-screen, everyone was attentive to the explanation until Nizu, David, Naomasa, even everyone was taken aback by what they were saying. Ibera. Hee, what a good joke, hee, that should be impossible, she would say, trying not to fall until she fainted. Kendo. Ibera, he would say, taking her pulse is fine. Nizu, eyes of the Lord. David, the eyes of Adam, this makes less and less sense. Gran Torino. But that explains what we saw from the boy, a divine power. Nizu, my moral side tells me one thing, a different and difficult thought that I should accept that, but on the other hand I am more intrigued. After that, Ibera woke up ready to deny it, until she heard that Reginleaf was going to talk more, since he would explain why they gave the green-haired boy that power. Although she feels that it's all a farce, although, well, she thinks that the green-haired boy, for the bread of God that he is, does deserve it. On screen, this was going to be a bit difficult to explain. Here, you're going to need this. She handed him a cup of hot tea while staring at Izuku. He was so lost. He was already rethinking whether he made the right decision, but there was no turning back. Making a wish was an unbreakable bond. This bond could only be broken if both people agreed to the agreement, or if the bearer of God's theology cancelled this very act. And he didn't want to have to go through that again. Sit down. We'll go to a more comfortable place to talk. He snapped his fingers and Izuku's theology turned off as Reginleaf arranged the entire place where Izuku Midoriya was so that it was cozy at the same time that everything around the brunette seemed to take the shape of an endless library. A long time ago, humanity lived a before and after. That was how Reginleaf's voice came from her lips, as she opened a book from the many books that were on the shelf she had summoned in the green-haired man's mental space. And the instant he opened the book, a hologram appeared above them, expanding to cover the entire room with the image of a cosmic explosion. The Big Bang itself, a burst of pure energy. This. He had no words. Something was happening before his eyes beyond what could be described with words for someone with the sight of God, of Adam's creator. He saw in great detail everything that happened in front of him. Every particle, every ray of light, everything was so detailed that it was impossible to look away. It was the birth of the universe, captured with almost mystical precision. He could see the quarks, particles smaller than neutrons, spinning in a perfect ballet. Each one attracted and repelled the other in an eternal dance without end. That was his will. And on the seventh day, he himself created the first human being, the origin of all humans, file number 1, the original man Adam. He smiled, remembering everything that person lived through while the green-haired man was still trapped in the visions projected by the same Reginleaf. He watched with his own eyes the image of Adam, humanity's number 1 file, making direct eye contact, and then, something caught his attention. In Adam's eyes, in a deep, icy blue, shone an 8-pointed red star. It was the same one he had right now in his retinas, only its color varied. His was orange gold. Adam was created in the image and likeness of God, but no one truly understands the weight of that phrase. Adam possessed the first power in all of human history. And in that same moment, observing Izuku's surprise as he absorbed each word with his divine reflection activated. An ocular power that defies all rules, that surpasses all limits. It makes the impossible possible. To which Izuku could only nod, feeling his breath catch in his chest. Making Reginald stop for a moment and give Izuku a shot, a bit of the tea she had prepared herself in advance, giving him the time he needed to recover, no doubt having that divine power engraved in his retinas. He had a huge disadvantage, even if he didn't use it to its full potential. Now you understand, right? The eyes you possess carry the essence of something ancient, something humanity has barely been able to imagine. To which the green-haired man put the cup aside and looked at her, without saying a word from his lips, thus achieving the silence that followed this part of the story. It stretched out into a pause that felt sacred and necessary so the green-haired man could rest one last time before the Valkyrie could continue. That is the power even capable of replicating every divine power that I am able to observe, and right now that is the power that your eyes possess, Izuku. But as you can see, not everything good can last forever. The snake made Eve sin. He extended a hand towards the hologram, which now revealed a new scene, the Garden of Eden, wrapped in an ancient light. The first woman, Eve, walked alongside Adam in that perfect paradise. But in the center of the garden, a sinuous figure, a serpent with piercing, dark eyes, waited silently. That's what most people think. But the truth is that the damned Izuku Adam was the first to bear the divine eyes, but he wasn't the last to test the full force of this power. He gritted his teeth too tightly. No matter how much time passed, no matter what she could see, or how old she was also a woman, and she hated with all her soul those guys who tried to do whatever they wanted to them, even her little sister. I could understand why she felt a certain respect for that Jack the Ripper killer, but forcing her to do something as sacred as a will, and that her older sister Brunhilde had done nothing to prevent it, was something she could never forgive. In fact, the story that everyone knows falls short. Izuku Adam bore the divine eyes, yes, but he wasn't the only one to bear their weight nor the first. It was Eve who suffered it first. The serpent wanted Eve, wanted her only for himself. And with that he showed the image making that, the same green-haired guy. And when Eve refused, the serpent resorted to force. He understood the Valkyrie's reaction perfectly. After all, just imagining his mother and Inko Midoriya in a similar way to what was happening right now before his eyes. For in front of him, the serpent had subdued, using its scaly hands and looking with great lust at the mother of all humanity, a young woman with blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes who couldn't stop screaming, begging for her to stop, and asking for help nonstop. She did not have a divine power like Adam's eyes, so she was totally defenseless against an entity like the Serpent of Eden. After that atrocity the serpent tried to commit, she gritted her teeth too tightly. No matter how much time passed, no matter what she could see, or how old she was also a woman and she hated with her soul. The animals of Eden intervened. Their loyalty to Eve prevented the serpent from completing this atrocity, but unable to accept his defeat, he accused her of breaking the forbidden commandment, of eating the fruit of knowledge, of good and evil. I seriously hated all of them, subjects who tried to do whatever they wanted with them. There was even one person who forced something similar with her younger sister, and although I could understand that she felt a certain respect for him when she saw that Jack the Ripper murderer, but forcing her to do something as sacred as a will, and that her older sister Brunhilde had done nothing to prevent it, was something she could never forgive. Why? Why are you showing me this? This is the past, something I can't change. I don't want to just witness tragedies I can't change. I want to know what I should do now, so please tell me what I can do with this power. That's all. What could he say while holding back the tears that threatened to come out of his eyes? I'm not telling you this story to make you feel hatred or helplessness, but to make you understand the responsibility you have with this power. Because after this, Adam made a decision that marked history. For in the midst of the entire heavenly court, now it was the Valkyrie's turn. Being able to smile was her favorite moment in human history, really, if she was honest with herself. She was enjoying having a companion to talk to about all these things now more than ever. It was the Valkyrie known for knowing almost the entire history of humanity by heart. And although she loved that they had given her that title, the truth is that she wasn't very attractive for having a social life, so to speak. Even her own sisters, with the exception of Gaul, were the ones who bothered her for spending all her time as a history geek. A place where the only opponent of divine decision was Adam's own father. Only a self-imposed limitation could always remain neutral. He could do whatever he wanted as long as it didn't interfere with the free will of all creation. So, she was truly grateful to have a carrier who let her talk so much, and who paid so much attention to her. It really made her heart so happy. The probability that a human could be considered innocent was 99.99999% against his innocence. Adam showed up with baskets full of the fruit forbidden to humans. He ate them and spat them out in front of them 1 by 1 inch. And with that, the green-haired young man was in bucking shock. Without the slightest hint of respect or regret in his eyes, Adam was able to abandon paradise, a perfect life, just to see his partner smile. Without a doubt, he hoped to one day be like Adam, because without the slightest hint of doubt, he had basically taken all the ego, pride, and arrogance of the gods. He had crushed it with his bare hands, and slapped them with it right in the face, to top it off like it was a waste, like someone trying to cut butter with a knife. Adam used the divine power that surpassed the primordial itself engraved in his gaze to, "I'm going to kill you right here, right now, you miserable humans!" Copying, replicating, and even improving on the very attack the serpent had unleashed in the midst of the divine tribunal before the imperturbable gaze of its own creator, who remained true to his word of neutrality. "Well done, son!" He agreed to this request of his beloved son, and created the earth, a place where no god could set foot again without the joint permission of humanity itself, a place made exclusively for the new race that Adam wanted to form, thus closing the doors of Eden and paradise for those people who were worthy of this same filter that he himself created and which no other deity, angel, demon, or cosmic entity could disturb or even dream of altering. That this is the origin of your power, Izuku Midoriya. The origin of the power of the divine reflection, a power that was only made to protect others. And with that he closed the book, making the whole place return to its normal state. Off-screen, everyone listened raptly to the story until the topic of Eve came up. Ibra was about to say something, but what was revealed simply surprised and shocked her. The Bible didn't tell us that, didn't say it, but she never questioned whether it was true. Kurashima, that snake. Tetsu, that wasn't manly. Monoma, unfortunate. Shopto, bastard. Nizu, so that's what happened. I guess those who modify history to their convenience. And in this case, it was the gods. Aizawa, I would be surprised if Lubu's situation was the same. Midnight, yes. Stain, why do you see a somewhat more mature figure, a man with a monocle? Aizawa, we need to see more. David, at least we know a little more about the story. Melissa, that bastard snake. Seeing what Adam did, all their eyes filled with tears. That was the greatest display of love for their partner that they had ever seen in their long lives. Mina, she started crying. Hagakure, there is too much love there. Midnight, it's better than the afternoon soap opera. Kurashima, Dad was a real man. Shoto, that leaf. Kaminari, nobody knows how he manages to cover such eggs. Ciro, balls this big, he would say with his hands. Mineta, they couldn't even be transported with a wheelbarrow. On screen, why? Was what Izuku Midoriya managed to murmur, feeling the words coming out of his throat with barely audible force, without finishing processing everything he had experienced in just a few minutes of his life, or even how to actually address it. Why me? It was the only question left, the question that repeated itself over and over again in her mind. Everything seemed so overwhelming, so gigantic, as if the fate of the entire world had just been placed on her shoulders. Basically, he had become the strongest person on the planet in a few seconds. Right now, everything, the whole weight of the world fell on his shoulders, and that for a person who never received support, who had never had anyone reach out to him until now. Carrying such a burden right now was terrifying. Because I decided so, Izuku, she said in such a soft voice that it almost made Izuku unable to hear her, while in the green-haired boy's mind he still had many doubts, but he immediately dismissed them. His mind was on the verge of collapse. He needed time to rest. You are a kind, caring, tender, gentle person. Honestly, there is no divine will guiding you. It's not that the universe has marked your path, nor that some external force has chosen this destiny for you. I needed it urgently to recover of everything that had just happened. But still, why now? Why did you choose me at this moment? The words left his lips as a question laden with urgency. He needed something more. He needed to understand why, at this point in his life, he had been chosen to bear this divine power. Because you, Izuku, have already proven yourself greater than any power. You have already proven unknowingly that you are capable of doing what others cannot. No matter what you see through those eyes, no matter how strong the burden becomes, you would not let the darkness consume you. That was the real reason with which Izuku finally agreed to take it, while his divine theology, active almost since the beginning of this conversation, finally turned off, unable to believe what had just happened. Izuku Midoriya just read it completely. His facade and the discovery that there was a stronger emotion within him that made him choose this green-haired young man. He could only manage a small laugh in response. No doubt he had once again underestimated a bearer of God's eyes. Renjaleif, I just want to help, Regenleaf. I want to be someone who protects others, someone who makes a difference, so thank you. Thank you for trusting me with this power. I promise to never let you down. I promise to be better than Almight. He smiled, a sad but warm smile, as if she finally recognized something in him that she couldn't put into words. That's what you've always wanted, isn't it? To help, to protect, to heal. Even if you don't realize your true power, that's what makes you different. And that's why these eyes are with you now. To show you that everything you've done, everything you are, hasn't been in vain. And that's why I had already seen all the green-haired boy's memories so well I couldn't give him any other gift than this one, not unless he wanted to be taken by a cosplayer on the way to an otaku convention. And I didn't have any money to give the young man anything else. Izuku, forgive me. Forgive me so much for coming so late into your life, but let me tell you what you've been wanting to hear. Izuku, you can be the greatest hero that has ever existed. No more words were needed, so that the green-haired boy would break down emotionally in front of the Valkyrie who hugged him and sacrificed part of her sight so that the green-haired boy would not suffer blindness, sharing the burden of the green-haired boy and the immense power that he now possessed in his hands. They stayed like that for what seemed like 0.0001 seconds to everyone else, but for both of them, it was a full 6 minutes, during which the green-haired man was able to let out his frustrations completely, while at the same time Renjaleif could barely bear the burden of this divine power any longer, starting to bleed. But it was enough to make time go back to the way it was supposed to. Because you're my son and I don't want to lose you, Izuku. She hugged him, to which he responded slowly. Feeling like this was the best day of his life. Today might have been the day his idol had shattered his dreams, but he'd gained so much more. He had won a friend before his power, a real friend who had spoken to him for who he truly was, not out of pity, not because he was quirkless, not to make fun of him. She only did it to get closer to him, and to compliment the best day of his life despite everything. There was his mom giving him a hug, treating him with so much love, giving him a hot meal and asking as few questions as possible. He knew he should talk to her, but that would be later. Mom, thank you for giving me the best day of my life. And the green-haired girl accepted. She wanted to feel that hug and couldn't help but shed tears, just like her son had done a little while ago. He was hugging her like he hadn't in years. It didn't matter how much she grew, he was always going to be her little boy, and she couldn't be more proud of him. Even with the power he just awakened, the first thing he did, unlike many who used it to his advantage, was to help his friend. Instead of mistreating her or walking away. Izuku, you don't have to be a hero, you already are one to me, thank you for being my son, even telling him that he didn't need her anymore, which was quite common with people who awakened a high-level quirk, and it was broadcast on the news. Her little one had returned for something as simple as a hug from his mother, and she couldn't be happier. The screen turns off. Everyone watched the screen without saying anything else. They were so absorbed that when she mentioned why they were giving it to him, for many, there was no doubt, except for the arrogant ones in the room. The teachers who had seen all the sacrifices the green-haired boy made, Almight always trusted his successor, well except at the festival, but that was because he wasn't a good teacher. The Hussycats for saving Kota, Fat Gum, Ryukyu for Eri. His classmates, including Bakugo, were already convinced that he, after suffering so much and always being their beacon of hope, deserved it. Nizu, no one deserves it more than him. Stain, I was never wrong with him. Spiner, do you really believe it this time? Stain, I've never felt so convinced. Dabi, let's hope he makes it. Shoto, he will do it, brother, have faith. Endeavor, Tisk, I hope so, I would say without being 100% convinced. Mirko and Hawks were the two there who were not at all convinced, but the power had already been handed over. Almight, Mrs. Midoriya, you were the one who raised him. Without you I don't know what would have happened. Mitsuki, the best mother by far. Rei, I wish I could have been stronger. Inko, I feel sorry for them, she would say, being praised by everyone, while Ida and Momo called her the mother of 1A. Aizawa heard the sound of glass breaking inside him, but he never complained. Inko truly deserved to be the mother of 1A, and her students needed him, their caterpillar father. Issues. Aizawa was trying to ignore the pain in his chest as he watched his students say that Izuku's mother was the best mother ever. He decided to ignore it since there was no further doubt about it based on the display on the screen. Mandalay, wait, what about the kids? Nizu, they had said that they were fine in a world so as not to be traumatized by what they will see of their hero. With the children, Kota, Eri, Mahoro and Katsuma can be seen walking in a group through some sort of forest, while Eri was holding a small brown fox-shaped creature. Mahoro, remind me why you have that, Evie? Eri, it's cute and I healed it after those hunters wanted to do something bad to it. Kota, don't boast that you have your gift, he would say with a rults in his hands. Katsuma, although he would say having a Riola by his side, we are doing what Deku and I would do. Mahoro, now that I think about it, why would they have brought us here? Eri, maybe we would see something bad that would happen to Izuku and I, and they didn't want us to see it. Katsuma and Mahoro, yes. Kota, I don't think that's it, but oh well, I would think let's continue to the next gym. All yes, in the room. Mandalay, why I feel like they're getting into trouble. Mirio, at least they'll be having fun. Nijire, yes, let's be optimistic. Dabi, don't you feel like something might happen with this? Shoto, how about me being a woman? Don't talk nonsense, bro. Natsuo, I can imagine your reaction if that happens, little brother. Dabi, if this happens, I'll give you a wedge. Shoto, if it doesn't happen, I'll give you the finger with saliva. Fuyumi would hit both of them to stop attracting attention, while Toga laughed a little and Spiner was with Stain, trying to make the hero killer know what to do, since the previous thing really broke him. Before anyone could say anything else, the screen lit up. Mineta, it's already starting. Tsuyu, we didn't realize. Karo. On screen, ZZZ. The green-haired man was sleeping soundly, clutching his pillow like it was a lifeline. His breathing was soft, his face calm, but what really stood out was the genuine smile on his face. It wasn't common for someone to display such an expression while sleeping. Most people maintain neutral, serene expressions, but Izuku, he seemed to be enjoying something special in his subconscious. In his mind, the dream unfolded like a conversation filled with vivid images and clear voices. There, in the middle of a place where he couldn't distinguish between reality and fantasy, he was sitting next to Regenleaf, the Valkyrie who yesterday had given him and his mother the best day of his life. It could have started like any other day in his life, one that he would rather forget, but if on that same day he had met Regenleaf and had been able to be with his mother, then it would have been completely worth it. Let's see. Are you telling me that the Miguel everyone knows, that Miguel, isn't he the typical I punch demons Yuga? He couldn't contain his laughter, his voice echoing in that intangible space. It wasn't an ordinary laugh. It was a light laugh, full of disbelief and childlike amusement, to which her companion simply let out a knowing smile while turning a cup of tea in her hands. Well, in his defense, most people only know the epic and grandiose version of Miguel. Of course, when he gets angry that description fits him like a glove, He covered his mouth with his hand in a somewhat sophisticated movement to which the green-haired man immediately understood what his partner was referring to. You mean Sodom and Gomorrah? And as if it were a game between siblings, the latter raised her thumb, giving the green-haired boy the approval, while winking an eye, making the green-haired boy stare at the brunette's sincere smile, making him smile in the same way. Exactly. He was the one who destroyed them, yes. Although, to be fair, he asked permission 3 times before. Father, may I? Father, may I? Father, may I? And well, in the end he did it, but it wasn't an impulsive decision. He nodded, while Izuku simply held back a small laugh in his throat again, and then he sighed before taking a slightly more serious stance in defense of the angelic warrior, while still treating the little green-haired boy as an equal at all times. After all, he was his bearer. Look, Izuku, just because you're a celestial warrior doesn't mean you go around mindlessly destroying things. Miguel has always been complicated. He may look like a brute with a flaming sword, but deep down he's always followed a very strict code. And now it was the green-haired man's turn to nod, looking at the endless blue sky that was currently in his headspace. Feeling empathy for Miguel. Also, as Reginleaf said, having almost everything you encounter fall at your feet kind of boosts anyone's ego. And even though the content of his talk seemed trivial to everyone else, for them, it was something more valuable after all. For two geeks who loved and mastered their subject matter and loved sharing ideas with like-minded people who could share or refute their arguments, it was pure heaven, and they couldn't tell when they changed the subject. It means that if you manipulate a telekinetic-type quirk, combined with a direct reinforcement from me. Reginleaf paused, snapping his fingers as a small projection of light began to show the possibilities that this could have on the green-haired man's body after all. He didn't take the well-being of his carrier lightly. He had already lost Adam and he was never going to lose Izuku Midoriya. You could create a protective barrier around yourself. But there's a problem. To use it effectively, you need a catalyst. You could use divine reflection, but... There he paused, seeing what could happen to the green-haired man's body, especially his brain. Preventing the green-haired man from seeing it, before it could be altered, and this mental space, instead of a peaceful dream, became an unparalleled nightmare. That damage, that brain damage, was something that not even a first-rate regeneration could repair immediately. It would take hours at best and weeks at worst, where Izuku couldn't use divine reflection. But... He looked at her expectantly, his eyes lighting up with almost childlike curiosity. Reginleaf could only hide the book that currently held the hologram of what could happen to her brain, a damage she herself couldn't fully handle. And he gently patted the green-haired man's head. If you overuse it, your brain might overload. No matter how special you are, Izuku, even divine powers have limits. And you, even though you now have incredible potential, are still a human. And that made Izuku childishly frown, processing the information that had just been given to him, looking for a solution to help his partner and friend Reginleaf, thus reaching a conclusion that he may not have the correct answer yet, but far from being discouraged or complaining about not having everything he wants when he wants it. Something that a young blue-haired man seemed to do, to the point of killing a person by touching him with his 5 fingers on the neck. The response that Izuku gave was, "So the key is to find a way to minimize the load without losing effectiveness, right?" And without waiting for the green-haired Reginleaf's reaction, she began to feel a little proud of her wearer, while the latter nodded to that question, leaning on the shelf behind her, and unaware that the green-haired man already had several pages of his own notes in front of him on possible alternatives to the doubt that plagued his mind. All of which were being discarded by the same ruler. Exactly. My abilities can help you strengthen your body and heal wear and tear, but I'm not omnipotent. My primary ability is soul manipulation. I can strengthen your essence, speed up your regeneration, and even make some minor physical adjustments, but that's as far as my reach goes. And with that, commenting, clarifying his limitations for the last time to the green-haired man, Izuku remained thoughtful for a moment, pacing back and forth. Until, just as the Valkyrie had done a few moments ago, he snapped his fingers, having an idea. What if I use a blindfold? I could reduce the burden of the divine reflection by limiting its constant use, but that would also extremely limit the use of my power and make it plain to see how dependent I am on these very things. Now that was her main problem, which made the brunette's sweat drop, because Izuku was literally absorbed in his mental world. This was his mental space. He ended up with a chibi face when he watched the green-haired man begin to climb the ceiling with his feet, as if he were some kind of human spider. Reginleaf, by any chance, don't you have anything that could serve as reinforcement? Something that could channel some of the energy without frying my brain, like a fighting style I could copy or emulate." And with that phrase he put his hand to his chin, and with a sinister smile, and there was genuine terror, a nearly endless shelf of books appeared next to its bearer. Ultimately, she thanked the Heavenly Father that she could be here with the green-haired man after all. She never had so much fun being a geek with another person. Bon appetit! He exclaimed with a bow as he adjusted his glasses, and indeed, it was going to be a long night. For both of them spent the entire night with their minds racing, doing their best to stay focused, while a barrage of absurd theories rained down on them. That for both of them it was the best way to spend the time they shared, to the point that even the green-haired boy for a moment began to act silly by taking advantage of being in a mental world of which he was technically the owner by creating a giant water octopus soaking his friend completely. Izuku, now you're going to see! The truth is that no one wanted the night to end. They had never had so much fun in their lives. In fact, Izuku reminded him so much of Gear. Hyperactive, nervous, playful, childish. It was almost as if this little mortal was the male version of his little sister, and that's it. It gave her so much happiness. But unfortunately for both of them, all good things must come to an end, and this would be no exception. Time flew by, or rather, the concept of time went on vacation. Seconds turned into minutes, then hours, and in both of their minds they were so wrapped up in that creative bubble that they honestly thought the outside world had ceased to exist. But suddenly, a very familiar sound broke the spell they were both enjoying. Off-screen, upon seeing the green-haired man, many women cooed because he looked good, although several had a lascivious thought when they cooed, since they were seeing the green-haired man as he was. Ibera, did she know Michael? I would say, surprised that the Valkyrie knew Archangel Michael. Kendo, although they mention it as Ibera, yes, and now I see that he was the one who caused Sodom and Gomorrah, although well now that I hear his story. Dabi. He was a daddy's boy. Nizu. So he will be a celestial warrior. Almight, personally I see it well, but I'm worried about what the commission will do. Hawks tensed up upon hearing that name, while Nagant thought the same. Mirko, from what I see with that power, he can copy as many quirks as he wants and use them. Monoma, like my gift. Neomesa, although its development, and the fact that it has that level of cost is too much. Inko, my baby, she would say, seeing the image of her brain with a stroke. David, I'm curious to hear about Ragnarok, so you could mention that you regret something regarding Adam. Toga, although the idea of that barrier using a telekinetic quirk is good, it wouldn't let me cut and see eyes of baby's blood. Uraraka, Toga-chan, we'll talk about that later. It's okay to be yourself, but control yourself. Toga, yes, boss, she would say, smiling. Aizawa paid attention to what the green-haired man was asking the Valkyrie, and it certainly made a lot of sense. It wasn't out of place. Inko, so she helps him wake up. She looks like a Shoto, older sister, he would say, making Fuyumi smile. On screen, Izuku, you're late. Wait, like late. Both stopped being in that lucid dream, returning immediately to reality, causing the green-haired man and the Valkyrie to be in shock. For a few seconds never ever either of them had experienced this. In fact, even Reginleaf herself would inform us at least 2 hours in advance when she was going to be late, so the following scream was one of genuine terror for both of them. What? He didn't have more than an hour left to get to school on time, but for Buck's sake, how the hell had something like this happened? No one knew. They had actually set the alarm correctly, so how the hell had this happened? Without being able to waste any more time, Izuku activated his ocular power, basically freezing time with his absurd speed and deactivating it as he entered the bathroom of his mother's apartment, ignoring that Reginleaf was at his side, and seeing how the green-haired man was starting to undress, he did what any girl would do. I would do it. Ugh, Izuku seems silly sometimes, she said to herself while she had cut off all possible connection with the green-haired boy in her mental state. Or the correct thing to say would be that she had taken refuge in the deepest corner of the green-haired boy's mind while she turned the knob of the shower that she had mounted in this mental space. And they could call her crazy all they wanted, but neither she nor any decent person from her perspective would end up not taking at least a daily bath to wash off all the filth from her body. And the truth is, she was relaxing until she remembered a small, minuscule detail. I only brought this set of clothes, this is bad, she said, completely embarrassed. She wasn't the best at choosing what to wear. She wasn't bad either, but oh my, why did she have to have been impulsive and come to earth just like that? She rubbed her soaked hair with the water running down her neck, as the foamy shampoo slid through her fingers. As the sound of running water and the whisper of her thoughts filled the room, Even though she was in such a mundane moment, her mind was far away, trapped in the shadows of memories she couldn't and wouldn't avoid. I came here because he wanted to kill himself, she thought to herself, her eyes colliding with the reflection in front of her. That reason had been her anchor, her purpose for being there. But in this moment, in this stillness, emotions overwhelmed her so much that her hands trembled slightly as she held the towel that covered her hair. Looking at the shape she had unconsciously taken, the white cloth surrounded her body, a momentary refuge while she tried to sort out her mind. Her wet hair fell around her, partially covering her face, and for a moment, she allowed herself to think of herself in a way she rarely did, staring at herself as she imagined herself deep down in her heart, an adult, someone strong, capable of giving advice and guiding others with calm authority. As she had done so many times with her younger sister, Gear. Adam, I know you took care of me and wanted me to live. I really appreciate it, but that you died like that. We were supposed to be a team. You weren't supposed to see me as a child. I'm old enough to make my own decisions. She spoke to herself again. No matter how hard she tried, she had been the one most affected in all of Ragnarok. Not only did she bear the insults of the humans before having their memories erased by Adam's own father shortly after Adam won the final victory for the humans, but still, for a few minutes, that memory wouldn't leave her mind. Adam dead, before her eyes, unable to revive him with her ability, his fragmented soul fading, Uriel embracing her and sealing the divine reflection so she could give it to someone in the future. I'm not useless. Ugh, remember Reginleaf, you're the older sister, not the younger one who needs to be taken care of. She repeated to herself again, repressing that memory in the one of how the humans and gods threw everything they had at her, to the point that Buddha had to come with his shield to get her out of that mess. She had tried hard, she had really given it her all. Her body and soul had also been so damaged to the point that she needed her sisters to take care of her since she couldn't even move her lips without feeling the pain of the blows from that wretched, perverted Zeus. In fact, just remembering him, Kia, made her fall to her knees and scream in pain. She had shared everything that Adam lived in his last moments, the broken ribs regenerated by her. By God, she was about to make a revolution when Adam ended up taking her out of his body, making her crash against the stands, also breaking his back in the process as a side effect. Enough! She had returned, as she watched the towel covering her body tear slightly, the fraying of the fabric a sign of how her thoughts were transforming her, making her shed that layer of insecurity, fear, pain, if only for a second. As the water slowly evaporated from her skin, the memory of her purpose returned to her with a vengeance. She was here to keep anyone else from getting lost, to keep anyone else from touching the darkness she herself had once been trapped in. I'd better see how Izuku's doing. I don't need to remember why I earned the nickname from the sons of Adam as the useless Valkyrie. At least Eve did help me whenever she came to visit me. My sisters, Raphael, Uriel and Miguel. And when she finished her monologue, she blushed again, for being so immersed in her own thoughts that she almost went out naked again to meet the green-haired man, seeing the same clothes she had worn with Adam before, which she took with great care, folded, and then kept in a special place separate and apart from the green-haired man's mind, at the same time that she put on a slightly more casual outfit, a black skirt with a white shirt that should do for now. The outfit she'd worn today needed washing, so it would be two birds with one stone for her. Off-screen, Inko. I admit that never happened to me. Izuku was always responsible. Ida, that's good. Everyone should be responsible for arriving on time. Seeing that Reginleaf cut the connection, many suspected what she would do, until they saw her almost naked. Lie, oh my god, it's hot. Kaminari, damn Midoriya. How lucky he is. Always, lucky bastard. Other men in the room simply looked away blushing, since they would give the Valkyries some privacy. They weren't like that perverted duo who openly spoke their minds. Tsuyu, they are the worst. Jiro, yes. The two of them beat and paralyzed the perverts, generating a lot of silence, while they listened to the Valkyries' lament, causing many to shed tears, with sadness and annoyance. Ibara, you were by his side and he decided that you wouldn't die. Kendo, you won and took the worst of the ungrateful humans. Shoto, I hope you can be happy with Midoriya. Mandalay, at least she had people who helped her cope with that. On screen, already, 6 minutes, new record. That was the green-haired man's comment, Seriously, she had only been getting ready for 6 minutes, so why had it taken her so long? She didn't see much sense in it until she remembered one thing: time inside the human mind passed in a totally different way. Seconds were hours, and hours were seconds. It was an odyssey to even know how long a person could have their head in the clouds before putting their feet back on the ground. Meanwhile, Inko Midoriya was shocked because the speed the green-haired man had reached was so high that even he managed to leave replicas of himself throughout the apartment by running at full speed while putting on the uniform of the high school he attended. "Mwah, I love you, Mom. Now I have to go. I mustn't be late." That was what she heard before the gust of air that had left her hair messed up and a slight shiver only confirmed that her son was moving at a speed that not even she could visualize, or at least predict when Izuku might use it, worrying her in the process. She was his mother, and she didn't even know when her son would activate or deactivate his quirk. It caused her immense frustration, not being able to do anything but close her eyes when the blast of air reached her face. "Izuku, sometimes even if you don't want to do it, you scare me a lot." First he sighed and then brought a hand to his chest, right where the necklace he always carried with him rested. It wasn't just the overwhelming speed with which his son moved, nor the fact that he was using his quirk in public, which could bring trouble with the authorities. It was more than that. It was the fear every mother felt when she saw her child's wings finally taking shape, preparing to face life without her direct presence. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her son could cross boundaries that seemed impossible to others, and it didn't look like he was going to stop anytime soon. "Oh, Izuku, just take care of yourself, please." She pulled the necklace from her blouse, revealing the small heart inside. When she opened it, there was the photo, Hisashi, serious but with a slight smile, the newborn Izuku in her arms, and her, with an expression of happiness so pure it hurt to remember. They seemed so complete, so full of possibilities. Hisashi had always had that cold air about him, but there was a warmth in his gaze that only she knew. And now, with him far away, sometimes she didn't really know what to do with Izuku, how to support him, how to guide him. There was no manual for what a woman was like. She must have been a good mother. The truth is, I didn't even know if she had done a good job or not. "Hisashi, I could really use your help now," she said, staring at the photo in her hands, her fingers caressing the pendant. She couldn't help but worry. She'd already lost Hisashi, and she didn't want to lose her son too. Her eyes filled with tears as she thought of everything Izuku had faced, how much he'd grown, and the burdens he carried. Too much for someone so young. Being quirkless for so long, her not being able to help him. What consoled her was that at least Katsuki could defend his little boy. That at least gave her a little peace and comfort. Smiling too much at the memory of Mitsuki and Masaru, the truth is, they seemed to be the only constant that remained the same throughout her life, which had already seemed like an emotional roller coaster. Now that I think about it, none of them changed that much. You were always distant, weird, and affectionate in your own way. And you, Izuku, still have the same look from the first day you told me you wanted to be a hero like Almight, Mom. But even so, sometimes I feel a little alone," she confessed. "I wasn't really sad, much less resentful or hurt, not at all. She was simply nostalgic. It seemed like yesterday when Izuku would come looking for her, his face full of tears, this time from happiness. How he hated this about her, she cried at almost everything. He really hoped Izuku wouldn't copy that from her. And after that moment passed, she couldn't help but let out a smile of pride for her little one. Now he was unrecognizable, or good. That's what she told herself. Because deep down he was still that Katsudan-loving boy she raised with all her heart. But while she was nostalgic, Izuku was. "Listen, kid," the officer finally said, his tone calmer but firmer as his eyes scanned the teenager carefully, hoping he really wasn't dealing with another person who was simply trying to make fools of them. Unlike those people, this green-haired man seemed to be a genuinely good person. While the green-haired man tried his best to avoid eye contact with the officer in front of him. "I know you didn't do this with any ill intentions, but the rules are there for a reason. It's not just to protect others, but also to protect yourself. You know that, right?" He crossed his arms while the green-haired man nodded quickly, as he hurriedly tried to stuff his notebooks and books back into his backpack. Sorry, officer, I really didn't mean to cause trouble. It was an accident," He stuttered and stammered, unable to prevent his nervousness from winning and taking control of his actions, making his face turn red, much to Regenleaf's amusement, which was true. Pfff. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. He knew this was serious, but he couldn't help it. Freckles, green hair, a red head. Izuku now looked genuinely like a humanoid strawberry. So he turned his back to him so the latter wouldn't notice his facial expressions, and the stifled laughter she had towards him. Okay, I'm not going to report it this time. She was definitely the luckiest person in the world, which greatly annoyed the police officer in front of her, who had, just like her mother, started to shed tears, causing her to finally pass. A small, unimportant altercation that his mother shouldn't find out about. He knew her well. The last thing he wanted to do was worry her more than she already could see simply by looking at her, and especially thanks to her divine reflection. He ended up being scolded again by the brunette. Izuku, don't do that again. Okay, it was funny, but don't think it would be nice to have these problems so often. New rule, you won't use your power so lightly to avoid inconveniences like that. And Izuku nodded after Regenleaf had hit him on the head with a book, pulling out a large bump on the green-haired man. The only thing the green-haired man could say was, "Sorry!" That was the scream that made the Valkyrie end up with a completely stoned face upon seeing the green-haired man's exaggerated reaction that seemed to have no end, leaving both of them without knowing what to do for several minutes until they finally decided to continue on their way as if nothing had happened. But what they found when they set foot in Uraraka was a misfortune. Something happened that, for the bearer, was like being shot in the foot with a double-barreled shot, and for her, it was a somewhat minor nuisance. Izuku-sama! That was the voice that echoed like a gong in the middle of a quiet morning, causing more than one passerby to flinch. Izuku, already on the verge of mental collapse from recent events, felt his entire nervous system momentarily shut down as he processed the title Sama, especially seeing the group of crazy fans that were now heading towards its bearer, making it snort while watching this action of the young women from its bearer's school. Off-screen, seeing what was happening, many simply shook their heads in amusement, while those who were mothers were with Inko, even Rei Todoroki, who despite everything, cared about her children. Recovery girl, empty nest syndrome so soon? I would say surprised. Mandalay, why I feel like I'll be spending it with Koda. Mitsuki, you will, it's something that we as mothers are going to go through. Seeing the scene with the officer, Ida was going to say something, but Tokoemi using dark shadow silenced him, so he wouldn't bother them, while the rest laughed a little, although the serious face they put on when they saw Uraraka was something else. Momo, now that they have a quirk, this is how they receive it. Uraraka, damn hypocrites. Katsuki, I failed Uncle Hisashi, he muttered under his breath. Monoma, even I know that this reception is too hypocritical. Kendo, I wish I could go there and hit them. Stain, what a turn of events. Spiner, they hated him for being quirkless, and now that he has power they admire him. What hypocrisy. On screen. So, with a slight wobble, and after stammering out something that sounded like an attempt to justify its existence, its body decided it was enough for one day. Like this, and it ended up falling to the ground like a felled tree. Izuku, don't faint again! Now it was Regenleaf's turn, who quickly approached without hesitation. As a medical professional who was used to dealing with several fainting spells in her patients, medicine was her specialty, after all. Not only did he rely on his soul manipulation to do his job well, but when he had the green-haired man in his hands, and after seeing that he hadn't fainted from something serious, he adjusted his glasses before speaking again. Oh my, men always so dramatic, she sighed, before doing what any Valkyrie would do. Lift him up as if he were a sack of potatoes, clean the dirt off his clothes and place him on the grass that she herself had altered within the green-haired man's mental space to the point that even the green-haired man ended up in a utopian landscape as if he were currently in a personal private spa. Rest, Izuku, you earned it, she said as her mind transported her to the moment when her pink-haired younger sister ended up having to do her bidding in Ragnarok, and told him exactly those same words. She was the second to last of the Valkyries to lend her body for the fight, smiling tenderly and calmly as she elegantly moved her hand to create a light breeze, before going into protective mode, her facial expression completely changing to one of utter annoyance, as she listened like a typical fangirl. who were guided by the feeling of the moment. "What is this? A circus?" he scolded, narrowing his eyes at all the people surrounding the bearer. He adjusted the green-haired man's short hair, running a hand through it, noticing that it wasn't as tangled as he initially thought it was, slightly surprised by that very fact. She finally took a step forward as she cleared her throat with the dignity of a queen about to give a speech, and spoke with a voice that could have made a god reconsider his life choices. "Make way and don't disturb us, please." That was the next comment that came out of her voice. It was as sweet as honey, but the moment she made eye contact with the emerald-eyed woman using her carrier's body, it was as if they were piercing the depths of her skin with each word, causing the raven to become stone-faced again. Witnessing how the entire crowd dispersed as if they had seen Satan himself before their eyes, also dispersing the murderous purple aura that the Valkyrie had on the green-haired man's body. "Ugh, for a moment I thought they wouldn't buy the facade," she said while acting somewhat feminine, being observed by Bakugo Katsuki, who was about to go out and smash her face in, if not for two reasons. One, as for himself, Izuku was always a weirdo. He didn't give a shit about the green-haired boy's life. He would interrogate him later at lunchtime, but for now, he could go to hell. Off-screen, everyone laughed at the situation that happened, although they were surprised that Izuku acted like a child. "Recovery girl, what I feared, all the pain they caused you there turned into trauma. You don't know who you are and you think that being a girl might be better for you, Inko-san." "Inko. But I never said anything to him. I always loved him, just the way he is. I never reproached him for anything. I even apologized for not giving him a quirk." "Recovery. Guilt makes us act in different ways. I am not a psychologist or psychiatrist, but I can give some diagnosis of such when I see it." "Kirishima, really, Baku bro?" "Katsuki, don't blame me. Deku was always a weird geek at school, and he still is at UA." No one could argue against that logic, not even the teachers. On screen, "Well, very well, I think if he ended up maintaining there's someone following us." He began to speak in a low voice, but stopped short when he saw the skeletal blonde in the black jacket looking at them from a distance, and he was able to come up with a vague but accurate theory. It must be a person he already knew. Of all the green-haired man's potential, the divine vision he carried in his gaze, this could be bad. For a few seconds, he activated the divine reflection, freezing time and approaching the person directly. Staring at him, face to face, he had no ill intentions. Not even his gaze told him so. Not even his intuition warned him of anything evil about this man. However, when he saw the way he held his hand on the right side of his abdomen, "So your power is draining? Well, I guess helping you wouldn't be bad, Almight. Although you should be a little more sensitive. Look at that, saying what you said to my wielder, it wasn't your finest moment." And finally placed his hands on Almight's wound. In an almost chiropractic, perfect way, he manipulated the shape of the blonde's soul while working on reconstructing internal and external nerves. He wasn't omnipotent, it was true, but he was still a minor deity in the medicinal field, a semi-goddess to be precise. That wound, it was complicated. In fact, he even congratulated whoever it was who treated him in the first place. The stitches are made to keep the remaining portion of the large and small intestine functioning with as little strain as possible, suggesting a partial reconstruction of internal organs. First-degree burns remain as scars. Had humanity really advanced that much? It surprised him greatly. He would definitely have to meet that person someday. Or people, if more than one had participated in this. However, at the same time, the gentleman frowned deeply. "Wait, this part is almost perfect, but then this last part is barely sustainable. There are indications that they tried to make some kind of artificial organ, but this thing also looks wait, this already looks like it was rushed. Why would a doctor end up doing something so hastily? You owe me, I was almost done." He was draining the accumulated blood, cleansing the blood vessels, and removing the scars from All Might's body so he wouldn't have any record of what was happening to his body. He would leave him as good as new. "Look, I won't say anything. But if you really did everything possible to speed up recovery and be able to be active almost immediately, you're somewhere between a suicidal lunatic and a kind-hearted idiot," he said, his eyes already half closed as he finished the work. The arteries were already functioning. Now there was a slight problem that he didn't count on. There is more than one soul inside your body. That is annoying. The multicolored energy began to swirl, acting in defense of the eighth wielder of One for All, Yagi Toshinori, had handled his soul as carefully as possible, but that didn't mean it wasn't disturbing. Indirectly, One for All was a threat to the other 6 wills within his body. He had to quickly explain his situation, while Yoichi Shigaraki finally made his first appearance to a person since the days of the first Quirks. Neither said anything, they just stared at each other. She had questions, it was obvious. But although each one suspected the other, Reginleaf the albino who seemed to judge her in silence, and Yoichi himself being judged in the same way by the brunette, caused the silence of the two to finally break. You don't work for my brother, and with that he could relax. He was healing the carrier. At the same time that both green eyes were fixedly making Reginleaf could also work, he seemed to be more sensible, patient, calm and serene than the blonde. And that's why he finished his work now with Yoichi's permission. I don't think either of you will have many answers for the other. Could you please tell me your name? He said to the albino, who simply smiled and formally introduced himself, while Reginleaf did the same, but not before shaking each other's hands. Without either of them knowing it, a historic event had just taken place. 2 Shigarakis had been able to be in the same city, face to face, hold hands, respect each other, and not end up causing a fight that would wipe out half of Japan's population. I made a small improvement, in case the accumulated energy will cause the next carrier, if they are not quirkless, to end up overloading and dying at an early age. Now there will be no such problem. I made a cover for the OFA that will make the adaptation to the carrier not so dangerous, so that was why I felt that One for All was being disturbed. That was the threat he had detected in the first place. Thank you very much, Reginleaf. I wanted to tell you that Yagi is looking for a successor, and he wants the green-haired boy to be it. Do you think you can help us? I won't make excuses for what Yagi said, but we all agree on one thing: the boy could be a hero in his own way, but to his misfortune. She shook her head slightly, having already copied every last feature of One for All, even having the divine reflection. Now Izuku could have access to that mental space. There would be no point in giving the green-haired man such power. Yoichi, I must make my carrier go to classes, but if I promise you something, he and I will protect One for All with our lives. And in the same way he had done in Ragnarok, he knelt down, making the albino laugh nervously, reminding him of Izuku Midoriya, only more mature. It was to be expected that spending so many years living wasn't something that came in vain, however, before leaving now with the same permission that Yoichi gave him. He snapped his fingers, turning the small corner where all the carriers were living. It's a small gift, after all, we're allies now, Yoichi, in a habitable house for everyone who was in that mental space, finally ending the conversation as time returned to its natural state, making it even for Reginleaf. That, unlike the green-haired man, she ended up being in the whole conversation for about 4 seconds, being perceived as a slight green blur, even by Yagi Toshinori himself, who was in absolute shock. Her wound. No, she couldn't feel her wound. What the hell? His sclerae were no longer dark, they were white. All the power he had lost he felt back. Not only that, strengthened, he was so in shock that he barely remembered what happened when he was staring at the green-haired man, unable to make the craziest theory. Possibly one that wasn't given much thought, but it was the only thing that made sense, and it was that this boy, the one who had destroyed his dreams, he had been able to heal. At the same time he began to tremble. Regeneration, super speed, super strength, 6 vision. No. Yagi isn't. If he were, he left. He needed some advice from the person he could trust the most, and wasn't it Great Torino who was sure to beat him up for 2 reasons. He was thinking about this green-haired guy, who she had just met in less than 3 hours, was her prime candidate right now to inherit her power, completely ignoring that she already had 2 much more reliable options, one recommended by who was one of her best possible friends. Sir Nightai, I know you recommended Mirio to me, and David, I know how much your daughter has suffered from being quirkless, but Mirio already has a promising and bright future. He has converted his own power that was almost hell for him, as you have told me, entered his muscular form, and shot out of the place. But seeing that green-haired guy, it made me remember how pathetic, stupid, idiotic, retarded, and hypocritical I've been. The truth is, I'm not going to change that. A person can't enter the hero race without a quirk. Doing so would simply be a waste of life. Without this power, I'm nothing. He punched a villain, and she knocked him out immediately. then avoided more and more accidents. What should have been a brisk walk to Torino's house to talk to her teacher turned into about 7 hours. All the while, she kept her smile on so no one would see the terror that now gripped her mind and heart. If that boy comes into contact with All for One, never. I'll never be able to see her face again, and I'll never be able to forgive myself. And while he was catching criminals, doing multiple jobs, to the point that he didn't even have lunch, he came across a beach, off-screen. Nobody said anything when they saw this part, since they were digesting much of what was going to happen. First of all, the green-haired boy copied One for All, surprising Almight. Secondly, Reginlef healed the hero, while they listened to the talk between the first and her. Gran Torino was eager to throw himself at Almight and beat him to death for his stupidity, since he knew perfectly well what he was doing, while the others simply saw it with a bit of hypocrisy. Nizu improved One for All. Mirio, what does that mean? I know Sir wanted me to be your successor, but inheriting your power is too much for me. I don't want it, Almight. I know, young Midoriya has it now, he would say, knowing that there was no turning back, since the entire One for All was revealed to those present. Momo, wait a second, One for All overloads someone with a quirk if you inherit it. Recovery girl, imagine the glass is full and add more content, that will help you understand it. Shoto, that explains why Midoriya uses it better and evolves, only a Quirkless could handle it to its true potential. Naomasa, and beyond too. Melissa, uncle, she would say, feeling betrayed. Gran Torino, second stupidity. Listening to that idiot sir, he would say angrily, and hitting All Might, I understand that you want to protect her, but knowing that you were Quirkless, now you deny your origin? Melissa knew that moment would be crucial, at least for that All Might, because the one she had in the room, if he did things right. All Might, I don't know what my other self thinks, but I fixed my mistake, and guided him to be the best hero. Nizu, when did you give it to him? All Might, hours before the exam. Aizawa, that explains why he never used it there, and why he broke his bones if he had known. Inko, excuse me Mr. Aizawa, but if I knew I would have expelled him anyway. Oh yes, my son told me everything that happened that day, omitting details with Katsuki. But I don't see how you can be a teacher. Mitsuki, I support Inko on that. Potential, as you call it, is forged and not obtained from nothing, therefore you erred too much. You could have helped her forge her path, but you simply judged as society does. Aizawa didn't say anything. That was true. Perhaps it was logical at the time, but did he really help his children reach their potential? Sadly, no, he didn't. Giving the activity the way he did isn't giving them the right guidance and helping to forge them into heroes. Shoto, beach? All Might, Dagoba Beach, on screen, which was filled with trash, junk, making him think about himself, while the green-haired man's question hovered in his head. The probability was very high that he was now working with that bastard. But he could have guided him, trained him, told him something like, you can be your own hero. You can be the hero of whoever needs you most at the right time. When did I change so much? When I got to the point where I couldn't take care of things like this anymore, I became so focused on being the symbol, the idol, that superstar that, even though his intentions were still completely altruistic, he never sought revenge. He was no longer the young man who made the stupid mistake of butting heads with the damn Demon King and nearly committing suicide. He couldn't help but stare at the ground as he entered the beach, and more memories flooded his mind, his teacher training him, giving him a hug, congratulating him, giving him the OFA. I smash a refrigerator. I think I should start from scratch. He was going to clean up that whole beach. It wasn't his first step towards being a hero. He wasn't a professional by any means. But he wasn't the god everyone thought he was. He had learned the hard way. By making mistakes, he was a hero. He was without a doubt. If he hadn't been, he would have intentionally stepped on that boy, but he didn't do it unintentionally. He had no excuse. He wasn't going to give any. But there, as he cleaned that beach, he could imagine what he could have been. Maybe he could have been his teacher. In fact, that's what he wanted to be right now. Phew, how come my teacher was so good to me? I kept putting my foot in it. I couldn't stop AFO. I got my dream and I was so blind that I didn't even go to visit her. And now I was so desperate to get into UA just to find a successor when I didn't even know how to teach. That was the truth. That was his truth as a symbol of peace. With that in mind, he wondered how the green-haired man was doing. And the truth of it, off-screen, many said nothing, as it was a disaster, a beautiful place reduced to a simple garbage dump, the reason for everything, the civilians and several heroes, not a villain, but those who follow the rules and enforce them. On screen, the answer is C and B, he said bluntly, as he arranged the notes he'd been taking. Between numbers, formulas, and theories pulled from who knows where in the universe, his mind was on autopilot, in a special notebook for those very notes, and in another the class notes, the most important and necessary for their bearer to not fall behind in their studies, weren't going to allow something like that. While using the divine reflection in a minimum amount of time, as he did before, at the lowest possible power, for just 1 second, thus avoiding overloading your body. Nerd, now we really have to. He couldn't even finish his sentence. He already knew what he was going to do. In a movement so natural it seemed choreographed, Reginleaf grabbed a piece of chalk and threw it straight at him. The small white piece sliced through the air with a precision that bordered on the ridiculous, passing mere millimeters from his cheek. The impact didn't come, but the message was clear: shut up or you'll regret it. He didn't say another word, so Reginleaf continued with an impassive expression as if nothing had happened, gathering his things and putting them away with the grace of someone who always knows what to do. After all, that was his duty, both Valkyrie and friend of the green-haired man. Feeling something that only made her feel the responsibility of being, in some way, his older sister. It was about time, sleepyhead, she muttered to herself, with a slight smile. She saw his thoughts, she knew his feelings, she knew all the thoughts of the green-haired man, and the truth is that the damage that Bakugo did to her reached the point that what he had said a while ago was not a joke. She didn't want to hear or see him spoken, and then she was intercepted by the friends of the same ashen-haired man. "Hey, what do you think you're doing with Bakugo, you stupid idiot?" Her fixed, serious gaze, her eyes half closed, caused enough intimidation for them to let her go. Meanwhile, the green-haired boy was starting to wake up, slightly confused, not knowing where he really was, as his brain had just. He was resetting and thinking that everything he had experienced up until now had been a warm and pleasant dream. What time is it? Did I miss something? He finally opened his eyes completely, looking disoriented but full of energy, as if his brain wasn't yet in full cognitive functioning but was already waking up, which was evident when he started using longer and more complex words inside his head. Without realizing that he had spent 7 hours unconscious, he ended up skipping an entire day of classes unintentionally. Nothing you can't fix with a little food and much less drama, Izuku, she joked to herself as the green-haired man lunged at her, causing her body to end up being knocked to the floor, both physically and her actual appearance in her mental world, not seeing this action coming for anything in the world. He was hugging her like she hadn't felt anyone had done in a long time. Leaving her in shock because of what happened, Izuku, with a simple, unintentional action, acting like an ordinary human, and treating the same brunette as an equal, he managed to shock an ancient demigoddess, causing her to pat the green-haired man's head with great care and affection, out of mere reflex. Yeah, calm down, you don't have to be harsh with me, okay? If you want to cry, cry. If you want to scream, scream. I'm never going to judge you, Izuku. Yes, she had already grown too attached to the green-haired boy, just for one day. But in that day she lived everything he lived. She saw him cry, she saw him curse, suffer, screaming, begging for help. Everything the green-haired boy had been through, she had now lived through as well. Neither of them realized that the ash-haired boy had followed them, and that gnawing sense of alertness began to grow in Izuku's mind. He tried to ignore it, but every time he turned his head, there he was. Bakugo Katsuki, with his hands in his pockets and his gaze fixed as if he wanted to bore into me. It wasn't the first time I'd seen him since the mud villain incident, but this was starting to get unsettling. Hey, Reginleaf, don't you think it's strange that he's around again? He whispered, pretending to adjust his backpack while avoiding eye contact with the ashen-haired boy. The Valkyrie, invisible to everyone but him, stood next to her bearer with her arms crossed and an eyebrow raised, ready to make her move should her wielder and friend need it. Izuku might be who he was, simply because he was the most powerful person walking the planet, but that didn't make him invisible. If he tried too hard to activate his divine reflection, Bakugo easily With a slightly serious explosion, it could send him to the hospital. Do you think he follows you because he knows something, or is he just, well, him? And this time Izuku had no answer. Genuinely, his mind couldn't think of another scenario of both of them fighting, and he didn't want to live that anymore. He didn't want to fight with him. He did it for their friendship, and because he didn't want to return to the hell Regenleaf had just pulled him out of. He wasn't ready. He didn't know how he genuinely felt about him. He just knew he was angry. He needed more time. How long, even, he didn't know. He just knew it was what he needed now. Deku! And that stupid Katsuki acting like a damn toxic boyfriend who didn't owe him time when he specifically told him he didn't want to see him, didn't help at all. Why was he so insistent? He seriously needed time to himself, without this lunatic bothering him. Why can't you even give me that? But his thoughts were stopped when once again, as always, Katsuki cornered him against a wall. Roaring and growling like a rabid beast that wanted to bite him, causing him to unconsciously react. And he would close his eyes waiting for the blow, a blow that never came. What the hell are you doing talking to yourself, idiot? Do you want everyone to think you're crazy or something? What the hell moment? Where was the punch? He was so absorbed by the answer that he simply put on an incredulous expression with his mouth open, not believing what he was hearing. Katsuki was worried about him, and he wasn't hitting him to show it. He'd been silent for so long that the asshole was starting to growl again in annoyance. TSK, we're too old for imaginary friends, moron. You know what? Do whatever you want, but let's be clear, if you end up doing something stupid, it's not my problem. Got it? Don't you ever jump on a villain again, or I'll beat your face in. He didn't say anything else. Leaving the green-haired boy silent, he watched as Bakugo walked away from his position with his hands in his pockets and a frown, only being able to see Katsuki's back moving away from him, leaving him with a slightly worried expression, standing in front of the wall that had cornered him, touching it with one hand at the same time as he saw the place where Katsuki had left. Off-screen, Katsuki was simply surprised by what he saw, while on the other hand, Inko was smiling sweetly, since she never thought Izuku would fall asleep in class. Mineta, we're going to die, he would say with fear, seeing Inko angry. On screen, you're weirder than me, Katsuki, he told himself as he walked down the streets toward his home, not really knowing what to do next. He never thought he'd become a celebrity at his school overnight. But what was the point? That was never the point of wanting to be a hero in the first place. He touched his face with his fingers on his cheek, remembering the time he made the ash-haired boy bleed, and asked himself another question that gnawed at his mind. Regenleaf, if I already have a divine power, right? If that's so, then why can't I use it to do something more useful with it? And with that, the Valkyrie put a hand to her chin and then moved her hand so that the green-haired man could finish explaining everything he was thinking about in order to confirm that it wasn't just a temporary passing thought. What I mean is, I don't want to make money off of this. I don't even really think about it, Izuku said, scratching the back of his neck as his gaze wandered to the ground. This only increased the brunette's concern. She was very innocent, too innocent for her own good. She couldn't blame him, but still. He still cared about her. Now that I have this power, I see it more as a duty. I want to be a hero, get my license, graduate from UA. But and in the meantime? How many lives aren't being lost because I'm simply not doing my duty, Regenleaf? And that confession was just one question I wanted to answer now. And what do you intend to do with that, Izuku? She stared at him, crossing her arms. Her tone of voice was calm and quiet, yet firm, as she stood in front of her bearer and friend, preventing him from continuing to walk normally. Anything I can do, he replied without hesitation, raising his eyes to hers. Their gazes met without the green-haired man's backing down, which made her understand the exact state of mind the green-haired man was in when he activated the divine reflex for a few seconds towards his person. If I have this power and I don't use it to help people, then what's the point of having it in the first place? Regenleaf sighed. He'd already anticipated that answer, but that didn't make it any easier to hear, taking 2 steps forward, standing only inches away from the green-haired man. What if you lose yourself in the process? What if you burn out before you even become the hero you want to be? What if one mistake costs you everything? What if you end up losing your life because of this very thing? Izuku clenched his fists tightly, his jaw tensing slightly as he did so. He tried to be sure of what he was going to say after hearing those words so he wouldn't make the wrong decision. He was about to literally break every law prohibiting the public use of quirks. What if the commission got involved in his life too and his mother was affected? He felt like he was in a damned cage before for being weak, now for being so strong that he couldn't use his power. He sighed, calmed down, and finally spoke, making a decision. I'd rather lose everything than stand by and watch someone else suffer. I can't ignore it, Regenleaf. I can't. And with that answer alone, Regenleaf could only look away. There was no point in arguing with Izuku. It was like talking to a river that had already decided its course. But that didn't mean he couldn't try. You're so stubborn, Izuku. Do you understand that this world isn't like your fantasies? It's not black and white. People won't always thank you, even if you risk your life for them. The system is broken, rotten. Are you really ready to get your hands dirty with things that others aren't willing to do? And, after that, Izuku looked up. He had already made a decision. No matter what Regenleaf said, he had already made the decision. If no one else wants to fix it, then I will. And anyone who stands in my way I will tear down. And unable to do anything else, he sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. It was impossible not to admire him and want to protect him at the same time. Before speaking again, you're just like him. I just hope you learn to carry the world on your shoulders, without breaking yourself, Izuku. And with that answer, he remembered how Adam had also managed to unite all of humanity at a fixed point in time. The green-haired man could only smile, pleased that he had gotten his way. However, Regenleaf spoke again before he could say anything. We'll have rules, Regenleaf declared with a stern look, crossing his arms like a mother about to scold her disobedient son, his expression hardening even more than it had been before the attempt had been made to prevent Izuku from joining the vigilante movement, so called at this point in humanity. Off-screen, everyone listened in silence to the conversation between the two, although they were all in complete shock when Izuku mentioned the fact of being a vigilante. The heroes didn't know what to say, since if they did they would be hypocrites. While Stain at least sighed with a smile. In truth, with the green-haired man, he had never been wrong. On screen, it won't be more than a few hours. You'll never go after a villain if I tell you you're not ready. You'll listen to every word I say. And if you see that the situation is getting too much for you, you'll anonymously call for reinforcements from the police or local heroes. Is that clear? And with that shout, Izuku took a military position. As he gulped, trying to muster the courage to speak again. Right now, Regenleaf reminded him too much of when his mother got angry with him, which was rare, very rare, like finding a diamond in an amusement park on a roller coaster. But still, it happened, and when it happened, it was very scary. And that day was a turning point in his life. For the first time, he knew what it was like to be in the spotlight, the center of attention, although it wasn't exactly how he imagined it. He would soon learn that this could be fatal for someone in this profession. Regenleaf, please. It had been 6 months since that conversation. Izuku was no longer the insecure boy who stammered at every challenge, but he wasn't completely different either. He still retained that essence of purity that made him unique, and Regenleaf knew that better than anyone. That comment came from his lips in a soft, warm tone he knew how to use with her, as if he truly considered her an older sister. He couldn't stop a slight blush from crossing his face. You treat me like I'm part of your family, she muttered to herself, trying to maintain her composure. She was a Valkyrie, and he was her bearer. Nothing more. She had to repeat that to herself constantly. But seeing him smile with that childlike innocence, so contagious to her, made her slowly fall apart. An affection that she knew well was much greater than that of a Valkyrie and her simple bearer. Aha, Ototo! She managed to involuntarily respond in Japanese, surprising both of them. Izuku blinked, stunned, while she looked away, trying to ignore the heat in her cheeks from the embarrassment she felt at having said that comment that set everything up. In just a few moments, the green-haired man's transformation into his vigilant self was as swift as possible. Meanwhile, the same green-haired man quickly remembered he had to inform his mother. He grabbed his cell phone and quickly began texting her. I'll tell her I'm going to do some work outside of school. It's half true, but I could never lie to her. That was something essential in his ideology. not to lie, to be neutral, and to look out only for those who couldn't defend themselves, villains that society turned its back on. It was no longer uncommon for minor criminals to run into him, be caught, or even get to know him to the point of even making a pleasant routine between the two. After all, if Almight was there for all of society, he was there for them, giving them something that many believed they had already lost hope for. Few thanks, One-san, and understanding. Metamorphs who were beaten were defended, people about to commit suicide were saved. Petty crime was becoming scarce. There was no longer a single symbol of peace, the balance that had remained unbroken for so long. Off-screen, everyone was surprised by the rules, and Mirko simply nodded. If she were the Valkyrie, if the green-haired man disobeyed her, she would break his legs. The others had divided opinions, but Class A, except for Ida, admired their partner. Ida felt it, but his attachment to the law and the rules made him act like someone who didn't support those ideas. However, seeing what he was achieving made several, like Spyro, open their eyes wide, since he was doing what not even All Might does, helping others, truly helping, without distinction, without posing ridiculously or saying phrases prepared for each moment, or doing things simply because they would improve his image. Spyro, Stain was never wrong with him. Kirishima, Midobro is a real man. Ibara, she is an angel sent by God. Nizu, without a doubt, young Midoriya knows how to give hope, but what will AFO do, he would say, mentioning the guy who could be a pain in the ass and erase the green-haired boy's achievements. On screen, the same balance the Commission was trying so desperately to maintain, to the point that it was currently funding research into forcing the evolution of Quirks, being experimented on by new thugs emerging from the underworld for the same reason. TSK. No matter how many villains were caught, as long as we could create new ones, everything would remain normal. But this vigilante, he's a bucking problem. He gritted his teeth. They couldn't catch him. They couldn't control him. The guy was breaking every rule they had in their organization, to the point where if they found him, they had direct orders to either escape or try to kill him. His head was the main one right now. They needed him alive, if he could control himself. And dead at best, but in these 6 months, they'd already gathered a lot of information about the lunatic they had on him. They'd even sent Hawks to intercept him, but unfortunately, the guy was so fast he couldn't even touch him. It was time for desperate measures. I still remember the other form I could have taken, he said, closing his eyes as he ran through all the streets of Mustafu. He couldn't believe that everyone was after him, the villains at worst to kill him, and others simply because they were looking for his help to get out of that life and the truth. He didn't think it would be that easy. He only needed one look and everyone would cower from the power he held in his gaze. No one questioned him right now, and his eyes weren't lying to him. They weren't telling him anything. It was simply because he was frightening them. He didn't want that. He stopped, his breathing heavy from running, but it wasn't the physical exertion that weighed most heavily on his chest. It was the thought, that silent burden that reminded him of everything that had changed, and everything that would never be the same again. So, faced with the reflection in front of him, he forced himself to look at himself, to confront the image that he found so hard to accept. I didn't want them to fear me, he murmured, almost as if his reflection could answer him. His voice was a faint echo of the conviction he used to have, a reminder of the doubts that had arisen since he chose this path. A path he himself accepted, but which right now only plunged him even further into utter loneliness. He let his gaze slide slowly over the figure in front of him. Snow-white hair cascading past her waist. Such a stark contrast to the bright green he used to know. His fingers stroked her strand carefully, as if still trying to convince himself it was real. That's not me. Her eyes, those pink, bright eyes, like the exact shade of a flamingo at dawn. They were beautiful, yes, but so different from the ones he remembered in himself. Every time he looked into them, he saw more than just a reflection. He saw expectations, fears, and a glimmer of something new he couldn't yet name. Finally, she looked down at the small black pants that completed the outfit. A look that, if she thought about it, matched perfectly. But that wasn't the problem. With a sad smile that barely reached her lips, she allowed herself to be once again what her mother allowed her to be. Not that cursed quirkless child, but an ordinary child who had a burden that was only amplified by obtaining his divine power. How can I expect them not to fear me, when I don't even know who I am now? He took a deep breath, taking a step away from the mirror. He couldn't stay there, lost in his thoughts. He had chosen this path, and although he sometimes wondered if it was the right decision, he knew there was no turning back. Off-screen, everyone was serious and looking at Hawks when they heard what the commission wanted with the green-haired. Nizu, anything to say in your defense, Hawks? I would say seriously, Tokoemi. So you were a lapdog of the commission, he would say seriously, feeling betrayed. Hawks, for his part, looked at everyone calmly, although inside, he was very upset. That screen, that damn screen, had revealed things that were so unreal, and he was directly affected. Now his entire facade crumbled. Ida, for his part, didn't know what to think, given that the commission had now revealed itself to be villainous. His standards of law and order had undoubtedly been overturned there. Mineta, why does Midoriya look like a woman? He would say blushing. Kaminari, ha 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 rag. Shoto, uses Regenlift's help as a demigod to camouflage himself and not attract attention. Recovery girl, not to mention that it made her already unstable mental state worse. On screen, Oniz and I don't know why, but seeing what I can become, seeing myself in such a cute way, I like it so much, but it hurts at the same time that I know. He paused, pressing his lips together as his gaze faded into the void. Of his own gaze and barely a whisper that had left his lips. I can't live out a fantasy. What kind of hero would I be if I didn't lead by example of what I myself want to do? Melancholy, that was all he could feel now, as if every word was being ripped from the depths of his being. He knew it. He knew what he wanted. He knew what he had to do. But he couldn't shake that small longing, that spark of desire that beat deep within his own heart. After all, that was what he longed for most. He gave himself the excuse that it was so his mother wouldn't be upset, but the reality was, he wanted to get away from that title. He wanted to get away from that nickname given to him by his high school classmates, the cursed Quirkless boy from Uraraka. If I escape, if I let that fantasy consume me, then Bakugo will be right. He'll say that Izuku Midoriya couldn't do it, that he died trying, and that his place was taken by someone else. But I'm not going to give him that luxury. She looked up, her eyes shining like they contained the sky itself, and a deep blue that contrasted with her hair, now white like the freshly fallen snow from the same blue sky that adorned her eyes. The figure she saw in the mirror, that image of Eiko Midoriya, wasn't an escape, but a representation of what she could be if she dared to dream, and that was something that as the strongest person on the planet I couldn't afford to have. I'm going to create a place where everyone is strong, where no one is left behind, where my presence isn't needed in this rotten world. That was his dream, and even if he had to give his life to achieve it, he would do it, without looking back, without regrets, bearing the burden that his power brought. He couldn't be Izuku, he didn't want to be, he wanted to leave that life behind for just a moment. He wanted to be what he'd always wanted to be, that symbol, that pillar like All Might had once been for him. He escaped, yes, out of rage, not hatred, because deep down in his heart he admired someone he knew was in another life. Maybe I could have been his mentor. I myself will make sure that the villains can redeem themselves, that they don't experience the loneliness, rejection, and pain that has accompanied me my entire life. I could have been like them without you, Onizen. I could have been a villain, I can be one. And for that very reason I know there is still hope for all those who are mired in that darkness. He clenched his fist, feeling that determination grow into a pillar within him. And then, as he relaxed his hand, a genuine smile graced his face. His attire, elegant, perfectly coordinated in dark tones, enhanced his presence, but it wasn't the suit that captured attention. It was the light in his eyes, the determination in his posture, firm and immovable. If I have to be the bridge between hope and chaos, I will be. But I will do it as myself, no matter what it takes. The breeze played with his white hair, and as he lowered his fist, that smile was still there. It wasn't one of arrogance or victory, but of pure conviction and determination. He was going to stop dreaming fantasies and start dreaming about the reality that he himself was going to create. Even if he had to break his bones to create it, he would do it without hesitation. Off-screen, everyone felt a little sorry for the green-haired man, given that he was having an identity crisis. Recovery girl, at least she took a step. Nizu, I'm worried that AFO hasn't appeared yet. Seeing Izuku being a man again, many women blush seeing him with white hair. Uraraka, he's a hottie. Midnight. Her face looks like it was carved by the angels themselves. Toga, or rather Valkyrie hee on screen. Oh my dear grandson, how I love that you are following in my footsteps, and that you know how to dress appropriately. That was the point of view of the one who continued to watch him from the shadows, all for one, who was genuinely quite curious about how far this new watchman of society could go, especially since, thanks to their informants, the commission had already set a trap so they could finally identify the white-haired man's face without him becoming a blur on their security cameras. At the same time, they wanted to wear him down and finally corner him. Now all that's left is for them to truly have the power to catch him. And you, Izuku, you better not let me down and pass this test, or the next thing you see might be a very cordial explosion from a certain someone I'll send to marry you off. Sweat. That's what I felt right now, making both Reginleaf and the green-haired man stand back to back trying to locate through their divine sight where the hell that voice was coming from. But neither of the two people who were searching for them tirelessly could locate it. The only one who had a vague and crucial idea was Reginleaf herself, as to where the origin of that murderous presence that threatened to devour them both could be. You know you're the most fun toy I've ever had. How glad I am that Yagi didn't infect you. If he had, you would have been the biggest waste. I would have probably had to isolate you, make you fight alone and give you false clues before I could get my precious one. For all he kept working and the truth, he didn't really get much rest, but it was worth it. In front of him, in the same capsule that had once been used for Hisashi's creation, there were now dozens and dozens of capsules. There were so many that they even seemed to be a mini personal private army. Or my Nomus, I need one for the first field test. Let's see which one I can choose. How about you? And after pointing at the capsule that opened, he tried to attack it. Not bad, immediate killer instinct, quite high strength and sharp claws. He made a good choice. Now he needed to test his resistance. One blow was enough to bring him to his knees, a blow that, thanks to impact absorption, did not result in death. And then it's obvious that you're going to lose. But it doesn't matter. You'll be very helpful so that Tamura can learn the level of power that he himself must overcome. He snapped his fingers using a lightning quirk, generating such electricity in the Noma's brain that it ended up leaving him almost in a vegetable state, to then return it to its capsule and monitor it. You know, Doctor, this mask was very useful to me, but if Yagi was able to recover, it's obvious that I'm going to need a little improvement too. Prepare everything. I'm going to go with the Yakuza overhaul. We're going to copy the brat's quirk. And with that comment, he threw a photo of a small white-haired girl with a horn on her forehead onto the table. That power would be quite useful for his plans later on, just as Hisashi was his insurance. Right now, that little girl was going to be his insurance. He knew that sooner or later he had to be captured. It was necessary for Tamura to be able to move forward from the stagnation in which he was submerged. But leaving everything to chance is something I can never do. In fact, the brat's quirk is extremely dangerous. The lack of control plus the rest of the incompatibility of this body will make it so that if I use it I won't be able to stop it. But if I use it with Tamura, such a fresh body, oh yes, it would be worth stealing. That was her truth. It didn't matter who or what it was. It didn't matter if it was a 5-year-old girl like the little girl was now, if she wanted her power. If she wanted something from that person, even if it was just entertainment with a fight, she would go after him. But if he found her boring, she would trample him and kill him on the spot like the garbage she should be. Okay, first order of business, practicing blue. Last time I tried it, my arms went numb for a week. Second, find a way to stop having schizophrenia. He muttered to himself, feeling a slight shiver run down his spine. Now he had to add crazy to the list of apt insults they could throw at him. But everything went down the drain when an explosion shook the air, its echo reverberating through the streets. Izuku's eyes caught the flash and, almost as a reflex, he activated his barrier. It was his newest card, created specifically by him, with the help of his Onizen Reginleaf, off-screen. And speaking of the devil, he himself appeared on the scene, forcing Izuku and Reginleaf to be on guard, although everyone saw how he himself planned everything, even the airy thing. That fact only marked the anger of everyone in the room. The bastard had everything prepared. Eri, Dabi, Tamura, Izuku, everything was planned by that guy. Mirio, wretch, Stain, rat, when we come back we'll train him and have the rest trained too. Nizu, yes, letting Midoriya fight alone is simply never going to happen. Everyone already knew they had to go against AFO, while All Might thought about how to help and not be useless. Shoto Blue? He would say with doubt. On screen. This isn't random. He noticed something that made him frown. It wasn't a simple terrorist attack as he had initially assumed, making him squeal and grunt firmly, as he took in the surroundings of the place, arriving on time as always the first to arrive. There was something very strange about the situation, however, and that was several red dots were positioned on his person. The barrier around him crackled as countless bullets stopped upon contact, not even being able to come close to touching him. He could have gone for the snipers first, but his gaze locked on a trapped woman, who, not seeing with her divine reflex activated, seemed to be paralyzed with fear of this situation. Don't worry, I'm here to help you. She didn't hesitate for a second. With a fluid movement, she reinforced her barrier around herself as she lunged forward and wrapped herself around the girl at her side, grabbing her by the waist. She didn't think twice. He just wanted to help, instead of doing what any professional would do, which was to ensure the person calmed down immediately, trying to take the situation as calmly as possible, avoiding panic and reassuring the person. He preferred to be much more pragmatic. Kya! And made her scream because he had taken her, as if she were a mere luggage, keeping his barrier active while people positioned themselves around her, taking advantage of the fact that right now he had a civilian to protect, being at an even greater disadvantage if those 6 months served as experience to work on his power, his techniques, his strength and speed, as well as other means to avoid overloading himself. But what stood out in real combat experience was that he lacked too much of it. He was a complete novice. He didn't even have a fixed combat style. He only threw kicks and punches like crazy, and in fact it was made clear why when the shooting ended. He lured them using telekinesis, his mother's quirk amplified by his divine power and Regenleaf, and instead of finishing them off with a blow as he approached, he got complacent and allowed them to crash into his own personal barrier. Who is this guy? She was stunned. She didn't know what the hell she was supposed to do now. She'd been hired to pretend to kill this white-haired guy, and given everything that had happened, she was sure this guy was going to let his guard down. She was actually right about him coming to defend her. But this guy was a bucking monster, completely unaware that there was already a $60 million price tag on his head, and he was trying to help the very person who had just tried to kill him after treating him like a 5-year-old throwing a tantrum in the mall. A more than one quirk? Now it was the attacker's turn to back away, while Izuku, having one hand busy, threw the person he was protecting into the air, making her scream since he had left her levitating frozen while passing through her barrier, and at the same time, he kept his active, freezing the other 2 attackers if he was a rookie, and it was obvious to the people who were trying to kill him. But from Izuku's point of view, that didn't matter, not as long as he had enough power to take care of this, making his part Shigaraki, implanted and enhanced in the past by his grandfather, and life came to light. It's basic telekinesis, like Achilles' arrow. You're Achilles and I'm the arrow. Or what a shame, maybe you don't understand. In that case, I think you should read a little more about human history. I punch him in the face, knocking out a tooth. I was going to enjoy this for a bit. He wasn't going to give them such a big blow that he couldn't recover. He wouldn't be able to do that ever in his life, but just thinking that people like this were still on the streets made him so angry inside that he simply couldn't let them go, not without a punishment proportional to the crime committed. You maintain the connection. What a most interesting and fun thing. So many possibilities to experiment, while maintaining the connection between both of you with a limit of 5 from what I see. So you don't have to worry about taking damage. He lightly and carefully lowered the girl who kept looking at him. Has he really not realized yet that this was a trap for him? He continued talking. It seemed like he was monologuing because he did not understand it at all. Heroes were not like that. They sought to finish off the villain quickly. It was the villain who dared to monologue, not them. Lady, the target took the bait, and with that comment, the commission's satellite finally took the first real-time photo of the white-haired man. If they were frustrated before, they were now 3 times as frustrated. The guy didn't appear in any system, but that anger quickly grew. It turned into trust, which gave them free rein to tell the story they wanted. They could use all their resources in a more creative way without the need to threaten the close family of this white-haired guy. In fact, they already had experience dealing with people like that. It was not for nothing that they had put Kana Tsutsumi in the Tartars when she tried to be clever and declare war on her entire organization. Okay, so you want to know why I know your quirks so accurately? Well, unfortunately for you, fortunately for me, I've been blessed with beautiful eyes. Look, I'll explain it to you without too much fuss. This brat was seriously an idiot. Seriously, if he was going to reveal his quirk publicly, he could only be an idiot like all the other heroes who showed off all their powers in the public eye without thinking about the consequences of these powers. In short, it's like math. The closer you get, the slower you become because you enter a greater range of my vision and, added to my innate ability to use telekinesis plus the amplification of all the quirks I want to copy, I freeze them so that in this way they cannot reach me. Yes, now everyone on the commission, off screen, everyone watched in shock at the green-haired man's efforts to save the girl, although Inko was surprised that the green-haired man had copied her quirk to such an enormous degree. However, things went down the drain when it was revealed that it was a setup by the commission. Nizu, interesting. Kaminari, whose thing for what? He would say without understanding. Nagant, Achilles' arrows? David, a paradox. Mineta, anyone else think this Midoriya needs to be nerfed for the sake of the plot? Several raised their hands. Uraraka, is the commission always this arrogant? Nagant, you can't imagine it. Seeing the attitude he put on, many undoubtedly rolled their eyes, while Stain simply said something that left them surprised. Stain, clever a mask to not reveal who you are. On screen, I was taking note of that detail. That could be the key to controlling the white-haired man, so I had to be within his range of vision, which meant that, like Eraserhead, I had to have a clear limit to how much I could use my eye power, making me the leader of the place. She smiled wildly, hoping with all her might that the white-haired man would continue providing information like a canary. She thought he'd need an interrogation, but no. He was singing to himself. And that's why using it for such a long time is very tiring, and he attracted some stones to confirm what he said, observing how the person who was trying to attack him ran away terrified, fearing for his life. Again, when were they going to understand that he didn't kill people? Hey, when we're done here, do you want me to treat you to an ice cream? What the hell? Without realizing it, they had jumped, destroying a window, making her scream in fear. This guy was bucking crazy. He was attractive, beautiful, and handsome, but how the hell did she want her to take up that offer? Her quirk alone only allowed her to have greater than average concentration and intellect, so she wasn't a remarkable fighter, which is why she worked alongside someone else who was. It got to the point where she was starting to cry. Why the hell had she taken this job in the first place? The 60 million was a stupid bargain. This guy couldn't kill himself for anything in the world. And I have you, now let me show you what I can do apart from this. If I add a fire control quirk to the quirk that is mine by inheritance, it generates something unusual, the creation of different quirks. I no longer just copy them, but I can also create them. Pyrokinesis special technique red, and with that said, a red sphere. It formed in the white-haired man's fingers. Now it really shocked all for one himself. The creation of a quirk was something he could do too, but Izuku had arrived so quickly. No one guided him, he created his own path, either hero nor villain, a simple vigilante who helped everyone he could, risking his own life. That if it was to be admired, not even his brother had gone so far. No doubt his grandson with the proper guardianship could surpass him in both symbols, the symbol of terror and the symbol of peace. Ah well, I failed. Actually that wasn't the case. Regenleaf, true to his word, sealed that part of the green-haired man, forcibly making him turn to look at his hand. It was trembling. Not only that, using red had left it numb, cramped, burning. It was red as if it had been a burn. And in that he was just like the other member of his paternal family, Yoichi Shigaraki, the ability to have overwhelming power. But with a body unable to keep up, he punched the assailant unconscious while that self-centered side faded away, revealing his other side. Sorry for getting you into all this. I'm still learning how to do this job. I know it's not much, but the truth is I don't even have a name. Do you think you could give me one? I was relaxed, calm. I could kill him now. Lowered his guard. I only needed one stab. But that pure gaze, so innocent, childlike, that characterized him, seeking kindness even in the most vile villain. Something that, even without her knowing, Yoichi himself tried to do to his older brother his whole life. Make him reconsider. Reaching out to everyone, even when they rescued him from the cell he'd been put in, I believe, was one for all, with one reason, not to destroy, to protect others. Satoru Gojo, he gave up the attack. He wasn't going to take this light away from this world. He couldn't, in fact, he invented a mere excuse that even if Satoru himself did it, it would have ended up paralyzing her. It made no sense, so don't look a gift horse in the face. Izuku, first using his absurd speed, ended up leaving the criminal at the police station. There was no point in keeping his face anonymous anymore, so he left the person while he showed his face to the world, finally revealing who he really was, under the pseudonym that the girl had given him a few minutes ago, and everything resolved. Now you owe me an ice cream. Surely this guy had a fortune, so if I couldn't kill him, then I could use it to make a little extra cash, and it wouldn't hurt at all. So I gladly accepted without an invitation, and who knows, maybe I could even work for him. By the way, my name is Haruka Najizaka, the long-haired brunette said with a sincere smile to the white-haired man as she removed her wig and, at the same time, the costume she was wearing, revealing her real appearance. She was wearing a casual suit and looked at the drone that had just been sent by the commission in a super innocent and adorable way. After all, with just this action, the war had already been declared and she was going to be the winner who would keep Gojo as her personal bodyguard, and also the person who would catapult her to the top. By her side she would be untouchable, and at the same time she would be in charge of guiding this idiot well. She would not let him be corrupted. You'll see, Gojo, you'll be the perfect weapon for me. I wouldn't leave him with people as intolerant as them, completely ignoring that. Beneath all that power and absolute light was a green-haired man who was so lost that if it weren't for Regenleaf, he would have lost the fight of his life a long time ago. But of course that didn't matter to anyone because the white-haired man was only wanted for one thing right now, and that was his absurd power. Screen turns off. Everyone looked surprised, even when the thought of All for One became known, leaving those who knew about One for All in shock, making the boy look like a potential monster, regardless of which side he was on. Monoma, from the creators of Nerfine to the Goblin Barrel. Kendo, Nerfine the Broccoli. Stain, I keep saying it, the kid is too smart. Nizu, too much? I think he's surpassing AFO, David and MPI together. Hawks, I don't know why, but the kid will be a pain in the ass. Mirko, I'm jealous that they're replacing you. Lady Nagant, but why would I speak unless? Gran Torino, knowing what AFO is like, the guy inherited his negotiating skills. I'd say interested and serious. Endeavor, the boy is a monstrous guy in every sense of the word. No one could argue anything against that logic, remaining silent, digesting everything. Revelation. The silence in the room was overwhelming. They'd never felt someone so broken before. Almight thought One for All was powerful. But this was something else, another level, and the young Midoriya's version was something his own could barely touch. Gran Torino, I think we should take notes. If the boy is your successor Almight, we should take some notes of this reality to help him. Nizu, Gran Torino is right. Almight, the boy against AFO is something that in itself is going to happen. There's no point in denying that fact. Almight, but if we put him aside and help him by lightening his load. Aizawa, Almight, for God's sake, calm down. Stain, what they say is right. I only saw him in action once and I know that the brat is more stubborn than you. It is best that we now take several things, that knowing the quirk that the boy possesses, we can replicate. David, question, does the boy know how to fight? Any battle style or something? Present Mike, Almight, being your successor, what advice did you give him? Almight, he squeezes his buttocks and shouts smash. Needless to say, what would happen here? Inko simply took out her flip-flop, Mitsuki adorned it with nitroglycerin, and Rei handed her a teapot. Aizawa, Mrs. Midoriya? Inko, I'm done, she would say, cleaning blood from the flip-flop and the teapot. Aizawa, good, because it's my turn. A few moments later, Aizawa was retreating with his sleeping bag full of blood, while his bandages were cleaned of the blood of a dying Almight, who was all bandaged, injured, and with a large number of broken bones, while he sat in pain. Almight, ow! 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 Stain, I know he's a good hero, but as a teacher, Dabi, it's terrible, although Endeavor would be worse. Endeavor, hey, Shoto, I support Tuya and I on that. Natsuo, X2, Fuyumi, X3. Before anyone else could say anything, the screen lit up. Mandalay. I hope it's something good, even though the children aren't there. Mitsuki, yes. Hawks. For some strange reason I feel scared, he thought. Kana. Why do I feel like my replacement is going to suffer here? Seriously thought. On screen. This is getting annoying. Another body fell unconscious to the ground, its figure crumbling like a sandcastle in the face of the tide. Izuku sighed, his brow furrowed, beads of sweat running down his forehead. Fatigue began to overwhelm his body and soul. Why do they keep coming if they know they're not going to beat me? Which is what they're looking for. I don't understand? That was the question he kept repeating to himself as his mind quickly processed the scene flashing before his eyes as he dodged and knocked out another bounty hunter. They attacked with an intensity that made no sense, a relentless onslaught of enemies. Every blow he dodged, every technique he countered only served to add further chaos to the 3 uninterrupted hours of combat he had been on. Divine Reflection, when her power, also known by her sister as Theology, was activated to its full potential, an inhuman glow would surround her body. This power not only allowed her to analyze and copy skills with surgical precision, but also to enhance them, adapting them to her style, as if the universe were conspiring in his favor. But that advantage, often his trump card, was beginning to wear him down. 5 minutes. That was all his body could endure, and he only had 5 minutes of continuous use of his theology left. Yet at that moment, those 5 minutes felt like an eternity. Every second was a challenge, every breath a luxury that seemed to be a right for me. Izuku, remember what I told you. You must leave this immediately. If you continue like this, you could die. That was the voice that resonated in his memory, a warning that was now repeated like a heartbreaking echo for which the female figure that he now saw as his older sister was responsible. But unfortunately for him, there was no time to reflect. Suddenly, a crimson flash crossed the air, forcing him to react. Off-screen. Ida, it's interesting how those guys make us believe they're good. I'd say starting to get a negative image of the commission. Nagant. Little one, she would say somewhat mockingly, you still don't know half of it. Nizu, I have an idea of who they sent. Almight, please don't let what comes to my mind happen. Class 1A was thoughtful, except for one crow who immediately saw that crimson flash. Tokoemi. I hope it's not who I think it is. Hawks, it's me, so they sent me for him, he thought seriously. Mirko, what are you hiding? Bird, she thought, seeing the hero and noticing the expressions, being one of the few who saw it. Gang Orca, Ryukyu, Mandalay, Nizu and Aizawa had noticed him frowning, since they were not liking this at all. Dabi, I had suspicions about you, Bird, but I'll see if I can confirm them. Toga, let's wait. Spiner, why I feel like this guy will make everyone jump on him. On screen, those red feathers. Only one person has that kind of quirk and total mastery when it comes to using their quirk. Hawks, those feathers were sharp as daggers that flew directly towards him with deadly precision. Izuku clicked his tongue, extending his arm and reinforcing the energy barrier that protected him. The impact shook the ground beneath his feet, and a thin line of blood emerged from his nose, a stark reminder of the wear and tear he was beginning to feel. Without saying a word, with an abrupt turn, his eyes, glowing with a golden-orange gleam, fixed on the figure that had launched the attack. Hello, isn't that Satoru Gojo? The self-proclaimed strongest person on this planet. You know me, but I have an obligation to offer you a job with us. His tone of voice was neutral, though laced with a strange mix of caution and formality that Satoru Gojo found odd. The moment the blond man extended his hand toward the white-haired man, who remained motionless, observing him with an expression that bordered on disinterest and mockery. He seemed to suspect something about him, so he immediately decided to use one of his best cards to deal with him, in order to dispel those suspicions. The Hero Association might remove the bounty on your head. What are you saying? So that's why these guys were coming after him one after another, though, he noticed. He was trying to stall for time, so he slowly deactivated his eye power while walking toward the hero with no intention of starting a head-on conflict. While he made sure that on the outside his expression remained relaxed, with a crooked smile that didn't reach his eyes, those eyes that sparkled with the blessing of his power because thanks to it he was able to confirm something. Do you really think I'm interested in a job with you? He could sense everything, analyze every movement, every micro-expression. And what he saw in Hawks amused him and made him uncomfortable in equal measure. Measured confidence, but also fear disguised as total professionalism, as if he were facing a twisted version of All Might and himself, secrecy. Corruption couldn't believe that the bigwigs of the heroic world were truly like this, a gang of corrupt, ignorant, backward, and old-fashioned people. Off-screen, Hawks, Nizu, so my suspicions were right. Tokoyami, shit, Ida, so he's talking about killing. Nagant, so you're the new me, you surprise me. Stain, so he's one of those bastards loyal to the commission. All Might, twisted version of me? Aizawa, clearly the system is corrupt. Inko felt a slight throbbing in her chest, a worried heartbeat, as something wasn't right. Mirko, so you were always an informant for those bastards. Ryukyu, the commission, can we classify them as villains? Ida, but if we stop him. Stain, don't be naive, I would say seriously, they make the law of heroes basically. If you go, it is possible that Yui will be. Nizu, yes, be eliminated by his divine whim. Mina, but Kaminari, how to be heroes with them. Endeavor, so they are the ones who filed away all the complaints about me. Hawks, yes. Shoto, so that happened, I would say seriously. All the students were serious, given that Hawks' gaze and the words of the other adults made it clear that the system was rotten from within. Perhaps the League of Villains, beyond being a puppet of All for One, had a slight grain of truth. On screen, the bounty on my head, how high did it go this week? Or can't they even count to that number anymore? Well, no one could say that I didn't try. This kid already knew too much, so how come I was treating him like he was my lifelong equal? That wasn't the problem. The problem was that he was trying to negotiate something that simply wasn't negotiable. Gojo was a pillar in the making for the entire heroic and villainous world. His mere presence had altered the scale of power the association had wielded for so long, and that he knew it very well. This guy, he's not tired. Or if he is, he doesn't show it at first glance. He seems to be testing me out in terms of capabilities, as far as I can go, yet turning his back on me is usually what heroes with ocular powers like Aizawa do to recharge their quirks. And that's why he was here. He had received the main mission of taking charge of this new vigilante. And the fact that he had recently left his hand extended to him reaffirmed that the white-haired man was not going to join his organization for that very reason. It was a threat to the world he wanted to form. A world where heroes could have more free time. A world where the association was the main source of inspiration for heroes and villains. Everything controlled, everything managed so that there was enough crime and, incidentally, enough heroes who could go and get their coffee in the mornings. So you think of a dictatorship, what did you have to live through to get to that extreme? That was Reginleaf's thought while Izuku stood still, recharging his divine reflection as much as possible, while preparing his special blue technique. Gojo, listen carefully. I'm not here to argue with you. You can't keep operating as a lone wolf. If you continue in this direction, even you won't be able to deal with the consequences. You've seen the state of the world. How many more have to die before you understand we need to work together? With that simple action, off-screen, everyone looked at the situation seriously. It was something they didn't expect to happen, but they couldn't say either, and Hawks simply looked at this seriously. Given that Reginleaf's words reached him, she could know past just by looking at them, or she was simply too smart to realize it, and summarize her theories into just one, possibly the most accurate one. Stain, you're basically saying either you're a dog on a leash or you die. Spiner, I see, at this point, the heroes just seem to be more pawns to them. Stain, I think I should have done more research and gone after them in the first place. Dobby, and if we look at AFO, it's literally a fight where two play chess with all of us as pawns, where no one has greater validity. Endeavor, it's too humiliating. Nizu, a power struggle, with both sides willing to sacrifice pieces for the sake of their actions. On screen, the green-haired man's eyes widened in shock as the unconscious people on the ground were now threatened by the winged hero's feathers, a clear and direct threat to his moral code. He was out of options, out of time, and on his watch, not a single person would die. Hawks's purpose was noble, he knew, but without guidance, alone, he simply opted for the option that would bring about his dream world as quickly and pragmatically as possible. Hawks, Thank you for reminding me what I can become if I'm not careful and I stray from the path like you did. Finally feeling a tug making him realize something extremely important, he turned his head just a little, enough to glimpse the girl, the one he had saved a few hours ago. She was there, hiding behind him, watching him with a mixture of fear and admiration. Her hands trembled slightly, clutching the remains of his clothing, as if his mere presence was an anchor keeping her steady amidst all this chaos. I can't afford to show weakness, not with her here. Not with Hawks here. I'm the strongest. And I must prove it. His answer had already been given, so his attention was once again focused on the winged hero, while the tone of voice previously used changed completely for the white-haired man. The Hero Association, your rules, your commitments, none of that means anything to me. I'm above all of that. And I'm not going to put a collar on myself just because you asked me nicely. That was the answer Haruka wanted to hear as she smirked at the winged hero, and he clung even more to the white-haired man's chest as if he were his girlfriend, while Izuku, unknowingly, was being used in a way far more cruel than the association itself could have ever intended. And in fact, it also aroused jealousy in Hawks, because it hadn't occurred to him to appeal to the albino's moral emotions. He was a fool not to do that. Keep believing that, girl. You may want Izuku as your weapon and use your pretty face to manipulate my little brother, but don't even dream that that would work on me. I admit that Izuku protects you, but only because there are no other options. If that girl reminded him so much of Brunhild, that it disgusted him just to remember it, while he touched his tongue a little, remembering that repugnant sensation that woman had made him go through centuries ago. Telekinesis, maximum power. Zero gravity. Internal muscle reinforcement. Special technique blue, he did it. Despite all the Valkyrie's warnings, he ignored every word and executed the technique he'd sworn never to use except as a last resort. Blue wasn't just an ability, it was the culmination of everything: her knowledge, her desperation, and her will to survive. Designed with a single purpose: to immobilize, to cause devastating external damage, and at the same time, to draw the target toward her. The center of this technique, the blue color, was also chosen to avoid suspicion, the green color. I'm sorry, sister, but I have no other option. Please understand me. He continued apologizing, taking the burden off her shoulders, while he could simply resign himself and sigh, helping his younger brother. Managing to make the albino, he would endure Blue's technique using every last drop of power and concentration so that Blue's previous result would not be repeated, and the result was totally successful as they managed to catch the top 3 winged hero Hawks. Thank you, sister. I can use it once more. Thanks to you, I can endure using it once more. And for Regenleaf, who could see the soul of Izuku Midoriya, that green-haired boy, and how his soul cried a river while his body didn't shed or use tears, holding back any human emotion. While Izuku's suspicions were correct, they were searching for any connection to subjects with telekinesis and blue coloring. But nothing, not a single option, so he once again won her over to the Hero Association, and in the process, the air I can't breathe. It's like the air has been sucked right out of my lungs. He wasn't at his best, and he was quite right. The air around him seemed to compress, distort. The technique wasn't just affecting his surroundings, it was also draining his body. He activated a second, artificially developed quirk that strengthened his internal muscles to the limit, allowing him to withstand the extreme pressure Blue exerted on his system. But even with this aid, the cost was monstrous, as Hawks was used as a rag while colliding with different ones. Structures that had been created by his person using the cement quirk to damage and immobilize the hero but not kill him. Off-screen, Hawks, he would say, feeling his pride hurt. Momo Brunhild? Why does that girl remind Regenleaf of that woman? And why does he seem to hate her? Stain, it's not a bad technique and I admit that she apologizes, but the Valkyrie, even though she knows that the boy disobeys her, Aizawa, can't blame them for anything. Ryukyu, we're talking about Hawks, where if he wants he can be faster than Ingenium. Ida, really? He would say, surprised. Nizu, and we know Hawks, so the fight is not avoidable, so he doesn't have many options. Mitsuki, Izuku-chan, Tsuyu, Midoriya-chan, Inko-san. The concern of the green-haired man's loved ones was too evident. On screen. If I give in even a centimeter, sister, if I were to give in to the one who would be the strongest, to be the strongest, I want to cry, I want to scream, I just want to give my mother a hug while she congratulates me on doing my job, I want to graduate from the UA, I want to have real friends, but that. And there it was, his true self, seeing the destruction he had caused, had investigated every last quirk that could be useful for the creation of this technique, the primary ones being his mother's quirk, the person who had saved him so many times from doing something crazy. His memory is an imperturbable, immovable figure, his light. It was basically an ideal of the person he wanted to be. He had set it so high that even Reginleaf herself was starting to get scared of this thinking from the green-haired man. That is something that I have no right to have. I am Satoru Gojo, not Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya is useless, a waste. This power came to me out of nowhere. And this power will be the one that changes the world. I will train my crybaby version so that it can surpass me and all those who will be behind me. And with that scream, internally, he finally understood. Almight had the same weight as him, a symbol, who had lost his way for being human, for behaving like just another person. For being human he had emotions. Those emotions made him act erratically. He was not rational. He wasn't pragmatic. Those mistakes, Izuku couldn't make them. For a demon even right now, instead of taking the same girl he was protecting out of his sense of duty, an ideology passed down by his mother. Inko Midoriya, watch me, Mom, watch how your son can finally be someone like you, with the power to save them all, how he is no longer the useless person you never knew he was. Now lend me a little of the strength you showed me to bear this burden and not cry. She still remembered it was her fault. It was his fault that he was born without a gift. His mother shouldn't have worried about that. His mother wasn't to blame for anything. He was the guilty one. He was evil. He was a person who simply had to stand firm if he could afford to lose. How many more couldn't be intimidated by it? If he didn't win, it meant that no one could. Once very weak, now very strong. That was the extreme that the green-haired man experienced. The power to make the impossible possible. Finally, it was something that for someone with the green-haired man's mind was simply deadly. Because it was necessary. Well, it's not like we have an army behind us. Now stay still, I'll take care of the rest. The albino commented in a playful, carefree voice, as he walked ahead of her with his trademark outgoing attitude, almost frivolous, as if all the chaos around him was nothing more than a passing annoyance. While the girl he was protecting couldn't help but become fascinated, her thinking becoming more and more accurate. Satoru Gojo was invincible. She didn't mind the flippant words he used, nor the way she acted as if nothing was important. Her interest in him went far beyond that. It was her power. You show no fatigue, no pain, not even a hint of regret. Even after everything that's happened, you don't seem tired either. It's like the weight of the world just doesn't matter to you. In fact, I can pass you off as my boyfriend. Or how Shiori will get, she'll get hyper jealous. He laughed lightly. From her own joke, while Satoru Gojo sat next to her taking the opportunity to take a photo with him, and at the same time make a quiet pose next to him. If she was already known as one of the two unattainable girls at her exclusive girls' high school, now she is the girlfriend of the most famous security guard in Japan. Finally, he'd get her to surpass Shiori, and he could also blackmail her into keeping her secret about being a closet otaku from spreading. If that were revealed, her reputation would be ruined. That, and he'd also discovered she was a mercenary. So, some extra protection from the strongest person on the planet, it was appreciated. Hey Satoru, I know this comes out of nowhere, but how about you live with me? Imagine my mansion is huge. You'd have all the space in the world to train, and we could spend hours talking about my favorite mangas. It would be perfect, wouldn't it? He made his move again. He wasn't lying to her. I was just twisting the truth. I really wanted someone who wouldn't behave like a cheap version of the captain. I don't give a damn about your life. Annoying for, I have to fight my father, which was Shiori. But underneath that, I wanted to keep an eye on him, study him, and make him emotionally dependent on her. After all, she probably didn't have any friends, family, or anyone to say good afternoon to her, so that made her feel sorry for him. She was still a teenager, and it showed in her conflicting thoughts. That, and what girl genuinely didn't want that Adonis at her side? I await that it was nervousness, she just made Satoru uncomfortable and stutter. That meant she really liked him. He'd heard of love at first sight but had never seen it. Maybe he liked brunettes. Or was it smart girls? Maybe people who were geeky. He wanted to know. That was his truth. Being a teenager raised alone in a lonely mansion, cared for by maids, without a single real friend, manipulating everyone to be close to her, and entering the bounty hunting business because, thanks to her intelligence quirk, it allowed her to earn more money quickly and easily, or well until Satoru arrived. If I hadn't covered myself with my feathers, that thing would have knocked me out. No doubt handling my quirks so much helped me stay active, but even with that. Ugh! I had a dislocated arm and a twisted ankle while I limped. I would be at full capacity in a few moments. Using his wings, he propelled himself forward and collided with the wall, quickly adjusting his arm to ease the pain. Then, with a forced jerk, he again felt a pain that almost made him cry. He finally pulled out the ankle, a small communication device from his belt, as his smile widened, tinged with a mixture of sadness and cynicism. Post the video. That was the comment that would end up ruining the afternoon for the lovebirds, who seemed to be on some kind of date, being surrounded by paparazzi, which Haruka obviously knew how to handle much better than Satoru, enjoying the attention and taking advantage of the good thing. She was the only person who could take his hand and then kiss him on the cheek, leaving him in complete shock. Now he couldn't leave her side, even if he wanted to. With that action, he had put himself in the direct line of enemy fire, so whether Satoru wanted it or not, he should accept her proposal, and to better the association I only help it. Breaking news. The vigilante known as Japan's flagship has just attacked the top 3 hero, Hawks. He is reportedly wanted for questioning. The reward for any information leading to his capture is $60 million. If he can be brought directly to the organization, the reward increases to $300 million, to which Haruka's eyes turned into dollar signs. This thing was perfect. While Satoru was busy making a plan on how he could make his move to keep her safe now that everyone was starting to hunt him down like cats hunting each other. Off-screen, Hagakure, that's not right. She bellowed angrily. Momo, it's clear who it was. Shoto. But they must distort the truth when they can't control something. Ojiro, how little honor they have. Stain, I wish myself was around. I could help him, but I won't. Spiner, so the press is easily manipulated. Toga, that means that. Dabi, yes, crowd control. It suits them that people are meek lambs that they can lead to the slaughter if they want. David, demons. Melissa, is society that corrupt? She would say, crestfallen. Almight, I understand what you want to achieve, Shonen, he would say, clenching his fists. He knew what he meant. But reality was too high to contradict it. He was too human to be a symbol. That in the long run ended up making AFO move in his shadow without him seeing it. He should have done more. Inko, you are not a useless treasure, and despite everything I see you, I feel very proud, she would say, sobbing a little, walking slowly towards Hawks, with support and reinforcements. Rei, walking I would say next to Inko. Midnight, no rush. Mitsuki, with all the time. Ryukyu, what you've done is not forgiven, bastard. Mineta, man, mothers are scary when they're angry. Kaminari, yes. Kirishima, what happens in that situation is not manly at all, he complained. Bakugo, bastards. Uraraka, Haruka is a damn self-interested person. Tsuyu, yes. Karo, Kyoka, I complain about perverts and womanizers, but she's the worst. On screen, Haruka was completely relaxed. This suited her perfectly, and she knew Izuku was invincible, so she was just thinking about how to negotiate to get those 300 million and split them 50-50, as it was supposed to be in a loving relationship which she wanted to have with her precious albino. I'm sorry things ended this way, Satoru, but you chose that path, was what the winged hero said as he let the sun hit his silhouette while sitting on the edge of a building. Using this advantage, if the albino looked up, would end up with his quirk increasing the damage his eyes would receive, wearing him down more. He was using everything he had learned over his years of experience to kill people, the association claimed. The same experience the white-haired man lacked, plus the resources the organization he worked for provided. It was just a matter of endurance. Who could hold out longer under pressure? He would win this war. And the truth is, Hawks had the upper hand. And yet the teenagers. Hey Izuku, what's your type of woman? She had really captured it perfectly. making Izuku smile like the strongest was supposed to be. When there was no more hope, she was going to bring it. When there was no more confidence, she was going to have it to spread it to others. When no one had the courage to defeat the enemy, he was the one who would have it, to defeat whoever attempted, just like hawks, to attack the world and the peace he wanted to build. That's why I respect him, and why I don't kill him. Why wasn't he the god of all, to choose the fate that all his opponents should choose? And that was what Hawks reminded him, because he was heading to the same route as the winged hero, so indirectly someone helped him again. Well, if I had to give you an answer, it would be brunettes. They can be a little chubby. At the same time, I like girls who are a little nerdy and not that developed. It also helps if she's intelligent, and if I can talk to her about anything, while there also not being that much of an age gap. That's it. Off screen, Mirko, I'll join them, he would say, walking at the same pace as most of the women in the room. Mineta, what is your type of woman? Kaminari, speak man. Monoma, what a way to reduce tension. Ibara, yes. Kendo, it's true. Hearing what he said, Uraraka blushed while Hagakure and Mina jumped for joy, because they could make a ship from their classroom become canon. Mineta, who am I to judge? Off screen. It made her even happier because while Gojo was beating up someone, Haruka was on the verge of tears. She was exactly the type of person Satoru liked, so this just got easier and easier to do. While Izuku's mind was something else. I don't want to be a symbol of terror. I want to be a symbol of hope, strength, and peace. A symbol that's only necessary temporarily. That's what the white-haired man was thinking deep in his heart, while on the outside he didn't show a single perceptible emotion. His fist slammed into his enemy's abdomen with devastating force, a blow so ferocious it forced the man to spit blood before collapsing unconscious onto the cold floor. Only by making Izuku Midoriya, the green-haired man beneath the same white-haired man who looked the very definition of a man, did he realize that he was the man of the beast. Well, I guess it was inevitable. My power only attracts trouble. Now you're the second target to get to me. But relax, I'm the strongest. Of what perfection was, she felt in the deepest corner of her heart. That Izuku, her mother, knew was still there. He was never going to leave, but as long as he was Gojo, as long as he was Satoru, he simply couldn't come to light. The world didn't need Izuku, it needed Satoru, and because of that calling he had come to this world, and he didn't plan on leaving, because that was simply his duty as Satoru Gojo. And while that was happening outside the green-haired man's mind, inside it. So she's a girl now. Reginlif brought her hands to her mouth, alarmed by what her eyes were seeing. As she delved deeper into Izuku's mind, the idyllic landscape began to darken, giving way to an eerie setting. A structure materialized in the distance, a sewer that exhaled a heavy, suffocating air, accompanied by a giant grate that rose like an impenetrable wall. But thanks to her soul manipulation, it was no problem for her to pass through, thus reaching the core and center of this prison. You don't need to introduce yourself, Reginleaf. I already know you, said the voice, its tone warm and familiar, yet laden with an intangible weight that seemed to fill everything. It was a voice that mixed deep melancholy with unwavering confidence, as if it belonged to someone who had accepted their fate and, at the same time, he defied the solitary confinement he seemed to have had since he was born inside his carrier. And so, Reginleaf moved forward cautiously, feeling the air thicken with each step he took until he was face to face with the blonde. That was at the heart of that mental prison, you know. The faint light that managed to filter through the cracks illuminated barely enough to reveal the figure of a man chained in the cell he was trapped in. He wasn't ordinary. The chains that bound him shone dimly, coated in different colors. Gold, silver, and pitch black, they seemed to absorb any external or internal force that tried to support them. The ground beneath their feet was worn, as if time had left scars there, and the atmosphere had a dense, almost suffocating quality that seemed to intensify with every second that passed in that place. You're the first person to come and visit us. It's funny, isn't it? So much time in here, and only now someone decides to cross the door. Although, of course, I can't say I'm surprised few would have the means to do so nor the courage to try. He slowly raised his head, and that's when Reginleaf could see his eyes, a crimson red that glowed with an almost supernatural intensity. There was something hypnotic about his gaze, a mixture of defiance, resignation, and a faint trace of curiosity. It was as if those eyes could pierce through her, read every corner of her mind, without the need for words, making her take 2 steps back for her own safety. She couldn't help but gulp as she watched him. His messy blonde hair fell over his forehead, and although his body was immobile due to the chains, his posture emanated total and unwavering authority. Who are you really? Moreover, his green jacket, his pants that seemed to be black jeans, and the same black t-shirt that he was wearing were not damaged in the least. His complexion, far from being deteriorated, seemed the same as Izuku Midoriya's, and looking at him closely they were the same face. Only 2 things differentiated them: his eye and hair color. This left her almost in shock. He wasn't the image of a defeated prisoner. On the contrary, he looked like someone who, even trapped, could kill her with a single blow if he really wanted to. That depends. For some, I'm a threat. For others, I'm a memory. But for you, Regenleaf, I'm just a part of Izuku. A part that he decided to lock away here, away from the world, away even from himself. You could say that I'm Izuku Midoriya's supreme curse and also the king of curses, Adam Shigaraki. He frowned. At the same time, his eyes scanned every detail of the cell. The chains, the reinforced stone walls, everything seemed designed to contain something that shouldn't be released, which was this very being, bringing back bad memories of Ragnarok and how it happened due to Brunhild's incompetence. Her younger sister almost ended up with a fate worse than death. Off-screen, Nizu, while the young man escapes, she enters a kind of mental plane. Koda, Adam Shigaraki chained? But why? Almight, that's not something young Midoriya would do, it's something AFO would do. David, that confirms a slight assumption. Melissa, Dad? David, it's likely that they are 2 souls in the same body, both Izuku and Adam. They may have been twins, but one absorbed the other. Inko, which means that a soul did not ascend, but Mitsuki, he stayed, but why would he use his father's surname? David, that's what I'm getting at, with AFO indirectly getting into Izuku's life. It could be that Adam is the way he achieves his goal. Being 2 souls, the body will be the same, therefore. All Might, can Adam come out at a time when we're all depending on him and force a betrayal? Is that what you're suggesting? Nizu, it's not unreasonable to think so, but while it's a valid point, it's a good thing to know. Momo, is it possible for them to separate? David, scientifically, no. But if that were to happen, if they were to separate by sharing a body. Stain, if one dies, the other one dies too, he said, reaching the most logical point. Aizawa, I doubt AFO would risk that, so I'm betting on the most reasonable and logical thing for him. AFO has more interest in only one subordinate, Adam Shigaraki, not Izuku Midoriya, so that situation is going to be reversed. Momo, leaving that aside, I'm worried about Ragnarok and Brunhild. On screen, why are you here? What did you do to make Izuku lock you up? Laughing was her response, making her remember even more who was her older brother so long ago, not being able to contain the rage she had on her own, having to grit her teeth in an inhuman effort to control herself. Oh, how silly, he didn't lock me up here. It was another guy that you don't have to meet yet, brat. But yes, let me tell you that I am everything that defines him in the darkness. I am the strength that held him when he thought he couldn't take it anymore, but I am also the weight that he carries with him every day, so if you come back here. He stood up, or at least as far as her chains allowed, while at the same time she was making her fall to the ground while the latter positioned himself on top of her, getting close to the point where their breaths could join together as if the latter were a wolf about to eat a defenseless rabbit that had just entered his territory. And I don't give you my permission, I'm going to kill you. I'll forgive you this time because you're important to the second best out there, but there won't be a second time. And remember this, the only people I respect are Izuku Midoriya, the second strongest person, and Inko, the mother of both of them. Now go away, brat. He returned, in her place, leaving the Valkyrie trembling on the ground. She'd been afraid. She genuinely felt fear for the first time in her life since decades ago. Having finally achieved her goal, that stupid brat was gone. Now with what soul manipulation did she get the chains? That they surrounded it, and covered it with a new white color, and just in time. Izuku, when I get out I'll show you something. You shouldn't feel alone or with the responsibility of training or guiding anyone. That loneliness that you're starting to experience right now, secondhand, shouldn't exist. For us, strength is not a burden, duty, or responsibility. Strength is just freedom. That's it. He had said it more to himself than to the person who was now entering his cell and prison while listening to the sobs of the one Tenko Shimura who was in the cell next door where he was supposed to be trapped, and at the same time he heard screams of pleading and agony from another person who he couldn't identify his voice, he could barely hear them. But they were pleas for him not to kill his family and that he would be his infiltrator in the UA if he left his family alone. You're still angry? I don't answer him well. I didn't come here to do that either. In fact, I only came to briefly supervise the green-haired man, who was shocked to see how one of the chains of hatred that Adam had around his neck had turned completely white. You keep trying to escape, you know it's impossible. He burned. Just coming into contact with this chain had burned him completely, leaving the mark of the chain on his hand, surprising Adam himself. So that Valkyrie would have things that could help him perfect that would accelerate his plans a little. Cunning, very cunning, I must admit. But unfortunately for you it's not enough, you know. I still have a plan to use that brat, and you can help me. Who knows, if you're good I can finally get you out of here. She did nothing but laugh. She really believed she could blackmail him. Hee, nice try, idiot. But let me enlighten you, because unlike you, I'm not afraid to acknowledge when a person does things right and give them the luxury of knowing they will recognize from my words the strongest person on the planet, who is stronger than you. Knee and shoulder dislocation. Knee and jaw. Ha! This is nothing compared to the blows the second-born received from Ka-chan. So let me help you, clown. Ares' quirk is extremely volatile. You can use it as a base to create a parasite that erases a person's quirks and consumes its user. Use the Nomus as a base. I stopped hitting him. That was very useful to him. In fact, it also uses as a reference quirks that other users have and that have consciousness and will within them do it to give a false sense of power so that while the latter doesn't know it, his body is consumed by this same one, by the way. Don't steal the girl's quirk. Chisaki's is better. Done. He left. He wasn't going to deny it was fun. And boy, had he learned a lot in those 6 months he'd been imprisoned by his creator, all for one. It was a shame he wasn't the type to let things go easily. But he still played along with his grandfather. It was so much fun, he simply couldn't refuse to participate. Izuku, we need to talk. That was the brunette's comment, surprising Izuku Midoriya in a big way. He was now drenched in sweat. He had been escaping for hours, and had currently been on active duty for 5 hours, at the limit of his total endurance. Off-screen, fury, that was what was being felt in the room, all directed towards All for One. Everything they saw made the subject, the number one villain, completely lose recognition of being human. He was a demon. Inko was surprised and hugged Natsuki because she was worried about Adam, since he was also her son's brother. Still, her slow pace toward Hawks didn't stop for anything. Spiner, wretch, he would say, looking with hatred at AFO, given that Tenko was there, suffering. Now in a certain way he wondered how much Tenko suffered at the hands of AFO for Shigaraki Tamura to be a new alter ego for him. On the other hand, those who participated in Aries' rescue were furious since she wasn't even safe from All for One, while Mandalay was extremely grateful that the children were gone. With children, they were hugging live, Deku-themed baby animals, saving Eri, who was holding a stuffed animal while a woman looked on. Woman, young lady, don't you want to touch a live animal? Eri, what? She would say, looking at the stuffed animal. Is it dead? She would say, starting to cry, alarming everyone. Back in the room, Mandalay, thank goodness the children aren't here, she would say, sighing. On screen, his eyes were burning. He had no time to think, in fact even less so now, because the hero Hawks, the same guy who had already spared his life before, was besieging him with his feathers, making a dome with his own feathers, preventing him from seeing him approaching directly. Not now, sister. I'll execute Blue again. No, wait, I'm stronger than his target. Must be Haruka. Experience, that was what the white-haired boy lacked. That self-titled in all his combat the strongest man on earth. That same boy who had devised a plan to take himself out. To his mother and any acquaintances in the equation in case this happened, the one who had been blessed with making the impossible possible. A person who in 6 months had acquired the mastery, control, precision and power to turn the most powerful organization on the planet, that same association, upside down. Right now I was losing the fight. You know, the key to dealing with your kind is to keep the pressure on. Don't take it personally, kid. But you were the one who decided to enter that hell, and don't worry, your friend will be with you soon. He pierced her throat. Izuku didn't have time to react, much less when Hawks. He started to finish it off. Rule number 1 in that world was to always make sure the job was done. Besides, he couldn't leave any loose ends. It would have been incredible if this kid had joined them. They always needed new people in their organization. Plus, a living weapon as powerful as this vigilante. It's a shame that everything ended like this. Satoru. He pierced his stomach, making his blood splash to place a perfect cut from his throat to his hip, followed by a perfect sweep, making blood start to come out of the albino's mouth, leaving Reginleaf herself in shock, which immediately strengthened the green-haired man's soul and at the same time his heart, and fortunately also the rest of the green-haired man's internal organs, not running the risk of the latter being perforated. But even with that, the amount of blood lost was an ancestral madness. That was the only thing he could articulate, destroying nothing more than some of the hero's feathers as they fell to the ground, being attacked again and destroyed by his opponent, making the feathers look like flies from the same amount of blood loss he had right now. And he couldn't counterattack again, remaining on the ground while Hawks, with his feathers used as if they were a dagger in his hands, pierced his head, destroying part of his skull, finally being able to sigh. It was impossible for Satoru Gojo to survive something like that even if he had that much power. Only a miracle could save him now. Phew, it's finally over. The man's voice was a clipped whisper, full of self-sufficiency as he straightened, brushing the remnants of dust and blood off his hands with deliberately slow gestures. He also wiped it off his feathers with a light movement along his own clothes. Now let's go for the girl. Although no, Satoru Gojo, the self-proclaimed strongest on the planet, I'll tell you something, given the reputation of the strongest like you, I thought they lasted longer, but I guess, in the end, everyone falls. Even you, he called the association through his communicator. She couldn't be happier with this result, taking the necessary photos with her drone, ultimately having intercepted the third-ranking hero, Hawks, when he was still a child fan of Endeavor. It was the best idea they'd ever had. Because if someone like him could kill the vigilante, Satoru Gojo, it meant that they no longer needed to keep Kana Tsutsumi prisoner in case of extreme emergency. She had become completely obsolete to the new generation, and that's why the order for her death inside Tartaros was already being approved. Off-screen, everyone in the room was horrified by what they saw, while Hawks, strangely, looked somewhat relieved to be doing his job in another world, while all the mothers in the room, the students of classes A and B, Bakugo, Stain, Todoroki, Ida, Monoma, Almight and Aizawa were behind the bird ready to beat him up for life. Hawks, mission accomplished, he said without further ado until he noticed some bandages on his body. What the hell? It was when he finished saying that those behind him threw themselves at the bird. While Dobby filmed everything, it was going to serve as blackmail. Nobody knows how long it was, but Almight applied Levi's beating to Aaron, leaving Hawks bleeding. Kenya. So they were going to send someone to kill me. Well, they had to clean up their failure. Nizu, coming back. Naomasa, I'm ordering a thorough and secret investigation into this. I want the commission exposed with all the necessary evidence, except for the heroes present. We can't trust anyone, but I trust that you'll appoint the police officers who are your closest confidant. Naomasa, I will. On screen. Fool! 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 What he didn't see was the subtle change that was beginning to take shape in the white-haired man's body. Strands of bright green began to emerge among the white strands in his hair, a slow but unstoppable change, like the dawn that precedes the darkest day, while a silent tear rolled down the white-haired boy's cheek. For from somewhere ethereal, a female voice echoed in the silence of Izuku Midoriya's mind with heartbreaking fury, this being the reason why he cried in the first place. Don't think I'm going to let you die. Do you hear me? I'm not going to lose you like I lost Adam. I'm not going through the same torture again. I'm not going to let you walk out of my life too. At that instant, space seemed to stop. Revelant! A golden flash flooded the room, enveloping Izuku in a blinding light. It caused him to react again, as it was his right hand that moved first, slowly, as if defying the very laws of death. His skin, marked by wounds and the cuts of his opponent, she began regenerating at an unnatural rate, healing with every passing second. She was the only one who knew, temporarily, what Regenleaf was going through, having resorted to the ultimate technique, a Valkyrie's last hope to save its wielder. Please, please, if you really don't see me as your older or younger sister, I can't do Revelant. Izuku, if you don't see me as someone from your family, I simply won't be able to save you. Sniff. She was already crying, knowing that it wasn't something that could be done lightly. It was only possible for those whose souls were synchronized on an absolute level. A bond forged beyond words, where both, bearer and Valkyrie, gave everything of themselves, body, mind, and soul. She had already done it, but now it was the turn of the green-haired man watching her, crying inconsolably while trying in every way possible to save her life, only being able to remember a person who had done something similar to her mother. Hey sister, now she started to cry her eyes out. While the conditions for the Revelant were fulfilled, she couldn't be happier. So just as Izuku had done with her a few months ago, the latter left aside all status as a divinity. He opened up, he confided in this teenager as he hugged him with all his strength, and the golden flash that flooded the white-haired boy's body began to subside, and while Izuku's body regenerated, something deeper began to happen. Their memories began to intertwine. Now you'll know my whole story, Izuku. With this, if you die, I'll die too. With this, we're one in body and soul, my little brother. Weaving together like the threads of a cosmic tapestry. Fleeting moments, shared laughter, the scars of past battles. Ragnarok, the word echoed deep in the void, escaping Izuku's lips with palpable effort. The overwhelming amount of information crashed through his mind like a raging storm, every piece of data, every memory, every shred of knowledge overwhelming his senses. Off-screen, Inko was bursting into tears, moved by Regenleaf and Izuku. She was truly feeling too guilty for what they saw, but with this, her fragile heart was being reborn while Hawks was being held by Stain so he could see. He looked at this force. Things did not turn out as he calculated, and now he could end up paying, but the one from his world could not kill him or scratch anything. Given that at the end of this world he was going to be more protected than a politician threatened with death, so he could not kill him or take revenge on him. Stain, if you're thinking of getting revenge for something that didn't happen to you, you're more pathetic than I thought. Uraraka, what a relief, Deku-kun is alive. Ida, now I want to see the commission terrified. Shoji, you're not the only one. Momo, Ragnarok? Ibara, we'll see about that now. Mineta, incredible. Kaminari, but now Izuku is a boy, a girl, or what the buck? They both joined forces. Kyoka, he's a boy, period, she would say, pouring water on Kaminari's hair since it was steaming. On screen, yet he remained standing, a testament to the resilience only someone like him could possess. He had already been able to visualize the birth of the universe with his eyes, almost frying. If not for Regenleaf, he would have died of a stroke, but now with Revelant, we are ready to give our souls to this cause, sister. Regenleaf herself allowed her to store all that information, finally ascending and able to bear the entire burden in her brain, thus protecting her younger brother. The atmosphere changed suddenly and drastically. An ethereal energy began to materialize, and in the midst of that flash, 13 female figures appeared, each with a unique presence, serene and determined faces, firm postures as if their bodies were perfect extensions of their unbreakable will, at which Regenleaf fell to his knees. The other figures did the same, bowing one after another, until they were all kneeling toward a woman who dominated the center of their circle. Elder sister, do you really believe that this time we will be able to change destiny? That our sacrifice will have a purpose? That was the voice of the youngest of the Valkyrie sisters, who was currently terrified, giving tenderness and compassion to the 12 women who were present in the room, all except Brunhild, who seemed not to be affected in the least by the minor Valkyrie's comment. Gaul, the time for hesitation is over. The ceremony has already begun. If you don't want to join me, I won't force you, and sisters, thank you for helping me in this rebellion. And despite the fact that some people looked at her badly for having been so harsh and direct with the little pink-haired girl, they didn't blame her. This thing was to declare war on all existing mythological pantheons, so for now they kept quiet, and afterward those who would have the most affection for Gear, the nickname that her older sisters had given her as a form of affection, would speak with her older sister Brunhild. Off-screen, Nizu. So that's what happened, a rebellion of demigoddesses against the existing deities. Ibara, That Brunhild, she looks like a witch. Mina, and Gear looks adorable. Toga, although she is very scared. On screen. As you well know, powerful gods, going against his rules is impossible. However, this would also be entertainment for you. What better than to test your mercy and power in a 1 versus 1 battle between humans and gods? He closed the book having given his proposal. 13 humans, 13 gods. The outcome of this fight would define humanity's existence, explained in Article 62, Paragraph 5, the special mega closure dictated by Adam's creator, neutrality. That would always be his main limitation. Neither good nor completely impartial, as if the gods, formerly angels, who fell from Eden, they would end up taking disciplinary action against humanity when they strayed from the path he had planned for them, and would have the right to judge them by his pantheon's own rules. Your proposal is useless. Obviously. Except for the first human and a few others in all of human history, she might go head-on against his will, but there were more exceptions than you might think. And that's why now was the time to come to his defense, if his rebellion was going to work. So this would be the end of the divine era, and humanity would finally achieve the evolution that had been delayed for so many years. Phase 2 of Adam's creator's plan. The phase called the new humanity. But even if they had rejected it, there was still one card left to play. It wouldn't even be child's play. Why should they let them? Because of them, they ended up falling from the heavenly pantheon. Because of Adam, they had been marginalized without the light of their creator. They saw them as a plague, something that humans had that they didn't. They were stronger, they were eternal, immortal, with invulnerability to any weapon not imbued with divine power. Their brothers now ignored them. They were silently ostracized. They too were angels, they too saw the creation of humanity on the 7th day, so they owed more to that mighty humanity. They were the best, as Lucifer himself had said when the demonic faction was created. On the 5th day after the creation of the heavenly stars. So your will isn't to confront them directly. I see. The ironic voice rang through the air, sharp as a blade. What was this lunatic saying? What do you mean they'd rather not confront him directly? That idea was an affront to the very natural order, to the balance the gods strove to maintain. But there it was, an uncomfortable truth. That was the weakness of all deities, human emotions. And among all those emotions, one shone like the Achilles heel of the arrogant celestial dome: pride. And don't tell me you're all a bunch of cowards and you're afraid of losing, he blurted out, each word falling like stones hitting shattering glass. The provocation was simple, almost childish. That comment had been enough to crush his fragile ego, and at the same time, he began to laugh, something that Lucifer himself had also done from his primordial infernal throne, hidden behind the shadows of even beings like Hades himself. The visible face of the ruler of the underworld, but it was obvious that if the two faced each other, Lucifer himself would win hands down. Well, Brother Michael. He leaned back slightly, his eyes burning with a crimson glow as he turned his attention to the angel who had once been his equal. Watching him, no one except Michael himself even noticing and responding, was a look that nonetheless responded to. The next thing he mentioned, it wasn't something he was going to respond to simply because of provocation. I wonder, are all of you beautiful angels truly going to remain neutral while humanity fights alone? Or will you finally step down from your thrones and fall by my side? Every word was laced with mockery and seduction, a veiled invitation to chaos. At his side, Lilith, the very embodiment of transgression, held a malevolent smile. It had been an indescribable pleasure for both of them to manipulate Beelzebub with a fake copy of herself, a degraded version that had served only to torture the Prince of Flies. And the icing on the cake was witnessing Satan, enraged and desperate. He was forced to destroy that abomination with his own hands. Ah, the face you made, Beelzebub, it was simply perfect. A spectacle worthy of the best of stages. As he spoke, a light figure materialized at his side, its movements so subtle that they seemed like a whisper in the air. Lilith, with her elegant bearing, held in her hands a vial containing a red powder, a powder that seemed to burn like live embers under the dim light of the underworld. Without saying a word, she gently blew the contents forward. The smoke dispersed like a sinuous dance, ascending beyond the confines of the underworld to reach Valhalla. Ha! I see. In the main hall, Zeus, the supreme leader of the council, felt the red smoke envelop him. A feeling of unease ran through his body, as if a silent poison were infiltrating his being. That dust, created by Lilith herself, it was just another tool to sow discord. If fewer gods remained on the board, a clash between heaven and hell would become inevitable. And for Lucifer, that meant only one thing: less competition for him. So Ragnarok? What an interesting proposal. It's been a long time since we showed the true power of our divinity to those simple sewer rats, so let's fight humanity here and now. Adam's creator would never have such a violent reaction. Adam was created in the image and likeness of God. Passive, confident, calm, serene, the strongest of all humans, the only human with the blessing of making the impossible possible. In fact, comparing them was only fitting. It's true that he could never see their true appearance, but what he could know was that his actions and Adam's were the same. He could grow fond of humans, but he never let that blind him. There was a reason he allowed humanity into hell. Because if they didn't want him in their lives, they had that right to freedom. It's done now, Gaul, it's time to prepare humanity's defense. They despised him, they denied it too. But that never diminished the affection he had for them, so much so that even those who repented were shown a remorse index for all their actions by the deities themselves. Off-screen, everyone in the room was nervous about what they were seeing. Ibra finally understood why there were other pantheons outside her lords, angels who had fallen from her grace and created their own mythologies. Along with what Brunhild had said, they made her look a little better with women. That Valkyrie, that divine woman, she really had balls. Even so, when they saw Lilith and Lucifer, who were laughing at how easily they let themselves be manipulated by Brunhild, they were surprised, and Ibra was in shock to know part of the truth, and even more so when Beelzebub was mentioned, a god and a demon at the same time. So even for those present, Lilith was a damned witch. Nizu, so that's how it happened. Midnight, and Zeus is a disgusting old man. Shoto, wait, Lucifer beats Hades? Ibra, it is possible, and from what I see, Lucifer never fell from her grace, but had to take the position of Hades, accepting that we see him as an evil being all by orders of the Creator, she would say in mental conflict. On screen, a mutual and sincere repentance could find salvation through his son Jesus. He didn't want strict rules, he didn't want sacrifices, he never wanted them. They were simply tests for humanity. Tests that every human being, as well as every deity, pass most of the time. But sister, what kind of... And she was silenced as she watched her older sister kneel before a low-ranking demon before being crushed by Thor, god of thunder, with his colossal hammer. Just saying a few direct words to them that left them trembling in fear. Don't let me down. And he left. That was only the beginning of the end, and during the next 13 fights humanity suffered a before and after. He shouldn't worry about that. After this fight, the memory of all the people who were involved in this conflict would be erased. And the only ones who would carry that human hope were the humans she chose to be the god killers in this fight for human survival. One fight, Lubu vs. Thor. Winner Thor, with his special move Garrett of Thor's hammer. 2 Sasaki vs. Poseidon fight. Winner Sasaki Kojiro, by KO. 3 Jack vs. Hercules fight. Winner Jack the Ripper, decisive blow. Dear God. Miss, the truth is I wouldn't know how to tell you. It's a strange feeling that I never was able to experience in my youth. Pity, that was the only thing she felt right now in that fight. However, she couldn't deny it despite the small slip they had at the beginning of the war. Right now they were in the lead. Her sister had chosen the best humans, there was no doubt about it. But even so, she felt sorry in her heart for this soul, seeing all her experiences, remembering their hands on her neck, that pressure, that terror, feeling so pathetic, useless, defenseless, like a mouse before being married to the snake before devouring it. You know I'm not really going to the infirmary with you, and I'm going to take a bath. Don't make me regret it, kid. He flew away while Jack was booed. Yeah, he just felt sorry for him. That man was the worst scum of humanity. He killed out of sheer madness. Ah heavens, I can't hate you for what you did to me, sister. I agreed to this. But if Gear tells Regenleaf, you'll have a problem with her, she said to herself as she entered her bedroom, and as a result of Jack's experience this time she put a barrier on the door of her room. In short, the book Regenleaf gave him had served him perfectly. Off-screen, seeing the beginning, Brunhild's words made many change their good opinion of them. The surprise, however, came in the fights. Nizu, so the Thunder Berserker, and the flying general ha 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 ha. It would have been a great battle, something worth seeing, the strongest hero of China against the strongest Norse god ha 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 ha. Aizawa, Sasaki Kojiro. Stain, a swordsman against the Greek god of the sea, Mandalay, and it seems it was a victory. Spiner, I am honored to follow the art of the sword. Momo, but as far as I know, Kojiro Sasaki never won while he was alive. That means Kyoka, who won for the first time, giving us a victory for humanity. Mirio, wait, I think I saw wrong, he would say, rubbing his eyes. Endeavor, Jack the Ripper? Neo Mesa, the most famous assassin in the history of humanity? Almight, and against a hero, a Greek demigod, he would say, feeling his morale go down the drain. Bakugo, at least he beat a traitor. Ida, do you think it's okay for a villain to win? Shoto, a victory for our survival is that. Ida, Uraraka, I think like them. Midnight, well, you can't deny that Jack is a nice old man. Mount Lady, support for the old lady. Mina, but they shouldn't treat him like that. Hagakure, yes, Jack doesn't deserve it. On screen, for fight, Radiant Taemon vs Shiva. Shiva wins decisive blow from Deva Loka. 5 Buddha vs fights. Now pay attention, because I'm going to fight on the side of the humans, thank you. Buddha's declaration cut through the silence that had fallen like a heavy blanket over the arena of conflict. The air was thick with tension, so thick it could almost be felt physically. Everyone, both humans and deities, remained in absolute silence. Nothing, not a whisper, not a murmur. It was a complete void. Among the ranks of the deities, the eyes of those considered part of the elite of the divine pantheon, like Zeus, they stared at Buddha with a mixture of disbelief and suppressed fury. He was among them, one of the 5 most powerful in all of Valhalla. He had just betrayed them. What? That was the only word that escaped the lips of one of the younger gods, staring at Buddha, as if he expected him to back down, as if it were all just a sick joke. But it wasn't. Buddha had made his decision. Yes! Buddha! 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 Excitement swept across the battlefield. Human hope, that spark that seemed to be extinguished under the weight of the deities, was suddenly rekindled. Buddha, the same man who had once been human, was now fighting for them. It was like a gust of fresh air blowing across the faces of the men and women standing there. They were going to live, now if this was safe, they were going to live. Are we really seeing this? A whisper began to spread among the human combatants. They stared at Buddha in awe, unable to believe what they were seeing. But Buddha, oblivious to the whispers, wasn't doing it for that reason. He wasn't doing it to win admiration or to be the hero of the story. Deep down, his fight wasn't for such a simple reason. He saw something much bigger. For him, this confrontation wasn't just a battle between gods and humans. He wasn't there to be a saving hand, but to offer guidance. Humans didn't need a god who would simply step in and solve everything. Hey, Buddha! What they really needed was someone to guide them toward autonomy, to teach them not to give in to oppression. And that's why he'd sided with them. And who better than his older brother, the strongest teenager in history, to come out and defend humans? In all this fighting, they had proven their worth before the deities. A little help defending themselves from the heavyweight bullies surely wouldn't hurt. Are you sure you want to become a traitor, a pariah among us? You're choosing the path of mortals. But it hadn't been clear. Oh yes, he'd forgotten that the old man was already his age. And quite senile. He could only laugh as he finished the sweet he was eating. Well, of course, old man, in the end being in this arena makes me lose my older brother adolescence. Now he had been clear. He saw himself as the older brother of humanity. He wasn't an adult at all. In reality, he did have to define himself with a title. He would be the strongest teenager in all of human history. And that was because, just like when you're a teenager, he did what he wanted. He had no filter. If he was sleepy, he slept. If he didn't want to do something, he simply didn't do it. In other words, he knew himself like the back of his hand and was faithful to that ideal. Also, having dealt with Wukong so long ago had given him a bit of fun. Oh, that monkey. Let me make this clear one last time. Friend or foe, god or human, none of it matters. Because in this world only I matter, the chosen one of the heavens and the strongest teenager in history. He had certainly made a mess of his pantheon. In fact, seeing him in the stands with a vein in his forehead, Yes, it gave him a healthy amount of fun, and they couldn't help but laugh casually at seeing him like that. And with that comment, all the gods, already angry, could only put their hands to his hair, immediately tearing it out. This was literally a kick in the balls of the male audience of the deities. While female goddesses like Aphrodite tried to immediately attack Buddha, they were stopped by, "That is not his will." The voice resonated with a cutting serenity, like an inescapable truth. Aphrodite, the goddess who embodied love and passion, reacted instantly with a burst of anger that caused her to rush toward Buddha. However, her attack was thwarted before it even began. Off-screen, everyone watched with great surprise the fight of the destructive god against the strongest sumo, making Kirishima and Tetsu cry since it was a very manly fight. However, when they saw what happened with Buddha, they were in shock. They did not expect that. Although Ibra looked at Aphrodite in surprise since in front of her, there was an angel, being the only one who noticed. Mineta, what? That's Aphrodite. Ciro, how the hell does he manage to move with those idiots? Kaminari, are they natural? Kyoka, is that all you're worried about? Momo, Buddha just betrayed the gods. The Watchman, I'm not impressed. Buddha always did what he wanted, besides being Jesus' best friend. Ibra, wow, I would say without really knowing what to think. Midnight, but why is that? I thought he was a happy fat guy, not a handsome, rebellious daddy. Mount Lady, not to mention he's an extremely hexy hipster. On screen, before her appeared an imposing figure, whose presence alone was enough to overshadow any other deity in the room. Uriel, one of the 7 principal archangels, the guardian of the celestial gate of heavenly paradise. The atmosphere changed radically the moment Uriel took a step forward. How dare you! The air seemed heavier, saturated with a divine energy that couldn't be ignored. Her presence not only stopped Aphrodite in her tracks, but also imposed an uncomfortable silence among those present, as if the very arena of Valhalla bowed to her presence alone. She tried to move forward, her face distorted by a mixture of rage and wounded pride, but she stopped dead in her tracks when she felt Uriel's piercing gaze. The Archangel, with absolute calm, raised her head slightly and fixed her dull golden eyes on the goddess of love. Aphrodite, it's been a while. Driven by pride, Aphrodite summoned her divine brilliance, that blinding light that embodied her full magnificence. The arena was illuminated with a radiance that would have made any mortal flinch, and even several gods were blinded by the divine aura radiating from the goddess, while Uriel, completely calm and with a grace that bordered on the absurd and perfect, lightly flapped her wing and with a calm smile protected the entire human and divine side without the greatest effort, once again overshadowing the power of the goddess of love, remaining faithful to her word and celestial oath, neutrality. And only act when the situation warrants it. Damn bitch and a bore, a lapdog for that stupid old man. She gritted her teeth, her fury growing with every second. Snarling like a wild beast from the Archangel's perspective, she was proud, yes, but not haughty, finally descending the steps of humanity and sitting beside him. She tried to take a step forward, but her legs shook, and she lost her balance. The pain in her back intensified, a cruel reminder that she was in no condition to face someone like Uriel. Uriel could only look at her in pity, shaking her head slightly. Oh Aphrodite, sometimes it seems that you like to suffer. Raphael and so many others that can help you with your big problem, but you don't do it simply out of pride and vanity. Aphrodite. Love can be a powerful weapon, but it can also be a hindrance when it is guided by pride, he said while out of mere compassion. He stood up and in one step he had reached Aphrodite's balcony, who was desperately trying to get up so she could land a damn punch in the face at that filthy celestial dove. Uriel knelt down, preparing his pure white angelic energy to give her at least a little bit of strength, to the blonde goddess being a single bite what she received as a response. Rot. I'd rather be on the ground with my dignity than be just another one of your ranks who owes you a damn favor, you wretch, was what Aphrodite replied to Uriel, who could do no more. If humans or gods didn't want her help, she couldn't force them to receive it. She could only be there, patiently present. Quietly and calmly, she waited for the next person who could help, but not before moving her hand once more, trying to help the goddess again, who tried to use her arms to propel herself and stand up, but again due to the size of her breasts it was impossible for her to do so. The show is over, Ragnarok must go on. I have been sent so that the laws imposed by our Heavenly Father are fulfilled. I did not come to fight for any side, keeping our promise of neutrality towards humans and gods. That was her mission granted by the sky scribe Metatron, and thank goodness he had done so, because suspicions that Lucifer might be involved in this thing had intensified, because in the middle of the fight between Buddha and Zero Fortune, a child in the middle of a tantrum who considered himself a demon, a high-ranking demon, had arrived at the Valhalla arena. Off-screen, Ibera, upon seeing Uriel, simply crouched down, unable to be more in awe of her. Nizu, wow, who would have thought she would be a woman, considering the androgynous representations of humanity, and that she is mostly portrayed as male. Uraraka, it is. Kyoka, talking. Kendo, with Aphrodite? Mineta, cat fight. Before the dwarf could say anything else, Ibera hit him with her vines, leaving him buried in a wall, completely unconscious. Kyoka, you know I'm glad I don't have a bust. Momo, I'm surprised Aphrodite is like this. Kendo, she's too vain. Ibera, she deserves it. Midnight, she can't walk or do anything because of her own breasts. Mount Lady, I feel sorry for her. Endeavor, at least Metatron knows how to calm things down. Stain, Zero Fortuna, and now a demon versus Buddha. Nizu, I'd like to know who those two are. Present Mike, although well, at least Buddha enlightened the god boy Hehe. Monoma, yes, an enlightenment based on putezos. On screen, forcing Buddha to retreat. Hehehe, thank goodness Uriel didn't come to fight you, because let me tell you something, stupid Hajuin, if the gods don't save him then I will, and if anyone gets in my way I will kill him. And collision was not long in coming, while Buddha, after having been pierced by Hajuin's weapon, he had just regained part of the advantage he had had throughout the fight. Even if he had to sacrifice an eye for it, he was going to be the winner of this fight, and Uriel was also preparing to take action. He wasn't going to allow that tantrum-throwing child, who obviously needed outside help. He would have died just like that, but for him to act, she would have to wait first. Wait for Buddha to lose or win, and fortunately for her, he won, and then, using the vestiges of his soul that were in Zero Fortune's weapon, she would bring him back to light, now under the tutelage of the god Buddha. 5. Fight Buddha vs. Hajuin and Zero Fortune. Winner of the 5th fight of Ragnarok. Buddha decisive move Mahapari Nirvana. 6. Tesla vs. Beelzebub fight. Winner Beelzebub. Decisive attack Sorath Resh, Devil Horns. And according to this, Brunhild, not willing to allow the gods to take the advantage when seeing the next fighter on the Ragnarok list, the 7th round began. 7. Fight Qin Shi Huang vs. Hades. Winner Qin Shi Huang. Decisive attack Guardian Shi Huang and Yang Cut. 8. Ragnarok fight. Apollo vs. Leonidas. Apollo winner. Decisive move, silver arrows piercing the soul. Off-screen, Ojiro, looks like Buddha had it tough. Siro, at least he won. Mina and Uriel-chan helped Zarafuku. Hagakure, yes. Ibera, the demon Beelzebub vs. Tesla. May, yes. Science vs. magic fight. Melissa, it's not magic, it's science. David, although the armor sounds cool. Almight, so that's Beelzebub, the Lord of the Flies. Kaminari, I have a question. Why is he an emo? And now that I see the next fight, why are 3 Valkyries lowless? Monoma, although Hades vs. Quinn. Kirishima, damn one, that doesn't sound familiar to me. Nizu, I'll have to change history classes urgently. Dabi, and it seems the next fight was between the greatest rebel in history against Apollo. Momo, the god of the sun. Inko, Leonidas should be less foul-mouthed. Mandalay, yes. Pixie Bob, who cares? Beelzebub, Hades and Apollo along with Quinn are just dumb. Ibera, why I feel like Beelzebub had something to do with Zarafuku. Kendo, let's hope not. On the screen, sister, what the hell are you doing? Regin Leaf's voice pierced the air with a mixture of rage and bewilderment, her footsteps thumping firmly on the ground. She, the middle of the 13 Valkyries, had always been the most level-headed, the most pragmatic. While they shared a common purpose of saving humanity, there were limits even she wasn't willing to break. And now those limits seemed to have vanished in the face of her older sister's inexplicable actions. Brunhild, you'd better tell me right now, she continued, taking a few more steps forward, her tone becoming more and more defiant, until she was finally face to face with the person she considered an older sister, not willing to give even an inch, looking at her directly and firmly, facing her in a way. Immediately about the doubts that were currently in your head. What does your ex-boyfriend have to do with all this Ragnarok? The question hung in the air like a dangerous echo, heavy with resentment and suspicion. Brunhild remained silent for the first few seconds after the question was hurled at her. "Grr, tell me right now why you forced one of us to perform the Volund in a forced manner. What kind of leader does that? Why the hell are you so unfriendly with Gear? She had to come to me seeking comfort. Explain it to me right now, sister." The tone of her voice rose. With every word that came out of his mouth, his tone of voice reflected only the pent-up rage that was overflowing like a dam about to burst. He had to take a deep breath to calm himself down, so he wouldn't say something he might regret. Her older sister's silence only fueled the flames of her indignation. "Why did you change the order of the fights without consulting us? Why did you make decisions that affect everyone without even explaining yourself? Answer me!" The echo of his voice resonated in the altar, a place that, by its very nature, should be filled with solemnity and calm. Now, that place seemed to vibrate with the rising tension between the two Valkyrie sisters, to which the younger Valkyrie waited for an answer that never came. Instead, with a simple gesture of her hand, she stroked the younger Valkyrie's jet-black hair, that same gesture she used to reserve for Gear, as if a simple caress could disarm any argument or calm any restless heart. But this time, the effect was the opposite. What are you doing?" She froze, paralyzed by the disconnect between her emotions and her sister's actions. Her words had caught in her throat, her rage momentarily overshadowed by the confusion of the moment, so she couldn't make even the slightest sense of understanding them, being in a reality completely alien to the one she could access. "You're still a child, after all. You only have a few hundred years left. You'll understand when you're older. This is adult territory, after all." The words fell like a hammer, each one heavier than the last. Clenching her fists tightly, she felt the fury flood her again. "Adult territory? Is that really what you think?" She raised her voice, her gaze burning with a mixture of indignation and frustration. He was treating her the same way she treated Gear. She wasn't Gear, and certainly not a fledgling demigod to be treated like she was only a century older. "You're not the only one suffering from all this. Look around you. We're fighting too, we're losing parts of ourselves in this Ragnarok. Do you think this doesn't affect us? It doesn't affect me." She paused, breathing heavily as emotions overflowed from her chest. "You can't just ignore us and make decisions for us like we're pawns on your chessboard. We're your sisters, damn it." Brunhild looked at her seriously. A final, heavy silence fell between the two of them before she turned on her heel and began walking away from the altar herself. He had done for the fallen in this Ragnarok. "Sister, let me tell you something important." The older one's tone was calm, almost dispassionate, but there was a hidden intensity behind each word, exploding almost as if it were a direct threat. While the younger Valkyrie observed her sister's soul, saw how the latter, it seemed to grow larger than her own, causing her to fall backward as an evil aura began to surround her, making her tremble at what this person might do to her. She had only come for answers. She only wanted her sister to keep information from her. She understood nothing. Why? Because he was looking at her as if she were just a pawn who had to win the final battle of Ragnarok. "I'm also a Valkyrie." Yes, that was the comment that had come out of her lips, which were now trembling slightly without knowing that she was being watched by her older sister Renjaleif, who watched with great concern as her younger sister was making an effort. It was inhuman to remain strong at that very moment as he walked slowly down the hallway, each footstep echoing faintly off the walls around him. His gaze was fixed on the floor, his shoulders hunched under the weight of a feeling he couldn't quite comprehend. I had avoided crying throughout the entire meeting, but now, in the solitude of this room, I really didn't know whether I should interfere or not. "TSK, it doesn't matter if Ragnarok is also about freeing your stupid, idiot boyfriend, you can't leave Gear alone." Her sister was still trying to control her breathing. Thanks to Buddha, she wouldn't have to risk her life in the Volund. She wouldn't have to face the possibility of disappearing in this war. Off-screen, if there was surprise before, now there was anger, fury, disappointment. Brunhild was truly a wretch in every sense of the word. Dabi, look at her. Shoto, she's almost as evil as Endeavor. Stain, all for her boyfriend. Midnight, damn bitch. Inko, for her part, looked at Reginlef with the best eyes. Without a doubt, she would have loved for her to be her eldest daughter. That way, Izuku would not have been so alone with her, on screen. But that gratitude felt distant, like an abstract idea that couldn't quite touch the core of her heart. And Renjaleif wasn't supposed to be some genius prodigy born every millennium. All she ever did was monitor the state of her younger sister's soul, and she also knew her like the back of her hand. It helped her a lot to know sometimes, even if she wasn't there, how to act, but how to try to calm her down when she was screaming for someone to come and give her a hug to comfort her in her moment of greatest need. Sister, every time I close my eyes there are those murmurs. Every time I turn to look or walk, I still hear them. There she goes again, Gear, the weeping Valkyrie. She'll never understand, even if she has centuries to live. She's a burden, she always has been. Sniff, I hate it, I hate it. She stopped dead in her tracks with her chest bouncing up and down erratically, her hands trembling slightly as she tried to ignore those words echoing in her memory. Hey, Gear! But when she looked up, her older sister was there. She thought she had imagined it. Surely she was going to ignore her like her older sister Brynhild did. They were so similar in several ways. She spoke with a tone of voice so soft and calm, but at the same time it made her feel so small in comparison. What are you doing here alone? If you continue like this, those murmurs that affect you so much will only increase. So if she knew what was tormenting her, she was definitely the worst Valkyrie of all. But instead of being ignored again, her sister took a handkerchief and wiped her tears, leaving her in shock. You know something? Don't tell that grumpy Brunhild, but I managed to find out that it took her a millennium to learn what her ability as a Valkyrie was and another century to fully master it. Not to mention that it took me 500 years to learn that I could see people's souls. That couldn't be true. She had to blink as she looked down, unable to process what she had been told. A millennium to know what her ability as a demi-goddess was. No, she didn't know that was even possible. All of her sisters seemed to be already formed, developed as goddesses and people. That always comparing herself to them made her feel like the worst of them all. It could hardly be said that she was 200 years old. Yes, very tall for a human, but in a divine body. Oh, Gear, you haven't read the books I gave you, right? Okay, she had caught her, making her blush with embarrassment until the Valkyrie did something that did help the younger pink-haired girl. She summoned a book and hit her on the head with it, making her let out an involuntary scream while doing so. As only she knew how, she would get angry and start raging, insulting her and calling her sister, making her laugh, while making sure to make her chase her all over the place. Before positioning herself behind her back after chasing her for 4 minutes, and playfully pushing her to the ground, with one of his fingers being the place where he pushed her, the center of her forehead, the same place where he had previously hit her with the book. I won, she said, smiling, as Gear finally lunged at her. She had been expecting this move. Gear had never tried to be special in her entire life, never experienced a turning point where she had to be the one in charge of her life. Off-screen, midnight, it's poor little Gear. Present Mike, they have no feeling that something bad is going to happen. Aizawa, you're not the only one. On-screen, hence her childish attitude. But Renjaleif and Gear's other sisters weren't eager. Of course not. They couldn't force this, and their duty as older sisters was to watch over her and guide her, preparing her for that moment whenever it might come, and she couldn't help but smile. You deserve a break, Gear. You've already seen 4 of us die. The next fight is Okita and Susanoo. I'll talk to everyone so they can leave you something to remember them by. So? You've done enough for today. Now let your older sister take care of you. Obviously she couldn't answer. She was so tired that mental exhaustion finally overcame her, and she took her in her arms as she carried her on her back to her own room. She couldn't lose. Of all the Valkyries, she was the one most attached to her younger sister, and if she were to leave her alone, I'm not going to allow that to happen. Adam and I are going to win. He covered her and left a book on her table while giving her a loving kiss on her forehead and turning off the light, but not before making sure to leave his sister's room soundproof from the inside so she could get the rest she needed from all of this. Do you want it? That was the question Buddha asked her, to which she gladly accepted the sweets the blonde was offering her. She savored every detail of their flavor, calming herself even more, sighing more deeply, and bowing to the deity who had helped them in the first place, finally leaving the place while Buddha, "Oh Bru-chan, you're going too far with your puberty," he said to himself while being followed by the minor god Zero Fortune. They had a lot of work to do, which involved some moves in the underworld, but nothing that a couple of sweets, punches and probably some rule breakers couldn't do, all while Renjeleif, by sheer bad luck, overheard a fragment of the conversation Loki and Brunhild were having. Apparently, the round had already ended, and that was why her sister was on her way to her altar to the fallen. She could have been relieved that her sister had survived and had killed Sisenus along with her bearer. I hope everything goes well with Sigurd's rescue. No, it couldn't be. Her sister's soul had been altered, one could almost say trembling with rage, and judging by the way she had slight muscle spasms, it was clear that she was holding back in the best way possible. Not a single emotion was reflected in her body, and by the way he looked at her in such a way that it seemed that if he could curse her he would have done so at that very moment. Not a word to the others. Renjeleif. He called her not his younger sister for the first time in his entire life, making a seal form on his tongue when he turned around to reprimand her. He wasn't going to kill her, he loved her too much for that. He couldn't destroy her either, he needed her for Ragnarok. But to leave that information out in the open and let it be known that she had used this war excuse to save her boyfriend and, as a collateral consequence, humanity. I hate you, you heard me. I hate you, Brunhild. And after that he didn't watch any more Ragnarok fights. He knew it was important, but he stayed away from all this Ragnarok stuff, while he looked for a way to remove that thing Brunhild had put on his tongue, and he managed to do it after a few minutes of experimentation. Off-screen, no one had words for what was happening, although relief came with Buddha's intervention in the situation. They were surprised when he mentioned the word puberty, but dismissed it when they saw Renjeleif standing in pain and fury, causing the room's annoyance at the Valkyrie to quickly arrive. They couldn't blame Renjeleif for the words he said either. Inko, on the other hand, wanted to hug the Valkyrie with her maternal affection. On screen, phew, wow, that was complicated. If it had been another Valkyrie like Hoke, it would have been more complicated, although she had her flaws. However, the last fight I witnessed was Akita versus Susanoo, and so Okita won the 9th round. It would be best to go see Gear. It won't be long before my fight. She went to her room calmly, but when she got to her room, she didn't find her anywhere. This wasn't normal. Gear was too tired, so she had to quickly figure out what could have happened. She looked at the lock, it had been forced. And that's all she needed to know. Making her gaze darken, they were on round 12. Rasputin against Loki. I received your message, sister, I'll take care of the rest. She went off on her own, but she wasn't the person with the strength to oppose this thing. Only one possible thing could occur to her, and that was that Brunhild's boyfriend had made deals in the underworld from his prison in order to be able to get out sooner and meet with Brunhild. I need your help, Adam, she said directly to the first person in the world, causing him to stop eating his apple and stare at her, while in the deepest recesses of Tartarus, one of the youngest Valkyrie's worst nightmares was unfolding. Mnen! Mnen! Her sister Gear squirmed inside the cramped suitcase, each movement causing the teddy bears around her to shift, pressing even further against her body. Her cheeks were wet with tears she couldn't stop, and her breathing was shallow and stifled. It seemed almost like a muffled echo inside its prison, making the air in the small space feel only heavy, hot, and increasingly thin. Mnen! Mmmmmnn! He tried to scream again, but the gag Nostradamus had clamped tightly around his mouth left only muffled babble. Despite the panic beginning to grip his mind, Gear continued to struggle. His feet tried to kick, but they were tied tightly. Their hands struggled against the ropes, but the friction only made the skin on their wrists begin to burn. It can't end like this. It can't end like this, Sniff. I don't want to go on like this, she thought, feeling her chest tighten with fear. She could barely breathe, on the verge of total unconsciousness, and at the same time, she felt her strength beginning to drain away from her. And the echo of his thoughts was interrupted by the sound of footsteps, light but deliberate, approaching where he stood. Gear stopped moving for a moment, while a high-pitched squeal filled the air as the suitcase door slowly opened, letting a flash of light filter into his prison. Gear squinted, blinking rapidly to adjust his vision to the sudden change in brightness. And then he saw it. Hello, little Gaul, so fierce, so proud, and now look at you, trapped like a cute little bird in a cage. You are such a cute doll. He looked at her with a carefree smile, as if the sight of a Valkyrie tied up and snuggled between teddy bears was something completely normal to him. Making the little strength that the Valkyrie had become present, using all her remaining strength to try to break her bonds, failing again in the attempt and only being able to see Nostradamus with rage, who stopped her attempts to escape by pointing out that with a single movement and all the air that she accumulated, the pink-haired girl could vanish and be in a suitcase again completely alone in the darkness, making her tremble immediately, and that she would choose a submissive position so that they wouldn't torture her again like that, not believing that she could bear it. Much better, you see, you are a pretty doll, you know that, the youngest of all and the weakest without a doubt. Let me and I'll take those horrible things off you. You could break a nail and it wouldn't be nice. Also, I want to introduce you to someone very special, your sister Brunhild's boyfriend, her main reason for this Ragnarok. And with a snap, the ropes that held Gear disappearing, only being able to cough completely, due to the lack of air, at the same time that his hands seemed to have marks of the same ties that had been used on his person, making that after a few seconds in which he would finally have enough air to stop coughing, and was in complete shock as he truly analyzed what Nostradamus had just told him. Off-screen, the room was filled with concern when they saw Gear being kidnapped. Many were so alert and worried about her that they never paid attention to where the man was going until they heard the name. Nizu, Nostradamus, he would say seriously. He didn't know why, but he didn't like that name. Present Mike. So other fights were Okita versus Susanoo. Stain, another swordsman? Spiner, against the god of the sword. Snipe, Loki versus Rasputin? Everyone continued to look at the situation since it didn't look good, worried about Gear. On screen. Oh, we finally meet Gaul. I've been wanting to meet you. You know, your sister talks a lot about you. The person watching her from his chains and prison finally said, while Nostradamus brazenly faced the little Valkyrie's fear and doubt. She simply couldn't process everything that was happening around her. She was a little girl, a simple little girl whose main concern was helping her sisters with their homework. She'd already lost 5 of them. She didn't want to see anyone else die because she didn't have a skill that made her unique, because she simply could not manipulate the soul, like Renjeleif, be as determined as Brunhild. Sniff sniff, my they're lying. If that was all she was good for, crying while praying like a helpless and weak princess, for someone to come and help her, and that what Nostradamus had told her wasn't true, her sister couldn't be so cruel. Her sister couldn't see them being used like pawns. On a chessboard, he tried to stand, but the restraints had simply been so strong that circulation had been cut off to his lower extremities. The only reason he was able to move his arms was because he had been moving them for so long, trying to force an escape route. They're lying. She sought refuge in the only thing she had at hand, the damn teddy bears, while she let herself fall into the suitcase and hid her face behind those same bears, letting tears run down her face, refusing to believe that what these 2 monsters had told her was true. It couldn't be. If she had believed that atrocity, her sisters would have died for simply joining that stupid Brunhild with her damn boyfriend. No, no, and no. Well, I think it's best if you put those restrictions back on her, Nostradamus. We'll talk to her when she's better. The younger Valkyrie's gaze widened as if she had no tomorrow. She turned and stuck her head out in fear as she watched Nostradamus begin to stretch. I beg you, don't buck with me. They taught her again, making the pink-haired girl only more scared, moving as if she were a human caterpillar, crying and crying, begging for someone to come and rescue her, to get her out of that nightmare, that torture, while Brunhild's boyfriend watched. All this calm and quiet. They didn't put you in Tartarus for being a good person. And while Gear was begging for help and Renjeleif, now having made Volund with Adam, were on their way to help the pink-haired Brunhild, she saw a photo of the one who was the love of her life, for the one who led the rebellion against the same divine destiny that separated them. Just a little bit longer, and we'll meet again, my love Sigurd. That's what he said to the photo of the person he wanted by his side more than anything in the world. He didn't care if he had to sacrifice whoever it was to achieve his goal, even if he had to go through the same rules that govern the universe. And even having to rewrite it, she was going to do it. She would find a way. Nothing else mattered to her, because for her, being in a world without Sigurd, without her love, was simply living a living hell for her soul and being. Screen turns off. The room was silent. Things were truly not good, as everyone was very serious, some expressing fury and anger on their faces. Brunhild, who at first appeared solemn, was a madly in love who didn't care what happened as long as she could free her love. Some tried to understand her, but this was simply too much. Nizu, I think we need a break. At the director's expression, no one contradicted that. They needed to think, relax, and figure out how to proceed, given that the emotions of the day surpassed anything they could have expected. Am I your daughter? Everyone was digesting what they had seen of Brunhild and everything else. They should be grateful to Nizu, who asked for some time to digest the information received, so they were digesting everything they had seen. Hawks, for his part, was left aside by almost everyone in the room, since it was made clear who the hero was. Even Endeavor moved away from him a little, although of course, not much, because with his sins he had no right to do so. Mina, that Brunhild is a witch. Hagakure. He made love look like a curse that turns into an obsession. She complained angrily. Bakugo. Although many things surprise me, especially that Sigurd is in that place. Almight, from what I understand, he committed something serious. Nizu, and personally, I doubt that dating the Valkyrie is a crime. Inko. I have my doubts, but I guess we'll continue to see what happens with Ragnarok. Midnight, yes, because that would help us understand more. Aizawa, I'm sleepy. Present Mike, you always have my lover for naps and cats. Mandalay, and the children? Elsewhere, you could see the group of 4 children walking along numerous paths. The curious thing about the place is that everything was as if it were a wasteland of only sweets. Katsuma, sister, where are we? Eri, yes, where are we? Mahoro-chan. Koda. According to the map, I would say, looking at Mahoro's map, we are on a planet called Planet Drull. Mahoro. And where we are is the land of milk and cookies. Eri. There are many sweets. Katsuma. Can we eat them? Mahoro. What are you saying? Kota. One will do no harm. The children would start eating until in a jiffy near the river of milk a couple of giants appeared taking numerous cookies that were floating there, to the surprise of the children, who decided to do something logical: run together to another destination. But not before gathering some provisions. Not applicable. I hope someone figures out where this place is coming from, because otherwise I'll feel too old. In the room, Pixie Bob. I'm sure they'll be fine. Mandalay, good. Before anyone could say anything else, the screen lit up. Mineta, it's starting, and I hope to see something good and not something that makes me rethink several things about Hexy women. I would say annoyed. Brunhild was a great waifu in his opinion. It's just that she was a witch in character. Kaminari, we are 2 friends. Siro, yes. The 3 were taken by Jiro's jacks and Tsuyu's tongue and hit by a kendo slap. On screen, where the hell is Regenleaf? There are only a few minutes left until her next fight. He muttered under his breath as the echo of his footsteps resonated loudly through the marble halls of Valhalla, his voice filled with frustration. Every second that passed without finding her made his mind a complete mess. For hell's sake, you are my best cards in this war, and if you don't show up, all of this will have been in vain. No, it didn't make sense if only she survived. It didn't make sense if her boyfriend wasn't going to be able to be freed from Tartarus. Holding his hand to his head, rubbing his temple. In fact, that was what he wanted most deep down in his heart. The only good thing about this is that, at least, now I have some space to think. He couldn't afford to lose them. Not now. The 11th battle of Ragnarok was taking place, and fortunately, since it was his turn to do so, Valen managed to kill Odin along with his bearer Nostradamus. He didn't check his memories. He didn't care. Nostradamus just wanted to have fun, and from what he saw when he fought with Odin, he had been with his younger sister. But the truth is, he didn't care. Surely he could be with Aphrodite now. He had heard that she seemed like a very sweet and childish girl, perfect material for someone his age. TSK, if I had known that Buddha would betray the gods, I would have offered gear, so that some other deity would lend me his help. All what's done is done. It was all worth it anyway. If we kill Zeus, there will be no reason for Sigurd to remain in his prison. In fact, I should think about how to give him the perfect welcome. Yes, her imagination was racing, thinking about what outfit she could wear with her beloved for this night with him. Maybe something provocative and revealing, and if you are a little flaccid, love, I can always ask a small favor to my sister Regenleaf to heal you, and we can have a night of reunion between you and me. Although if she refuses, well, I will have to take advantage of the fact that I am good at stamps and make her help me with a little persuasion. But while she was thinking about how to extort her younger sister, and how to dress in the best way for your partner, one of your main options being a human-made Playboy bunny costume, getting tingles in your lower back and a total shudder, just imagining it. Off-screen, if there had been revulsion for the woman on the screen before, now hatred began to manifest itself. Brunhild was undoubtedly a crazy woman, obsessed with Sigurd, and something bad was happening. On one hand, it felt good that Valen had done it and killed Odin, although everyone felt a slight chill knowing who, Kaminari, Nostradamus, he would say seeing the rag on the screen, but it is a rag. Monoma, something tells me that guy is not a good guy. Momo, he looks like a complete lunatic, but Tsuyu, it's worse than that. Toga, he's a psychopath. Stain, she's just a woman I hate. She only thinks about herself, disguising her personal motives as something collective. On screen, this is top-notch magic, Reginlif muttered, leaning over an ancient symbol engraved on the wall that he had left next to his younger sister's door. This was not good. The only one who had a ceiling level higher than his was the cursed Brunhild. But she refused to think that she would have sold her younger sister. She refused with all her soul to accept that minimal possibility. She wanted to believe that there was still something minimal to hold onto from the woman she always believed she was. Normal barriers wouldn't do the trick. Damn, this guy is better than me at these matters. However, he sat up as he stopped using his carrier Adam's body while asking for permission, and the latter granted it to use his divine ocular power. Thank you for helping me. I couldn't notice these details, but with you by my side with your eyes helping me, no matter how much I could hide her trail, she won't be able to hide from your sight. Now it was Adam's turn to sigh, watching as they followed the trail of his Valkyrie's younger sister. They were moving further and further away from Valhalla, also feeling a lot of empathy and compassion for this Valkyrie, remembering how her sons Cain and Abel, the first of their entire family, would become when sometimes one would miss the other, making him smile nostalgically for that memory of a time long ago. Before taking a final step to leave the limits of Valhalla, Uriel confirms the suspicions of both. She's in the underworld, brother, was the Archangel's comment, to which Adam, for the first time in his life, opened his eyes in complete panic. If that Valkyrie was in that place, this was going to be very bad. He didn't doubt for a second that he knew Lilith firsthand. Lilith, you better not mess with that girl like you did with us. She remembered it very well, making the Valkyrie also become extremely serious, using both Adam and Reginleaf, 100% of all their power, freezing Uriel herself in time. Adam, why does Lilith dislike you so much? From the way she portrays you, you seem like the worst person in the world. You always said you wanted to be above her, forcing her to do things she didn't want, like the serpent did with your wife Eve. In fact, she hates Eve along with all her children. And with that, Adam looked down. I tried to make everything work out, but both she and I were young. When we were created by our father, Lilith didn't want to be my equal, she wanted to be equal to our father. I never forced her to do anything. But I also didn't give her the attention she deserved. She looked for me many times, so many that I lost count. He kept running. A mistake I made at the same time with Eve. Lilith was strong. If I was blessed with my father's eyes, Lilith was blessed with the body to endure it, the complement of the other defense and attack. But the problem was that he appeared. There was no hatred, only sorrow and melancholy. Lucifer was created before us. At first, we thought he was a nice guy. But while I stood firm to our father, Lilith began to distance herself from me. The attention I didn't give her, Lucifer gave her. All my shortcomings, a product of my youth, were not committed by Lucifer. They were approaching Tartarus, and that's why when he offered her to be his partner I didn't refuse. But at that very moment, if it weren't for my sight, Lilith herself would have killed me, showing me something I never thought I would see, something my brother Miguel told me quite well about. Demons, angels like him expelled from heaven. They finally arrived. There was only one thing missing, jumping. Right there I knew fear that was overshadowed when Sinoi, Sansano and Samanjalov arrived and took me out of there. From that day on, the place was called the Red Sea, a place separated from Eden. Shortly after I went to my father and begged him to bring Lilith to my side. Because I still loved her. As I fell, the wind hit his hair and eyes, protected by Reginleaf. While time remained stopped, he had been in that state for 2 minutes, and the distance he traveled had been absurd because it was 2 minutes for him, but for the others time had not moved even a measly second. And my request was fulfilled. The same angels who had taken me out of the Red Sea went to Lilith telling her that our father demanded an audience with her, because they were in hell as visitors, not invaders, and at that very moment that our brother said that, he broke slightly. The trail ended here. They were about to enter the cell that Reginleaf knew very well, the cell that contained his sister Brunhild's boyfriend. She threatened them with invaders by showing them the Lilims, demons who only wanted lust. She called them that because they were solely and exclusively women. At the same time, she challenged them directly, saying that, if they dared to kill just 100 of these girls, she would replace them and create 100 more every day. She finished her story, and finally time started moving again, leaving Uriel worried. This could end very badly. Off-screen, David, and we go with the Valkyrie, Melissa, and it seems she's not alone. Uraraka goes with Uriel-san and Dad. Ibara, our father, he really is someone so kind. As they watched the tour, they were surprised when Uriel mentioned Lilith, making everyone pay attention to the story. They were even more surprised when Lilith portrayed Adam as the villain, when until now, they hadn't seen that, but rather saw the role model. They listened to everything and understood that it was relationship problems, coupled with excessive ambition, that led to Lilith's rebellion. Midnight almost killed Adam? Mount Lady, that's worse than a marital fight. Mirio, I understand that you had difficulties, but from what I can see, Adam was loyal to God, and with that Lucifer got involved as a bad third party. Kendo, without a doubt, a love triangle that ended terribly. Ibara, I knew Lilith was evil since she is mentioned in texts of my religion, but I never believed she was crazy. Tsuyu, even in spite of everything, Uraraka never stopped loving her. Inko, without a doubt, a great man. Mitsuyi, yes. Masaru, it's true, what a shame that not all of us inherit that from our father. Nizu, and so it ended, with the Red Sea and a massacre between angels and succubi. Shoto, leaving that aside, they arrived at their destination. On screen, son, what you're doing isn't right, free your cousin now. Cousin? Adam had considered her part of his family, that was something he never expected from him. He knew what she was like, he investigated and knew she was a good person. But the fact that she told him she was a relative of his really made his heart start beating fast. All while seeing Adam's back and how he simply spoke with a serious tone to Nostradamus, not caring much about the fact that he had just left a hole in the entire entrance to Tartarus, on the way he had entered the underworld, and not to mention that he was against the clock because in a few minutes his fight was going to begin. Father, I am very glad to see you. Let me ask you something. Is it true that primordial gods exist? That is what they called the first angels who fell from the heavens, beings like Uranus, Gaia, and above them all Lucifer himself, a being who only desired chaos, this being the primordial chaos, that everyone else had followed him since the beginning of humanity. Now it was Reginleaf's turn to speak, having all the information Adam had in his brain, allowing him to see the bigger picture of the situation. Yes, and I don't think it will do anyone any good if you try to bring Nostradamus and use Sigurd back to life. Now I know why Odin put you in this place. You're the only one who knows how to resurrect one of those things, right? Laughter. Brunhild's stupid boyfriend was seriously laughing. This topic wasn't something to laugh about, and even more so, seeing how Nostradamus, a very young-looking man with somewhat effeminate features, was short, with medium length, light-colored hair tied in 2 ponytails, viewed her with utter mockery. This was one of the humans closest to achieving the original power of Adam. The divine reflection, having only a variant called the 5 Eyes, allowed him to do almost everything Adam did. And since it wasn't as exhausting as Adam's, its performance was much higher. Added to this, like Adam's, it could see a person's soul. Ha ha ha, well that would be really fun, don't you see? That's what I want, Valkyrie. I'm not interested in Ragnarok, I'm not interested in whether humanity loses or wins. What I'm interested in is being able to have fun playing for a while, and what better than bringing one of the original traitors to face me? He was laughing like a lunatic, making the entire place tremble, and stones rose up around him from the very pressure he was exerting, leaving only smoke, dust, and an insatiable thirst for madness that didn't faze Adam, but it did make Reginleaf retreat. Or well, it did for the first few seconds, because all it took was remembering why he'd come here, despite Nostradamus's lunatic gaze. Off-screen, everyone looked seriously at what was happening, particularly the story that Sigurd mentioned when Adam confronted him, although they did not expect to see and know what the Nostradamus rag, present with them, was capable of doing. Nizu, so primordial gods and their resurrection. Ibara, the first fallen from God's grace. Lucifer being the primordial chaos is very bad. Shoto, Nostradamus? 5 Eyes? Almight, Hearing that effeminate laugh doesn't give me a good feeling. Twice. Look at Toga-kan. Someone crazier than you / no way. He's just as crazy as you. Toga, am I the only one who gets chills from that rag? No one said no because that was what they felt in that presence. Aizawa, he's clearly a lunatic. Stain, and I would say worse than Shigaraki. Spiner, without a doubt, although I will defend Tamura, he has his moments of lucidity. Dabi, especially when Kurojiri is around. On screen, where is my sister? That was the piercing cry of the eldest Valkyrie, echoing loudly, like a plea tinged with rage and desperation. Breaking the silence that had fallen after Nostradamus's lunatic laughter, she addressed them. "I, sister." And as a secondary consequence had reached the ears of the trapped Valkyrie, whose eyes, still clouded by pain, filled with tears which felt warm and welcoming, full of happiness, she knew that Brunhild was going to scold her. But Regenleaf, no, and that's exactly what she needed now. Not a boss, not a woman who would tell her the 1,000 things she was doing wrong or simply ignore her as if she didn't care at all and send for the fighters as a cheap excuse for her to leave her presence. Oh, she tried to breathe, though the air was heavy in her lungs. She wanted to hug Regenleaf, to thank her with all her might, but her body was barely responding due to the lack of oxygen. She was making her last efforts to stay awake and conscious. She couldn't fail her sister any longer. He couldn't die now, not when he was so close to being able to hold her in his arms again. "There it is!" To which Adam simply nodded, but unfortunately for both of them, although Sigurd couldn't do anything because of his chains, Nostradamus was free to do whatever he wanted, standing in front of the two people who had come to the cell of the one who had given him the best idea to have some real fun. No, dear father, I want to fight, and it turns out that you are my warm-up so I can then face my true challenge, my true rival, a primordial god." And that title alone put both Regenleaf and Adam on alert as they got into position to prevent Nostradamus from doing something crazy. They were among the few who knew what the primordial gods were, and they were damned crazy. They were the first versions of the fallen angels from heaven. They were people who only wanted to dominate others if they had to make a comparison. Meanwhile, these gods were a scalpel for humanity. Those wretches were a damned catapult with them. It's no wonder God himself had to create a flood throughout creation to eliminate them from all existence. Haha, yes, that's the look I'm looking for, father. Now, be a good warm-up for my main course, and before I forget, give me your eyes, since it turns out that to resurrect a primordial we need the eyes of the first human. In other words, we need your eyes, Dad. And before making any movement, if you want to die, that's your problem, but don't bring my sister into this. She's not bait for your plans. She allowed Regenleaf to take control, being able to empathize from the depths of her soul with this demigoddess Valkyrie, watching intently as the latter took the opportunity to pounce on Sigurd, hitting him square in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him and destroying his internal organs on impact. She did not kill him simply because she did not want her younger sister to have to see the other corpse before her eyes when she was freed. I had already seen too much today. What the? He was too fast. He couldn't see when Adam had moved from the place, being supported by the Valkyrie who reinforced his body, being impossible even with his 5 eyes to realize when he already had him on his back, being in complete shock. Not even Odin had made him feel that way. "I will not let any of my children stray from their path. Not if I can stop it." Now it was Adam's turn, giving him a direct kick, leaving him unconscious with a single blow to the jaw, making him sigh while Regenleaf separated from him. Hold on, please." As he saw his sister's soul and put his ear to the center of the pink-haired girl's heart, being able to rest alone, she was only unconscious. But she was still breathing, she was weak, but she was alive. For the love of Elohim. For a moment he thought he had lost her. "Sniff, thank you for helping me with this, Adam. Thank you for helping me save my little sister, Sniff." If she was crying, even her voice was breaking while she was speaking. They were overjoyed for having arrived on time and having avoided a calamity. She no longer wanted to see more of her sisters die. They offered this and accepted it. He wasn't going to deny it. But accepting it, accepting the pain that their action entailed, didn't mean he was happy to see them all die. "You remind me of my sons, Cain and Abel. In the beginning they were like you too, so close in fact now that I see you two so closely." And with those words she lowered her gaze in shame. She was over 500 years old, but she was also a human after all, and the fact that Adam had seriously said that to her saddened her. You look more like my daughter than a real goddess. Hey, you fill me with pride, Regenleaf. That only made it worse, never. But never at any point in her life since she had ascended to divinity had she been told something like this, having to quickly slap her cheeks to concentrate and treat her sister. He was no longer in danger of anything, but he wanted to make sure for the second time, confirming that everything was in order. He just needed to rest a little and he would be fine. Sometimes I forget that I'm human too, she murmured with her low voice once more as she put gear on her back to carry her back to Valhalla, being heard by Adam, who smiled at hearing that, even though his little girl had become a goddess or had been born as one. For him, she was his daughter, just another human who only made his heart happy when he saw Nostradamus for the last time with great disappointment. Fighters Adam and Regenleaf are requested in the Valhalla arena in the final fight of Ragnarok immediately. Off-screen. Present Mike. I had forgotten gear. Stain, you're not the only one. Kirishima. But it seems like the fight. Monoma. It's going to happen anyway. Tetsu, yes. Mitsuki. You have to get her out of there. Inko, please. Rei, yes. Fuyumi. Cheer up, you can do it. Endeavor. Those two are clearly a damn danger. Stain, even after dead and damned. Nizu. We should prepare for anything from now on. Mandalay. But why do I suspect that gear is there because of Brunhild? Pixie Bob, can be. Ragdoll. But let's not think about that now. Seeing how the situation was brought under control and everyone returned to Valhalla, many were relieved. Tokoemi, that was close. Shoji, too much. Ojiro, and the fight is coming. Kirishima, but who is Dad going to fight against? Kyoka, I don't know. Midnight, although it's nice that the first human is so kind. Bakugo, yes, although he would say looking at the villains in the room I would still love them. Shoto, don't think about it, it's not the time. On screen, will you lend me your strength to help your brother's daughter? He smiled, seriously asking her permission again to help him defend humanity. He was giving her the choice, stay back in the stands, watching over her sister, or go with him on the battlefield. Regenleaf, you damn fool, I told you to be ready. Appear at once in this Ragnarok. All the while Brunhild, the same girl who had seen her grow up, didn't care in the least what could happen to her younger sister. The answer for her was clear as water, and with a firm and slow movement, she took Adam's hand and they had reformed the will between the two of them. They arrived again before the chief Archangel, Uriel, to help them with the two unconscious people they were holding. Sister, please take care of my children and if possible, have Raphael take away the variant of my power from my rebellious son. To which the Archangel nodded, ready to help her younger brother, taking a single step and reaching the human steps while sending the unconscious Nostradamus to the heavenly angelic pantheon, with a letter in his hands explaining the whole situation. Really? She was already sitting on the humanity bleachers next to Eve, Cain and Abel, making sure that the noise couldn't disturb the pink-haired girl's sleep while Eve looked at the little Valkyrie with tenderness and affection, running her hand through her hair, and surprised at how soft and silky it was for the Valkyrie. He must have taken great care and affection for that part of her to leave it so pristine. This being the reason why Uriel left it in his care at the same time in a public view while Uriel herself. Lady Archangel Uriel, Aphrodite once again requests your presence in her personal chamber. She couldn't do anything other than sigh in resignation. She really never got tired. She just hoped it wasn't another proposal to be her age girl. She didn't understand that at all. I'll be there shortly, was his response as he stood up, lightly shook his wings and moved again, arriving in one step at Aphrodite's room, having her face to face, the latter using her divine essence, making her entire body stand out with that hyper-transparent tunic, making her look down, with just one thing, embarrassment. Off-screen, everyone was admiring Adam for asking and not forcing Regenleaf to do the will, while treating her like another daughter. Kirishima and Tetsu. He's a real man, they would say, crying. However, the moment was ruined by Brunhild, who without the slightest remorse mistreated Regenleaf, not caring what would happen to Gear. Stain, if I could, I would cut you with my sword, he would say furiously, expressing the majority opinion against the Valkyrie. However, things got weird when someone called Uriel to meet with Aphrodite again. Momo, what does she want now? She would say seriously. Kyoka, I don't know. Mineta, she's not lustful, that woman isn't beautiful, she's a crazy old woman. Kaminari. I would say something about her breasts, but that goddess is irritating. Midnight. Not to mention the use of poor Adonis, I would say, remembering the human that she used for her benefit, and with a goddess they fought over him, causing that in the end, the one punished is the human. Ibera. Another point to see the gods as useless. Their job was to direct and guide humans, and they abandoned us to our fate. Kendo. Not to mention that they behave like us and they see us as inferior and trash to be eliminated. Hagakure. Hypocrisy. On screen. Tell me, why did you call me again? If what you want is for me to reduce the size of your bust, I can do it. You are one of the first goddesses to be born, after the generation of fallen angels from Eden. Don't you think it's time to grow up a little and put your pride aside? Seriously, this lapdog from heaven dared to give her a lecture. Who was this stupid genocidal to do it? Oh please, stop looking at me like that, Aphrodite. Those breasts of yours only cause you pain. You can't walk. There is no bra in your size. You have to be groped every day by your golems that act as a bra so you can just walk. I just want to help you. Stop being an egomaniac and accept the help that others give you. And with that comment, Aphrodite, lying in bed, practically naked, as her divine radiance increased, making it possible to distinguish whether or not she was wearing a tunic, laughed, trying to stand up, but finding it impossible. So all she could do was laugh at the Archangel with malaise. Jujuju, the Uriel, don't think I'm going to give up my beautiful attributes, and the same volume that leaves everyone drooling just because you're jealous of me. You wish you were as beautiful as me. He put his hands under her chest, making them bounce strongly, finally making the Archangel uncomfortable. And you, my dear ex-friend, must understand something. If I want something, I will have it. Who do you think was the one who guided the demigoddess, Brunhild, on her path of love? Let me tell you, her tongue and movements were so inexperienced when she came to me seeking advice. She was wasting time. She was about to leave, when— Stop right there, my dear Uriel. Take off that armor, rest a bit. Let your wings rest on my body, after all. Where do you think Brunhild's boyfriend got the book Hades had in his library about how to revive my beloved parents, Uranus and Gaia? That stopped her in her tracks. Of all my former friends, you are the closest. My forbidden fruit, and I know more than anyone what you desire. You want power, to be more than just that old man's lapdog. Think about it. Be my priestess. You will live with humans. The power you can gain, you will fall, and you will once again be the friend I love so much. Sorrow. He could only feel that. Pity for the goddess who stood before him as the purple and lilac chains of love were placed on her armor. But of course, something made, manufactured, supervised and approved by Jophiel, the Archangel of Knowledge. I'm sorry, Aphrodite, but, as I told you since the day you married Hephaestus for convenience, without an ounce of love for him, don't think I'm going to support your delusions of grandeur. This would have been nothing until the chains transformed into a purple-black, forcing her to kneel. What happened to female sisterhood, my dear Uriel? Don't you remember your younger sister anymore? The one who was cursed by God for saying his real name to escape the clutches of the cursed Adam. He stared at her. This, if it was a problem, she was probably top 10 in all of heaven. And that's why, seeing how Lilith moved around her like a predator stalking its prey, being serious for the first time since Ragnarok arrived, she owed Jophiel an immense gratitude for having made her this armor. Without it, she probably would have already lost her wings due to the pressure that the chains put on them. You know it wasn't like that, Lilith. The name you spoke wasn't that of our father, Elohim. It was that of Lucifer. You gave him access to Eden. You were the one who decided to fall. Don't involve my brother or your ex-husband in your purely carnal decisions. She wasn't going to give in to this horrible woman. What a tongue, you know. My dear children would love to have an archangel among them. He snapped his fingers. And the walls rumbled as Lilims, succubi, and incubi emerged from the infernal circle. The air grew denser, charged with lust and corruption, but again thanks to the same armor as his brother, he made it so that with great effort he managed to stand up, surprising Lilith herself. No, don't you dare touch me! He shouted with his voice resonating like pure white heavenly thunder, managing to free himself. This was not the time or the place to show off his power, and with this same shout, the shock wave was such that it sent everyone flying except Lilith and Uriel herself, making Aphrodite crash into a wall. but being finished off and left completely unconscious by the same inertia and involuntary movement that had caused her breasts to hit her in the face and also break her nose. I will not speak to a woman who exhibits her body in such a vulgar manner. With a movement of his sword, Uriel dispersed the pentagram completely, forcing Lilith to retreat while materializing in appropriate clothing for the young raven girl who was completely naked in front of her, causing Lilith to only laugh at this action. "Oh dear, who would have thought you wanted to touch my body? What a naughty little angel. It's a shame that both you and I know that, if humanity wins Ragnarok, none of these gods will accept the result. They will try to destroy humanity anyway. And you, like a..." He looked at her from head to toe. "Hexy and Juicy, Chief Archangel who handles the borders between the divine and the human, you will be forced to commit another genocide, my dear." She kicked him in the jaw, stepping back while making a half moon and getting into a defensive position and almost cutting off the arm with which Lilith tried to grab her breasts, while Lilith herself pinched Aphrodite's nipple, making her moan in pain and ecstasy, waking her up in the process while laughing like a total lunatic. Uriel, perhaps, ha ha ha, oh no way. Does it still bother you that I call you a lapdog? Because, after all, you were the one who killed all the firstborn of Egypt. Isn't that right? Instead of leaving that task to the Archangel of Death, you took it upon yourself to be a genocidal maniac. I lower my gaze. Are you that sensitive, Uriel? It's almost charming. Although, I must admit, I didn't expect you to be so loyal to someone who sends you to clean up his messes. There was no need to listen any further. It wasn't his duty to question his father's actions. In fact, that very day, on the day she committed this genocide, she was the chief archangel who made sure that all those children went to the paradise of her own pantheon. When she offered them access to the Garden of Eden, or her heavenly paradise, they refused, thus fulfilling the last wishes of the innocent children, who, had she not intervened, they would have taken the same path as their fathers who enslaved the people of Israel, and for that very reason, I do his will. I defend humans because that is my choice. I do it because although my father gave me this duty, I chose voluntarily, and for that very reason let me swear this to you, Lilith. And if anyone dares to interfere with tricks in this last round, I will also put my hands to protect my brother Adam. She intensified, her celestial light not willing to give in. Not even a mere millimeter. Hey, you know, Uriel? As fun as it is watching you try to stand your ground against me and my teacher Lilith, I really want to see the next fight. That 3.0 version of my Adonis, of Adam. He's so cute, I don't want to lose another boy like my old Adonis was to another meddling woman. Again, she could only feel sorry as she watched the brunette massage and squeeze her opponent's breasts, looking away, unable to bear it any longer. This has gone too far. Sansano Sinoi Samanjalov, I request your help to contain the evil, according to the will of our Creator Father. Checkmate had summoned the 3 neutralizers specialized in the retention of the children of Lilith, being trapped by the same promise that the latter made millennia ago when she left Eden, finally managing to return her to the underworld while Uriel herself knocked out Aphrodite again so that she wouldn't do something she would later regret. Thank you for helping me, brothers. He sighed while in a soft tone he thanked, showing his humility, the people who came to help him, being only a few golden lights that he embraced with great affection and brotherhood, being more than happy to be able to count on them, this action being reciprocated. Unable to have a conversation as she really wanted, since both they and she were busy with their divine tasks, so after simply smiling and the latter after thanking them, they went off to continue fulfilling their roles assigned by God. Oh, Aphrodite, you might be angry at what I'm about to do, but I can't leave you like this. Uriel paused, remembering his responsibility as a guardian and, above all, as a companion. Aphrodite was stubborn, vain, and often insufferable, but she remained an old friend. Although circumstances had led them down opposite paths, there was a part of Uriel that couldn't ignore that ancient bond between them. I can rejuvenate you, Aphrodite. With this, you will no longer need your golems to walk, and your clothes will remain intact. Of course, you're probably going to complain, because I know you, but it doesn't matter. I'm doing this because I want to, because even under our Father's will, I have my own autonomy. He had already fulfilled his role. I no longer have any debts with you, Aphrodite. But I will continue to take care of you, even if you don't want me to. just as I will do with every deity who sees the immense potential that humans have, like Apollo and Thor. Her thoughts momentarily deviated towards those who had changed her perspective of humanity, like those she had just mentioned. Off-screen, everyone was so immersed in the conversation they were listening to that they simply couldn't say anything, not even when Lilith appeared and used her figure in a sensual and provocative way, which caused them to get angry, even the perverts, since that was too much. Ibera. So she was the one who carried out the genocide of the 10 plagues. Nizu, sadly, though I won't deny that it was partly by God's orders to free his people. Ida, is it okay for them to do whatever they want with humans? Kendo, are you going to tell them like a good-natured guy? Ida, no. Monoma, that's what we think. Midnight, leaving that aside, Aphrodite is a mare. Mount Lady, yes, even with those descriptions, that she has to use golems to walk and hold her breasts to do it. She is so arrogant that she prefers to leave them like that. Mandalay, you know I feel better that the children are not here. Inko, and I feel it's better this way, since I feel something bad is coming. Mineta, Lilith scares me. On screen, Emin and Jophiel, where are you when I need you to do a calculation that not even I can do? If she didn't know how long she had been arguing with this pair of women, ending up pouting slightly while crossing her arms, jealous of her brother Jophiel's intellect. HMP. I guess everyone has their role. And she returned to the stands in one step, completely happy to have solved all the problems Metatron had sent her to solve, that and trying to figure out how she could surprise Jophiel to throw a barrel of paint on him. Because it doesn't surprise me that as long as it's about putting on a show and showing off in front of your children, you never disappoint them, Adam. He delicately put a hand to his head while repeatedly shaking his head at the sight of his brother Adam's entrance into the Ragnarok arena. This man is the personification of human hope. Hated by the deities, blessed by the creator of all living things, his mission is clear: to be fruitful, to multiply, and to ensure humanity's dominion over the earth. As the gazes of humans and gods converged on the imposing figure of Adam, among mortals there could only be one thing: admiration. Let them rule over the fish of the sea, the birds of the sky, and over every living creature on earth. But who would have imagined that Adam himself would rebel against his own superiors? But among the deities there was only one thing that could be distinguished: a deathly silence, for they never believed that this Valkyrie had truly managed to obtain the soul of the original sinner, a mortal who, no matter how much they trained, thanks to being blessed by the Creator, they couldn't touch a single hair on his face. This man defines the very essence of what it means to be human. There is no better representative of humanity than the one called man among men. But while he was making his solo entrance, Regenleaf had encountered certain inconveniences. TSK. Why the hell do all the gods treat me like a miserable girl? I know I'm not the greatest deity, and that now more than ever I look like a human, but it's just that they remind me so much of Brunhild. Ugh! Isn't it annoying, Pegasus? That was what she said while tenderly hugging the animal, recalling how one of her sisters taught her to ride it a few decades ago, backed by the steed's whinny, which simply brightened her day a little. Thank goodness the idiot guards who forced her to undo her Valen transported her here. If not, I wouldn't be able to make it to the Valhalla arena in time. I think you and I will go for a walk, Pegasus, he said, as if understanding her feelings. Regenleaf offered her an apple as he opened the door of his steed, climbing onto it after eating his apple and taking flight to the arena of Valhalla. The only weight this man trusts in is his own fists. He smiled, raising his hand and moving it in circles, a carefree and confident gesture to which his sister Uriel couldn't help but roll her eyes in amusement at this same action. As human as ever, you don't change, you just mature, Gigi. That was his murmur, accompanied by a light laugh covered by his right hand, trying to disguise it with an elegant gesture, undoubtedly due to that pride, arrogance, confidence, and love, making him the best contender for the deities of Valhalla. There was no better representative for humanity than its #1 archive. This is the last survivor of the unarmed men. All of humanity's combat styles arose to improve or perfect this same art, natural mimicry, causing the Archangel to form a mischievous smile on her face. Why don't I give you a hand, little brother? He. The Archangel couldn't, not even in her dreams, take the fruit from the tree of good and evil, but it wasn't necessary either. She knew that this fruit had the peculiarity of constantly changing shape, Sometimes it was an apple, other times a mango, grapes, or something completely unknown. And so, with a simple movement of his hand, he materialized a bright red apple and threw it toward Adam, who effortlessly caught it. This human was given the greatest gift, life. But this man paid for that gift with humanity's greatest heresy, the first offense against the divine. This man gave rise to humanity's sin. And then, in front of everyone, Adam bit into the apple. Tup! Why did this one have to be sour too, sister? The silence that followed was like a contained storm. The humans looked on in astonishment, while the gods could not hide their indignation at having seen Adam spit out the apple he himself had bitten into, as he did so long ago in the court of divine justice when they were still in the presence of the Creator. HMP, I know I'm not a chef, but I didn't mean for you to spit it out either. She huffed in annoyance, puffing out her cheeks in obvious annoyance. She crossed her arms and looked away, completely indignant, while muttering nonsense to herself, saying whatever came to mind, making her brother Adam. A drop of sweat fell from his head. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Who better to bear the title of most hated by the gods than the father of humanity, Adam? He dropped his words with force, while the murmurs of the audience overflowed from every corner of the arena, while Adam, for his part, remained motionless, his face serene and his eyes fixed on the horizon, just waiting for his opponent so the round could begin, and at the same time the Valkyrie hurried to arrive on time. Come on, Pegasus, we're almost at the arena. Tisk, I swear that when this fight is over, I'll go to my sister Randra's grave for teaching me how to ride a horse and tame Pegasi. She wiped a tear that was running down her cheek. She remembered her sister as if it were yesterday. She was barely 300 years old when Randra, with a smile that could light up the grayest sky, convinced her to put aside her studies for a moment to learn how to ride these beautiful mythical animals. If I don't make it in time, no one will make it in time. Hiya! Faster, Pegasus! He answered again and understood, accelerating hard, as if sensing the urgency in his rider's heart. And in the Valhalla arena, the announcer finally announced the entrance of Adam's rival. The only one left! The highest divine authority. Who else could face humanity's greatest heretic if not him? Ladies and gentlemen, mortals and gods, the only god capable of challenging Adam is here. A figure loomed from the shadows, off-screen. Kirishima. At least now the fight is coming, he would say excitedly. Everyone looked attentively, although the women saw Uriel with a kind of doubt. Since she didn't behave exactly like a sister with Adam, she seemed something more like an aunt or something. Ibera, Dad's entrance. Almight, it's better than my debut. Spiner, his sole figure. Toga, makes me, twice, feel. Dabi, protected. Shoto, this warmth. Seeing what was happening in Heimdall's presentation, Ibera was simply more excited than the rest, given that they were fragments of the Bible, from Genesis, while many were surprised by Uriel's mischievous smile, when he created a forbidden fruit and threw it to Adam. Ibera, I knew that. Kendo, don't get ahead of yourself, because they clarified that it's not necessarily an apple. However, when they saw that Adam bit her and then spat her out, they had an emotional shock, although it vanished when they heard his words. Tsuyu, I shouldn't waste Karo food. Fuyumi, even her sister tells her that she tried hard. Shoto, created her out of nothing. Fuyumi, but it's the thought that counts. Natsuo, that's right, he'll side with Uriel and you know it. Dabi, at least I didn't live with you. Mina, and Reginlif is riding a Pegasus. Hagakure, it's beautiful. Momo, but now who will be the representative? Nizu, I have several options, and from different pantheons. And as we see, God was on the human side when he placed that article in the Valhalla Constitution. Zero, let's hope he wins. Koda, I'm scared he would sign. On screen. But before he could fully emerge, a sound tore through the air. Hermes, the messenger of Olympus, playing a melody to usher in his master. Be nice to me, Jujuju. Come on, Hermes, now we must go all out. Zeus advanced with a carefree step, radiating confidence in every movement reflected in his light tone when speaking, treating the father of humans as a simple toy. If Adam is called the father of mankind, then Zeus is more appropriately called the father of the gods. He wasn't in a hurry. He was there to enjoy himself, to savor the victory before it happened. After all, he had no doubts about the outcome. He was Zeus, and in his mind, he had already won. But he stopped abruptly, tilting his head to correct him. No, no, no. I am the godfather of the cosmos. Learn the title correctly, please. Causing Gear to slowly start to wake up. Causing Eva to gently shake her to help her wake up, supported by Uriel. Achieving her goal, causing the pink-haired girl, an eye will be carved as it begins to rise. What's going on? She muttered, still half asleep. She woke up abruptly when Eve pulled her behind her arm and the Archangel moved one of her wings to cover her, leaving her completely confused. It wasn't the first time they'd seen or heard such behavior from this deity. What are you doing? Why are you dancing? And why are you looking at me like that, Bear? Why don't you understand that I'm not interested in the least? You're just an unattractive, senile old man. And that murmur while the minor Valkyrie completely covered her body, trying to cover it as best as possible from the obscene look that Zeus had thrown at her, who could feel it even being covered by the wing of the Archangel and the body of Eve, the mother of humanity. Yes, it made the Archangel laugh completely, while Eve hid it a little. He creates on a whim, and if something bores him he returns it to the dust from which it arose. Our Zeus is the true king of the gods. So those girls were in his way. It didn't matter if he killed Adam, they had no jurisdiction in Valhalla so simply. He would send one of his guards to take her away that night. He had already fallen in love with the Valkyrie and couldn't help but imagine his fantasy of her, alongside the Valkyrie on a night of extreme passion with the age-olds of Aphrodite. Oh yeah. Yes, he was going to have a great feast after this fight. Not only that, maybe he could keep some maidens and make them demigoddesses, and he could share them with Aphrodite. But first, he had to go fight for his side, the side that was his own. He had helped create the divine faction almost from the very beginning, after killing his father, Cronus. In fact, just thinking about having that little girl who had caught his eye made the excitement even greater. Finishing his introductory dance, as he transformed into a nearly 3-meter beast ready to fight, screen turns off. Everyone was listening until the melody of a violin solo was heard, revealing Hermes entering the arena playing the melody. A beautiful, heavenly song that touched their souls. But there were those who knew this piece belonged to someone. Nizu, aria for the G-string? Momo, it's by Johann Sebastian Bach. Kyoka, it's a great and beautiful performance. Present Mike, the young listener is right, it reaches the soul. Bakugo, and the decrepit old man? He would say upon seeing an old man arrive. The watcher, who it is he would say interrupting you will know in time. Now the music is called, he would say listening to Hermes' performance. Present Mike, so that's your interpretation? Kyoka, I like the style but, Momo, what's her name? The watcher, murderer for the G-string, would say to disappear. All Zeus? Nizu, oh so it was him, he would say seriously, he wouldn't have considered it, since he only thought of hand-to-hand fighting gods, discarding Shiva for his fight against Raiden. Almight Zeus, godfather of the cosmos? Monoma, but why are you dancing? Stain, he looks like the Almight from here. Almight, hey! He would say offended. Uraraka, she's looking lasciviously at Gear, I'd say annoyed. Toga, I want to cut it. Gear-chan is adorable for a dirty old man like him to notice her. Ibara, at least Uriel and Eva protect her. Kurishima, that's not manly. Seeing how Zeus with his dance was preparing for battle, inflating his muscles like All Might did, being in shock when Heimdall introduced him. Ibara, the god of the gods. Kendo, a tyrant. Shoto, Zeus. Stain, I repeat my observation, he looks like All Might, except he's a stupid old man. Spiner, my instincts. Tokoemi, they say run away. Shoji, they are not the only ones, he would say seeing Tsu tremble. Dabi, that decrepit old man. Midnight, being adorable didn't suit her, she would say horrified. Mount Lady, I want to go home, she would say scared I will have nightmares for the rest of my life. Without a doubt, that room was in complete shock, not wanting to miss anything they saw, some with a hard feeling in their hearts, while others were serious since they did not feel that old man was a weakling.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.